Chapter 1. Su Nanja, you are so ruthless. Obstetrics and Gynecology Corridor. Sheng Chenxi struggled to move her plump body forward. Her two children already over 7 months along, her weight having ballooned to 260 pounds. Each few steps left her breathless. Thus, for her, every visit to the obstetrician felt like a brush with mortality. Yet, despite this, she had never contemplated relinquishing her precious little ones. They were the most exquisite and sweetest gift bestowed upon her by her fiancé, Su Nanja, on her 19th birthday. Having suffered from a hereditary condition since childhood, she had been plagued by relentless weight gain since the age of 13, transforming into a distorted and unattractive figure. Her family expressed disdain, while classmates and friends ridiculed her. This led her to a prolonged period of insecurity and isolation, even feeling too timid to speak loudly in Su Nanja's presence. She had always believed that Su Nanja, like everyone else, would also find her repulsive due to her condition. However, that night with the children in her womb made her realize that Su Nanja did not despise her for her size. He loved her. Cough, cough. Sheng Chenxi could walk no further, leaning against the blue handrail on the wall, gasping for breath, yet her eyes still sparkled with sweetness. She placed her hand on her belly and smiled tenderly. Little ones, let's keep pushing forward. Your father said that once you are born, I will marry him, so you can grow up healthy and happy. The little ones seemed to understand her words, kicking and punching within her. Sheng Chenxi exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and muttered to herself, after giving birth, I must find a way to lose weight. Otherwise, even if Su Nanja did not mind her, her little treasures might not appreciate her plump appearance. As Sheng Chenxi steadied her breath and prepared to head toward the elevator, a sudden chill swept over her. Immediately after, several tall men, exuding an intimidating aura, blocked her path like a wall. Sheng Chenxi felt a jolt of fear and instinctively took a step back. Yes, it's her. Bind her and take her to Dr. Li. A cold, indifferent voice rang out as 3 men rushed towards her, seizing her shoulders and arms. Help! Before Sheng Chenxi could call for help, one man covered her mouth with his hand, pressing down hard enough to stifle her cries. A shiver ran through her, her hands and feet trembling as she struggled desperately. The man shoving her forward wore an expression of disgust. Damn it, this fatso is revolting. Pushing her is like pushing a ton of burlap. Who on earth could stomach something so disgusting? As the men spat their insults, they shoved Sheng Chenxi into the blood draw room at the end of the corridor. Bang! The door to the blood draw room slammed shut with a heavy thud, echoing like the harbinger of death, leaving Sheng Chenxi's face ashen. Inside were a dozen doctors and nurses who had been waiting for a while. Upon seeing Sheng Chenxi arrive, they rushed toward her in a frenzy. Quick! Bind her up and prepare for the blood draw immediately. Before long, Sheng Chenxi found herself firmly restrained on the blood draw table. Fearing her resistance, the doctors even administered an anesthesia needle. Looking at the blood draw apparatus, shock and terror filled Sheng Chenxi's eyes as she screamed desperately, Don't draw my blood. Impregnant, you can't just take my blood. Both she and her children would be affected. The babies could very well die. No, absolutely not. They must not draw her blood. So what if you're pregnant? Young Master Su has ordered it today. We must draw all your blood and give it to Miss Sheng Tianjin. A nurse replied coldly. Young Master Su? Su Nanja? No, this can't be true. Sheng Chenxi could hardly believe it. Su Nanja regularly called and video chatted with her, even reminding her to eat well and take care of herself. How could he possibly want to draw her blood? How could he? Tears welled in her eyes as Sheng Chenxi struggled to maintain her composure, her voice hoarse. Please, don't draw my blood, just yet help me contact Su Nanja. Will you? She needed to hear him say she couldn't believe he could be this cruel. Before the nurse could respond, the door swung open. Su Nanja entered, cradling the delicate and vulnerable Sheng Tianjin, and coldly addressed Sheng Chenxi. Tianjin's surgery is scheduled for tomorrow. We need to take your blood today. You are Tianjin's biological sister, so you should consider her. With each word, Sheng Chenxi's face grew paler, her mind swirling in chaos, watching Su Nanja's lips move without comprehending what followed. Su Nanja spoke only briefly, as Sheng Tianjin, coughing weakly as if without bones, leaned heavily against him. When she caught sight of Sheng Chensi, her previously gentle gaze transformed into something sinister as she buried her head against Su Nanche's chest. "Oh, Brother Asia, please don't harm Chensi because of my condition after all. She is carrying your child." At those words, Sheng Chensi snapped back to reality, angrily questioning Su Nanja. "You would draw my blood to save Sheng Tianjin, disregarding your own flesh and blood?" "Huh?" Su Nanja laughed coldly, as if hearing the greatest joke. "You're as fat as a pig. Why would I ever touch you? The person who entered your room that night was just a hired escort, someone I paid 200 for. From the beginning, I have only ever liked Tianjin." Boom! A thunderclap seemed to resonate above Sheng Chensi's head, her face growing even paler as she trembled, asking, "If it wasn't you, then why did you tell me to take care of myself and frequently check on me and the baby? 4 calls a week, 2 video chats, was it all a lie? To be honest with you, your condition is unique. Only during pregnancy does your blood contain a special clotting factor that can help treat Tianjin's anemia. That night, I orchestrated your intoxication and arranged for an escort to keep you company. You have no idea how unsatisfied you were." Su Nanja spoke with a tone of revulsion. "Every time I think about it, I find it disgusting. You have no idea how I felt facing you." "So, this has been your plan from the very beginning?" Sheng Chensi interrupted Su Nanja in fury. She could no longer bear to listen. She felt like a clown, an absolute joke. What she had awaited with joy was, in reality, a calculated scheme. "Su Nanja, you are so ruthless," Sheng Chensi cried out in despair. "Chensi, Brother Asia will compensate. You don't hate him. If you must hate, then hate me, all right?" Sheng Tianjin seized the opportunity to feign kindness. "Shut your mouth," Sheng Chensi yelled in anger. They were sisters. She had always shared her best with her. She had never wronged her. Why was she treating her this way? Why? As Sheng Chensi's blood flowed steadily into the collection bag, her body grew increasingly weak. Fueled by rage, she soon could no longer hold on, her body leaning forward, pain radiating between her legs. The tiny life within her seemed to bid her farewell. Sheng Tianjin noticed the crimson between Sheng Chensi's legs, her previously sinister gaze growing more intense as she nudged Su Nanja. "Brother Asia, we have enough blood. Let's stop for now. It seems Chensi's babies can't hold on any longer. If not, have the doctors perform a cesarean section to remove the babies and dispose of them." Su Nanja remained silent, clearly indifferent to Sheng Chensi's fate. Yet Sheng Tianjin, not daring to truly let Sheng Chensi die, tearfully pleaded, "After all, she is my biological sister. We can't let anything happen to her. Brother Asia, please allow them to perform the surgery. Consider it our compensation to Chensi." Faced with Sheng Tianjin's tears, Su Nanja ultimately relented, nodding, "All right, as you wish, take the 2 children out and dispose of them." In her unconscious state, Sheng Chensi had no sense of what was happening, only vaguely perceiving 2 tiny hands waving goodbye to her. Chapter 2. She Fears Huahanshao. 1 year later, Longcheng, St. Danya High-End Spa. In an ultra-VIP private room, men puffed clouds of smoke, lounging shirtless as they casually pointed at the girls before them, selecting technicians as if choosing concubines. Among these girls, one stood out starkly from the rest. She was corpulent, unadorned with makeup, appearing as if she merely came to fill space. "Hey girl, how dare you come to such a high-end place as a technician looking like that? Tell me, who gave you the courage?" A man near the coffee table mocked, setting down his drink while scrutinizing the chubby girl before him. She looked like a pig, and just the sight of her was nauseating. He couldn't fathom what the manager was thinking to hire someone of such caliber. Facing the scornful gazes, Sheng Chensi remained unfazed, smiling gracefully and politely. "All technicians here are hired based on their skills. Appearance is not paramount. What matters is your experience." "Experience?" The man laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. "You look like a pig. Just seeing you makes me want to vomit. How could there be any experience? If you don't prefer a technician of my stature, we can provide a slimmer option. Our spa is committed to fulfilling your requests." Sheng Chensi, maintaining her composure, insincerely flattered. "A man as distinguished as you deserves the best service." "TSK, don't say that. This hefty woman is quite the sweet tongue. Lin Xiao, let's keep her. She'll be good for a laugh." "Ha, indeed. It's my first time ordering a technician as fat as a pig. How amusing." The men in the room erupted in laughter, regarding Sheng Chensi as if she were a jester. Sheng Chinsi stood there with a silver case in hand, her expression unwavering as they critiqued her. As the other technicians began to massage the men, suddenly someone with ill intentions cast a lewd glance at Sheng Chensi. Exhaling a ring of smoke, he leered with a wicked smile, pointing at Sheng Chensi's chest while addressing the man beside him. Lin Xiao, what do you think the hefty lady feels like to touch? Upon concluding his remark, he raised his hand to gesture towards Sheng Chensi's neckline. This type of customer was a first for Sheng Chensi. She felt a wave of revulsion, yet she could not afford to lose her temper. Immediately, she had to navigate the situation with caution, for she required money in abundance of Ito remedy her obesity and to recover the two treasures discarded by Su Nanja and his associates. From the massage table, the man referred to as Lin Xiao rose, opened his wallet, and approached Sheng Chensi, withdrawing a stack of cash. He carelessly tossed it at her feet, declaring, 10,000 yuan. Is that enough for you to strip naked? Lin Xiao, you are far too generous. No one will want to see the body of such a fat pig. I would consider 5 mao too much. Indeed, if we were to look at and touch her, we are the ones at a loss. Does she even have the audacity to accept payment? The men sneered mockingly, their expressions dripping with derision. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly bizarre, with the other technicians pausing their work to observe the unfolding scene. At that moment, Sheng Chensi furrowed her brow. These men were not easy to deal with, and she needed to leave. She politely bowed, maintaining her composure. Gentlemen, if you wish to see someone, perhaps you should consider another technician. I am truly not in a position to accommodate you today. I shall take my leave. Oh, Lin Xiao, this hefty lady is rejecting us, as if she looks down on our money. One man shouted provocatively. Another man approached, surveying Sheng Chensi with evident displeasure. An unwanted, bloated pig dares to act aloof in front of us? Sir, I assure you, I am not acting. I genuinely cannot assist today. If you prefer someone of a fuller figure, there are establishments that offer ample princesses for hire. Perhaps I could contact Manager Zhou to arrange something for you? Sheng Chensi cautiously retrieved her phone. If it were not for the suppression from the Sheng and Su families, forcing her into a situation where she could not find a normal job, she would never have subjected herself to such indignities. Smack! Before Sheng Chensi could dial, a slap struck her cheek, causing her to wince in pain. The man known as Lin Xiao, after delivering the blow, snatched her phone and hurled it to the ground, viciously stomping on it until it was utterly destroyed. Then, Lin Xiao, cigarette in mouth, clutched Sheng Chensi's throat, his eyes reflecting a chilling cruelty. You fat pig, daring to refuse me? Are you courting death? He had never been denied by a woman before. The audacity of a mere fat lady challenging him was intolerable. Sir, please. Sheng Chensi attempted to struggle, but his grip was unyielding, plunging her into a terror of suffocation, rendering her powerless to resist. What to do? Is it lively in here tonight? The door swung open with a resounding thud, a voice as frigid as ice cutting through the air with commanding authority. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the direction behind Sheng Chensi, jaws agape in astonishment. As Huan Yao stepped into view, the men leaning against the door rushed forward, their faces plastered with eager smiles. Master Xiao, you've arrived. Please come in for a drink. To encounter Master Xiao here is truly a stroke of fortune. Everyone in Longqing knew that Huan Yao was a god of wealth. Even a mere brush against him could elevate one's fortunes. These young masters, who typically squandered their time and money on women, delighted in finding ways to curry favor with Huan Yao. With his appearance tonight, they would not let such an opportunity pass. I prefer a seat by the window, Huan Yao stated nonchalantly, stepping further inside. Of course, no problem. I will personally prepare it for you. Lin Xiao, now exhilarated, released Sheng Chensi and scampered to rearrange the massage table. A chilling aura enveloped the room, creeping ever closer. Sheng Chensi rubbed her reddened neck, instinctively shivering. Without hesitation, she grabbed her toolbox and turned to flee. However, as she lifted her foot, she collided with the aristocratic, aloof visage of the man before her. Huan Yao, it was he? Sheng Chensi bit her lip, her toolbox slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. How could it be him? How could he be Su Nancha's uncle? Hadn't he gone abroad to marry a year ago? The man before her resembled a deity, possessing an impeccable visage, an enchanting aura, and an enviable wealth. Yet he was cold, ruthless, and utterly heartless. From their first encounter, Shang Chensi understood that this man was someone she could never provoke. Indeed, she had never dared to, especially now, as she faced the humiliation of being outmaneuvered by Su Nanja and cast out by the Shang family. In such a disheveled moment, the last thing she wished to see was anything related to Su Nanja. "You work as a technician here?" Huan Yao approached her step by step. The air around them suddenly thickened, as though invisible hands descended from the heavens, pressing down on Shang Chensi with an oppressive weight. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. She had to admit, she feared Huan Yao, especially his wrath. Noticing her lack of response, turbulent emotions swirled in Huan Yao's profound gaze as he bypassed her and strode directly towards the massage table by the window. With his long, elegant fingers, he effortlessly loosened his tie and carelessly tossed it aside, then turned his gaze towards Shang Chensi. "I would like to book your services." Chapter 3, Is This a Humiliation Directed at Her? Boom. Those brief 5 words struck heavily upon Shang Chensi's head, nearly causing her to falter. What does it mean? Is he summoning her? Is this an affront to her dignity? Indeed, given his affection for Su Nanja and Su Nanja's profound disdain for her, it would not be surprising for him to humiliate her in such a setting for the sake of his beloved nephew. Alas, she is no longer the person she once was. She would not permit them to belittle her any longer. "That I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. I'm feeling unwell and will not be available tonight," Shang Chensi declared resolutely. "Do you refuse to serve me?" Huan Xiao's eyes, deep as a bottomless abyss, narrowed slightly, his austere visage betraying a sense of ominous foreboding. His words fell like chilling ice shards, leaving those who heard them shivering in fear. Lin Xiao cautiously glanced at him before immediately rising, raising his hand menacingly towards Shang Chensi. "You dare to refuse, Mr. Xiao? You fat wretch. Do you wish for death?" Shang Chensi clasped her hands tightly behind her back. Gripping the hem of her clothing, her lips pressed together. She did not wish to die, but neither would she endure their indignities. "I believe this wretched woman deserves a beating. How about I give her a few slaps to teach her a lesson?" "Mr. Xiao, what do you think?" Lin Xiao turned back, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. However, Lin Xiao received no consent. Instead, a smoking ashtray came crashing down upon his forehead, blood gushing forth. The ashtray had been hurled by Huan Xiao. "How dare you lay a hand on her?" His voice, cold and piercing, suddenly pierced the air, dropping the temperature of the room to freezing point. Huan Xiao's exquisitely crafted features darkened, resembling a devil from the depths of hell. As he cast a frigid gaze upon the room, "Get lost? Why, yes, I shall leave at once." Lin Xiao stammered, clutching his bleeding forehead as he hastily retreated to another massage table, not daring to utter a sound. At that moment, Huan Xiao's imposing presence rendered everyone mute. "Shang Chensi, come here." Huan Xiao raised his gaze, his deep eyes glimmering with barely concealed fury. Shang Chensi was taken aback by his wrath. Biting her lip, she inhaled deeply, adopting a demeanor of righteous resignation as she approached Huan Xiao. Her calves trembled slightly. "What package would you like, Mr. Hua?" she inquired softly, her head bowed, laden with profound humiliation. "Is this the same attitude you exhibit when serving others?" Huan Xiao's devilish gaze bore into her, a glimmer of icy light piercing through. Shang Chensi bit her lip fiercely, steeling herself. She lifted her chin and met his gaze directly. "We offer packages priced at 1888, 2888, and 3888. Which one would you prefer, Mr. Hua?" Huan Xiao's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes piercing into her. "Which package do you usually sell the most?" Suppressing her anger, she raised her head with a nonchalant smile that resembled a mask. "The 3888 package, which includes a foot massage." "Very well. Take off my shoes." Huan Xiao leaned back lazily, lifting his feet towards her, his deep-set eyes glimmering with a devilish charm. Shang Chensi stared at him, her expression darkening. Huan Xiao disregarded her change in demeanor, casually lifting his foot, urging her to hurry in the private room. All eyes fell upon them. Lin Xiao and his companions could not help but admire Huan Xiao. Indeed, the great ones possess a superior skill in humiliating others. Shang Chensi clenched her fists, tears of anger threatening to spill from her eyes. Huan Xiao, You truly are a despicable scoundrel if you wish to assist Su Nanja. Just eliminate me completely. Why must you humiliate me here? She struggled against her tears, maintaining a stoic expression as she spoke. I will fetch the essential oils for you, Mr. Hua. Please wait a moment with that. Fearing Hua Hanshao might discern her distress, she turned and hurriedly exited. Hua Hanshao remained seated, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure, his expression darkening further that a tempest loomed, reminiscent of impending storm clouds ready to unleash their fury. In the corridor once outside, Sheng Qinzi rushed towards the manager's office at the swiftest pace. She could not endure another moment in that man's presence. He was utterly terrifying, and she could not handle it. Upon reaching the corner, she paused. Though she had lost over 50 pounds, she still weighed around 200. Her body could not withstand excessively strenuous activity. To that moment, she needed to rest. Sheng Qinzi pressed her left hand against her chest, breathing heavily to steady her racing heart. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Chapter 4. I am here to earn money. Sheng Qinzi's spine stiffened, her complexion paling slightly. Said Hua Hanshao pursuing her. But as she turned, she did not see his face. Instead, it was her biological father, Sheng Hongyuan. Sheng Qinzi had thought she could face her family with composure. Yet upon seeing her father, she felt a suffocating sensation in her chest, compelling her to vanish immediately. Fortunately, despite her inner turmoil, she maintained a serene smile, as gentle as a spring mountain. Mr. Sheng, it has been a long time, she greeted. Sheng Hongyuan's gaze was sharp as a knife, slicing through her, filled with disdain for her current status and the circumstances of her appearance. Sheng Qinzi, why are you here? Sheng Qinzi lowered her gaze, smiling faintly. Why can't I be here? This is a bathing establishment, a place for men's leisure. Pray tell, why are you permitted to be here? Sheng Hongyuan's fury erupted. Sheng Qinzi raised an eyebrow. I am more noble than the men. I am here to earn money. You. Sheng Hongyuan's teeth ground together in rage, his hand poised to strike Sheng Qinzi. However, she evaded him, crossing her arms defiantly, her expression icy as she glared back at him. Sheng Hongyuan was livid, pointing a finger at her face, roaring, Look at yourself. You are repulsive, fatter than a pig, and you dare to earn a living? Why don't you just die? Sheng Qinzi's expression darkened, her fists clenched tightly. That I have neither committed murder nor arson, nor have I violated any laws. That I earn my living honestly through hard work. Why should I die? Your ugly appearance brings shame to the family. Your debauchery with men is scandalous, and your unwed pregnancy dishonors our ancestors. Do you not deserve to die? Sheng Hongyuan's eyes were filled with utter loathing as he regarded Sheng Qinzi. His two daughters had always been the subject of gossip in Longqing. In stark contrast, his eldest daughter, Sheng Tianjin, was a beloved socialite, while his youngest, Sheng Qinzi, was seen as a joke. That if word got out that his daughter, who was as fat as a pig, worked as a technician in such a place, where would the Sheng family save face? Hearing Sheng Hongyuan's words, Sheng Qinzi's fists tightened, her chest heaving with indignation. Even now, they still believed that night had been her fault, that she was the one bringing disgrace to the family. Slap! As Sheng Qinzi was engulfed in sorrow, Sheng Hongyuan suddenly struck her across the face. The slap echoed loudly, igniting a searing pain that radiated from her cheek, causing her to bleed from the corner of her mouth. Why is it that your sister, born of the same blood, is so virtuous and admirable, bringing glory to our family, while you are nothing but a worthless disgrace, shaming us all? He exclaimed, virtuous and admirable. Mr. Sheng, your eyes must be blind. Sheng Qinzi wiped the blood from her mouth, a bitter smile forming on her lips as she retorted, Have you forgotten her devious schemes against me? I nearly lost my life at her and Su Nanja's hands. You speak nonsense. Innocence is the epitome of kindness. How could she ever plot against you? It's merely your jealousy and resentment that seeks to tarnish your sister's reputation. Sheng Hongyuan declared, My greatest mistake was bringing you back from the countryside at the age of 7 to indulge in luxury. I should have allowed you to endure a lifetime of hardship there. Oh, so I have enjoyed luxury in the Sheng family. At that moment, a surprised voice broke through the tension. To Mr. Sheng, what are you doing here? A man, a business partner, approached. Upon seeing him, Sheng Hongyuan forcefully shoved Sheng Qinzi aside and turned to the man, exclaiming, I'm disgusted by such a pig-like creature. The man, upon hearing this, cast a mocking glance at Sheng Qinzi and said, Mr. Sheng need not be upset. I know the owner of this establishment, that I shall have that technician dismissed immediately. This was precisely what Sheng Hongyuan wanted to hear, that he felt a surge of joy. Though he feigned concern, wouldn't that be inappropriate? You might end up owing your friend a favor. Her weight has already tarnished the club's image. Dismissing her is doing the club a favor. How could I possibly owe anyone a favor? Ah, splendid. Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Li, to make the call. Mr. Li smiled and nodded, promptly dialing the number in front of Sheng Chenxi. Upon hearing Mr. Li's voice, Mr. Zhou, the club manager, hurried over, a fawning expression on his face. Just as Mr.Li began to speak, Sheng Hongyuan interjected, "That fat pig makes me want to vomit. She is indeed damaging your club's reputation. After her dismissal, issue a ban to prevent her from working in this industry." Mr.Li immediately signaled to Mr. Zhou, who, eager to please Sheng Hongyuan, nodded vigorously in agreement. With his objectives met, Sheng Hongyuan turned to Sheng Chenxi, a cold smile gracing his lips, his gaze venomous like that of a serpent. "Let us see how you survive this." Sheng Chenxi stood there, her hands trembling with rage. What had the Sheng family given her over the past year? Humiliation, disdain, and ostracism. She had never truly hated her family. But tonight, Sheng Hongyuan had obliterated the last remnants of their familial bond. She despised him. She did not want such a father. "Chenxi, you see, Mr. Sheng doesn't wish for you to remain in this industry. Why not go to the finance department and collect some money to find another job?" Mr. Zhou's tone was not harsh, and he did not withhold her payment. Sheng Chenxi bit her lip gently, bowed to Mr. Zhou, and then, with great difficulty, rose to walk toward the finance office. However, just as she exited the finance room and had not yet truly left the club, she encountered Luo Huanhuan, a close friend of Sheng Tianjin. The woman blocked her path, tauntingly saying, "Oh, who is this? Sheng Chenxi. I thought you had left the Sheng family to live a life of luxury in a grand household. Turns out you are just here, making a fool of yourself in a place like this." TSK, the clientele at Sheng Danya has become increasingly discerning. Even a hideous creature like you can find a place among them. With your looks, how much do you think you could earn selling yourself? Luo Huanhuan mocked, pausing before continuing, "I bet you can't even sell yourself. Most likely, you'd have to pay someone to sleep with you." TSK, how pitiful. A woman like you should really find a place to end it all. Luo Huanhuan's cruel jests were relentless, as if she were addicted to tormenting Sheng Chenxi, even pulling out her phone to take pictures. Sheng Chenxi smiled calmly. "Miss, do we know each other? Talking to a stranger like this, are you perhaps unwell?" Upon hearing this, Luo Huanhuan's face turned pale with fury. She clenched her fists and lunged at Sheng Chenxi. "You fat pig, you're asking for it." Sheng Chenxi firmly grasped her wrist, her voice cold. "Luo Huanhuan, insulting me is one thing, but if you lay a hand on me again, I will not hold back. Not hold back. You, a homeless pig, dare to threaten me." Luo Huanhuan yanked her hand away, her sarcasm seething. Chapter 5. Huahanzhao, I cannot die. Do you know what the Sheng family says about you in the social circle? They claim that their daughter is unworthy even to be buried in the family grave, being so despised by your own kin. Do you not feel heartbroken? Let me tell you, there is something even more heartbreaking coming your way. Su Nanja left a video from that night. "We plan to rent a large screen and broadcast your video for all of Longqing to see, exposing how shameless and debased you are." "You fat pig." Luo Huanhuan incessantly brought up that fateful evening, repeatedly reopening Sheng Chenxi's wounds. Her sharp, cutting voice ignited a fire within Sheng Chenxi that in a fit of rage, Sheng Chenxi, disregarding the surroundings, slapped Luo Huanhuan across the face, coldly declaring, "Silence." Luo Huanhuan, stunned by the blow, took a moment to regain her senses. Clutching her swollen face, her expression twisted in fury to, "Oh, Sheng Chenxi, you dare to hit me. Just wait. I'll find someone to deal with you." With that, Luo Huanhuan turned and dashed toward the VIP section. Watching her retreating figure, Sheng Chenxi furrowed her brow. She knew that her slap had stirred trouble. Yet, she felt no regret. That incident was a fatal wound, an unforgettable humiliation. They repeatedly brought it up, using it to attack and harm her. She could not and would not endure it. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Chenxi steadied her emotions and turned toward the exit. She could not remain there waiting for Luo Huanhuan to summon her allies. She was utterly incapable of facing that group of people that in front of the club's entrance lay a large swimming pool, typically bustling with couples enjoying pool parties. However, tonight, due to a VIP customer's request, the area was quiet. Sheng Chensi walked alone along the pool's edge, the moonlight shimmering on the water's surface, casting a glimmering reflection of her corpulent figure. Her silhouette appeared somewhat jarring beneath the moonlight. She wiped her eyes and quickly averted her gaze from the shimmering surface, continuing her walk. Yet she had not gone far when suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her. Sheng Chensi, stop. It was Luo Huanhuan's voice, unmistakably filled with rage. Unperturbed, Sheng Chensi continued forward, not expecting Luo Huanhuan to catch up so swiftly. The fat pig refuses to stop. Fine, just wait for your end. Luo Huanhuan signaled a henchman nearby, handing him a small bottle. The agile henchman dashed forward, positioning the bottle toward Sheng Chensi's eyes. Before Sheng Chensi could react, the contents of the bottle erupted into her eyes, in the next moment. An intense burning sensation overwhelmed her, and she could no longer open her eyes. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes, her breathing becoming rapid and labored. Grab her. Hold her tight, Luo Huanhuan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Immediately, several henchmen approached, one on each side, seizing Sheng Chensi by the shoulders. Due to her size, Sheng Chensi was already less agile than an average person, and with her eyes now stinging, she could offer no resistance. At that moment, she resembled a piece of meat on a chopping board, entirely at the mercy of Luo Huanhuan's crew. Sheng Chensi, weren't you just so bold? Did you not dare to strike me? Come on, continue. Let us see how this fat pig dares to lay a hand on me. Luo Huanhuan glared at Sheng Chensi, her eyes filled with malice, and struck her face twice. Sheng Chensi's face swelled further. Now call me Annie. Say you won't dare to hit me again. Luo Huanhuan raised her voice, shouting furiously. You can forget it. Sheng Chensi replied coldly, these words. Luo Huanhuan's expression darkened further, and she ceded, very well, you refuse to take the opportunity. Do you? Don't blame me then. Toss her into the deep end of the pool. Let her become a ghost tonight. Hearing this, a chill ran down Sheng Chensi's spine. Toss me into the pool? No, I can't swim. Originally, out of consideration for Tianjin, she only wished to humiliate Sheng Chensi, but now, it seems she intended to end her life. Sheng Chensi, go die. With that, Luo Huanhuan lifted her foot and kicked Sheng Chensi's leg with force. Blinded and restrained by the burly henchman, Sheng Chensi had no means to resist. She was dragged along, then felt a powerful shove against her back. With a splash, Sheng Chensi was thrown into the pool. Help! Help! She cried, frantically splashing the water, her voice laced with panic. Shout all you want, fat pig. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to save you. I can't wait to see you make the news tomorrow. Luo Huanhuan spoke while leading her henchmen towards the club. She dared not linger here, for an old man awaited her return upstairs, eager for her to curry favor. While dealing with Sheng Chensi was undoubtedly important. It paled in comparison to her grand ambitions with Sheng Tianjin. Sheng Chensi, you must die. Only then can we all find peace. With these words, Luo Huanhuan stepped through the grand entrance of the club. Meanwhile, in the water, Sheng Chensi's face was ashen, desperately crying out for help. Someone, please save me. At that moment, Huanxiao happened to emerge from inside. Upon seeing the person in the water, his expression shifted dramatically. He rushed over, shedding his suit without a second thought, and leaped into the water, swimming towards Sheng Chensi, grasping her arm firmly. Cough, cough. Help me, I can't die. Sheng Chensi's eyes were misty, but she soon recognized Huanxiao's face. Overwhelmed by fear, she had no time to consider anything else, gripping his hand tightly. Her hold made it impossible for Huanxiao to swim effectively. Let go of my arm. He commanded sharply, I won't. If I let go, I'll die. Sheng Chensi shouted in terror. She was afraid that she would perish before avenging herself, before ensuring that those responsible faced justice, and before finding her abandoned child. Huanxiao's movements in the water were already hampered. And with Sheng Chensi clinging to him, it became even more arduous. With a darkened expression, he snapped, grab somewhere else. Realizing the predicament, Sheng Chensi nodded and, like an octopus, wrapped her arms around his neck, hanging onto him. You! Huanxiao's face turned pale. The girl, even in water, weighed heavily upon him. Don't hold on so tightly, he admonished, fearing she might choke him. But no, I'm scared. Huanxiao, hurry, I really can't die. Sheng Chensi shook her head vigorously. Droplets of water glistening on her chubby face. reflecting her fear. Huan Xiao furrowed his brow. With me here, you won't die. Chapter 6. She has already lost a considerable amount of weight. With that, Huan Xiao attempted to pry Xing Qinxi's fingers apart. But as he moved even a single finger, she clung more tightly. It was midsummer, and their clothes were all thin. In the water, they clung uncomfortably to their bodies. In an instant, Huan Xiao felt his body tense, blood racing in his veins. Under the overwhelming fear of drowning, Xing Qinxi was oblivious to the man's change in demeanor. She sobbed hoarsely, "Don't let go of me. I really don't want to die." She still had so much to do. How could she die? The girl's cries pricked Huan Xiao's heart. He lowered his gaze, his sharp eyes falling upon her brow, and eyes that if you don't want to die. Danti, hold on so tightly. You're adding to my burden. Xing Qinxi jolted, realizing she was a 200-pound girl, and her weight was indeed making it difficult for Huan Xiao to move. But she was terrified as well. If she let go, what if he turned on her and tossed her back into the water? Noticing her slightly furrowed brows, Huan Xiao's cold gaze hardened as he spoke in a low tone. You can't even swim, Xing Qinxi. You're utterly useless. With that, he gritted his teeth and, suppressing his discomfort, brought her to the shore. With the help of bodyguards, he managed to pull the girl, who weighed over 200 pounds, to safety. What is wrong with your eyes? Huan Xiao looked down at her from above, observing that she could not open her eyes even after reaching the shore, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip ink. Xing Qinxi rubbed her eyes, mumbling, "Someone from Luo Huanwan's side sprayed something at me. It hurts too much to open them." Utterly useless. Huan Xiao shot her a disdainful glance before grabbing a dry towel to wipe her hair, casually draping it over his shoulders. Xing Qinxi was still clad in the club's technician uniform, now drenched, with 3 buttons undone at the collar. Below her neck, both appropriate and inappropriate sights invaded Huan Xiao's view. In that moment, it was as if sparks ignited a fire, causing his throat to dry and heat. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed a few times, and Huan Xiao's gaze darkened as he coldly scoffed. Tossing the towel over to Xing Qinxi, "Don't you know to change your clothes after leaving the club?" Huan Xiao remarked, his icy gaze sweeping over the surrounding bodyguards. The black-clad bodyguards immediately understood, turning their backs, not daring to look at Xing Qinxi. "Thanks to your good nephew and the Xing family, I can't afford extra clothes. The club's work uniform is the only thing I can wear." Xing Qinxi wrapped herself in the towel, her tone unyielding. This past year, she had been oppressed, sometimes struggling just to make ends meet. How could she afford to buy more clothes? Huan Xiao furrowed his brow, a barely perceptible chill flashing in his eyes as he lifted Xing Qinxi effortlessly, his voice cold as he commanded, "Get up and come with me. I don't want to let me go." Xing Qinxi, unable to see clearly, flailed her arms helplessly. As she moved, the towel slipped from her, exposing her fair skin to the moonlight, shimmering with an alluring glow that captivated. Huan Xiao ground his teeth, demanding another towel, wrapping Xing Qinxi tightly as if she were a silkworm cocoon. Then, without giving her a chance to refuse, he pulled her into the CA. Xing Qinxi entered the back seat. The limited edition Maybach swayed slightly. Huan Xiao's lips curved into a wicked smile. "Xing Qinxi, if you keep getting fatter, what other mode of transportation will dare to carry you?" Hearing Huan Xiao mock her weight, Xing Qinxi bit her lip in frustration. That despicable Huan Xiao, just as vile as Su Nanja. "If you think I'm too heavy, don't carry me. Let me take the subway." Moreover, she hadn't continued to gain weight. She had lost quite a bit. "Xiao Yi, I didn't expect your car to be as superficial as you." Xing Qinxi retorted defiantly, a sarcastic laugh escaping her lips as her words fell. The atmosphere in the car visibly cooled, the temperature dropping below freezing point. Xing Qinxi kept her eyes closed, imagining the terrifying expression on someone's face. "Achoo!" She sneezed instinctively. This chill wasn't physical, but rather psychological. "Take me to Peter's studio." Huan Xiao shot Xing Qinxi a cold glance, raising his hand to tap the driver's seat. The driver nodded, immediately starting the car. Once the vehicle was moving smoothly, Huan Xiao retrieved eye drops from the medical kit, gripping Xing Qinxi's chin as he commanded, "Open your eyes." Xing Qinxi refused, saying, "I can't. It hurts. Open them." Xing Qinxi shuddered. Huan Xiao's tone was laced with anger, very real anger. Understanding his temper, she dared not provoke him. Gritting her teeth, she squeezed her eyes shut, enduring the discomfort, and finally opened them. In the next moment, His rough fingers brushed against her eyelids, the cool touch causing her heart to race. She bit her lip, her breath becoming erratic with tension. Hua Hanxiao took note of her reaction, swiftly administering the eye drops before coldly asking, still thinking of Su Nanja. Sheng Qinzi pressed her lips together, turning her head away, avoiding his gaze, and replied flatly, not thinking about it. Then why not return to the Sheng family and stop working as a technician in a place like this? People claimed that Sheng Qinzi could not let go of Su Nanja, which was why she dared not return home to face Sheng Tianjin. Hua Hanxiao wanted to hear the truth. Sheng Qinzi blinked without hesitation, decisively stating, "It pays quickly, and I like it." Her words left Hua Hanxiao speechless. What a lovely sentiment. You're forbidden from engaging in such work in the future, Hua Hanxiao warned coldly. Sheng Qinzi clenched her teeth, recalling Sheng Hongyuan's suppression, and asked resentfully, "What right do you have to forbid me?" Hua Hanxiao replied impassively, "Because I don't like it. Your preferences have nothing to do with me." "Xiao Yi, are we that familiar?" Sheng Qinzi retorted angrily. What right did these people have to interfere in her life? "Are we not familiar?" Hua Hanxiao regarded her with amusement. "Not familiar," Sheng Qinzi declared, closing her mouth and refusing to look at Hua Hanxiao again. The atmosphere became tense. Hua Hanxiao's gaze was icy, his exquisitely handsome features tinged with anger. Yet he refrained from exploding, his gaze fixed on the plump girl lying beside him. That it was as if they were locked in a duel, neither willing to break the stalemate. Time ticked by, and the pressure in the car grew, increasingly suffocating. The driver, gripping the steering wheel, felt uneasy. Inadvertently, while making a turn, he jerked the wheel too sharply, causing Sheng Qinzi to collide into Hua Hanxiao's embrace. In that fleeting moment, with her head resting on his thigh, Sheng Qinzi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Nervousness and embarrassment intertwined, leaving her breathless. "What are you so nervous about, Sheng Qinzi?" Hua Hanxiao looked down at her reaction, his deep voice resonating with a magnetic allure that quickened the heart. Sheng Qinzi bit her lip, refusing to answer. She would never admit her nervousness and embarrassment in front of Su Nanja's family. "Relax. No one wants to assault you. I'm not so desperate as to have thoughts about a girl like you." "Damn it, Hua Hanxiao, you jerk." Sheng Qinzi felt a surge of rage rushing to her head. She was consumed with a desire to eliminate the man before her. Chapter 7. Master Xiao has 2 children. Minutes later, the car came to a halt outside the most opulent styling studio in Longqing. "Oh my, what brings you here?" exclaimed a man named Peter, dressed in 2 t-shirts and distressed denim jeans, his hair streaked with blue. After exchanging pleasantries, he glanced at Sheng Qinzi and gasped, covering his mouth. "Oh heavens, Master Xiao, where did you find such a chubby caterpillar? I cannot save this figure." Peter was the foremost figure in Sheng's styling industry, sought after by numerous top-tier artists. However, he was notoriously picky. It was said that he would not style anyone he deemed unworthy. Clearly, Sheng Qinzi's ample physique did not meet his standards. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, he caught sight of Hua Hanxiao's dark, indifferent countenance, as if he were about to dissect him, and immediately shivered. His survival instincts kicked in as he rubbed his arms, nodding with a forced smile. "With Master Xiao here, there's nothing I can't handle. I'll get started on her styling right away." After that, Peter summoned a group of people to assist in extracting Sheng Qinzi from the vehicle. Master Xiao, Sheng Qinzi initially intended to decline the styling, believing a change of clothing would suffice, when suddenly, Hua Hanxiao's phone rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. He did not shy away from Sheng Qinzi as he swiped to answer. "Hello? Daddy, Daddy." A sweet, clear childish voice emanated from the phone. Hua Hanxiao's frosty demeanor instantly softened, as gentle as flowing water, but he cast a glance at Sheng Qinzi before striding towards the studio. Sheng Qinzi, being supported by Peter and his team, stood momentarily stunned. The exceptional sound quality of Hua Hanxiao's phone allowed her to hear distinctly the 2 calls of Daddy.2 children. It seemed, one boy and one girl. That it turned out that Hua Hanxiao, who publicly claimed to dislike children, had already fathered them. Recalling how Su Nanja had previously teased Hua Hanxiao about being a workaholic, akin to himself in his ignorance of women and disdain for children, Sheng Qinzi found it amusing. Were they truly incapable of understanding women or disliking children? They merely sought to find someone they cherished to bear their offspring. In an instant, Sheng Qinzi felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. Memories of Su Nanja's previous actions flooded back to her. They had love, they had a future. And what of her? She had no family, no children, nothing at all. The thought of her two children, whom she had never even seen, caused a sharp pang in her heart. The pain rendered her almost puppet-like, oblivious to Peter and his team as they attended to her hair and styling. Did I in the waiting area? Huahanxiao, with his long and defined fingers supporting his forehead, kept his deep-set gaze fixed on the reflection in the mirror, listening to the call. "Daddy, I miss you." The barely one-year-old little bundle of joy spoke few words, but the emotion was fervent. The sibling scrambled to speak into the phone, babbling anxiously in a mixture of sounds that Huahanxiao could barely comprehend. Imagining the scene of his son and daughter vying for the phone, Huahanxiao's expression softened further. Even his gaze toward Sheng Chensi held a hint of tenderness. Nian Nian, Zi Nuo, passed the phone to Zhang Ma. The two little ones sighed in unison, reluctantly handing over the phone. "Master Xiao." Zhang Ma, who was responsible for the children's care, spoke respectfully. "Bring them back to launching tomorrow." Huahanxiao replied coldly. Zhang Ma hesitated, seemingly recalling something, before cautiously inquiring, "Should we inform Miss Mo?" "No need." "Understood. I will bring the young master and young lady back first thing tomorrow." After Zhang Ma finished speaking, she handed the phone back to the two little bundles of joy, who were chattering and making adorable sounds into the device. Upon realizing what they were doing, Huahanxiao's lips curled into a slight smile. "All right, time for bed. See you tomorrow." "Wow, see you, Daddy. So happy." As he hung up, Sheng Chensi had also concluded her styling session. Not wishing to complicate matters, she merely requested a blowout and a change of clothes and shoes. "Master Xiao, it's done. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Peter grinned, pushing Sheng Chensi towards Huahanxiao, and teasingly remarked, "Every chubby person is a potential gem that if this lady loses weight, I dare say she would be the brightest pearl in launching." Huahanxiao pocketed his phone, raising an eyebrow slightly that a barely perceptible glimmer of interest flickered in his cold, deep-set eyes. After a few moments of silence, Huahanxiao stood up and approached Sheng Chensi, lifting her chubby chin with his long fingers, his gaze unwavering on her face. With a smirk, he quipped, "Lose weight, and you'll be a pearl. Fail to do so, and you'll remain a pig." Sheng Chensi suppressed her inner fury, turning her head to evade his hand, forcing a perfect smile. "Thank you for the outfit tonight, Master Xiao." Pausing, she grabbed a pen and a notepad from a nearby table, swiftly scribbling a few lines before placing it in Huahanxiao's hand. With a sly smile, she declared, "As a token of gratitude, I offer you a recipe to boost your kidney health. Stick to it for a few months, and I assure you, you won't feel depleted again." The traditionally aloof and graceful Huahanxiao's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could bleed ink upon seeing the note. His cold gaze bore into Sheng Chensi as he ground out through clenched teeth, "I don't need it." Yet Sheng Chensi simply offered him a look that said, "No explanations needed. I understand your expression," before lifting her skirt and dashing out as if gliding across the floor. Huahanxiao watched her retreating figure, his dark eyes brewing a tempest. After she exited, Sheng Chensi managed to catch the last subway, hurriedly boarding and settling in a desolate corner, slowly regaining her composure. Having lost her job at Shengdanya that evening and now without a phone, she realized she must find new employment by tomorrow. Otherwise, not only would she fail to address her weight issues, but she would also struggle to meet her basic needs. Stumbling back to her rented apartment in a daze, Sheng Chensi discovered several messages on her computer. Upon opening them, she saw it was from her good friend, Li Shengnan. "Sheng Chensi, what happened to your phone? Why can't I reach you? Reply to me, please." Sheng Chensi dragged a chair over, wearily sitting down and typing a response. "I encountered a scoundrel today. My phone was broken, and I just got home." Upon reading this, Li Shengnan exploded with fury, quickly sending a video call invitation. As Sheng Chensi accepted the invitation, they began their video chat. After listening to Sheng Chensi recount the events, Li Shengnan seethed. "Those wealthy jerks deserve to be hung on the pillar of shame for eternity. I curse them to never find a partner." Sheng Chensi nodded in agreement. "Yes, I curse them too. But right now, I need to find a job." Hearing this, Li Shengnan suddenly narrowed her eyes, smiling. "I reached out to you regarding job opportunities. Remember that solo demo I submitted on your behalf?" Chapter 8. I truly did not lie. Sheng Chensi nodded. She was a top student from the music department, blessed with a voice akin to a celestial being, capable of both writing and composing her own songs. Recently, she had spontaneously created a solo demo and sent it to Li Shengnan. who promptly submitted it to Jinshi Entertainment. Calculating the time, results should be forthcoming now. The music director is very fond of your demo and wants to meet you in person to hear you sing. If your vocal quality aligns with his requirements, he may invite you to be the lead singer for the new album, Above the Cloud, and help you enter the entertainment industry. Li Xingnan exclaimed excitedly. Sheng Chenxi's musical talent was extraordinary, and as her best friend, Li Xingnan was determined not to see her squander her gifts. They have no requirements regarding appearance. Sheng Chenxi pointed to her own face, aware that her unsuccessful weight loss might hinder her chances with the entertainment company. After all, in the current industry, looks equate to justice. There are some requirements, but the director mentioned that the key is talent. And didn't you want to earn money while losing weight? You can sing and shed pounds simultaneously. It won't be a hindrance. Li Xingnan replied. Sheng Chenxi bit her lips, still somewhat hesitant, noticing her expression. Li Xingnan continued, the signing bonus for this album is 5 million. Just think of the money. 5 million. Sheng Chenxi's eyes lit up. A fortune. Not only could it fund her ongoing weight loss treatment, but it could also be used to hire a detective to find her children. All right, arrange it. I will meet with the music director. Sheng Chenxi agreed decisively. Great, I'll contact them right now, Li Xingnan said, glancing at her phone before recalling Sheng Chenxi's situation. She quickly added, come to our company tomorrow morning, I just got a new phone. You can use it for now. Xingnan, with gratitude in her eyes, knew that Li Xingnan wasn't merely upgrading her phone, but intended to buy one for her. Having known each other for so long, Li Xingnan was the only one who never looked down on her and treated her sincerely. Such friendship was rare. She promised herself that if one day she, Sheng Chenxi, stood in the spotlight, she would repay Li Xingnan's unwavering loyalty. Very well, do not address me in such a sentimental tone. Prepare yourself adequately. Take care of your voice. I await your transformation into the most formidable singer, and then I shall profit from your signed autographs. Indeed, I will sign 100 copies daily for you to sell. 100 copies are insufficient. I demand 1,000. Excellent. Meanwhile, in the garden of the Sheng family villa, Luo Huanhuan, slightly inebriated, approached and seized Sheng Tianjin's hand, laughing. Tianjin, guess what I saw that deadweight Sheng Chenxi doing today? Sheng Tianjin looked at her friend, handed her a tissue, and asked with keen interest, what did she do? Haha, she was at St. Danya, giving foot massages. It was utterly hilarious. That wretched fat woman in a technician's outfit looked just like a giant pillar. Utterly grotesque. The more Luo Huanhuan spoke, the more excited she became, but Sheng Tianjin's expression darkened. She had just received a message on her phone from the music director of Jinshi, indicating that she would meet Sheng Chenxi tomorrow. If all went well, she would be singing for the prestigious Above the Cloud series. This simply could not happen. How could that overweight Sheng Chenxi sing for Jinshi's most valued series? It was clearly tailored for her, intended for her transformation into a singer. Noticing that Sheng Tianjin had not laughed after her lengthy tirade, Luo Huanhuan blinked and grasped her hand, asking, Tianjin, who has upset you? Sheng Tianjin handed her the phone, exclaiming in frustration, look, Director Lu wants to meet Sheng Chenxi, claiming he wishes to offer her Above the Clouds. My agent explicitly stated that it would be given to me for my transformation. What does this mean? What? Luo Huanhuan's anger jolted her from her stupor, her brow furrowing. Even if Sheng Chenxi possessed some talent, there was no way she could be signed by Jinshi. With her appearance, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? What could Director Lu possibly be thinking? I have no idea. Right now, Director Lu is adamant that Sheng Chenxi's original solo is captivating and wishes to meet her in person. Huanhuan, please think of a way for me. What should I do? Sheng Tianjin grasped Luo Huanhuan's hand, feigning helplessness. Luo Huanhuan, a devoted fan of Sheng Tianjin, viewed her as the epitome of fragility and kindness, that if she did not assist her, she would surely be bullied by Sheng Chenxi. Tianjin, fear not. Even if Director Lu admires her, tomorrow's meeting is the crux. That fat woman won't find it easy to enter Jinshi. Luo Huanhuan's expression turned sinister, her smile deviously scheming. Upon hearing this, Sheng Tianjin's brows eased, and she eagerly inquired, Huanhuan, do you have a brilliant plan? Luo Huanhuan smirked, tidied her hair, and suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Her tone twisted as she spoke. Director Lu despises tardiness. Tomorrow, we shall create obstacles outside Jinshi to ensure Sheng Chenxi arrives at least 30 minutes late. Even if she possesses talent, Director Lu will not listen to her sing. Thus, your problem will be resolved. How did I not think of this idea? Huanhuan, you are remarkable. The following morning, Sheng Chensi donned her sole set of sportswear, first retrieving her phone from Li Xingnan, and then hurriedly made her way to Jinshi Entertainment. However, upon reaching the entrance, she was intercepted by security. From a distance, Sheng Tianjin and Luo Huanhuan watched as security escorted her to the monitoring room, both bursting into laughter. Sheng Chensi, let us see how you escape this predicament. Inside the monitoring room, Sheng Chensi incessantly explained to the security personnel, I am not lying. Director Liu asked me to come here for an interview. He spoke with my friend over the phone. The security officer regarded her with indifference, a hint of disdain in his eyes. You, a dead weight, come to Jinshi Entertainment for an interview, seeking Director Liu? What a joke. Sheng Chensi bit her lip. Indeed, she did not meet Jinshi's standards in terms of appearance. Get lost, don't waste our time. The security officer impatiently urged her to leave. They had accepted money from Sheng Tianjin and Luo Huanhuan. Their goal now was to prevent Sheng Chensi from entering. Sheng Chensi had already contacted Director Liu. There was no way she would leave. Taking a deep breath, she maintained a cordial demeanor and attempted to communicate. Sir, I am not lying that if you call Director Liu, you can confirm this matter. The security personnel, anticipating her response, sneered as they spoke through their cigarettes. Fine, you wait over there till we will verify the footage first. And once confirmed, we will call you. The security captain gestured toward a nearby chair, announcing loudly. Time passed, and as the minutes ticked by, Sheng Chensi grew increasingly anxious, glancing at her phone, repeatedly asking, Sir, is it ready? I have an appointment with Director Liu. I cannot be late. What are you hurrying for? Can't you see we are busy? Unaware of your surroundings, you overweight fool, the security officer snapped as she approached being 30 minutes late. Sheng Chensi's heart raced. Gritting her teeth, she glanced at the adjacent door and made a bold decision to take a risk. Chapter 9. You are truly a miracle. Seizing a moment when the security personnel were distracted, Sheng Chensi turned and dashed toward the exit. By the time the security officers realized what was happening, she had already reached the revolving door. Hey, that fat woman is escaping. Quickly call Miss Luo. They exclaimed, astonished at her unexpected agility. Luo Huanhuan and Sheng Tianjin calculated the time, noting that Sheng Chensi was already half an hour late, that a flicker of triumph danced in their eyes as they clasped hands and headed toward the dance studio. Just as Sheng Chensi burst through the revolving door, she collided with a group of animated men and women, Director Liu and his team. Director Liu, I apologize for my tardiness. Sheng Chensi rushed forward, bowing in apology. Upon seeing her suddenly block their path, Liu Shiyan's expression soured, clearly displeased. The assistants exchanged glances, initially displeased with Sheng Chensi's appearance, then further irritated by her lateness. After all, in a large company, time equates to money. Who enjoys waiting for someone? Liu Shiyan's countenance darkened. The scheduled meeting time had passed. What use is your presence now? Do you believe you are the center of the universe, and we should revolve around you? Director Liu, I arrived early, but the security insisted on calling you. Sheng Chensi attempted to explain that, they were to call me. Then why has no one done so? Liu Shiyan coldly interrupted. I have encountered many individuals like you that I detest tardiness above all else. Regardless of your talent, I will not grant you another opportunity. Sheng Chensi found herself at a loss for words, biting her lip as she watched Liu Shiyan and his entourage turn away, treating her as though she were invisible. Having obtained such a rare opportunity, how could she let it slip away? She promptly pursued them, and as Liu Shiyan and his team were about to enter their vehicle, she, panting, grasped the car door. Director Liu, I am not lying. You can check the monitoring room to see exactly when I arrived. Who do you think you are, demanding I check? Liu Shiyan scoffed, his eyes brimming with mockery. Sheng Chensi's heart sank, her nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears. Was she truly about to miss her only chance? No, she had to showcase herself. Resolutely, she lifted her head, inhaled deeply, and disregarding Liu Shiyan's and his team's derision, closed her eyes and began to sing. She performed Scarborough Fair, a song demanding exceptional vocal prowess. The moment she opened her mouth, Liu Shiyan and his team's expressions shifted. The parking lot fell into an unprecedented silence, the only sounds being the wind and her song. The girl's voice was remarkably distinctive, ethereal and pure, akin to celestial music. With each note, it seemed as though the world dimmed, with all else merely serving as her backdrop. Though she lacked the delicate and alluring appearance deemed ideal by society, her voice revealed a transcendent fairy dancing among the clouds, captivating and deeply alluring. You are truly a miracle. The instant Sheng Chenxi finished her performance, Lu Shiyin rushed forward, embracing her tightly, exclaiming in excitement. Sheng Chenxi had never anticipated such praise from Lu Shiyin. His assistants exchanged looks, nodding in agreement. Indeed, we never expected someone with your appearance could produce such enchanting music. It seems, indeed, that those who are overweight harbor hidden potential. Regaining his composure, Lu Shiyin grasped Sheng Chenxi's hand, gazing at her with fervor. I will sign you. The Above the Cloud series must be sung by you. You are destined to become a world-shaking diva. Thank you, Director Lu. I will strive to do my utmost. Sheng Chenxi bowed in gratitude. She had never envisioned becoming a diva. Her sole desire was to earn money, transform her life, and locate her child. Jojo, prepare a management contract and a promotional agreement with the company. I will sign with her. Lu Shiyin, unable to contain his excitement, pulled Sheng Chenxi inside. She was led through the process, signing contracts and agreements. After her departure, Lu Shiyin could not help but exclaim, I have never heard such a magnificent voice. She is my dream come true, my miracle. At this moment, Shen Jin and I from Jinshi Entertainment stood just outside the door. She was Lu Shiyan's girlfriend, the queen of the music scene, elevated to stardom by his unwavering support. Upon hearing Lu Shiyan's words from within, Shen Jin's spine stiffened, her hand froze midair, and her complexion shifted dramatically. Dreamed of a miracle. He had once used such terms when pursuing her, and now they were directed at another woman. With a piercing glance at her manager, Shen Jin and I intoned coldly. Find out who he met today. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to threaten my career and love shall face dire consequences. Meanwhile, at the Jiangning Water Pavilion, hosted by the Ho family, the elders and Su Nanja had all gathered, creating a lively family atmosphere. They had come to see Nian Yin and Zi Nuo, curious about the children, particularly since they were the offspring of Ho Hanxiao, making them exceptionally precious. Although Ho Hanxiao was not fond of such gatherings, the elder couple was overjoyed, and he could not disregard their wishes. However, shortly after the family feast commenced, an unexpected guest arrived. Mo Qingqing, rumored to be the woman who had a one-night stand with Ho Hanxiao and subsequently bore Nian Yin and Zi Nuo. Upon seeing Mo Qingqing, the matriarch of the Ho family immediately welcomed her, grasping her hand affectionately and exclaiming, Qingqing, you've finally arrived. You've lost quite a bit of weight, and you're becoming even more beautiful. Mo Qingqing had once been quite plump, but after giving birth to Ho Hanjiao's children, she had embarked on a systematic diet regimen, gradually shedding the excess weight. Now, she had reached the standard of a curvaceous beauty, yet she remained unsatisfied, occasionally resorting to weight loss pills. Therefore, with each visit, she appeared slimmer. Tonight, although she claimed to be there to bond with the children, her true motive was to subtly urge for marriage, having invested so much effort to deceive the Ho family. She was determined to secure a marriage certificate and become the legitimate Mrs. Ho. Annie, please refrain from flattering me. It makes me bashful. Mo Qingqing shyly glanced at Ho Hanxiao, lowering her head like a demure maiden. The elder matriarch understood her intentions, and holding her hand, guided her to sit beside Ho Hanxiao. As soon as Mo Qingqing took her seat, Su Nanja's mother, Ho Fu Rong, spoke up. Look at them. They truly are a match made in heaven. Indeed, they are the perfect couple. Now that Qingqing has successfully lost weight, we can't delay their marriage any longer, others chimed in, implying that they expected Ho Hanxiao to promise to marry Mo Qingqing that very evening. Ho Hanjiao's expression darkened, and just as his mother was about to speak again, he abruptly stood and glanced toward the second floor. I have business to attend to. Please continue without me. As he turned to leave, Mo Qingqing immediately lowered her head and spoke in a pitiful tone. Is it because I am not good enough? That's why Hanxiao, you are wonderful. There is no girl better than you. Ho Fu Rong quickly reassured her. However, someone on the other side glanced at Su Nanja and whispered, Cousin, do you think Uncle prefers plump women over slim ones? Otherwise, why did he ignore so many slender girls and instead choose a chubby girl who ended up bearing children? Chapter 10. Only Love. He can never provide listening to their conversation. Mo Qingqing's gaze flickered with concern. Could it be that Ho Hanxiao truly preferred heavier women? Had her weight loss been in vain? No, she must devise another strategy to draw closer to Ho Hanxiao. With that thought, her eyes fell upon the teacup before her. She bit her lip and, resembling a delicate pear blossom, softly said, "I'll go bring tea to Han Xiao." The onlookers, eager to play matchmaker, saw her initiative and encouraged the servants to prepare some snacks. Urging her to ascend the stairs, knock, knock, knocked out. Mo Ching Ching gently tapped on the door. Ho Han Xiao extinguished his cigarette and coldly commanded, "Come in." The moment the door swung open, Mo Ching Ching donned her most charming smile. Gracefully stepping inside, "Han Xiao, I brought you some snacks and tea," she said in a nearly breathless whisper, placing the tea down before circling around to stand behind Ho Han Xiao. Leaning slightly forward, she pressed her soft body against his back. Both being adults, the implications were clear, yet Ho Han Xiao was unyielding. "Get out," he coldly ordered, a flicker of cruelty flashing in his dark eyes. "That I have told you before. Resources and money. You can have as much as you desire. I can provide that. But love, I can never give you." Upon hearing this, a veil of sorrow shrouded Mo Ching Ching's face, her eyes brimming with tears. "Han Xiao, you know I don't care about wealth or resources. I just want our family of four to be together. That if you were the person I loved and had borne my children, perhaps I would consider marrying you. But you are not. I will not grant you any title," Ho Han Xiao stated coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. "Yet, do you not consider my predicament?" Mo Ching Ching gazed at him with a melancholic expression, her breath heavy with emotion. "That I became pregnant out of wedlock, secretly giving birth to our twins. This past year, I have exerted every effort to lose weight, solely to be worthy of you. You say you do not want me. Have you thought about my sacrifices? Have you considered how others perceive me? Han Xiao, I have never wronged you. Please do not make it so difficult for me, all right? Did I force you to secretly bear children or to lose weight?" Ho Han Xiao retorted coldly. "Everything you did was of your own volition, without my consent. I implore you to understand who truly put you in this predicament. Do not misplace your grievances." Han Xiao Mo Ching Ching wept, her soft pink dress accentuating her vulnerability. She feared to continue the conversation with him, worried it would lead to an irrevocable breakdown. "Someday, you will understand my intentions with that." She covered her face and rushed out of the study. With Mo Ching Ching's abrupt departure, Ho Han Xiao lost all desire to remain in the villa to deal with family matters, but he made his way to the children's room, where he found the twins just waking from their slumber, and the tension on his face melted away. "Daddy, look!" Nian Nian exclaimed, holding up her iPad, her tiny fingers pointing at the images displayed on the screen. Ho Han Xiao lowered his gaze, quickly glancing at it, then gently pinched his daughter's cheek, asking softly, "Do you want to go to the supermarket?" Nian Nian nodded vigorously. Her twin brother, Zinua, with his obsidian-like eyes, leaned in, indicating that he too wished to go. "All right, Daddy will take you both." After returning from Jinshe Entertainment, Sheng Chun, she first met with Li Sheng Nan and then proceeded to explore the newly opened supermarket, intending to purchase some discounted daily necessities. Since it was not the weekend, there weren't many shoppers in the store. Pushing her shopping cart, Sheng Chun she leisurely selected discounted items when a sharp voice pierced through the air behind her. "Sheng Chun she, what tricks have you employed?" Turning around, she spotted Luo Wanwan and Sheng Tianjin standing together, their expressions sinister. "Do I know you? Do I have any obligation to answer your questions?" Sheng Chun she coldly turned her back, unwilling to engage with them. She harbored deep-seated animosity towards these two women, especially Sheng Tianjin. One day, she would take a revenge. Luo Wanwan, infuriated by Sheng Chun she's attitude, lunged forward, her claws bared. "You fat pig, pretending not to know us. Do you think ignoring us means we are unaware of your sordid deeds? Slut! When it comes to sordidness, I could never compete with the two of you. One a professional mistress, the other a saintly white lotus. Truly admirable." Sheng Chun she retorted, unwavering. She was well aware of their past actions. If it came down to a confrontation, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. "Ah, you dare insult us. It seems the water in the swimming pool hasn't taught you to behave." Luo Wanwan sneered, clapping her hands, and her henchmen immediately stepped forward. She and Sheng Tianjin had not come lightly. They had ensured to follow Sheng Chun, since she was signed under Yun Dian Zhishang. At last, they located her in the supermarket, intending for her to kneel and beg for mercy. Abandoning her ties with Yun Dian Zhishang, she looked at the burly henchman with menacing expressions. Sheng Chun she's cheeks flushed with anger, gritting her teeth as she glared at Sheng Tianjin and Luo Wanwan. This is a supermarket, a public space. You cannot just lay your hands on me. As she spoke, she reached for her phone to call the police. However, Luo 11 dashed forward and slapped the phone from her hand. Her face twisted with malice. This supermarket is owned by my family. Don't think that if I beat you here, anyone would dare to say anything, even if I were to kill you. You fat cow. Seeing Luo 11 gaining the upper hand, Sheng Tianjin felt a sense of satisfaction inside, yet her face remained innocent and pure. She stepped forward and spoke to Sheng Chunshi in a gentle tone. Chunshi, don't be willful that if you withdraw from Yun Dianji Shang and apologize to Wan Wan, we can let today's incident go. After all, there were still some of her fans around. She couldn't afford to tarnish her image as a White Lotus angel. Why should I withdraw? That was achieved through my own efforts. No amount of force from you will compel me to withdraw. Sheng Chenxi cannot back down. That is her hope, her only path to reunite with her child. I have kindly urged you to leave, yet you refuse, do you not? Sheng Chenxi, have you looked in the mirror? With your pig-like appearance, do you truly believe you could shine at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry? If you withdraw now, I will spare your life out of consideration for your naivety. But should you defy me, I shall have them sell you off to the mountains as a mere plaything. Luo Huan threatened vehemently. Upon hearing this, Sheng Chenxi's eyes flickered. She swiftly turned, determined to seize her own destiny at the pinnacle of the entertainment world. Refusing to be intimidated by you, Luo Huan, realizing she was making a break for it, rushed forward to seize her. Did I end that moment? Sheng Chenxi cast aside all hesitation and forcefully pushed Luo Huan away. Come, stop that fat pig! Luo Huan stumbled to the ground, exasperatedly shouting. Sheng Chenxi recklessly dashed towards the supermarket's exit, while at that moment, Han Xiao's car was parked in the supermarket's designated parking area. Chapter 11. Sheng Chenxi, are you a fool? Daddy, in the car, the adorable little child Nian pointed excitedly at the supermarket sign outside, her bright eyes sparkling, her tiny hands clapping as she babbled in a language Han Xiao could not comprehend. Meanwhile, Zinua, who had a broader vocabulary, pointed outside as well, enunciating each syllable. Supermarket, da-boo-boo, boo-boo. Han Xiao furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma, cradling Nian, smiled as she explained, the young lady and young master are watching early education cartoons. There are large toy cars in the supermarket, and they call them boo-boo da-da. Han Xiao nodded, his icy expression softening slightly as he held his son and said, Shall we go find boo-boo? Okay, Daddy. The little darling eagerly leaned in to give her father a slobbery kiss. Breathless from running, Sheng Chenxi had just reached the parking lot when she spotted a dozen bodyguards in black. Fists clenched, rushing towards her. They were Luo Huan subordinates. Sheng Chenxi attempted to flee, yet her plump physique hampered her stamina, and as Luo Huan had stated, this was her territory. She had no advantage here. Sheng Chenxi, Huan is doing this for your own good. She does not want you to embarrass yourself in the entertainment industry. So stop running. Sheng Tianjin shouted from behind, almost disregarding her own image as she dashed forward to slap Sheng Chenxi harshly. Forced into a corner by the group, Sheng Chenxi found herself rapidly running out of options. After blocking her escape, Luo Huan looked at her maliciously, taunting, Run. Why don't you continue running, you fat pig? I will have them beat you until you plead for mercy. Begging me to let you go from the pinnacle of the entertainment world. Gritting her teeth, Sheng Chenxi took a few steps back, but was met with the wall of bodyguards behind her. Huan, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Sheng Tianjin, noticing onlookers gathering, hurried over and tugged at Luo Huan's arm, signaling her to be cautious. After all, this was a public place, and if they truly laid hands on Sheng Chenxi, it would tarnish their reputation. However, Luo Huan merely patted Sheng Tianjin's hand and smiled. Do not worry, I have a legitimate way to handle this. What? Sheng Tianjin was momentarily bewildered. Then she saw Luo Huan clap her hands, adopting her rather poor acting skills, and suddenly raised her voice. You shameless vixen! Seducing my boyfriend. I will make sure you pay for it today. Seducing her boyfriend? Sheng Chenxi scoffed inwardly, realizing Luo Huan was adept at concocting excuses. By claiming that she had seduced her boyfriend, the onlookers would undoubtedly vilify her, absolving Luo Huan of any blame. You vixen, you fat pig, trying to steal my things. I will make you pay. Luo Huan shouted as she lunged at Sheng Chenxi. Her claws extended. The crowd was abuzz, pointing at Sheng Chenxi, their expressions a mix of astonishment and derision that I've never seen a fat person play the mistress, stealing the boyfriend of a stunning beauty. What is that man's taste? Regardless of taste, a mistress is unforgivable. She deserves to be punished. Encouraged by the onlookers, Luo Huan and her entourage felt emboldened, and the situation escalated, with Sheng Qinzi encircled, on the brink of a violent confrontation. "What are you doing?" Amidst the agitated atmosphere, a voice as cold as ice pierced through the air, freezing the moment. Everyone instinctively turned to look behind Sheng Qinzi, their eyes widening in disbelief. Sheng Qinzi herself turned. Taken aback. Holding the child was Huan Xiao. Her recent streak of good fortune was uncanny. Whenever trouble arose, this man always appeared in such a manner. How would he mock her today? As Huan Xiao arrived, Sheng Tianjin stood frozen in place. The head of the Hua family, the uncle of Su Nanja, a man so powerful that he could obliterate the world with a mere glance, even without uttering a word. In stark contrast to Su Nanja's gentle demeanor, Huan Xiao exuded a ruthless aura that instilled fear in all, making them reluctant to approach him. Sheng Tianjin feared him more than Sheng Qinzi did. Huan Xiao's chiseled features resembled a frostbitten sculpture, his piercing gaze sweeping over Luo Huan before he spoke coldly. "Are those men of yours worthy of being called boyfriends, let alone to be seduced?" Luo Huan was rendered speechless. Huan Xiao's words struck a blow to her pride. Did he possess no compassion whatsoever? Utterly foolish. Huan Xiao continued, his voice frigid. "A filthy woman, when slandering others, should first examine her own worth." As his chilling words fell, the crowd's gaze towards Luo Huan shifted, murmurs of curiosity circulating about her past actions. Luo Huan's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to liver, as she realized she had unexpectedly encountered Huan Xiao and was now ridiculed by his words. Regret washed over her for instigating trouble here. Huan Xiao took a few steps towards Sheng Qinzi, his formidable presence silencing the crowd. "Sheng Qinzi, are you a fool?" Huan Xiao's gaze turned to her, fury flickering in his deep eyes. "Standing here, being bullied by such trash. Is your phone merely for show? Will you not call the police?" Sheng Qinzi bit her lip, internally cursing. Huan Xiao's biting remarks were relentless. Realizing Huan Xiao was criticizing her as well, Sheng Tianjin clenched her teeth and inhaled deeply, quickly adjusting her demeanor. She stepped forward. "Uncle, it's a misunderstanding. We were just playing around with Qinzi." Her deceitful appearance drew a cold laugh from Sheng Qinzi. "Playing around? Should I also invite so many bodyguards to surround me, calling me a mistress, and see how that plays out?" Huan Xiao's icy gaze swept over Sheng Tianjin, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he retorted. "Who are you? I don't recall having a niece like you, did I? Sheng Tianjin have been engaged to Su Nanja. According to tradition, I should refer to you as uncle." Huan Xiao regarded her with disdain, his voice laced with warning. "Since you have a connection with Su Nanja, listen closely. Should this happen again, do not expect me to be courteous." Yes, it will never happen again," Sheng Tianjin replied with a sweet smile. She did not perceive Huan Xiao as helping Sheng Qinzi, but rather as concerned about their family name being tarnished in front of so many witnesses. Huan Xiao dismissed Sheng Tianjin with a glance, turning instead to Sheng Qinzi, his voice as frigid as ice as he uttered 3 words, "Come with me." Chapter 12. Huan Xiao's child is so adorable. Huan Xiao's final gaze lingered on Sheng Qinzi, making it abundantly clear that those words were directed at her. She instinctively bit her lip, her hands unconsciously clutching her clothing, momentarily reluctant to step forward. Sheng Tianjin, unable to perceive the silent exchange between Huan Xiao and Sheng Qinzi, assumed that the invitation to leave was meant for her. After all, today Su Nanja had mentioned that there would be a family banquet at the Hua family's ancestral home. Huan Xiao must be taking her to meet the elders as the future granddaughter-in-law of the Hua family. She thought, her face lighting up with delight. She quickly groomed her hair and even checked her reflection in a compact mirror to ensure her appearance was flawless. Once satisfied, she lifted her skirt, displaying a graceful and impeccable smile as she followed Huan Xiao. "Uncle, may I help you carry Zino?" She believed it wise to curry favor with Huan Xiao, a significant figure and Su Nanja's uncle. Huan Xiao, however, had never been fond of women like Sheng Tianjin, his frigid gaze not even sparing her a glance as it fell solely on Sheng Qinzi. "Do you wish for me to personally invite you?" With that, the atmosphere grew even colder. Upon hearing this, Sheng Qinzi's shoulders trembled slightly. Was Huan Xiao truly angry? If he was personally inviting her, Would she even have the chance to refuse at this moment? The expression on Sheng Tianjin's face turned pale as she comprehended the implications of Hua Hanqiao's words. She took a step back, incredulous, glancing between Hua Hanqiao and Sheng Qianxi. What on earth was happening? Why did Hua Hanqiao want Sheng Qianxi to leave with him? Did he intend for Sheng Qianxi to attend the family banquet as Su Nanja's fiancée? This was utterly unacceptable. Uncle, I am Su Nanja's fiancée. As she spoke, tears fell from her eyes, her expression one of such grievance that it was truly heart-wrenching. Hua Hanqiao's profound gaze flashed with a demonic glint, and his brows were furrowed with icy impatience. Did I not say you were not? Sheng Tianjin's heart raced at his words. Although Hua Hanqiao had acknowledged her relationship with Su Nanja, the terrifying hostility emanating from his exquisitely chiseled features filled her with dread. It was terrifying. She could no longer afford to provoke Hua Hanqiao in this place. Su Nanja was far easier to manage. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Sheng Tianjin stumbled away. Hastily grasping Luo Huanhuan's hand and running towards their vehicle, she disappeared from view. Sheng Qianxi began to retreat. Did I in the face of such scum as Sheng Tianjin? She dared to scold and confront them. But Hua Hanqiao was a different matter entirely. This man was inscrutable and ruthless, someone she simply could not provoke, and thus she must evade him. Hua Hanqiao's deep-set eyes coldly swept over the retreating figure of Sheng Qianxi. Then he glanced at the driver beside him, remaining silent, his narrowed gaze concealing a hidden ferocity. Once the driver comprehended Hua Hanqiao's intentions, he stepped forward to address Sheng Qianxi. Miss Sheng, please. The words, though respectful, bore an undeniable tone of authority that brooked no refusal. Sheng Qianxi felt she could not decline. Otherwise, the consequences would be beyond her ability to bear. Faced with Hua Hanqiao's pressure, she had no choice but to brace herself and comply. Thus, after Hua Hanqiao entered the vehicle, Sheng Qianxi slowly followed suit. That moment, Hua Hanqiao's family driver was piloting an extended Lincoln. The rear door swung open. She spotted Nian Yin being cradled by Aunt Zhang. Hua Hanqiao sat opposite her, holding his son, his expression as cold as frost, his eyes resembling a tranquil yet unfathomable abyss, concealing depths that others could not decipher. Are you not coming? Hua Hanqiao cast a frosty glance in her direction, then instructed Aunt Zhang to seat Nian Yin beside him. Sheng Qianxi glanced at the vacant space beside them, bit her lip, took a deep breath, and finally said, Master Hua, it's quite all right, I can take the subway home. There's really no need for me to ride in your car. Oh, Hua Hanqiao raised his eyelids, his voice colder than before. Sheng Qianxi felt her heart pounding as she regarded his expression, just as she contemplated withdrawing. The driver had already positioned himself behind her like an immovable mountain, leaving her no room for refusal. Realizing she had no alternative, Sheng Qianxi steeled herself and entered the vehicle the moment she settled in. The rear seat sank slightly under the weight. Aunt Zhang, holding Nian Yin, frowned. Although she did not voice her disdain, her expression clearly conveyed her dislike for the chubby girl. Drive. Hua Hanqiao commanded indifferently. The driver nodded and started the engine. As the hum of the automobile filled the air, Nuo, cradled in Hua Hanqiao's arms, suddenly became animated, clapping his hands and exclaiming, Wow, wow. Observing the little one's excitement, Sheng Qianxi instinctively clenched her hands, her body turning toward him. Ever since losing her own children, she had been avoiding contact with kids, even shying away from looking at toddlers. Yet for reasons unknown, Hua Hanqiao's two little ones drew her gaze irresistibly, provoking memories of the two children she once carried within her. Her two treasures should have been as chubby and lively as Hua Hanqiao's children, right? Just moments ago, the exuberant Nuo turned his head to meet Sheng Qianxi's gaze, his large, dark eyes sparkling with curiosity. His head tilted adorably as he stared at her. Observing her brother watching Sheng Qianxi, Nian Yin also tilted her head, joining his gaze as Sheng Qianxi looked at the two cherubic faces. Her dormant maternal instincts surged forth, compelling her to reach out. However, a fleeting glance at Hua Hanqiao's cold, demonic visage caused her spine to stiffen, and she immediately retracted her hand. Yet as soon as she did, the two little ones expressed their displeasure. Nian Yin puffed out her cheeks and babbled a series of nonsensical words, then leaned forward, her sweet voice pleading, Hug, hug. Aunt Zhang, taken aback, observed the scene with astonishment. Hua Hanqiao's children, appearing as delicate as little angels, were notoriously selective and rarely inclined to approach anyone. Even the esteemed elder and the lady of the house were sometimes met with their refusal for a cuddle. Yet here they were, showing no aversion whatsoever to this unfamiliar chubby girl, and even actively seeking her embrace. That it was truly remarkable. Hug, hug. Nian Nian, feeling deprived of her desired embrace, grew increasingly dissatisfied, her little hands flailing in protest. Aunt Zhang, unsure of whether to hand the child over to Xing Chenxi, cautiously glanced at Hua Hanqiao. Upon noticing that he showed no intention of intervening, Aunt Zhang cautiously presented Nian Nian to Xing Chenxi. She too shot a glance at Hua Hanqiao, confirming that he did not oppose, and then accepted Nian Nian into her arms. Having never held a child before, she relied solely on instinct as she cradled the little girl. Once nestled against her, Nian Nian blinked her beautiful eyes, sparkling like the brightest stars, and let out a delightful giggle. With her delicate arms, she wrapped around Xing Chenxi's neck, her little face nuzzling against hers. Planting a soft kiss on her cheek, exclaiming "Mua," in that moment, Xing Chenxi felt an unexpected warmth envelop her heart. Hua Hanqiao's children were simply adorable. Chapter 13. Disdain for her messiness upon witnessing her sister's affectionate gesture towards Xing Chenxi. Xinyuo became eager to join in, squirming slightly as he attempted to move closer to her. Hua Hanqiao made no effort to stop him, watching as the little one climbed onto Xing Chenxi's lap. Seeing this, Xing Chenxi quickly lifted the small boy into her embrace that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Hua Hanqiao, with sparkling, captivating peach blossom eyes, his curious gaze fixed intently upon Xing Chenxi, grasping her shoulders with his tiny hands. He stood on the car seat, swaying slightly as the vehicle moved. Yet without hesitation, he securely wrapped his arms around her neck and nuzzled his face against hers, mimicking his sister's earlier gesture, exclaiming "Mua, Nian Nian." Observing her brother's actions, appeared somewhat indignant, inching closer and using her small hands to caress the other side of Xing Chenxi's face, once more proclaiming "Mua." Xinyuo blinked and exchanged glances with his sister. And in perfect harmony, the two little ones leaned in simultaneously to plant kisses on Xing Chenxi. With each gentle kiss from the two cherubs, Xing Chenxi's heart swelled with an unfamiliar softness. A year prior, during a prenatal checkup, when the doctor informed her that she was expecting twins, she had envisioned such a scene. Yet, due to Su Nanja and Sheng Tianjin, she had been irrevocably separated from her children. For an entire year, she had not only refrained from imagining her children kissing her, but had even turned away from seemingly innocent games with her best friend Li Xingnan, unable to suppress the pangs of sadness that arose. However, Hua Hanqiao's little treasures evoked no such aversion within her. Instead, they imparted a sense of inexplicable familiarity, as if these two children were intrinsically connected to her. As the two little ones continued their affectionate gestures. Their tiny hands wandered from her neck down to her collar, exploring the soft contours of her chest. Watching their antics, Xing Chenxi couldn't help but chuckle. "Little rascals, you mustn't touch without permission, do you understand?" Simultaneously, the two little ones tilted their heads, gazing up at her with innocence, then lowered their heads, their soft little faces nuzzling against her chest, maintaining the same adorable head-tilting posture. Their large, glistening eyes, more stunning than obsidian, remained fixed on her. "Mommy, mummy," they chorused in unison. Xing Chenxi's eyes widened in astonishment, as the most tender part of her heart seemed to be grasped by the two little ones simultaneously. That moment, maternal love surged forth uncontrollably, an unstoppable torrent. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang observed the two children's affectionate behavior toward Xing Chenxi, and upon hearing them call her mommy in perfect unison, she was utterly astonished. Nian Nian and Xinyuo had been speaking since they were 6 months old, demonstrating remarkable learning abilities, yet they had never managed to utter the word mommy. Even when Miss Mo was present, they could not bring themselves to say it. Yet now, upon meeting Miss Sheng, they had spontaneously called out. Was this fate? Aunt Zhang recalled how she had taught the children to call out mommy when Miss Mo first arrived at the Hua household. However, the two little ones had never shown any inclination to bond with Miss Mo. They had learned to address their father, grandfather, grandmother, and even other elders, but the term mommy had eluded them completely. Perhaps it truly is a matter of fate. Xing Chenxi gently caressed the faces of the two little ones, her gaze softening considerably. The two little treasures beamed with sweet smiles as she touched them, calling out "Mama, Mama" incessantly, even sitting on either side of her leg, their tiny hands wrapped around her, as if determined to never part from her side. Observing the close bond between the children and Xing Chenxi, A flicker of light passed through Hua Hanchao's deep-set eyes, almost imperceptibly. His gaze lingered on Sheng Qinzi's face, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke, "Why are they bullying you?" In response, Sheng Qinzi tightened her embrace around the two children, then lifted her head, her smile fading. "My affairs have nothing to do with you. Lord Huo.it can be related," Hua Hanchao replied indifferently. The corners of Sheng Qinzi's mouth twitched slightly as she offered a speechless smile. "I am the unwanted woman of Su Nanja, overweight and unattractive. What right do I have to be associated with Lord Hua?" Just the thought of Hua Hanchao being Su Nanja's uncle soured her mood. Su Nanja had brazenly taken her blood and discarded her child, all because he had a powerful uncle like Hua Hanchao backing him. She vividly recalled what Su Nanja had said when the child was taken from her. "Sheng Qinzi, do not foolishly think of reporting me. I am the young master of the Su family, the beloved nephew of Hua Hanchao. My connections are formidable. Even if you report me, no one would dare to apprehend you. My uncle has stated that you are unworthy even of polishing Tianjin's shoes. You are only fit to live your life as an overweight, unattractive swine in the filthy depths of hell, with no hope of redemption." Before her memories could fully return, Sheng Qinzi heard Hua Hanchao's cold voice. "I say you have the right, therefore you do." Hua Hanchao suddenly moved closer, the space between him and Sheng Qinzi only occupied by Hua Xinyuo. Sheng Qinzi could clearly see the impenetrable depth and complexity in his gaze. "But I have self-awareness. A person like me should remain in the filthy depths of hell, with no chance of redemption," she said with self-deprecation. Hua Hanchao frowned, visibly displeased after a year apart. "Your feelings of inferiority have intensified. Lord Hua prefers confidence. Go look at Sheng Tianjin. She is the future granddaughter-in-law of your Hua family." Sheng Qinzi replied with a half-smile, her eyes falling on the little treasure winking at her, seeking strength to heal her spirit. The Hua family. Perhaps only these two little treasures were worthy of her affection. Hua Hanchao's gaze remained fixed on Sheng Qinzi's face, like two piercing cold beams, making her quite uncomfortable and reluctant to meet his eyes. The atmosphere suddenly shifted, becoming awkward. Even Zhang Ma dared not speak, while the driver cautiously eased off the brakes, lowering the car's speed. After nearly half a minute of this strange tension, Hua Hanchao suddenly took out his phone and made a call in Korean, instructing, "Notify Jinshi to terminate all endorsement contracts between Sheng Tianjin and Yunxiao Group. Lord Hua, that is young Master Nanja's fiancé, you originally agreed. When did it become your place to instruct me? Surely you should provide a reason. She is filthy." After a moment of stunned silence on the other end of the line, the Korean voice quickly acquiesced. "I understand. I will handle it." Hua Hanchao hung up the phone. Sheng Qinzi was left in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had clearly heard Hua Hanchao state that he would terminate all endorsement contracts involving Sheng Tianjin. Given that Sheng Tianjin had only managed to establish her position in the entertainment industry thanks to Su Nanja leveraging Hua Hanchao's connections, wouldn't this mean all her endorsements would be rescinded? Wouldn't Sheng Tianjin be devastated? "Lord Hua, are you truly going to reclaim Sheng Tianjin's endorsements? Aren't you afraid she will come after you?" Sheng Qinzi couldn't help but ask, "What do I have to fear?" Hua Hanchao replied, his interest peaked as he stared at Sheng Qinzi, his lips curling into a devilish smile, "that I am merely avenging you. If she seeks revenge, it will be upon you." Sheng Qinzi's eyes widened in shock. She had not solicited his assistance in garnering animosity. She was all too aware that Su Nanja's family was filled with perverts who would find every conceivable way to bully her. Chapter 14. She did not know if her child was alive. Hua Hanchao regarded Sheng Qinzi as one might view a pufferfish, round and prickly, finding her oddly endearing. His expression softened considerably. However, Sheng Qinzi felt once more that she was being bullied. Her chest heaved, and she had no desire to meet Hua Hanchao's gaze. The two little treasures, observing the fluctuations in her emotions, blinked in unison, their delicate faces etched with confusion. Then, as Sheng Qinzi lowered her head, the two little ones leaned in, leaving slobbery kisses all over her face. Even Xinyuo exerted great effort to declare "Mama, smile." In an instant, Sheng Qinzi was healed, unable to resist pulling Xinyuo into a massive embrace and planting a loud kiss on his cheek. Xinyuo's face lit up with joy, while Nian Nian, seeing this, inched closer, nuzzling against Sheng Qinzi, her adorable expression clearly pleading for affection too. "Darling, do you want a kiss as well?" Sheng Qinzi asked, cradling the little one's face. Nian Yin nodded enthusiastically. All right, here you go. Sheng Qinzi kissed Nian Yin once more at that moment. Witnessing this heartwarming scene before him, Han Chao's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Sheng Qinzi had actually kissed Xinyuo and Nian Yin. Just as the car was filled with the warm sounds of Sheng Qinzi and the two little treasures, Han Chao's phone rang. That he glanced at the caller ID, instinctively lowering the volume before answering. Hello, Han Chao, everyone is waiting for you to serve dinner. Hurry back with Xinyuo and Yin Yin, don't mess around. The voice of old master Hua carried an edge of irritation, having previously opposed Han Chao taking the children to the supermarket. And now, after waiting so long, he was becoming anxious. Han Chao furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze resting on Sheng Qinzi's face for a moment before he nodded. After hanging up, he turned to Sheng Qinzi, commanding, come home with me. His tone was frosty, leaving no room for refusal. Sheng Qinzi pressed her lips together, about to protest, when the two little treasures clung to her arms, chattering away and refusing to let go. She could only catch the words home. Opening her mouth, she glanced at Han Chao's dark, imposing expression and ultimately swallowed her words of refusal. Fine, I'll go for the sake of the two little treasures. After all, she was no stranger to the Hua family's scorn. If need be, she could retort. Not voicing her refusal, Han Chao felt satisfied, casting her a deep glance before leaning back, his long fingers supporting his cheek as he gazed out the window. The interplay of light and shadows, falling across his face through the car window, rendered him strikingly handsome, evoking a sense of longing. Upon raising her head, Sheng Qinzi caught sight of Han Chao's alluring visage. Her heart inexplicably racing that it was undeniable that Han Chao was exceptionally handsome. But handsome men were often perilous. As Sheng Qinzi followed Han Chao into the main residence, she could clearly hear the sounds of laughter and merriment within. Lord Hua, you have finally returned. The old master has asked you to come in first. The butler hurriedly approached, pulling Han Chao inside. Sheng Qinzi, holding Nian Yin, watched Han Chao's aggrieved back, her brow slightly furrowed. He entered first. How was she supposed to follow? Just then, she spotted Hua Furong chatting and laughing with Mo Qingqing as they exited. Qingqing, rest assured, my Han Chao is merely a workaholic and knows little of romance. He is not dissatisfied with you. Once he finishes his current projects, he will certainly arrange a wedding for you. Just afraid Han Chao finds it bothersome. Before she could finish, Hua Furong's gaze fell upon Sheng Qinzi's face. Upon seeing her plump figure, Hua Furong's expression soured, as if water could drip from her countenance, filled with disdain as she scolded, You fat sow! How dare you be here? Get lost! Sheng Qinzi tightened her hold on Yin Yin, casting a faint glance at Mo Qingqing, and smiled gently, Annie, I was invited back by Lord Hua. In response, Hua Furong glared at the child in Sheng Qinzi's arms, rolling her eyes in dissatisfaction. What nonsense are you spewing in broad daylight? How could Han Chao possibly allow a fat sow like you inside? Hand Yin Yin over to me and get out of our Hua family's territory. She had never liked Sheng Qinzi, and each encounter was marked by her sharp tongue. Had it not been for Sheng Qinzi holding Yin Yin today, she would have slapped her face just as before. Apologies, Auntie, but it was Lord Hua who instructed me to hold Yin Yin. He never said I should hand her over to anyone. I absolutely cannot comply. Sheng Qinzi's voice was soft, yet her eyes sparkled with a chilling resolve. She was no longer the woman she had been a year ago. She would not endure Hua Furong's insults any longer. Sheng Qinzi's defiance only enraged Hua Furong further. Pointing an accusatory finger at her, You fat sow, stop using Han Chao to pressure me. Who doesn't know that Han Chao despises you the most? Would he allow you to continue holding his daughter? If you don't hand Yin Yin over now, I will have someone beat you to death. Do you believe me? Hua Furong's furious demeanor frightened the two little ones, causing them to tremble slightly. Xinyuo clung tightly to Zhang Ma's neck, whimpering, Scared, scared. Zhang Ma sensed the little one's fear, and recalling Han Xiao's instructions, she approached to explain, Miss, it is indeed Master Xiao who permitted Miss Sheng's entry. Until he speaks, no one else may hold Yin Yin. Furthermore, your current demeanor has frightened both children. When the old master sees them crying, he will undoubtedly seek accountability. Upon hearing this, Hua Furong began to worry about the little one's tears and could only grit her teeth. Warning Sheng Qinzi, once inside, do not cause any disturbances. Remember, you are no longer Nanja's fiancé. Do not entertain any notions of entangling him. He has no interest in you. Do you understand? Sheng Chenxi's expression hardened, a derisive laugh echoing in her heart. The current Su Nanja was not worthy of her pursuit. Her feelings for him had turned solely to hatred. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqing, who had remained silent, felt a subtle shift in her expression. She glanced at the child Xinyuo in Zhang Ma's arms, and then at Nian Yan, who was utterly reliant on Sheng Chenxi, and jealousy surged within her. These two children were rescued by her, brought to the Hua family by her own hand. Yet they did not gravitate towards her, their savior, but rather clung to a chubby Sheng Chenxi. What was this? No, today she would seize the child from Sheng Chenxi's embrace. With this resolve, Mo Qingqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and approached Sheng Chenxi, speaking softly. Miss, I am Nian Yan's biological mother. May I have the child back? Upon hearing this, Sheng Chenxi raised her gaze. Scrutinizing the girl before her, it was Mo Qingqing, the weight loss goddess who had shed 100 pounds in a year. She was the idol of many for her transformation. To her astonishment, she was the mother of Hua Hanxiao's child. Mo Qingqing had mentioned in her videos that she had given birth. Before the child, she weighed 200 pounds, and aside from the child's father, everyone else had looked down upon her. Sheng Chenxi had once been fond of her story. But never did she expect the male lead would be Hua Hanxiao, the very man Su Nanja had claimed to dislike plus-sized individuals. That a wave of emotion washed over Sheng Chenxi. Her nose tingling, her eyes growing warm. Both had been overweight mothers, yet Mo Qingqing's child was treated like a prince or princess, while hers, she did not even know if hers was alive. Chapter 15. Hua Hanxiao. Do not be a scoundrel, reflecting on the little ones who had yet to call her mother. Sheng Chenxi's heart twisted in pain. She lowered her gaze to the little Nian Yan in her arms, her expression softening further. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqing's eyes glinted with a sharpness that seemed capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts. She stepped forward, her tone more assertive than before. You cannot hold the child like that. Please return her to me. After all, I am her biological mother. Mo Qingqing's arm reached out toward Nian Yan. The little one buried her head deeper into Sheng Chenxi's embrace, shaking her head vigorously, murmuring, "No, no." Sheng Chenxi understood the child's meaning and looked at Mo Qingqing, explaining, Nian Yan may not be accustomed to it. She does not wish to go with you. Although her tone was calm, Mo Qingqing perceived it as a provocation. She suddenly raised her voice. What did you say? At this, Hua Furong, displeased, pushed Mo Qingqing forward, casting a cold glare at Sheng Chenxi, commanding, give the child to her. She is the child's biological mother. Seeing Hua Furong's support, Mo Qingqing felt a surge of triumph, her gaze softening as she extended her hands toward Sheng Chenxi, attempting to take Nian Yan. However, Nian Yan stubbornly clung to Sheng Chenxi, one hand gripping the collar tightly while the other grasped her armpit, refusing to cooperate no matter how Mo Qingqing tried. After several unsuccessful attempts, Mo Qingqing's patience waned. She yanked at Nian Yan's delicate arm with force, pulling her towards herself. The child's cry echoed, loud enough for all to hear. Wah! It hurts! Mo Qingqing, realizing the commotion, immediately retracted her hand. Yet, having pulled the little one so abruptly, Nian Yan's body tilted forward. Nian Yan. Sheng Chenxi instinctively caught the child, preventing her from falling. However, Nian Yan was understandably frightened, her small face a mask of panic, her cries drowning out the surrounding noise. Mo Qingqing attempted to explain. Hua Hanxiao emerged, his expression icy that he strode toward Sheng Chenxi, taking Nian Yan from her arms. His gaze darkening as he noticed the tears on his daughter's cheeks. What is happening? He asked in a deep voice. I wanted to hold Nian Yan, but this lady wouldn't let me, and Nian Yan started crying. Mo Qingqing said, her voice trembling like a wilting flower. Hua Furong immediately chimed in, yes, it's that chubby Sheng Chenxi's fault. Our Nian Yan is so pitiful. Sheng Chenxi frowned, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Mo Qingqing and Hua Furong's ability to twist the truth was remarkable. Surely, Hua Hanxiao would side with his wife and not believe her. With this thought, Sheng Chenxi lowered her head, finding her breath slightly unsteady. Hua Hanxiao, while soothing his daughter, cast his gaze down upon Sheng Chenxi. Then he noted the gloom and grievance on the rosy face of the plump girl, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Moments later, he said coolly, come with me. Hua Hanxiao, how can you take her with you? Hua Furong was instantly displeased, having realized that Hua Hanxiao intended to take Sheng Chenxi inside. Nevertheless, Hua Hanxiao's frosty gaze swept over her without a word. Continuing to address Sheng Chensi, "Do you not understand my words?" Sheng Chensi lifted her head, her beautiful eyes clear and pure, lightly biting her lip. Then, she watched as Hua Hanxiao disregarded Mo Qingqing entirely, leading Sheng Chensi inside. Once they entered, Mo Qingqing stood frozen for a moment before feigning weakness, leaning into Hua Furong's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. "What should I do?" Hua Hanxiao didn't even glance my way. She had clearly seen that Hua Hanxiao's attention had been solely on Sheng Chensi and the child. He had not seen her at all. "Hua Hanxiao seems to care a lot for that, Miss Sheng," Mo Qingqing lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. Hua Furong's expression darkened as she shot a menacing glance toward Sheng Chensi, then turned to Mo Qingqing to explain. "Hua Hanxiao does not care for you. He merely feels sympathy for Sheng Chensi," the woman Nanja rejected. "Do you not take it to heart?" "Is that so?" Mo Qingqing asked, her voice choked. "Indeed. That chubby girl cannot possibly compare to you. How could Hua Hanxiao care?" Hua Furong added, a thought striking her. "However, this Sheng Chensi is quite troublesome. She must suffer a loss today." Mo Qingqing wiped her tears, silent but sharing Hua Furong's sentiments. She wished for Sheng Chensi to face misfortune, along with the two little ones who did not embrace her affection. As Sheng Chensi was led inside by Hua Hanxiao, all eyes were fixed upon her, that a few individuals even shouted in disdain. "Why is that chubby girl here? And with Hua Hanxiao, no less. Yes, why would he bring such a woman? Nanja, your ex has come. Are you not going to handle this?" Originally shocked, Su Nanja's expression darkened further at his cousin's remarks. His gaze toward Sheng Chensi filled with disgust. Damn that Sheng Chensi. How dare she show up here? Just as he considered intervening, his father, Su Wenyuan, stopped him to that moment. It was evident that Hua Hanxiao was protective of Sheng Chensi, having entrusted his daughter to her. Those familiar with Hua Hanxiao's temperament understood that only those he trusted could hold his child. Sheng Chensi entered the children's room with Nian Yin in her arms, while Zhang Ma placed Xinyuo down before stepping out. Hua Hanxiao's gaze swept over Sheng Chensi's collar, noting the wrinkles on her white shirt and the evidence of either the little one's saliva or tears staining it. His expression darkened. Then, in a flat tone, he asked, "What size do you wear?" Sheng Chensi, momentarily taken aback by Hua Hanxiao's inquiry, felt as if he were mocking her weight, responding lightly, "That is of no concern to Master Xiao." "Is that so?" Hua Hanxiao's voice turned icy as he took a step closer, his hand landing on her shoulder before trailing down to her waist. The coarse pads of his fingers brushed against her side. And in that instant, Sheng Chensi felt as though she had been jolted by electricity, indignantly exclaiming, "Hua Hanxiao, do not be a scoundrel." Hua Hanxiao achieved his aim and withdrew his hand, his expression grim. "Sheng Chensi, you are overly confident in yourself that you think I would act inappropriately towards you. You just touch my waist. What else could that be but inappropriate?" Sheng Chensi's cheeks flushed with anger. Hua Hanxiao leaned closer, his lips curving into a devilish smirk, his voice low and teasing. "Do you even have a waist?" Sheng Chensi was momentarily speechless. Seeing her flustered, Hua Hanxiao smirked, then reached out to tousle her hair, stating in a deep voice, "I will have them bring you a new outfit. This one is embarrassing." Chapter 16. She is the child's biological mother. Sheng Chensi gazed at Hua Hanxiao, clenching her teeth. What was so embarrassing about her clothing? She earned her own money to buy it, far surpassing the sophistication of these individuals. So you have a slim waist but not a slim chest? It seems it's time to change your lingerie size. Hua Hanxiao casually glanced at her neckline, causing Sheng Chensi's face to flush with alternating shades of red and white. How could Hua Hanxiao be so shameless? Even if she were an undesirable plus-sized woman, it was intolerable for him to flirt with such blatant audacity. Was it not? Noticing her discomfort, Hua Hanxiao decided to retreat, saying, "Wait for me." With that, the man strode out with his long legs. With Hua Hanxiao's departure, the two little treasures felt completely liberated. They sat on the bed, giggling and incessantly calling Sheng Chensi mama, that in fact, Xinyuo, the little darling, even crawled over to the vase, picked the largest rose, and presented it to Sheng Chensi, nuzzling her with his soft little face and saying in his tender voice, "Mama is the most beautiful." Sheng Chensi couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, my little darling, I wish I could truly be your mommy. But alas, I lack that fortune. Where, oh where, are her own beloved children?" Xinyuo, unable to comprehend Sheng Chensi's emotions, simply tried to comfort her with kisses that he held her hand in his tiny grip, reminiscent of a gentleman from an animated film, and bestowed upon her a delicate kiss on her hand. Sheng Qinzi looked down at Xinyuo, whose large, dark eyes sparkled with joy, his exquisite features radiating a smile that bore an uncanny resemblance to Huan Xiao. Sheng Qinzi mused that this little darling would grow up to be even more enchanting than Huan Xiao himself. As she pondered, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, revealing Mo Qingqing. The Hua family was currently engrossed in a heated discussion about the two children, and Huan Xiao was ensnared by the elder's insistence, leaving her to feign concern for the children as her reason for coming upstairs. Upon seeing Sheng Qinzi's plump figure, Mo Qingqing's lips curled into a cold smirk. With only them present, she felt free to act as she pleased. This wretched fat girl would finally experience the taste of having her spotlight stolen today. Mo Qingqing's eyes narrowed dangerously as she shed her earlier vulnerable demeanor, revealing her true self. "Hey, you fat girl, keep your distance from my son and daughter. Do you hear me?" Hearing this, Sheng Qinzi arched an eyebrow, calmly fixing her gaze on Mo Qingqing. Two faces, one true, one false. "Sorry, you have no right to demand that of me." Sheng Qinzi replied with an elegant smile. Mo Qingqing's expression immediately darkened. "I am the biological mother of the two children. How could I lack qualifications? Have you looked in the mirror? Just look at your repulsive, overweight self. What gives you the right to watch over my children? What gives you the right to have Huan Xiao treat you with such special consideration? If I were you, I would have long since taken my own life." "Ha, Miss Mo, you didn't say such things in front of your fans before. Your duality is truly repugnant," Sheng Qinzi retorted, unwilling to suppress her indignation. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door as a servant reported to Huan Xiao. His magnetic, rich voice seeped through the door, utterly captivating. Sheng Qinzi listened, curling her lips into a cold smile, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. "Huan Xiao, you are as blind as Su Nanja. This is the woman you have chosen, just as hypocritical as Sheng Tianjin." At that moment, Mo Qingqing also heard the voice from outside, her eyes flashing with a glint of malice. She adjusted her demeanor, approached Sheng Qinzi, and raised her voice, pleading pitifully, "Miss Sheng, I beg you, just consider it a favor for me, seeing as you and Su Nanja were once engaged. Please do not hurt the children any further." Sheng Qinzi withdrew her hand, but before she could respond, she saw Mo Qingqing suddenly rush towards the two little darlings that in a swift and ruthless motion. She slapped both children across their tender faces as their rosy, porcelain-like cheeks swelled instantly. Sheng Qinzi's gaze turned icy, fixated on Mo Qingqing's hand as she rushed over in fury, grabbing it. "Have you lost your mind? They are just children." The little ones cried incessantly, their faces reddened from the slaps, while Mo Qingqing sneered, gripping Sheng Qinzi's wrist and digging her nails into her skin. "Woo, Miss Sheng, how can you be so heartless? They are only a little over a year old, still so innocent." Mo Qingqing cried, exerting pressure with her grip. Sheng Qinzi winced in pain, her heart in turmoil at the sight of the crying children. Instinctively trying to free herself to comfort them, Mo Qingqing, fully aware of her intentions, took advantage of the moment to lean back in an instant. Sheng Qinzi withdrew her hand, and Mo Qingqing's body flew towards the wall like a kite with a severed string. Mo Qingqing crashed to the ground, bracing herself with her hands, her face contorted in agony. Huan Xiao burst through the door, witnessing the chaos as the children cried and Mo Qingqing wept, rushing over with furrowed brows. "What on earth happened?" "Han Xiao." Mo Qingqing, utterly aggrieved, stood up, her voice dripping with feigned innocence as tears streamed down her face. "I don't know what I did wrong to deserve this from Miss Sheng. Shouldn't she know that the children are only a little over a year old and cannot be touched at will? To be honest, I would endure any suffering just to protect them. My children cannot be harmed. Look at their little faces. They are all swollen. Ha." Sheng Qinzi laughed in anger. "Since you claim I struck you, let me own this accusation first. Otherwise, I would truly be remiss." With that, Sheng Qinzi advanced, forcefully pulling Mo Qingqing towards her, casting a glance at the little one she had harmed. She was determined to avenge her treasures. Slap. Sheng Qinzi brutally shoved Mo Qingqing down, raising her hand to deliver a harsh slap. The force of the blow left Mo Qingqing momentarily stunned, one hand pressed against her numbed face as she stared blankly at Sheng Qinzi. "You struck them twice, and I shall return the favor." Sheng Qinzi coldly smiled, lifting her hand once more, The sound of another crisp slap echoed in the AI. Ardem O Ching's mouth bled from the impact. Her hands covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. You struck the children, and now you wish to strike me. How could you be so? Sheng Chensi massaged her wrist, her gaze frigid. Say that again. Who exactly harmed the children? She had never encountered such a malicious biological mother, one capable of inflicting harm upon two innocent toddlers. If it were her, she would cherish the children as if they were the most precious treasures, never to cause them such pain. Woo woo woo. I am Mo Ching, their biological mother. I would never harm them. You must consider who else could have. At that moment, Han Xiao rose, his face dark as thunder as he approached. Grasping Sheng Chensi's wrist, his cold, dangerous gaze narrowed, glinting with a chilling light as he sternly declared, Sheng Chensi, you have gone too far. It is you who has gone too far. She is the one inflicting harm upon the children. Han Xiao interrupted her, his tone grave. She is their biological mother. She is their biological mother, so I am merely a stranger. Thus I must possess a motive to commit such an act. Yes, apologize to them, Han Xiao commanded. You want me to apologize? Sheng Chensi stood her ground, feeling aggrieved, as if a dam had burst within her, flooding her with emotion. Chapter 17. Han Xiao, you are truly blind. Sheng Chensi gazed at Han Xiao's anger-tinged face, her nose tinged with acidity and her eyes prickling with heat. They were a family. After all, it was only natural for him to believe in Mo Ching. Han Xiao, I did not harm the children. And I will not apologize. With that, Sheng Chensi turned and walked toward the exit. However, after instructing Zhang Ma to care for the children, Han Xiao strode after her. As Sheng Chensi noticed him closing the distance, her heart sank. Surely, he did not intend to lay hands on her. She was certain that if Han Xiao were to insist on confronting her for Mo Ching's sake, she would not only retaliate against Mo Ching, but would also include him in her vengeance. After all, in the eyes of the Hua family, she held no good reputation. She already bore grudges against Su Nanja and Hua Furong. If it came to it, she would seek her revenge today, no matter the cost. Just as she resolved herself, Han Xiao seized her wrist, pulling her into the adjacent bedroom. With a forceful motion, he slammed the door shut behind them, the sound echoing like thunder. He approached her with a stormy expression, forcing Sheng Chensi to retreat until her calves hit the edge of the bed, causing her to stumble and sit down. As she watched him advance, she took a deep breath, her eyes filled with mockery. Han Xiao, did you come here to experience the taste of a slap? Han Xiao stepped closer, leaning forward, his long arms resting on either side of her thighs, creating an intimate atmosphere between them. The tension between them thickened, and Han Xiao's deep, turbulent gaze was icy as he spoke. Sheng Chensi, do you still think you are in the right? And what have I done wrong? I did not strike the children. Ha! Han Xiao's thin lips curled into a mocking smile as his long, bony fingers grasped her chin, forcing her to draw nearer. Sheng Chensi's nose inadvertently brushed against his, and when she lifted her gaze, she caught a glimpse of disdain flickering in his enchanting phoenix eyes. The surge of anger within Sheng Chensi escalated, and she raised her hand, poised to strike Han Xiao. Yet his gaze turned cold abruptly, and he seized her wrist, gritting his teeth. Sheng Chensi, do you still wish to hit me? Sheng Chensi struggled to pull her hand free in vain, ultimately resigning herself to the situation. Yes, you cannot distinguish right from wrong. Not only do I want to hit you, but I also want to kick you. Upon finishing her words, Sheng Chensi raised her foot to kick, yet Han Xiao's legs clamped down around her foot. Unyielding, Sheng Chensi attempted to withdraw her foot, but her vigorous motion caused both her and Han Xiao to lurch forward. In the next moment, she found herself reclined upon the bed, with Han Xiao's entire frame pressing down upon her. The hand that he held captive somehow found its way above her head, while his other hand, after leaving her chin, propped against his ear. The proximity allowed Sheng Chensi to distinctly behold his strikingly handsome visage, reminiscent of a deity. Moreover, his fervent breath enveloped her face like a warm palm. A flicker of discomfort coursed through her. She promptly turned her head, exclaiming, "You must get off." Han Xiao deliberately leaned closer, compelling her to meet his gaze. Sheng Chensi, do you truly believe it is acceptable to lay hands on two children just over a year old? I have already asserted that I did not strike them. Why do you refuse to believe me? As Sheng Chensi gazed into his eyes, swirling with fury, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. In this man's eyes, Only the pitiful Mo Qingqing was deemed trustworthy. She felt utterly wronged, for she was not the biological mother of the two children. She was deemed undesirable, fat, and foolish, merely a woman discarded by Su Nanja. Huahanxiao, you are utterly blind, perhaps due to her profound sense of grievance. Sheng Qinci blurted this out. Huahanxiao's handsome face darkened to an extreme, releasing her hand only to seize her chin, forcing her face to align with his for eye contact. Blind. Have you ever witnessed a biological mother inflicting harm upon her own children? Sheng Qinci, regardless of your grievances towards Su Nanja or the Hua family, you should never lay a hand on those innocent children. Kindness is an essential trait of humanity. Huahanxiao. Sheng Qinci was so enraged she felt tears welling up. Disregarding everything, she clenched her fists and struck his shoulder. After he distanced himself, she raised her arm, her tear-filled eyes glaring at him. I possess no evidence to prove I have never harmed those children. But I can assure you that your Mo Qingqing is not as virtuous as you believe. Open your eyes and see clearly. Though her arms were robust, her skin was remarkably smooth and fair. Even a slight mark would be conspicuous to that moment. Huahanxiao's gaze fell upon her arms, where blood-tinged nail imprints were evident. Huahanxiao's thin lips pressed tightly together as his profound gaze fixed upon her face. His voice low as he inquired, "What is the meaning of this? What could it possibly mean? It was your beloved Mo Qingqing. I just witnessed her strike the two treasures, and when I attempted to intervene, she turned her aggression towards me. Do you still consider her to be virtuous? If you do, then you and Su Nanja should both cleanse your vision." Huahanxiao released her, a complex expression flashing in his deep-set eyes. Meanwhile, the Hua family elders loomed outside the door. Having witnessed Mo Qingqing weeping and the children's flushed faces, their anger ignited. They were now fervently discussing the need to confront Sheng Qinci. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Huahanxiao swiftly rose. Pulling Sheng Qinci up with him, he approached the door, which Hua Laozu kicked open, striding in with purpose. The elder's murky eyes glinted with a sharp, ruthless light, his icy voice laced with palpable fury. "Sheng Qinci, you possess a great deal of audacity." Feeling the elder's wrath, Sheng Qinci felt a chill creep up from her toes. Even in the height of summer, she felt her body turn icy, nearly stiffening. Hua Laozu was even more unreasonable than Huahanxiao. Influenced by Mo Qingqing's tears, he regarded her as a heinous criminal deserving of punishment. "Someone, seize her and take her to the police station." The elder's voice rose to a terrifying pitch. "Father, please remain calm." Huahanxiao interjected coldly, stepping forward to give Hua Laozu a significant look, urging him not to intervene. "Allow me to handle this." "You handle it?" Hua Laozu's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Sheng Qinci, narrowing his eyes in thought for several seconds before relenting. "Very well. Do not let your woman and children suffer." "I understand." Huahanxiao nodded, then instructed his assistant, Wu Yong, who had entered with him, "Take Sheng Qinci home." "Yes, young master." Wu Yong responded, moving towards Sheng Qinci. The two little treasures, who had been held by Zhang Ma and another maid, had originally been crying, but upon seeing Wu Yong's intention to take Sheng Qinci away, their large, wet eyes brimmed with reluctance, struggling to reach for her, calling out "Mama" incessantly. Observing this, Mo Qingqing approached deliberately, speaking sweetly to the children. "Mama is right here, my darlings. Do not cry. Trust your father. He will surely deal with that bad woman." "Papa," the children's large eyes brimmed with disdain for Mo Qingqing, their little mouths spitting at her in protest. "Bad woman, she is the one who hit us. We want our chubby mama. We want to be with our chubby mama." Chapter 18. Mo Qingqing's threat. Mo Qingqing, unable to comprehend the children's sentiments, mistook their actions for childlike affection. While feeling disgusted, she feigned tenderness, saying, "Darlings, let Mama give you a kiss, shall we?" However, as her hand grazed Xinyuo's arm, the little one pushed her away. Mo Qingqing, rejected by the small treasure, felt an uncomfortable sting of humiliation and annoyance, reaching out again to grasp his small arm. "Wah wah wah, bad bad." Xinyuo's cries echoed, prompting Nian Nian to join in. As the cries of the two little ones filled the air, the entire Hua family became flustered. Hua Laozu and his wife rushed forward to comfort them, but before they could approach, the children's wails intensified. The others were at a loss, watching helplessly as the children cried, gasping for breath. Hua Hanxiao, noticing the scene, followed his daughter's gaze toward Sheng Qinzi. His brow furrowed, he walked over, scooping Nian Yan into his arms and placing her into Sheng Qinzi's embrace. "You soothe her." Nian Yan, who had been crying, suddenly ceased her tears upon landing in Sheng Qinzi's arms, her tiny hands reaching up to touch her chin. "Wawa kiss." Understanding her request, Sheng Qinzi leaned down and planted a kiss on the unblemished side of her face. Whispering, "Nian Yan, be good, do not cry." Having received the kiss, Nian Yan's tear-streaked eyes sparkled with joy, fixed intently on Sheng Qinzi. Observing his sister being comforted, Xinyuo raised his tiny hand, calling out, "Mama, kiss." Zhang Ma, fully aware of Xinyuo's intentions, cautiously glanced at Hua Hanxiao. Upon receiving a nod, she brought the little one over to Sheng Qinzi. Realizing Xinyuo also desired a kiss, Sheng Qinzi leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead, softly saying, "Xinyuo, my dear, be good." The two little ones, who had been on the verge of collapsing from their cries, were suddenly soothed by Sheng Qinzi, leaving the Hua family members astonished that Mo Qingqing seethed with rage. Loathing Sheng Qinzi deeply. Witnessing the children's reliance on Sheng Qinzi, Hua Hanxiao declared, "You first soothe them to sleep." After glancing at the elder and the others, he led the group out. Sheng Qinzi watched Hua Hanxiao's retreating figure, her emotions a whirlwind as she bit her lip and continued to comfort the children. The two exquisitely chubby little treasures had one side of their faces swollen, and as Sheng Qinzi gazed upon them, her heart ached unbearably. Suppressing her tears, she laid the two treasures down beside her, singing lullabies to lull them to sleep. "That I end the study." Hua Laozu's expression was grim. "Are you implying that you trust Sheng Qinzi?" Hua Hanxiao's thin lips pressed tightly together as he explained. "Though Sheng Qinzi may be plump and insecure, she is not foolish enough to harm my children. Furthermore, I have interrogated her. She is not so dim-witted as to strike my children here." Hua Laozu's gaze deepened as he regarded him, remaining calm. "So you suspect Qingqing? She is the biological mother of the children." "Indeed, she is their biological mother, and that alone could absolve her of suspicion. However, the wounds on Sheng Qinzi's arms are not fabricated. Father, let us refrain from hasty conclusions. Allow me to speak with Mo Qingqing first. Once the truth is established, we shall decide." Hua Laozu's murky eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he regarded Hua Hanxiao. As his only son, whom he had personally nurtured, he naturally placed his trust in him. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." After Sheng Qinzi had successfully lulled the two treasures to sleep, the members of the Hua family departed. In the living room, only Hua Hanxiao and Wu Yong remained to await her return. Wu Yong, you shall personally escort her home. Hua Hanxiao held a document in hand, perhaps due to the weight of work. His usually cool voice was tinged with a seductive huskiness, tantalizingly alluring, compelling Sheng Qinzi's gaze to shift slightly. "Miss Sheng, please follow me." Wu Yong's voice abruptly interrupted the tender atmosphere. Sheng Qinzi nodded slightly, retracting her gaze as she followed Wu Yong outside. At 10:30 in the evening, Sheng Qinzi entered the apartment complex. Wu Yong personally opened the car door for her, displaying an extraordinary level of respect throughout. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqing, who had accompanied them, gazed in astonishment at Wu Yong's demeanor towards Sheng Qinzi, then glanced at Sheng Qinzi. A flicker of jealousy passed across her delicate face as she clenched her fists. She had never witnessed anyone treat a woman outside the Hua family with such reverence. This Sheng Qinzi was utterly insufferable. "Miss Sheng." Mo Qingqing adjusted her emotions and approached with a sweet smile just as Sheng Qinzi was about to part ways with Wu Yong. Sheng Qinzi turned at the sound, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain upon seeing Mo Qingqing, though her face remained adorned with a polite smile. "Miss Mo, is there something you need?" "Today at the Hua family estate, there was a bit of a misunderstanding between us, so I came to apologize. That I hope we can forget what happened today and coexist peacefully in the future. Shall we?" Mo Qingqing leaned in closer to Sheng Qinzi, lowering her voice. With her back turned to Wu Yong, her gentle expression morphed into one of malice. "Sheng Qinzi, do not covet that which you cannot attain. Today is merely the beginning. That if you overstep your bounds again, my actions will not be limited to mere sabotage. The deal, you understand, you fat fool." The final words were uttered softly, yet they carried a chilling intensity. After saying this, she resumed her elegant demeanor, turning to Wu Yong with a graceful smile, as if nothing had transpired between her and Sheng Qinzi. Observing her theatrics, a perfect arc formed at the corners of Sheng Qinzi's lips, and she responded with a standard smile. "Miss Mo, I shall remember your words. However, I hope that next time you have something to say, you address it directly to me. Rather than targeting the children that I asked their mother, you ought to exhibit kindness, seeing Sheng Chenxi speak so boldly in front of Hua Hanqiao's assistant. A glint of coldness flashed in Mo Qingqing's eyes, and her smile took on a sinister edge. She struggled to maintain her composure. Miss Sheng, I cannot quite comprehend what you are saying. Nevertheless, it is quite late, and I shall not disturb your rest. Wishing you sweet dreams. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Sheng Chenxi before turning on her heel to leave. She would ensure that Sheng Chenxi's life was fraught with nightmares. Sheng Chenxi also turned away, her brow adorned with a layer of frost that Mo Qingqing's words served as both a warning and a threat. Such a woman, living a life of duplicity, must find it exhausting. Yet, like Sheng Tianjin, she possessed a sweet visage and the ability to disguise her true self, perfectly aligning with the standards of the Hua and Su families. That it was no wonder Hua Hanqiao had chosen her as his wife. But what did that have to do with Sheng Chenxi? She scoffed inwardly, questioning which of Mo Qingqing's eyes had perceived her longing for Hua Hanqiao. At present, she yearned to sever all ties with Su Nanja's family. At Jinshi Entertainment, Shinjini perused Sheng Chenxi's profile, rolling her eyes at the weight listed therein. She coldly remarked to her manager, with such an appearance, she dares to approach Lu Shiyan, seeking her own demise. Chapter 19. Who will understand her grievances? Indeed, I have warned her countless times not to covet that which does not belong to her, yet she persists in ignoring me, sigh. At this moment, Sheng Tianjin appeared before Shinjini. Shinjini regarded Sheng Tianjin with a frosty expression. What do you know her? Sheng Tianjin grasped Shinjini's hand, nodding gently, her voice filled with remorse. Jenny, I am truly sorry. This fat girl is my sister. I've counseled her many times, but she has never heeded my words, insisting on coming out to annoy others. Your sister. Shinjini was quite surprised. Sheng Tianjin was a rising star among new generation female artists. With an enviable figure and a pure, lovely countenance, embodying the ideal of many hearts. However, Sheng Chenxi appeared to weigh over 200 pounds, dressed in clothing that looked like it came from a street vendor. Without Sheng Tianjin's mention, it would have been difficult for Shinjini to connect the two, let alone believe they were sisters. That MY's sister has a peculiar temper and enjoys stealing other people's men. A year ago, she had a falling out with our family and has not returned since. That I have been troubled over how to persuade her to return and apologize. However, I never anticipated that she would now be the lead singer at the pinnacle of her career. With that support, she is bound to commit more wrongdoings. Janny, could you possibly help me? Assist me in bringing Chenxi back home. Sheng Tianjin lowered her head, her posture exceedingly humble, yet her eyes flashed with a sinister light. Shinjini scrutinized her for a few moments, then smirked, letting out a derisive laugh, resembling a beguiling vixen. What do you want me to do to assist you? Sheng Tianjin bit her lip, wiping the corner of her eye, and quickly replied, I heard that Director Liu is hosting a welcome banquet for Chenxi tomorrow. That if you could arrange for her to be humiliated at the banquet, forcing her to recognize her own limitations, I would be able to ensure she returns to the Sheng family, with no opportunity to disrupt your relationship with Director Liu. Upon hearing this, a spark of intrigue ignited in Shun Jenny's eyes, and she nodded with a smile. All right, we have a deal. The following day, Sheng Chenxi arrived at Jinshi Entertainment, where Lu Shiyan had scheduled a shape training class for her, instructing her to learn shaping exercises to shed some weight. During lunch, Shinjini approached with a set of clothes, walking up to Sheng Chenxi. Chenxi, this is the outfit Director Liu asked me to bring for you. He hopes you can wear the dress he personally selected for the evening's welcome banquet. Thank you. Sheng Chenxi accepted the clothes, harboring no doubts about Shun Jenny's intentions. After all, just after signing the contract, Jojo had informed her that Shinjini was Lu Shiyan's legitimate girlfriend and that they were likely to marry by the end of the year. It was entirely reasonable for Lu Shiyan to have Shinjini deliver clothes. That if you need any accessories, you can contact my assistant. Since you are someone Ian wants to bring along, I naturally have to take care of you. Shinjini's gaze was warm and sincere. Her words touched Sheng Chenxi, who bowed repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Jenny. Seeing that her scheme had succeeded, Shinjini's lips curled into a mocking smile, and she waved her hand. All right, we are all family here, and no need to be so polite. Just sing well with Ian. Meanwhile, Sheng Tianjin watched from a distance as Sheng Chenxi bowed to Shinjini, her gaze reminiscent of the past, looking down upon an ant. Sheng Chenxi prepared to be humiliated. At 8 o'clock that evening, the welcome banquet hosted by Lu Shiyan commenced, gathering all personnel from the music department. They dined and discussed future plans. The atmosphere was lively. Sheng Qinzi donned the dress Shinjini had provided, a red long gown adorned with buttons from the neckline down to the ankle. While the dress's cut was exquisite, it did not flatter Sheng Qinzi's figure, making her appear quite ungraceful, like a barrel. To make matters worse, the size Shinjini provided was slightly off. The waist and neckline were particularly constricting, leaving Sheng Qinzi hesitant to move too much for fear of bursting the buttons. Observing her struggle, Jojo was the first to rise and approached her, whispering, "Why are you wearing that? That dress does not suit you." Sheng Qinzi felt embarrassed, biting her lip and avoiding Lu Shiyan's gaze as she softly replied, "It was Director Lu who had Senior Jinny give it to me." "What? Director Lu did not ask Senior Jinny to give you that dress, did he?" Jojo queried, puzzled that as Lu Shiyan's assistant, she typically handled such matters for artists. So when had it been delegated to Shinjini? Before Sheng Qinzi could explain, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Shinjini, her makeup striking. She entered wearing a red dress identical to Sheng Qinzi's, which clung elegantly to her shapely waist, accentuating her alluring silhouette. The buttons at the neckline aligned perfectly with the necklace adorning her collarbone, enhancing her slender beauty. Red is not a color everyone can pull off. Yet Shinjini wore it splendidly, particularly in contrast to Sheng Qinzi, who resembled a brick. Upon seeing Shinjini in the same dress, Sheng Qinzi instantly understood that so this outfit was intended to embarrass her. She was overweight, and nothing she wore would look good. However, Shinjini's figure would always overshadow her. At that moment, Sheng Qinzi desperately wished to slap herself for her foolishness. She had been so naive. Noticing the matching dress, Lu Shiyan's expression shifted slightly. That he approached Shinjini, wrapping his arm around her waist and murmuring, "You dislike wearing the same outfit as others, don't you?" Shinjini's gaze fell upon Sheng Qinzi, her initial shock transforming into a pouting expression of feigned grievance. "Earlier today, this little newcomer you signed asked me what to wear. I thought, as someone you were training, she would be harmless, so I simply told her. Who would have thought we would end up in the same outfit tonight? But it's no big deal to wear at a private gathering without reporters, so matching outfits are fine." With each word, Lu Shiyan's expression darkened further, ultimately stating in a low voice, "Sheng Qinzi, I don't care how you acquired that dress, but I need you to change it immediately." Sheng Qinzi was momentarily taken aback, her expression complex as she regarded Lu Shiyan. That it was understandable for him to protect his girlfriend, yet who would comprehend her grievances? Who would seek the truth of the matter? Why do they refuse to give her a chance to defend herself? "Ian, please don't act this way. Qinzi is a newcomer. How could she possibly understand all these rules? Forcing her to change clothes now would be akin to slapping her in the face and humiliating her. Wouldn't it?" "Oh, never mind, I'm not bothered by it. Why are you so angry? Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. It's only natural for a plump girl to wish to look attractive. And we should be understanding of that." Shinjini clung to Lu Shiyan's arm, adopting a pose of innocent purity. "It is precisely because she is a newcomer that she ought to learn this lesson well. If it isn't hers to wear, she simply cannot wear it." Lu Shiyan's attitude was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Sheng Qinzi believed she had already tempered herself through trials, yet she found herself unexpectedly suffocated by the design of Shinjini and the fury of Lu Shiyan. She truly could not remain there any longer and stood up to leave. However, Shinjini was not about to let her exit so easily. That as Sheng Qinzi passed by, she seized her arm with deliberate force. "Qinzi, you don't need to change." Accompanied by her words was the sound of tearing fabric. The red dress that Sheng Qinzi wore suffered greatly from the tug, most of its buttons popping off. "Oh my heavens, how embarrassing!" exclaimed a staff member who was easily intoxicated by alcohol. After he spoke, others followed suit, casting incredulous glances at Sheng Qinzi. Even though everyone maintained a facade of politeness, a few could not help but echo the staff member's sentiment. "She is so fat. 200 pounds is truly extraordinary. I will never allow myself to become that heavy. I would despise myself." Listening to their remarks, the instigator, Shinjini, remained silent. She quickly returned to Lu Shiyan's side, burying her head in his shoulder as if she had said something or perhaps nothing at all. Lu Shiyan continued to pat her shoulder, ignoring Sheng Qinzi entirely. At that moment, flames of humiliation surged within Sheng Qinzi. She longed to flee immediately. Yet upon catching sight of Shun Jinnie's provocative and disdainful gaze, she managed to compose herself, covering the exposed areas of her dress with her hands and casually turning to Jojo to say, "I am going to change clothes." Disregarding Shun Jinnie's mocking look, she made a slow exit from the private room, determined to conceal her distress. However, it wasn't too long before the sound of high heels and laughter trailed behind her. Upon recognizing the laughter, Shang Qinxi's spine stiffened, but as she turned, her expression transformed into one of unassailable composure. Shang Tianjin looked triumphantly at the areas of Shang Qinxi's body that her hands covered, as well as the taut red dress clinging to her form. Unable to suppress her laughter, "Oh dear, Shang Qinxi, what has happened to you? You look so disheveled." Shang Qinxi lowered her gaze with a faint smile. "Ah, my disarray has nothing to do with Miss Shang. Instead of worrying about me, why not properly deal with your ex-boyfriend so that he doesn't interfere with your entry into the Su family?" While dating Su Nanja, Shang Tianjin was entangled with her wealthy ex-boyfriend, and many of her recent resources had been secured through him. This was a matter known only to Shang Tianjin's manager and Luo Huanhuan, leaving others in the dark. Shang Tianjin, perplexed by how Shang Qinxi could possibly know, frowned and retorted, "Shang Qinxi, don't slander me with your nonsense." Shang Qinxi raised an eyebrow. "Is it slander? Would you like me to help you find evidence?" In a sudden burst of anger, Shang Tianjin lifted her hand, but it halted midair when her gaze fell upon Shang Qinxi's attire. This was a bustling five-star hotel. If she were to completely tear Shang Qinxi's dress, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule for everyone present. "Shang Qinxi, your greatest mistake was provoking me," she declared, her hand reaching for Shang Qinxi's dress. Understanding her intent, Shang Qinxi's expression hardened. "Shang Tianjin, you truly disgust me. Your methods are becoming increasingly vile and lowly. You are the one who disgusts me. With such a hefty figure, having been with a duck and bearing a child with one, I find you to be the most repugnant and shameful. If I were you, I would never step foot into the entertainment industry as a singer. I possess dignity and self-respect, unlike you, who wishes for others to unearth your past misdeeds." Shang Tianjin's gaze was filled with utter contempt as her words turned increasingly vicious. She aimed to rub salt into Shang Qinxi's wounds, ensuring she could not rise again to the moment Shang Tianjin finished speaking. Shang Qinxi's complexion paled slightly, a duck. 2 children, these were her Achilles' heels, the most painful scars that haunted her in the dead of night. Every inch reminded her of what Shang Tianjin and Su Nanja owed her, and what she had lost. "I refrain from exposing your disgraceful past out of sisterly affection, that if you do not withdraw from the limelight, do not blame me for being unkind." Shang Tianjin threatened through gritted teeth. Shang Qinxi snapped back to reality, coldly scoffing, "I will never withdraw. That position was earned through my own strength. It is my path to change my circumstances and find my children that I will not, and absolutely refuse to give it up." "Tianjin, what are you doing?" came Su Nanja's voice from behind. Upon seeing him, Shang Tianjin instantly adopted an innocent facade, approaching the man and linking her arm with his "Its Qinxi. Her dress is torn, and I'm worried she might expose herself." As she spoke, she pointedly reminded Su Nanja to glance at Shang Qinxi's back. Su Nanja raised his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at the flesh on Shang Qinxi's shoulder, immediately expressing disgust. "Tianjin, even if she were naked, no one would look. They would only feel repulsed. However, she is a girl. She should still cover what needs to be concealed. Tianjin, you need not worry about her. I've told you before, this fat girl spends money to hire ducks, and even those won't go near her without medication. Your concerns are entirely unnecessary. Instead of watching her, why don't we go have coffee and watch a movie?" "But she is my sister. To have such a sister is a disgrace. Cease your remarks about her. Brother Nanja, please don't be angry that I want to say another word. I've booked a private room. Come with me to do not look at such filth. It will ruin your mood." Su Nanja shot a disdainful glance at Shang Qinxi before leaving with Shang Tianjin, his expression cold. After walking a few steps, Shang Tianjin paused, looking back at Shang Qinxi with a feigned innocent expression. "Qinxi, this isn't me refusing to help you. You've seen for yourself that no one likes you in this state. If only you could lose some weight, but alas, there are no if-onlys." "Huh." Shang Qinxi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, a sound filled with both hatred and desolation. She had always wanted to maintain her dignity before Su Nanja and Shang Tianjin. Yet tonight, a torn dress left her standing before her enemies in utter disgrace. mercilessly mocked. She could hardly even turn to slap them. It is often said that misfortune follows one like a shadow. And as she turned, a child approached, tugging at her dress. Before she could patiently explain to the little ones, her dress was rendered utterly unwearable, leaving only a few scraps to cover her modesty. With a large number of guests at the hotel and journalists outside, Shengqinsi knew there was no way for her to leave. However, remaining in the corridor in her current state was equally untenable. Covering her upper body tightly with her hands, she cautiously leaned against the cold wall and hurried towards the restroom. Meanwhile, downstairs in the hotel, a group of alluring young women were excitedly watching as a luxury car pulled up to the curb. Oh my, a custom-made Bugatti Veyron. The diamonds on it are real. Ah, I'm dying to know who's inside. If it's a man, I'll definitely rush over and throw myself at him. Me too, regardless of height or weight, as long as he likes women. I'd do anything for money. In the car, Huijinian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the beauties outside the window with a teasing smile. Little uncle, your car is quite the attention grabber. Huanzhao unbuckled his seatbelt, but if you like it, I'll give it to you. Huijinian's expression lit up as if he had won the lottery. Really? You're not joking, are you? Huanzhao pried his hand away, coldly stating, Yes, I knew my little uncle truly loved me from now on. I want to look at girls. I'll only have eyes for you. My sweetheart for life. Huijinian exaggeratedly leaned closer. Huanzhao's face darkened. Unfortunately, he had no interest in him. Get out of the car. Huijinian nodded with a grin, unbuckling his seatbelt and following Huanzhao out of the car. As soon as their feet touched the ground, the beauties at the hotel entrance went completely wild. Under the streetlights stood two men, one proud like a king of ice and snow from another realm, the other charming and carefree, reminiscent of a dandy wandering through a sea of flowers. Both irresistibly captivating that, oh my goodness, it's the two most handsome men from the Hua family, Huanzhao and Huijinian. What kind of fate is this that I get to see them? Do not obstruct me, none of you. Allow me to ascend, for I aspire to be their woman. Huanzhao, gaze upon me, do so quickly. I am youthful, stunning, and possess an enviable figure. I am undeniably suited for you. Enough already. Conceal your infatuated demeanor. Huanzhao would never deign to notice someone of your caliber, until the two entered the hotel. The voices of those women persisted, their excitement overwhelming, with many engaged in discussions about why Huanzhao had not cast a glance in my direction. Was my makeup insufficient today? I am a vision of allure in the eyes of men. This should not be the case. What are you thinking? Have you not heard that Huanzhao has neither sons nor daughters, and is already wed? He could never find interest in us but that Huijinian. Perhaps we still have a chance. Alas, indeed. Men who are both handsome and wealthy have already been claimed by others, that I wonder who the fortunate soul is that has captured Huanzhao's attention and will bear his children. As the elevator ascended to the 5th floor, Huijinian suddenly felt the urge to visit the restroom, but he informed Huanzhao, with one hand in his pocket, and made his way directly to the restroom at the end of the corridor. The restroom at the end of the hotel corridor was designated for two, yet there was no indication of gender on the door, implying that in emergencies, it was unisex, standing at the entrance. Huijinian hesitated for a moment, grasped the doorknob, and with a click, opened the restroom door. Before entering, he thought that since the restroom was unisex, and he had not noticed any signs indicating it was in use by a woman, it was unlikely he would encounter an unexpected romantic encounter. Even if he did, he was a gentleman and would certainly ensure the woman did not feel embarrassed. With these thoughts in mind, Huijinian stepped inside. However, as soon as he set foot near the wash basin, he was met with the sight of Shengqinsi, her upper body awkwardly concealed by tattered cloths, her expression disheveled, as she adjusted her hair before the full-length mirror. Although her figure was not ideal, Huijinian felt it was inappropriate for him to gaze upon such a scene, especially since Shengqinsi was the former fiancée of his cousin. Su Nanja, realizing the predicament, Huijinian reacted as if confronted by a flood, turning and dashing out of the restroom, hastily shutting the door behind him that he ran so quickly that his knee collided with a nearby vase, causing him to yelp in pain. Inside the restroom, upon recognizing it was Huijinian, Shengqinsi's face turned pale with shock, and she hurriedly concealed herself in a small stall. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears of despair. What kind of luck was this? Why did she have to encounter Su Nanja's cousin here? Was she destined to be mocked by everyone connected to Su Nanja today? Outside, Hua Jinyan burst in front of Hua Hanxiao, panting heavily as he clutched his chest. The expression of sheer panic on his face did not bode well for Hua Hanxiao. Hua Jinyan gasped for air, and, just as Hua Hanxiao was about to reprimand him, he blurted out in a flustered manner, "Cousin, I made a grave mistake just now. Can you guess who I saw in the restroom?" "Who did you see?" "Sheng Chenxi, the disheveled Sheng Chenxi." Oh heavens! How had she fallen to such a state after her engagement was called off? "Did you see Sheng Chenxi, or did you see her in disarray?" Hua Hanxiao's expression turned frosty. Indeed, she was originally clad in a red dress, but it was completely torn, leaving only a small garment and likely some underwear. Hua Jinyan continued, sensing the atmosphere grow increasingly unsettling, that a chilling aura enveloped the air, and Hua Hanxiao's gaze pierced through him like a blade, sending shivers down his spine. "Take me there." Hua Jinyan, nearly losing his balance from fright, nodded fervently. "Yes, yes, I will take you there at once." Standing before the women's restroom, Hua Hanxiao cast a glance at the door, signaling Hua Jinyan to leave quickly. "Yes, yes, I shall take my leave." Understanding the urgency, Hua Jinyan hastily retreated. Yet after a few paces, he couldn't help but wonder if his cousin held a particular interest in Sheng Chenxi. That shouldn't be the case. Her appearance and physique were rather unappealing. Perhaps Hua Hanxiao's taste was uncommonly peculiar. After Hua Jinyan departed, Hua Hanxiao promptly pushed open the restroom door. Seeing both stalls occupied, he halted before the one from which a shadow was visible. "Sheng Chenxi," Hua Hanxiao called tentatively, but there was no reply to "at" this moment. Sheng Chenxi was extremely anxious, her hands clasped tightly against her chest, biting her lip in distress. Was that Hua Hanxiao outside? Had he come to mock her because of what Hua Jinyan had revealed? As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes grew red, her sense of grievance flooding her heart like a tidal wave. Hua Hanxiao stood before the door, fingers pressed to his brow, his expression grave, as if contemplating a highly complex project. After nearly half a minute, he abruptly turned and strode towards the door. Hearing the footsteps recede, Sheng Chenxi sighed in relief, but just as she relaxed her guard, the footsteps returned. Before she could brace herself, the stall door swung open. Hua Hanxiao immediately spotted her seated on the toilet, her clothing torn to the point of barely covering her undergarments. Fragments of red fabric lay scattered, her porcelain skin exposed, and her eyes, glistening like dew-kissed grapes, bore tears that trembled on her lashes, resembling a frightened fawn gazing at him. This scene presented a significant test for Hua Hanxiao, who felt his throat constrict and his collar tighten, making it hard to breathe. His long, bony fingers rose clumsily to adjust his tie, his deep-set gaze fixed on Sheng Chenxi. His actions carried an air of danger, causing Sheng Chenxi to instinctively cover her body with her hands and retreat. A loud clatter echoed as her calf collided with a porcelain decoration, producing a sound that, combined with her woeful gaze, struck Hua Hanxiao like a torrential downpour in midsummer, jolting him to his senses. What on earth had he been thinking? He was fully aware of how vulnerable she was at this moment, how desperately she wished to remain unseen. Taking a deep breath, Hua Hanxiao swiftly unfastened his suit jacket and removed it. Seeing his actions, Sheng Chenxi's heart raced. What was he planning to do? Would he, like Su Nanja had once claimed, resort to violence? As this thought crossed her mind, her lashes quivered, her clear eyes filling with sorrow, a mist of tears forming within them. With each breath she took, the mist coalesced into tears, cascading down her cheeks without respite. Hua Hanxiao, flustered by her tears, urged, "Do not cry. No one is bullying you. Nor will anyone do so. First, put on my suit. I will have someone bring you clothes, all right?" In that moment, Hua Hanxiao poured all his gentleness and patience into his words. Sheng Chenxi stared blankly at the suit in his hands, her mind slowly processing his intent. Yet, her tears continued to flow, and the sense of injustice remained. She sobbed softly and stepped forward to take Hua Hanxiao's clothing, but the next second, her foot slipped on water, causing her to tumble directly into his embrace. The impact surprised Hua Hanxiao. It truly hurt. 200 pounds were no laughing matter, but do not panic, steady yourself, Hua Hanxiao said, hands steadying her waist. However, Sheng Chenxi, feeling his hands on her waist, grew irritated and pushed against him, striving to create distance. Yet she could not escape the puddle beneath her feet. This back and forth continued, making it increasingly difficult for her to maintain her balance. Soon, due to her size advantage, Hua Hanxiao found himself falling alongside her. While Han Xiao's back hit the cold floor, his expression notably chillier than the tile beneath him, that he gazed at Sheng Qinzi with a resigned look. You are the one who bullied me. I did not push you down. Sheng Qinzi puffed out her cheeks, clearly intent on playing the victim. While Han Xiao's lips twitched as he raised his hands, adopting a demeanor of a good Samaritan. His brows arched, his gaze roving over their predicament before clarifying. You are the one who has fallen upon me in disarray. Only then did Sheng Qinzi regain her senses, glancing down at her hands and blushing deeply. Hua Hanxiao, you rogue! Close your eyes at once, she exclaimed, covering her body with her hands. While Hanxiao smirked, his voice husky and laced with undeniable allure. It is too late to cover up now. Sheng Qinzi, you must slim down to be appealing. At this moment, you hold no allure for me, akin to a mere fleeting thought. You. Sheng Qinzi's face reddened even further as she let out a string of profanities. Rogue. Hua Hanxiao is an insufferable rogue. Hua Hanxiao frowned, his long fingers grasping Sheng Qinzi's chin, that a young lady should not utter such foul language. Though, the way such words rolled off her plump lips was rather endearing. Not wishing to argue with him, Sheng Qinzi turned to retrieve her clothes from the floor, hastily covering herself as she cast a wary glance at Hua Hanxiao. That Huiyi, a true man of his word. You promised to find someone to bring me clothes. You wouldn't go back on your word now, would you? Hua Hanxiao gradually rose to his feet, a hint of a frown lifting his brow as he approached. His somewhat calloused fingers gently grasped a strand of Sheng Qinzi's hair that had fallen loose, tucking it behind her ear. Leaning down, his breath brushed against her cherubic face, and he assured her, I will certainly fulfill my promise. As Sheng Qinzi looked up, she found herself ensnared in the depths of his swirling gaze, her heart racing erratically. Feeling somewhat flustered, she instinctively pushed him away, inadvertently making contact with an area she ought not to have. Her eyes widened in shock, and she stammered, I didn't mean to. Who told him to have such a physique? The last statement came out laced with playful reproach and disdain. While Hanxiao's expression darkened visibly. If this chubby girl continued to provoke him, he could not guarantee he wouldn't take advantage of her. Wait for me inside, he commanded, pulling back his thoughts as he gripped his phone and swiftly exited the restroom. Meanwhile, outside the restroom, Hu Jinyan was engrossed in the hotel surveillance footage on his iPad. What are you watching? While Hanxiao inquired after finishing his call, casting a sidelong glance at Hu Jinyan, that I'm just reviewing the hotel surveillance. I want to know who made the chubby girl end up like this. After all, she almost became family. Out of courtesy, we ought to assist her, don't you think? Hu Jinyan replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Hua Hanxiao grunted in acknowledgement, seizing the iPad from him and adjusting the footage himself. Noticing Hua Hanxiao's coat was missing, his tie undone, and his shirt slightly rumpled, Hu Jinyan's curiosity piqued. Cousin, have you taken a liking to rich food? Hua Hanxiao, of course, would not offer any explanations that he fast-forwarded the surveillance video until he spotted a particular segment, frowning as he asked, did she encounter Su Nanja while in such a disheveled state? Hu Jinyan stroked his chin, pondering before nodding. Indeed, she might have managed to cover herself up before leaving the hotel, but upon seeing Su Nanja, her luck ran out, that he then cast a deliberate glance at Hua Hanxiao, slowly adding, the chubby girl must be heartbroken hiding inside. It surely has to do with being seen by Su Nanja. She has always harbored feelings for him, and despite her weight, she wishes to present herself neatly before him. It must feel utterly disheartening to have been seen in that state. With every word Hu Jinyan spoke, Hua Hanxiao's expression darkened further until the atmosphere grew ominously heavy. Sensing Hua Hanxiao's wrathful countenance, Hu Jinyan thought, this is it. My cousin is truly smitten. Cousin, how do you truly feel about the chubby girl? Do you view her as a junior or as a regular woman? If you see her as a regular woman, then you ought to help her lose weight to avoid such pitiful appearances. Hua Hanxiao turned his gaze towards the restroom door, his expression inscrutable as he remarked, I have my own plans. After much effort, Sheng Qinzi finally changed her clothes and was ready to leave the hotel, but another issue arose for Hua Hanxiao. Zhang Ma called to inform him that the two little treasures, Nian Nian and Zi Nuo, had been crying incessantly, and despite the presence of pediatricians and child psychologists, they could not be soothed. Upon hearing his son's hoarse cries and a call for Mama, Hua Hanxiao's gaze instantly fell upon Sheng Qinzi. Sheng Qinzi, do you dislike owing favors? He asked. Sheng Qinzi paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively yes. Then come back with me. Nian Yin and Zinua have been crying non-stop. Hua Hanchao stated, gripping her wrist firmly to his words. Sheng Qinzi felt a pang in her heart, picturing the pitiful expressions of the two little treasures, and her resolve melted away. Without further thought, she nodded. All right. Chapter 23. Hua Hanchao wants to hire me as a nanny. When Sheng Qinzi arrived at Hua Hanchao's luxurious Jinyu Longting villa, the two little treasures were still in tears. Their voices now hoarse from crying. Zhang Ma, pediatric specialists, child psychologists, and the housekeeper were all present, their expressions fraught with tension. As Hua Hanchao entered with Sheng Qinzi, all eyes turned to her, unfazed by their stares. Sheng Qinzi walked straight to the bed, scooping the most distraught Nian Yin into her arms, and asked the pediatric specialist, "Are they unwell?" The pediatric specialist glanced at Hua Hanchao before confirming, "The young lady and young master are physically fine. Their prolonged crying seems to stem from psychological issues." The child psychologist quickly added, "They might be missing their mother." Upon hearing the word mother, Sheng Qinzi recalled Mo Qingqing's actions, and her brow furrowed in concern as she gently stroked Nian Yin's small face. Feeling an overwhelming sense of heartache, "Nian Yin, be good and stop crying, all right?" Once Nian Yin was cradled in Sheng Qinzi's embrace, she became much calmer. Hearing Sheng Qinzi's voice, she realized that the chubby aunt before her was indeed the mother figure she longed to see. She opened her small mouth and ceased crying, instead reaching out her tiny hand to touch Sheng Qinzi's chin, her voice a hoarse whisper, "Kiss, kiss." Seeing her pitiful expression tugged at Sheng Qinzi's heartstrings. She bent down and pressed a gentle kiss on Nian Yin's cheek, saying, "All right, I've given you a kiss. Now no more crying." Having received a kiss, Nian Yin's little face radiated satisfaction, and she leaned in to kiss Sheng Qinzi in return. Zinua, who had not yet fully recognized Sheng Qinzi, suddenly saw his sister kissing her, and his eyes lit up. He stopped crying and nestled into Sheng Qinzi's embrace. Thus, Sheng Qinzi found herself cradling both little treasures, showering them with kisses and coaxing them to drink some warm water. With Zhang Ma's assistance, she then carried the two children back to the nursery, gently lulling them to sleep in the corridor outside. Hua Jinyan glanced at his little cousin before directly asking the two doctors, "So, they really miss their mother? Why not inform Mo Qingqing?" As a world-renowned child psychologist, Zhang Feng was perplexed by the situation as well. We reviewed Miss Mo's video with them, but upon seeing it, they immediately began to cry, clearly indicating they do not wish to see her. However, their dependence and affection towards this young lady is indeed baffling. Hua Jinyan, upon hearing this, widened his eyes at Hua Hanchao. Intrigued, "Now this is interesting. They prefer the chubby girl over their biological mother." Hua Hanchao contemplated the direction of the nursery, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Eventually, he waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave for now." The doctors and Zhang Ma felt a wave of relief wash over them as they quickly departed. Inside the nursery, Sheng Qinzi was flanked by the two little treasures, their pleasant scent of milk filling her nostrils. Their large eyes were fixed on her, seemingly waiting for something. Feeling a surge of affection, Sheng Qinzi kissed the cheeks of the two little ones and proposed. "Shall I sing you a lullaby?" Both little treasures nodded eagerly, as if granting her immense honor. Thus, as Sheng Qinzi gently patted their backs and began to sing, her melodious voice filled the night, enchanting and soothing, particularly as she sang a lullaby. Before long, the two little ones drifted into slumber, their lips curling into serene smiles, as if entirely forgetting their earlier distress. Outside the door, Hua Jinyan, peering through a crack to witness Sheng Qinzi soothing the children, was left speechless. He quietly remarked to Hua Hanchao, "Cousin, the chubby girl has a remarkable influence over the two little treasures. Despite being just over a year old, these little ones were notoriously difficult to care for, especially once they began to speak, making it even more challenging to calm them." The children before Sheng Qinzi were a side of them that neither Hua Hanchao nor Hua Jinyan had ever witnessed. Hua Hanchao recognized that Sheng Qinzi held a unique place in his life and in the lives of the children, that if it were so, he could offer Sheng Qinzi an alternative path. Once the two little ones were sound asleep, Sheng Qinzi cautiously rose from the bed. As she opened the door, she unexpectedly collided with Hua Hanchao and Hua Jinyan. Upon seeing her, Hua Jinyan grinned and remarked, "Little Qinzi, you're quite the expert at calming children." Sheng Qinzi smiled softly. "They're just very well behaved." Hua Jinyan wore an expression of disbelief. "They're not well behaved at all. You have no idea how difficult they can be when they're being little tyrants." Before he could finish, Huan Chao shot him a piercing glare, prompting him to straighten up considerably, thinking, "My cousin is exceedingly protective. Have you signed with Jinshi? Have they arranged accommodation for you?" Huan Chao suddenly inquired. "No, I'm renting my own apartment, and since I haven't started earning money for the company yet, they wouldn't arrange accommodation for me," Sheng Chensi explained, acknowledging that as a newcomer, she would not receive such preferential treatment. "Then, let us discuss this further," Huan Chao stated, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, a cold resolve enveloping his sharp features, leaving no room for refusal. Faced with Huan Chao's formidable presence, Sheng Chensi felt a twinge of trepidation. She bit her lip and nodded. "All right, please proceed." Huan Chao, whose depths were unfathomable and whose acumen in the business world was unparalleled, was a figure even seasoned veterans struggled to comprehend. She, merely an almost 21-year-old girl, could hardly hope to see through him. Thus, recognizing her inability to outmaneuver him, she chose to remain vigilant, prepared to respond to his every move. Huan Chao quietly noted Sheng Chensi's reactions, his gaze shifting back to the nursery. His expression grave. "You have seen how much Nian Yin and Zi Nuo rely on you. I wish for you to reside here from now on and act as their nanny." Upon hearing this, Sheng Chensi's mind struggled to keep pace. "You want me to be a nanny?" she questioned. "Not full-time, just every night to accompany them and lull them to sleep. Not only will I offer you a monthly salary of 1 million, but I can also arrange for the finest doctors to help you achieve your desired physical condition, enabling you to successfully lose weight within a year." Huan Chao gazed into Sheng Chensi's eyes, his expression revealing a profound understanding of how compelling these terms truly were. Sheng Chensi admitted that, at first glance, it was indeed tempting. However, thinking of Mo Qingqing, she lifted her head and replied with dignified composure. "Master Xiao, isn't Mo Qingqing your wife? Caring for the children should be a matter for you both to discuss. It would be inappropriate to involve me, this." Huan Chao's countenance darkened ominously, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. Beside him, Hu Jinyan could not help but chuckle. "Sheng Chensi, who told you that Mo Qingqing is his wife? Isn't that what everyone says? She was present at the family banquet. That was merely the elder's enthusiasm. My little uncle has not acknowledged her." Hu Jinyan quipped, arching an eyebrow at Huan Chao, implying that the rest was for him to clarify. Chapter 24. Her plight, her children, who would believe that? Sheng Chensi thought, observing the silent exchange between Hu Jinyan and Huan Chao, reflecting that both were cunning as foxes. She would be a fool to trust them. If Huan Chao had no affection, Mo Qingqing would never have conceived. Understanding Sheng Chensi's thoughts, Huan Chao lit a cigarette, slowly gazing out at the cityscape through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The soft light diminished the air of aloof grandeur that surrounded him, revealing a hint of complexity. The notion of marrying Mo Qingqing was already an unforeseen twist, and to wed her was utterly out of the question. Sheng Chensi remarked, "Your tone resembles that of Su Nanja. Rather unscrupulous. Aside from Mo Qingqing, do you care about anything else?" Huan Chao suddenly inquired. Sheng Chensi was taken aback, questioning what she could possibly care about. What status or position did she have to concern herself with anything? Moreover, why should she? With no engagement to Su Nanja, the Hu family had no claim over her. "Since there is nothing else to concern you, I will have them draft the contract, and you can commence work tonight," Huan Chao stated, already retrieving his phone. Seeing his immediate intent, Sheng Chensi shook her head vehemently. "No, I haven't agreed. The contract cannot be drafted." Huan Chao, with his long fingers tapping the ashtray, set down his half-burned cigarette and stood, striding towards Sheng Chensi with an imposing presence. "Sheng Chensi, do you find my offered remuneration unsatisfactory?" His voice held a chilling undertone, faced with his menacing gaze, which seemed capable of reducing a person to ashes. Sheng Chensi instinctively stepped back. "No, your conditions are exceedingly enticing. It's just what?" Huan Chao's expression darkened, evidently disinclined to hear further refusals. Sheng Chensi's mind raced, and she cautiously responded, "I am currently an artist with Jinshi Entertainment. Constantly visiting the homes of men may invite paparazzi scrutiny. And I understand you wish to sever ties with the Su family, not wanting to be exploited as before," Huan Chao interjected. "If you are concerned about being photographed, I will handle the paparazzi. If you fear trouble from the Su family, rest assured, neither they nor Su Nanja will have any access here in the future." Huan Chao's demeanor was devoid of jest. Moreover, Sheng Chensi, Don't you desire to lose weight, to acquire wealth, and to exact revenge upon Su Nanja and Sheng Tianjin for their betrayal?" At his words, Sheng Qinzi lifted her gaze to meet his. Undeniably, Hua Hanxiao was an exceptionally skilled negotiator. The conditions he had previously proposed were already alluring enough to stir her interest. Now, with the mention of revenge, her resolve began to waver. With nothing to her name, making Su Nanja and Sheng Tianjin weep seemed a daunting task. Yet Hua Hanxiao represented a different opportunity. Additionally, by accepting this position, you can embrace Nian Yin and Zi Nuo whenever you please. Observing the relaxation on Sheng Qinzi's face, Hua Hanxiao's lips curled into a devilish smile, his gaze growing increasingly captivating. With a snap, the tension within Sheng Qinzi broke. Yes, she adored those two little treasures immensely. The prospect of holding them at any moment was indeed alluring. Conflicted, she pondered maintaining her distance from Su Nanja's family, yet Hua Hanxiao's terms were exceedingly tempting. Nearby, Hua Jinyan, who had been quietly observing their conversation, looked at his little uncle with admiration. Impressive. Not only does he lead her into a trap step by step, but he even uses his own children as bait. While the adults conversed outside, the two little ones in the nursery had awakened. Realizing that their chubby mother was absent, they were engulfed by sorrow, their small faces etched with despair. Without hesitation, they opened their mouths and began to cry. "Wow, mama, mama!" Upon hearing the children's cries, Sheng Qinzi instinctively rushed into the nursery, turning on the night light and sitting beside the two little ones. Upon seeing her, the two precious children ceased their wailing, resembling frightened little creatures as they timidly crawled into her embrace. One by one, they nuzzled against her, seeking solace and security. Witnessing their vulnerability, Sheng Qinzi's heart ached. She quickly leaned down, kissing each child gently. "Don't cry. Auntie is here." This time, the two little ones appeared skeptical, both small hands clutched at Sheng Qinzi's clothing, their red-rimmed eyes fixed on her. Nian Nian intermittently exclaimed, "No, no go," while Zino sobbed, "In the future, also no go." Understanding their sentiments, Sheng Qinzi felt a wave of complexity wash over her. She truly ought not to grow too close to Hua Hanxiao's children. Yet, these little ones were so innocent, so fragile, and so reliant on her that she couldn't help but worry whether they would fall asleep without her presence and if they would continue to cry. "And no go, hug." Suddenly, Nian Yin opened her little arms, yearning to embrace Sheng Qinzi and give her a kiss. For the little ones, this gesture was the most precious gift, a means to keep Sheng Qinzi close. Gazing into their starry eyes, Sheng Qinzi felt the last vestiges of her resolve tip in favor of Hua Hanxiao's proposition. She gently patted the two children and then turned her gaze towards Hua Hanxiao, biting her lip as she hesitated. "I can accept this job. However, the contract must clearly state that our relationship is strictly professional, devoid of ulterior motives from either side." The Hua family was notorious for their cunning. She had to clarify this point from the outset. Upon hearing this, Hua Hanxiao glanced at her figure, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you implying that the final stipulation is meant to restrain yourself?" Though the word "no" remained unspoken, Sheng Qinzi followed his gaze and noticed her own ample figure. Yes, in hindsight, it seemed she was the one in need of restraint. After all, Hua Hanxiao was a coveted tycoon, desired by countless women, possessing everything one could wish for, whereas she was merely a girl whose presence evoked disdain. Her sole purpose, as Su Nanja had once stated, was to provide a bit of blood for Sheng Tianjin's benefit. Remembering this, Sheng Qinzi felt a sharp pang in her heart, unable to escape the haunting memories of the day she had been bled dry. Her plight, her children, Su Nanja, Sheng Tianjin. How could you conspire against me so? She vowed to seek vengeance. As anguish flickered across her face, the two little ones instinctively leaned closer, offering her gentle kisses. Even Yin Yin pointed to her own face and, with a childish voice, urged, "Smile, smile." In an instant, Sheng Qinzi felt the healing power of the two children. "Ah, my dear little ones, you are wonderful." "Annie is smiling now," she said, lifting her gaze to Hua Hanxiao. "Consider this my self-restraint, that let's put it in writing. Clearly outlined that I will have my legal team come tomorrow evening, that if you wish to add anything else, feel free to include it." Hua Hanxiao responded with utmost seriousness, devoid of any teasing tone. "All right," Sheng Qinzi replied, unreservedly agreeing. Chapter 25. Can she trust him? This time, Sheng Chensi remained certain that the two little ones had truly fallen asleep before she tiptoed out of the room. The servants and housekeepers had already retreated to their respective quarters, leaving Huan Xiao alone in the living room, seated on the sofa like an ancient statue, lost in thought. That as Sheng Chensi passed behind him, she hesitated, biting her lip, reminded of her agreement to become a nanny. She took a deep breath and, with a steely resolve, announced, "Master Xiao, I shall take my leave for now. Tomorrow, I will come with my belongings to start work." Huan Xiao's gaze darkened slightly as he pressed his temples and said softly, "What if the little ones do not see you tomorrow morning and begin to cry?" Upon recalling the image of their tear-streaked faces, Sheng Chensi sighed resignedly. "Then I shall disturb you tonight. I will handle the lease termination and my belongings tomorrow." She decided to entrust these matters to Wu Yong, who was far more adept. Upon finishing his words, Huan Xiao took out his phone and made a call to his assistant, Wu Yong, meticulously instructing him to assist Sheng Chensi in terminating her lease and packing her belongings. Observing his actions, Sheng Chensi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, he was Master Xiao, so rigorously formidable in everything he undertook. Noticing that he had given all his orders, Sheng Chensi decided not to be pretentious and turned to ascend the stairs to her treasures room. However, Huan Xiao spoke up. "Sheng Chensi, is there nothing else you wish to convey to me?" His cold voice seemed to lower the temperature of the surrounding air. "Nothing." Sheng Chensi quickly shook her head, while Huan Xiao furrowed his brow. Was this girl truly so concerned about Su Nanja that she wouldn't even voice her grievances? What was going on today? He had no intention of letting this matter slide. If she wouldn't speak, he would insist on asking. Sheng Chensi lifted her head, forcing a smile that resembled a mask. "Today I accidentally tore my clothes, and then you all saw it. What a stroke of bad luck that I asked that so." Huan Xiao replied, his words laced with skepticism. That he rose and approached Sheng Chensi step by step. That as he advanced with an air of chill, her heart raced, instinctively retreating. With each step he took forward, she took one backward. Eventually, for reasons unknown, her back found itself against the wall, the distance between her and Huan Xiao turning suddenly ambiguous, her breaths intertwining with his presence. That in those deep, icy eyes, only her reflection lingered. "Master Xiao, this is a private matter." Sheng Chensi's heart raced, yet she feigned calmness. "Private matter? So you wish for me to remain uninformed?" Huan Xiao's expression darkened, his gaze locking onto her face with an intensity that could pierce through stone. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Is that so?" His voice was low, a glimmer of danger flashing in his eyes. Sheng Chensi's heart thundered as she averted her gaze, feeling a pang of sorrow. Why did he persist in inquiring about what transpired tonight? Was he intent on exposing her wounds, forcing her to recount how she was set up to wear the same outfit as someone else, ridiculed by her colleagues, and bullied by Su Nanja and Sheng Tianjin? How naive she had been to think that switching to a contractual relationship would shield her from his humiliation. That in truth, he remained unchanged. Just as he had confided to Su Nanja, he was most concerned with his own kin, willing to go to any lengths to protect Su Nanja, even at her expense. "Speak." Huan Xiao's voice reverberated, commanding her attention as he pinched her chubby chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Suddenly confronted by the storm brewing in his eyes, Sheng Chensi felt a tremor within her, all her pent-up grievances surging forth uncontrollably. That in that moment, she could no longer suppress her emotions and blurted out, "Fine, if you want to know, I'll tell you tonight. I was schemed against by Shun Jinni, who ripped my clothes, turning me into a laughingstock among my colleagues. That I wanted to escape, but then I ran into Sheng Tianjin and your good nephew. When they humiliated me, I longed to strike back, but in my disarray, I couldn't even turn around." As she spoke, Sheng Chensi hastily raised her hands to shield her eyes. "That I know you want to hear about what happened tonight just to mock me. The job as your nanny, the promise not to let Su Nanja in. It's all a fad, that in your eyes. I am nothing but a worthless, fat girl." Huan Xiao had assumed she refrained from discussing her encounter with Su Nanja out of concern for him punishing Su Nanja, thinking she was merely sympathetic towards him. Little did he realize she had completely misconstrued his intentions. Foolish girl, how could I possibly aid Su Nanja? Huan Xiao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, the gloom on his face dissipating in an instant. Yet upon witnessing her tear-streaked visage, his heart tightened. Did he truly consider her a worthless, fat girl? How could that be? "Stop crying. Employing you as a nanny was solely for Nian Nian and Zinua. I never intended to let Su Nanja bully you. While Huan Xiao wrapped one arm around her shoulder while the other gently caressed her hair, an exceedingly rare display of tenderness towards her. Once her emotions had calmed, Sheng Qinzi realized she had been weeping in Huan Xiao's embrace for quite some time, having expressed everything she wished to say. The crux was that Huan Xiao had just clarified his intentions. He claimed he never meant for Su Nanja to mistreat her. Could she trust him? Meeting her questioning gaze, Huan Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile, his voice husky and magnetic, that if there are any misunderstandings, let's address them all at once. Since we are in a contractual relationship, there should be no grievances. Otherwise, one day, if you abscond with my people, I would suffer a significant loss. Wouldn't I? Sheng Qinzi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at his last remark. She bit her lip, uncertainly asking, "Are you truly not trying to set me up against Su Nanja?" Huan Xiao effortlessly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "If I wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't need to go through such convoluted means." Sheng Qinzi blinked and lowered her head. Indeed, with Huan Xiao's stature, he wouldn't require such elaborate schemes to undermine her. Yet, he had continually mocked her weight, which remained an undeniable truth. Understanding her thoughts, Huan Xiao leaned closer, his tall figure nearly pressing against hers, his hands gripping her shoulders, effectively trapping her between him and the wall. His lips brushed against her ear, his warm breath enveloping her cheek as he teased. "As for my constant jabs at you, it's merely to motivate you. Otherwise, with your self-control, it might take you decades to shed those extra pounds." "Who says I can't lose weight? I lost 50 pounds in a year," Sheng Qinzi retorted, indignant at Huan Xiao's underestimation. She did not require motivation. Her self-discipline was commendable. Observing her spunky demeanor return, Huan Xiao finally relented, tousling her hair. "All right, go rest in your room, and don't forget the job you agreed to. Don't forget the salary you promised, and the weight loss doctor since they had cleared the air." Sheng Qinzi was no longer pretentious, unreservedly claiming what was rightfully hers. Chapter 26. Making her the unattainable aunt of Su Nanja, after finalizing matters with Huan Xiao, Sheng Qinzi lifted her foot, ready to ascend the stairs, but suddenly halted, tilting her head to regard Hu Jinyan, who held a cup of coffee with a teasing expression. "What's the matter?" Hu Jinyan cast a meaningful glance at Sheng Qinzi, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Nothing. Just a beautiful moment. I felt inspired to compose a poem. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart, that if the world were to emulate me, it would be akin to entering the path of sorcery. Sheng Qinzi's mouth twitched slightly as she shook her head, choosing to ignore him and turning to head upstairs. Huan Xiao approached, casting a sidelong glance at his foolish nephew. "Go to the study." All right. Hu Jinyan wagged his tail, elated to be the first to delve into the gossip. "I in the study." Hu Jinyan wore an expression of having seen through everything, stroking his chin as he leaned closer. "Little uncle, what are your orders?" Huan Xiao shot him a cold glance. "How much dirt do you have on Xinjiani?" "Just a smidgen, not enough to completely shatter her image," Hu Jinyan replied. "Make her image utterly ruinous." Huan Xiao's expression soured instantaneously. Whoever sought to humiliate Sheng Qinzi would pay a hefty price. "Oh, come on. Xinjiani has collaborations with our family too, that if you destroy her image out of rage for a woman, our family will also incur losses," Hu Jinyan protested, rapping his fingers on the table. "That a few days ago, you mentioned terminating the endorsement contract with Sheng Tianjin, which already left us scrambling. We still haven't been able to issue a direct announcement. Now, if we continue targeting Xinjiani, what about our own investments in films and music? Are we to abandon that as well?" "Little uncle, don't forget you're a businessman." However, before he could finish, Hu Jinyan noticed the murderous glint in his little uncle's eyes. Fine, if little uncle wished to defend the chubby girl, he would even disregard their family's business. What more could he say? All right, I'll take care of it." "Is that satisfactory?" Hu Jinyan murmured. Huan Xiao sent a message and looked up, his tone as frigid as the wind sweeping across a glacier. "Tomorrow, everything will be set in motion." "Tomorrow?" Hu Jinyan's eyes widened. Isn't Jinsher Entertainment going to lose their minds? 2 major endorsements canceled in a single day. Seeing his uncle's serious demeanor, Hu Jinyan couldn't help but caution, "Little uncle, while I can support your choice, the rest of the family may not agree. It's not just her weight that displeases them. The key issue is that she is a woman cast aside by Su Nanja, that I doubt uncle and aunt will consent to this. Please consider it carefully, all right?" I will ensure she becomes the unattainable aunt of Su Nanja. Huanxiao's tone left no room for doubt. Hu Jinyan sighed, shaking his head. All right, but you must prepare yourself. The chubby girl harbors a great deal of resentment towards Su Nanja and won't easily accept you. Tomorrow, I'll bring them over so we can devise a solid plan together. Otherwise, relying solely on you, you might never even touch a finger of hers. Huanxiao shot him a cold glare. My plan is already in motion. I have long since made contact with her. Hu Jinyan, speechless, twitched his mouth. Hiring her as a nanny to care for his illegitimate children while constantly mocking her weight. Was that truly his plan? Little uncle, based on my experience, this approach won't work. She might endure for a week at most before cutting ties with you completely. That is because the girls you have encountered are merely ordinary individuals. And you do not truly understand her at this moment. The night breeze gently flows through the window, softly caressing the cold, hard features of Wahan, but a few strands of hair at his temples dance along with the wind, rendering him considerably more gentle in appearance. Hu Jinyan, while massaging his temples, helplessly remarks, All right, I admit I do not know her, then why women are all mere mortals, while yours is a fairy that I shall humbly play the role of a supporter. Will that suffice? Upon returning to the room filled with little treasures, Sheng Chensi collapses into a deep slumber, the sweet scent of the little ones enveloping her. Late into the night, the door is gently pushed open. Huanxiao enters with utmost stealth, leaning forward as his long, distinct fingers delicately poke Sheng Chensi's face that I end her deep sleep. Sheng Chensi instinctively raises her hand to swat away his touch, her lips moving as she mumbles incomprehensibly. Huanxiao curls his lips into a smile, gradually leaning closer until his thin lips softly imprint upon her forehead. Sheng Chensi, I await you. The following morning, when Sheng Chensi awakens, two fluffy little heads are already nuzzling close. Mama, good morning. Nian Nian's large, sparkling eyes shine like little stars, irresistibly charming. Sheng Chensi cannot help but reach out to gently rub her soft little face. Good morning, my dear Nian Nian. Seeing his sister being pampered. Zinua blinks and leans in closer, planting a kiss on Sheng Chensi's cheek as well. Good morning. His voice booms compared to Nian Nian's, causing the spacious room to echo with his greeting. Sheng Chensi's eyes curve into a smile as she sits up from the bed, enthusiastically showering the two little ones with kisses. The long silent nursery begins to resonate with the laughter of children. All thanks to Sheng Chensi's presence. Outside the door, Zhang Ma carries a fruit platter, her heart swelling with joy. Oh, why at last? The young lady and young master are engaging with adults like ordinary children. She reflects, having worried for over half a year that the two little treasures would grow up as taciturn as Hio Yi, maturing far too quickly. Children must embody the essence of childhood. After half an hour of playful antics, Sheng Chensi invites Zhang Ma in to assist with the little one's morning wash. The two children cooperate splendidly, behaving so well that even Zhang Ma barely recognizes them. Miss Sheng, you have no idea how troublesome it was to wash them before. Now that you are here, I no longer worry about their lack of cooperation. Zhang Ma exclaims with a smile. It is my honor to assist you, Zhang Ma, Sheng Chensi replies, her heart brimming with happiness. Are you all washed up? Will we be having Chinese or Western breakfast? Huanxiao suddenly appears, his brow arched. His voice low and enticing. Sheng Chensi shakes her head, about to mention skipping breakfast for the sake of her diet when her phone suddenly rings. She hurries over to check. It is Jojo's number. Jojo, what is it? Sheng Chensi inquires, puzzled that Jojo's tone is far from pleasant as she presses her temples. Chensi, do not come to the company for training this morning. What? Is Director Liu angry about last night? Sheng Chensi's heart sinks to no, just check online yourself. Something has happened with Sister Jean and Sheng Tianjin that a scandal has emerged. Fans are in an uproar, and a major endorsement has been pulled entirely. There is a sea of people outside Jinshu Entertainment. Reporters and fans are nearly raising the roof. The boss has ordered that all newcomers must refrain from coming to the company to avoid the chaos. Jojo hurriedly explains, indicating an urgent situation. Before adding, just take a look for yourself. I have to go. After hanging up, Sheng Chensi immediately logs into Weibo to check the news that at this moment, the trending topics related to Sheng Tianjin and Xin Jin are dominating the top 10. First, there are scandalous photos of Xin Jin, who has been entangled with wealthy businessmen, alongside images of her rolling in the grass with a young heartthrob, fueling heated discussions among netizens. Next, the comments under Lu Shiyan's Weibo are filled with green hearts, as netizens express sympathy for the official boyfriend who has been cheated on by the rising star he once adored. Soon, several original songwriters stepped forward to reveal that the songs Shinjin claimed to have written were stolen drafts from them. Some even share videos of Shinjin physically attacking those original songwriters in a bid to claim their work. Shinjin's reputation crumbles, leaving her fans momentarily at a loss for excuses. Meanwhile, Sheng Tianjin is not faring much better. Several major brands under Yunxiao Group are terminating their contracts with her, and gossip bloggers are quick to follow suit. Rumors swirl about Sheng Tianjin's relationship with Su Nanja reaching its end, painting her as a jilted heiress while Su Nanja moves on to new romances. Speculations intensify, and a few girls claiming to be Sheng Tianjin's childhood friends openly reveal her secrets, confirming suspicions held by netizens. One comment reads, "I have never liked Sheng Tianjin, not for any other reason, but because she dared to steal her sister's fiancé. Now it seems karma has struck. Su Nanja no longer finds her appealing. She deserves it." Another adds, "I don't know if Sheng Tianjin stole her sister's fiancé, but I have seen Su Nanja in video calls with other girls. That was quite passionate." Thus, the fact that Sheng Tianjin has lost her endorsement seems entirely reasonable. After all, men, once they have had their fill, will naturally refrain from spending on her. Sheng Chenxi is well aware of the numerous scandals surrounding both Sheng Tianjin and Shinjin. Once someone digs deeper, the revelations will be endless. Yet, she did not anticipate such an early explosion of drama. There are even reports circulating about Sheng Tianjin stealing Su Nanja away, provoking a wave of criticism against her. Although she did not orchestrate the chaos personally, witnessing Sheng Tianjin's misfortune and Su Nanja being labeled a scoundrel brings her immense delight. Sheng Chenxi gazes at the screen, filled with scathing remarks about Su Nanja and Sheng Tianjin. She beams with joy, her hands cupping her face like a cheerful weeble. Just then, the two little treasures, clad in their toddler shoes, shuffle over to her, one on each side, their tiny hands resting on her lap as they gaze up at her cutely. Feeling elated, Sheng Chenxi's heart swells with affection for the two little ones. She bends down to scoop them up, planting a big kiss on each of their cheeks. "My darlings, how can you be so adorable?" Meanwhile, Hua observing the chubby girl with a face as cute as the little treasures, finds his mood lifting, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he approaches. "What news has brought you such joy?" he inquires, his voice smooth and intriguing. Sheng Chenxi lifts her gaze, her lips curling into a grin akin to a child savoring candy, exclaiming, "Those who bullied me have finally met their downfall. How could I not be happy? Indeed, it is a cause for celebration. Shall we go out for breakfast?" Hua suggests. Sheng Chenxi ponders for a moment, then decisively shakes her head. "No, I'm skipping it to lose weight." "Who told you that skipping breakfast aids in weight loss?" Hua chuckles softly, realizing the reason behind her ineffective weight loss efforts. Her methods are misguided. "Dieting has never proven effective for weight loss. Mo Qingqing said so," she exclaims, but suddenly recalls Mo Qingqing's background. Her expression darkening as she quickly clarifies, "Just something I read online." Despite her swift correction, Hua catches her slip. She relies on professional nutritionists and surgeries for her transformation. What she shares is nothing but trash. He asserts, leaning closer, his voice low and firm. "From now on, you are forbidden from consuming trash." "Okay." Sheng Chenxi, in a good mood, does not retort. "Then let us go out for breakfast." Hua smiles, lifting Zi-Nuo in his arms. Giving her a knowing look, Sheng Chenxi promptly picks up Nian and follows suit. The breakfast that awaits them is utterly unlike what Sheng Chenxi had envisioned. Hua enjoys an exquisite spread of Chinese delicacies, while her table is laden with low-calorie diet meals and a glass of something green and unappetizing. Frowning, Sheng Chenxi pushes the cup away, clearly reluctant. Hua observes her refusal and smirks slightly. Realizing he had not misjudged her, not in the mood for a drink, he teases, his voice melodious yet laced with sarcasm. Sheng Chenxi puffs out her cheeks, mimicking Nian's adorable expression, shaking her head. "Yes, it looks like poison. Isn't this for weight loss? If you can't even drink this, it seems you are better suited to being plump." Hua raises an eyebrow, his striking features exuding charm. Yet his words irk Sheng Chenxi immensely. She glares at him, eyes wide, and huffs. "Hua, you ought not to underestimate me. Who says I am suited to be a plump person? I can slim down. I've already lost 50 pounds, is that so?" Hua Hanxio rests his chin on one hand, his thin, sensual lips curling upward as his deep, magnetic voice resonates again. Then drink it. Do not let me underestimate you. Sheng Qinzi pouted, feeling exasperated by the sly fox that was Hua Hanjiao, who spoke in rapid succession, making it impossible for her to refuse. Torn in her thoughts, she glanced at the cup before her and then at Hua Hanjiao's teasing expression. Finally, she took a deep breath, grasped the cup with one hand, pinched her nose with the other, and tilted her head back, drinking heartily. However, halfway through, she paused, her eyes sparkling. Was it not bitter? Hua Hanjiao continued his meal, his expression impassive as he remarked. When did I ever say it was bitter? Indeed, he had never stated such a thing. It was merely her own conjecture. Sheng Qinzi, remember what I said last night. If I wish to deal with you, I need not expend much effort. Hua Hanjiao's voice turned slightly cold. Sheng Qinzi pursed her lips, realizing her own petty thoughts, and chose not to voice anything further, obediently consuming the weight-loss meal he had prepared. Since she was not required at Jinsha in the morning, it struck her as odd that Hua Hanjiao also did not have to attend any meetings at the company. Thus, Hua Hanjiao summoned the legal team and meticulously went through the employment contract with her, ensuring there were no unfavorable clauses before she signed, officially becoming the special housekeeper for the Hua family. After neatly storing the contract, Hua Hanjiao led her to the guest room on the second floor, which had been specifically prepared for her. The moment the door swung open, the familiar decor style greeted her. It was identical to the room she had personally designed and decorated at the Sheng residence. Despite having faced much ridicule, to Sheng Qinzi, that was the coziest dream she had ever had. She thought that after leaving the Sheng family, she would never revisit that dream. Yet unexpectedly, she found a replica in Hua Hanjiao's villa. Chapter 28. Do you wish to be my enemy or my woman? Sheng Qinzi felt a warmth in her eyes, her eyelids inexplicably reddening. She stepped inside slowly, carefully observing every detail of the bedroom. Aside from being 2 to 3 times larger than her previous attic, the other details were strikingly similar. Immaculately clean, untouched by dust, the soft, pale yellow curtains filtered the first rays of sunlight, swaying gently with the breeze outside, causing the glass wind chimes to sing the most serene and innocent melody. Without thinking, Sheng Qinzi reached out, longing to capture the sunlight as she once did. However, Hua Hanjiao encircled her waist, silently guiding her into the adjoining dressing room. This dressing room was 3 times larger than Sheng Tianjin's, filled with garments for all seasons in various sizes, complete with tags, clearly just delivered. Were all these clothes prepared for her? Hua Hanjiao observed her reaction with a composed demeanor. Taking a few steps forward to open a drawer, casually selecting a bracelet, he turned back, his exquisitely alluring face unexpectedly adorned with a hint of abstinence. Exuding a peculiar allure, it took Sheng Qinzi a moment to regain her composure as she followed him. Master Hua, is this for me? Who else would it belong to, considering it is in your room? Hua Hanjiao retorted. Could it genuinely be intended for her? How extravagant! Are you unsatisfied? Hua Hanjiao raised an eyebrow. Leaning in closer, Sheng Qinzi hurriedly stepped back, shaking her head repeatedly. This is not about satisfaction. Oh, is it too extravagant? I merely do not want my employee to embarrass herself in public, so I prepared some items. Master Hua, does that mean you treat every employee with such generosity, buying them designer clothes? Of course, if you don't believe me, you may inquire outside. Hua Hanjiao replied nonchalantly, seeing the look on his face. As if he dared not ask, Sheng Qinzi gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Fine, I will ask. Xiao Mei, what brand is your uniform? Sheng Qinzi casually stopped a maid. The maid stood up straight, retrieving the label from under her apron, revealing it to be Chanel Haute Couture. Sheng Qinzi exclaimed, it truly is a designer brand. Hua Hanjiao, you are indeed extravagantly generous. The Sheng family was a moderately wealthy clan. She had witnessed how the affluent squandered their wealth. Yet, Hua Hanjiao was the first she had seen who was so generous that even the maids wore designer clothes. Master Hua, I apologize. I misjudged you and thought too much. Sheng Qinzi, noticing Hua Hanjiao's increasingly dark expression, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Perhaps she had indeed been influenced by the matter with Su Nanja, leading to her overthinking. Hua Hanjiao's lips curled into a faint smile. So, do you still believe that I do these things to scheme against you for Su Nanja? Sheng Qinzi blinked, gently shaking her head. I no longer think so. Hua Hanjiao gazed at her meaningfully. I am quite lazy and would not waste effort on a woman unless that woman were my enemy. Sheng Chenxi, given your previous misunderstandings, do you wish to be my enemy or my woman? Before Hua Hanzhao could finish, Sheng Chenxi, with a flattering expression, shook her head vigorously. How could I dare to be your enemy? As long as I am not your enemy, you may ask me to do anything. Rest assured, Master Hua, I promise to be an exemplary special housekeeper and will no longer misunderstand you. Who was Hua Hanzhao? How could she, after only a few encounters, perceive him as a harmless kitten? He was far more terrifying than a devil. She absolutely could not become his enemy. Hua Hanzhao was amused by her words, a twinkle of mirth dancing in his deep-set eyes as he leaned forward to meet her gaze. From now on, work diligently and focus on your weight loss, that I look forward to your performance. Sheng Chenxi stood there in a daze, her heart racing. For some inexplicable reason, Hua Hanzhao's words stirred something within her. All right, go change clothes. Since you are not going to the company this morning, you will be having body training classes at home. The little ones will supervise. Hua Hanzhao ruffled her hair, his tone serious and commanding. Okay, I will change right away. Sheng Chenxi could hardly wait to start the body training class, determined to shed pounds. Hua Hanzhao's villa boasted a spacious body training studio on the first floor. The staff mentioned that Master Hua had prepared it over a year ago, speculating it was for the young lady's early training. Sheng Chenxi shared this belief, feeling grateful to Nian Nian, who had inadvertently benefited her. The body training instructor Hua Hanzhao hired for Sheng Chenxi was an international master, exceptionally strict, requiring her to execute every movement to the utmost limit. After 2 hours of training, Sheng Chenxi's clothes were drenched, necessitating a change. Just as she contemplated taking a break, Hua Hanzhao instructed her to lie on the weight loss massage machine for further assistance in her weight loss journey. After a rigorous training session, lunchtime arrived. Gazing at the scantily oiled weight loss meal before her, Sheng Chenxi touched her chin, appearing somewhat hesitant. What do you wish to say? Hua Hanzhao's tone turned icy, his demeanor becoming serious and aloof once more. Sheng Chenxi picked up a piece of boiled beef, her expression complex as she scrutinized him for a long while before finally asking, Ahem, Master Hua, were you perhaps overweight in your youth? What do you mean by that? Hua Hanzhao's deep-set eyes instantly clouded with a storm. That I just feel that the weight loss plan you devised is particularly considerate, as if you have genuinely experienced being overweight yourself. Therefore, I am curious about your youth. Sheng Chenxi carefully chose her words. This time, Hua Hanzhao's expression turned even colder than before. You had best never know about my youth. Seeing Hua Hanzhao's increasingly grim demeanor, Sheng Chenxi cleared her throat and hastily lowered her head. Quickly finishing her weight loss meal, that I believe my time is nearly up. I will inform the little ones and head to the company now. At Jinshi Entertainment, as Sheng Chenxi stepped out of the car, she spotted a throng of people gathered, including fans, reporters, and some so-called clout-chasing streamers, creating quite a commotion. What are you dawdling about? Follow me through the back door. These people are too formidable. Jojo appeared behind Sheng Chenxi, pulling her toward the back entrance. However, they were soon spotted by the reporters and fans. Those two seemed to be employees of Jinshi Entertainment. Quick, surround them and demand an explanation from them for Jenny. Yes, the people from Jinshi can't keep hiding. They must explain to our Tianjin why she lost the endorsement. Chapter 29, a manifestation of love. The fans, swifter than the reporters, swiftly encircled Sheng Chenxi and Jojo at an astonishing pace. With no security present to maintain order, chaos erupted on site. Some minor stars from Jinshi Entertainment, wishing to avoid trouble, had concealed themselves in the lobby on the first floor, quietly observing the scene. What was most disheartening was that they began to point fingers at Sheng Chenxi, even mockingly deriding her with unfriendly expressions. Their gazes were akin to invisible daggers, slicing inch by inch into Sheng Chenxi's being. As if to say that as an overweight individual, she was foolishly overestimating her capabilities by venturing into the entertainment industry and exposing herself to the scrutiny of reporters and fans, essentially courting disaster. Sheng Chenxi's peripheral vision merely swept across these individuals without paying them much heed. Over the years, she had endured her fair share of disdainful glances and vitriol due to her weight. With the chorus of public opinion being formidable, she had long since learned to dismiss such remarks. Somewhere in the crowd, a fan recognized Jojo and shouted, "That's Lu Shiyan's assistant. It's been so long since the incident. And Lu Shiyan hasn't he spoken up for our Jenny? This assistant must be stirring up trouble out of jealousy. Perhaps she is the one fabricating the scandal. Upon hearing such words, Shinjini's few ardent fans immediately went wild, hurling water bottles, juice cups, and milk tea containers towards Jojo. Just as a stainless steel thermos was about to strike Jojo, Sheng Chenxi's expression darkened, and she rushed to shield Jojo, cradling her in her arms to protect her from the impending attack. However, the force of the thermos was considerable, and upon being struck, Sheng Chenxi spat out a mouthful of blood. The fervent fans showed no signs of ceasing their assault, and upon witnessing Sheng Chenxi bleeding, Jojo stood frozen in shock. Sheng Chenxi wiped the corner of her mouth, slowly turning to confront the fans with a piercing gaze. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that reasoning with them would be futile. She needed to resort to legal measures. Therefore, disregarding their taunts, she took out her phone, dialed the police, and spoke in a steady tone. "Hello, officer. This is outside the Jinshi Entertainment entrance. Yes, there are fans gathering and causing a disturbance, and they have begun to attack innocent bystanders. There are also steel weapons and stones present that I have sustained internal injuries from their assault. I hope you can come immediately to detain them under the Public Security Administration punishment law." Her words resonated powerfully, and her voice was loud enough for the fans in the front row to hear clearly. They abruptly halted their barrage. Once Sheng Chenxi ended the call, someone shouted, "You fat piece of trash. How dare you call the police? If the police come, we're not afraid. We haven't done anything wrong. We're just waiting for your company to give us an explanation." Sheng Chenxi's expression grew frosty as she pointed to a high-definition surveillance camera behind her. "That camera is connected to the police network. Everything you've done has been recorded, that you've seen it yourself. I'm bleeding that a medical examination will reveal internal injuries, according to our country's Public Security Administration punishment law. Your actions constitute a crime. At the very least, you will be sentenced to more than 15 days of detention. That if you don't believe me, you can wait here for the police to arrive. I assure you, it won't just be you facing consequences. Even your beloved Shin Jenny will be held accountable. There's already enough scandal about her on Weibo. If you want her to be named officially, I won't mind standing here and continuing to be attacked by your stones and cups." Having completed her call to the police, Sheng Chenxi knew she had to escalate the situation further. Otherwise, these individuals would not take her seriously. Indeed, the moment her words fell, the fans began to exchange bewildered glances. "How are we breaking the law? We just want to seek justice for our idol. I just asked Baidu. We're fine sitting here, but throwing things is illegal, and it will indeed implicate Jenny, who started this. We agreed we would reason with them. What now? Should we wait for the police to arrest us? Wait for what? We should leave quickly. If we get caught, we'll drag our idol down with us." Fearful of repercussions, the fans exchanged glances and, in unison, retreated from the entrance of Jinshi Entertainment. Sheng Chenxi and Jojo finally escaped the throng, entering the company building. Liu Shiyin, witnessing the commotion from upstairs, promptly instructed Sheng Chenxi to head to the lounge, mentioning that preparations for the event Yun Dianji Shang might take 2 weeks, and she should seize the opportunity to exercise and lose weight. "Director Liu, rest assured, I will work diligently," Sheng Chenxi replied, bowing deeply without uttering further words. After all, the rumors circulating online had significantly harmed Liu Shiyin's reputation. Observing the chubby girl display no resentment, Liu Shiyin felt a twinge of guilt. "I have clarified the matter regarding the welcome banquet attire. It was a misunderstanding on my part. That I apologize. It's nothing. I don't mind that I tease such a moment." The fact that Liu Shiyin could still apologize over the attire touched Sheng Chenxi somewhat. "Take a look at the sheet music. I'm going outside for a smoke." Liu Shiyin turned and left. Sheng Chenxi nodded, not inquiring further. She had not been studying for long when Jojo returned with aloe vera tea, thanking her while also showing her around the instrument room. As the two girls engaged in lively conversation, a quarrel erupted from the adjacent room. "Liu Shiyin, I've followed you for so many years. Do you really not trust me?" The female voice belonged to Shinjini, sharp and piercing, as if it could penetrate the entire building. The male voice was Liu Shiyin's, equally intense. "That I believe you. I understand the struggles behind your actions. That's why I've asked you to lay low for a year and find a place to study. Liu Shiyin, my planning for you is a manifestation of my love. What more do you want? If you truly love me, then fire that fat newcomer. I want to sing Yun Dianji Shang. I need this album to regain my popularity and escape my current predicament." "No way. Why not? I brought you up. How could I not allow you to sing? Or do you think that fat girl is a miracle, deciding everything? A resounding slap echoed, followed by the low growl of Lu Shiyin. Shin Jinny, you are utterly despicable. You hit me. Lu Shiyin, how dare you strike me? I will remember this. We're breaking up this time. We are done. As Jojo could no longer hear the commotion, she tugged Shang Chensi towards another room, whispering, let us pretend we didn't hear anything. Shang Chensi nodded, about to agree, when suddenly someone shoved her shoulder violently. Rubbing the sore spot, she then met Shin Jinny's fierce, beast-like gaze. You fat girl, do you think you deserve to sing Yun Dian Ji Shang? Chapter 30. What if you don't listen? Why don't I deserve it? Shang Chensi replied with a seemingly mocking smile, gazing at Shin Jinny's contorted and ferocious visage. She then earnestly asked, doesn't Senior Jinny trust Director Lu's judgment? You, Shin Jinny gritted her teeth. The anger causing her chest to ache at that moment. She truly wished to despise Shang Chensi. Had it not been for her, if such incidents had occurred, Lu Shiyin would have undoubtedly prioritized granting her an album like Yun Dian Ji Shang and would have fully supported her in facing all the rumors. But now, Lu Shiyin had changed, all because of this fat girl. Observing Shin Jinny's menacing demeanor, as if she were poised to strike, Jojo had a flash of inspiration, linking her arm with Shang Chensi's. Chensi, didn't you mention that the vice president was looking for you? Why are we still lingering here? Let us go upstairs to find the vice president. Understanding Jojo's intention to assist her, Shang Chensi accepted the kindness and nodded. Right, I almost forgot. The two girls then disregarded Shin Jinny's furious glare and turned to head towards the elevator. As soon as they entered, Shin Jinny pressed herself against the wall. Her face dark with malice, fists clenched tightly. She had to eliminate Shang Chensi today. Otherwise, Lu Shiyin would never give her Yun Dian Ji Shang, and her chance to redeem herself would vanish entirely. Outside the dance practice room on the 7th floor of Jinshu Entertainment, Jojo patted Shang Chensi's hand, smiling. You wait for me outside. I'm going to check on my boyfriend. Jojo's boyfriend was the dance instructor at Jinshu. And whenever they had a moment, they would steal time together in the practice room. Shang Chensi understood her implication and naturally wouldn't ruin their moment. She took out her phone, found a bench, and sat down to listen to the accompaniment. She became so engrossed that she failed to notice two individuals nearby glaring at her with malevolent eyes. Suddenly, a sharp slap struck her face, jolting her from her musical reverie. You wretched creature, are you the one spreading rumors online, attacking your sister, causing her to lose endorsements and be berated by netizens? Without a moment's hesitation, the one who confronted Sheng Hongyuan was none other than Sheng Hongyuan himself. His eyes glinted with venom, glaring fiercely at Shang Chensi. Shang Chensi wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly lifted her gaze. First, she scrutinized the well-dressed businessman, who exuded an air of accomplishment, her father, Sheng Hongyuan. Then, her gaze drifted to the figure behind him, a noblewoman whose eyes bore the intensity of a vengeful enemy. Her eye sockets slightly reddened. They were one her father and the other her mother. Yet their disdain for her was unmistakably palpable. They had come, completely indifferent to the veracity of the situation, and presumptuously placed the blame on her. You ungrateful wretch! Your sister has been so good to you. How could you bear to ruin her career? Are you not aware of how significant her life is? Lady Bai Yuqin questioned angrily. Shang Chensi could retaliate against anyone, yet she found herself unable to confront them. Faced with their accusations and insults, she felt like a puppet drained of all strength, wishing to say nothing and ignore everything. Wretched girl, I'm speaking to you. Did you harm your sister behind her back? Speak up. Sheng Hongyuan thundered in fury that he was about to strike Shang Chensi again when the elevator doors opened, revealing Sheng Tianjin, supported by Su Nanja, who walked toward them in tears. The moment Bai Yuqin spotted Sheng Tianjin, she disregarded Shang Chensi and hurried over, her eyes filled with concern. Darling, don't cry. Mommy is here. Mommy will support you. Mom, I feel so miserable, Sheng Tianjin sobbed, throwing herself into Bai Yuqin's embrace that I worked so hard to achieve that endorsement, and now it's all gone. What am I to do in the future? Tianjin, don't be afraid. I will find a way for you. Su Nanja reassured Sheng Tianjin, then turned his solemn gaze toward Shang Chensi, leaning against the wall with swollen lips that he spoke with a cold, disdainful expression. Shang Chensi, I haven't sought you out yet, and you come right to me. Tell me, Did you report to my grandfather and uncle? Earlier in the small conference room, Sheng Tianjin had been crying, asking him if anyone from the Hua family disliked her. After much thought, he recalled that day when Hua Hanqiao had brought Sheng Qinxi to the family banquet, and she had held the child in Hua Hanqiao's room for quite some time. He surmised that the only person recently in contact with Hua Hanqiao and harboring a grudge against Sheng Tianjin was Sheng Qinxi. Thus, the cancellation of the endorsement contract must be linked to her. Sheng Hongyuan had already suspected that Sheng Tianjin's misfortune was connected to Sheng Qinxi, and Su Nanja's words only solidified his suspicions. His fury erupted. Sheng Qinxi, even Nanja thinks so. Do you still intend to quibble? You malicious little wretch, Tianjin is your sister. Your own sister. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Tianjin weakly tugged at Sheng Hongyuan's arm. Her voice choked with emotion. Dad, please don't blame Qinxi that I owe her for being with Nanja. Let this be my way of making amends. I'm not upset anymore. I truly am not. Bai Yuqin, filled with concern, supported Sheng Tianjin's arm and shot a fierce glare at Sheng Qinxi. You owe her nothing. Instead, she should be grateful to you. With her pig-like appearance, she is not worthy of Nanja. You're helping her, saving her, and she should thank you. But Qinxi has the right to happiness and to pursue her dreams of singing on Cloud Summit. To become a diva. Sheng Tianjin, with a face full of grievance, deliberately mentioned Cloud Summit, subtly hinting at her desire to achieve that dream that Su Nanja scoffed. Cloud Summit is a level she could ever hope to reach. That album should belong to you. He pointed at Sheng Qinxi's face, adopting a tone that brooked no argument. Wretch, why are you still dawdling? Go find Director Liu and tell him to give Cloud Summit to Tianjin. Sheng Qinxi maintained her indifference, her tone composed yet assertive as she raised her head and declared, Why should I give it to her? I earned it through my own talent, that if Sheng Tianjin wished to replace her, she could. She needed only to persuade Director Liu with her voice that if Director Liu recognized her talent, then she could dismiss me, but to expect me to relinquish it, that's impossible. Upon hearing this, Sheng Hongyuan's fingers trembled with rage as he glared at Sheng Qinxi. You dare to say such things? Do you want me to break your legs and toss you into the countryside? Did Sheng Hongyuan think she feared being cast away? Sheng Qinxi coldly scoffed. I'm already of age, and I moved my household registration out of the Sheng family a year ago. You have no authority over me. Otherwise, I could just as easily sue you for intentional harm. Sheng Hongyuan stamped his foot furiously. You deranged little wretch. Even your own father must resort to threats. Tell me, do you intend to give that album to your sister? If you comply, I will arrange a good match for you and see you married off early. That if you defy me, Chapter 31. Is there anyone who can come to her rescue? Sheng Qinxi lightly scoffed and shook her head. What right do you and they have to do anything to me? With that, she waved her hand and strode towards the elevator without looking back. Bai Yuqin stared at her retreating figure, a look of bewilderment on her face. When did this girl become like this? How could I have given birth to such a daughter? Sheng Hongyuan was even more enraged, stamping his feet repeatedly, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen their household. This cold-blooded girl ought to perish. Sheng Tianjin felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a facade of kindness and gentleness. Dad, Mom, and Brother Nanja, please don't be angry. Qinxi may have her own reasons for her actions. Let us not force her this time that I'll retreat for a year and then make my comeback next year. How can this be? The entertainment industry is your dream. You've worked so hard to reach this level. Suddenly retreating will make it difficult to achieve success again. Bai Yuqin expressed her concern. Sheng Tianjin wiped the corners of her eyes, letting out a few feeble sobs that I know will be tough, but what choice do I have now? I don't have a breakout hit to my name, and now I've lost several major endorsements. Even if I don't retreat, I want to have the opportunity to rise again. Cloud Summit is your opportunity. Su Nanja grasped Sheng Tianjin's hand earnestly. That don't worry, even if Sheng Qinxi disagrees. I will find a way to make her step back from this album. Just wait for my arrangements. That as for the endorsements, I will find a chance to speak to Uncle. I'll ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Sheng Tianjin's eyes glistened with tears, her heart filled with gratitude as she fought back her grievances. Thank you, Brother Nanja. Honestly, I don't mind about the endorsements. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Su Nanja embraced Sheng Tianjin, kissing her forehead. Silly girl, I'm not troubled that I ask your man. It's my duty to solve your problems. After leaving that floor, Sheng Qinxi sent a message to Jojo and then proceeded to the basement to help them organize the manuscripts. The basement of Jinshi Entertainment was vast. yet poorly lit, with several flickering lights creating an eerie atmosphere. As Sheng Qinzi labored, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She had to admit that Sheng Tianjin's tactics were particularly astute. Throughout the ordeal, she had never directly forced Sheng Qinzi to relinquish Cloud Summit in front of Sheng Hongyuan and Su Nanja. Yet, those around her were led to believe that Cloud Summit was the sole means to extricate her from the predicament of cancelled endorsements. She effortlessly dismantled everything that mattered to her, whether it was familial bonds or loved at times. Sheng Qinzi found herself questioning whether it was her weight that incited others' disdain, or if she simply did not deserve happiness and respect. If one day she were to lose weight and still remain alone, still rejected by the world, what then? These thoughts tormented her, rendering her oblivious to the impending danger lurking nearby, in a corner of the basement. Shen Jinny handed 2 bank cards to the men before her, her gaze icy as she instructed, "Make it count that if she dies, I'll reward you with a bonus." The men nodded and smiled. "Miss Shin, we trust you completely. Expect good news. We will ensure she meets her end." As Sheng Qinzi located the manuscripts needed by Jojo and exited the small garage, she turned her back to the light to lock the door. At that moment, the lighting was particularly poor, and she failed to notice the 2 figures that had emerged behind her. Just as she pulled out the key and prepared to turn, a hand swiftly reached out, covering her mouth and nose with a damp cloth. That a strange gas filled her nostrils, and she felt her strength drain away. When Sheng Qinzi regained consciousness, she found herself lying in the rear of a van, her hands and feet bound, utterly unable to resist. She gasped for breath, a hint of bitterness welling in her eyes. The TOB kidnapped even at her workplace. Her misfortune was beyond what ordinary people could fathom. The vehicle drove smoothly to a location near the port, and as the effects of the anesthetic began to wane, Sheng Qinzi slowly turned her head to see who was driving. 2 men clad in security uniforms. Were they employees of Jinshi? No, Jinshi security wouldn't dare to be so brazen as to kidnap someone. Moreover, she had only recently joined Jinshi Entertainment. She shouldn't have offended any of the security staff. Could it be that Sheng Tianjin or Shen Jinny had arranged this? As Sheng Qinzi's mind raced, contemplating the potential threats lurking around her, the vehicle came to a halt. The driver in the front seat engaged in a phone conversation. "Yes, we've arrived at the port. Just load her into that small container and push her overboard as if it were a mere accident, right? Haha, don't worry, we've done this plenty of times. You won't be disappointed, it's just that this woman is rather overweight. She looks repulsive." A chill gripped Sheng Qinzi's heart at the realization that these individuals intended to confine her within a container and cast her into the sea to drown. Who could conceive such a horrifying plan? Helpless and unable to swim, if she were truly placed in that container and thrown overboard, it would undoubtedly mean her demise. The more she pondered, the more terror enveloped her. As she cursed silently within. She attempted to communicate with the 2 men, but they had already flung open the car door and began dragging her out. Their disdain for her size rendered them indifferent to her humanity. They treated her like a mere sack, tugging her forcefully with brutal disregard. They pulled her towards the rear of the vehicle. Her thigh was cruelly sliced by a protruding metal plate, blood streaming down her leg. Yet the 2 men showed no pity. Instead, they exchanged glances and laughed. "It seems this fat pig truly deserves her fate. She could very well bleed to death before we even get her in the container." They mocked, with laughter ringing in their ears. They continued to haul Sheng Qinzi towards the designated container. Though she began to regain some sensation in her legs, she remained utterly immobile. The fabric of her shirt had torn against the rough surface, the stinging sensation causing her great discomfort. Taking a deep breath, she glanced upward, witnessing the clouds drift past in the sky. The pain in her thigh intensified, her eyes brimming with tears. She did not wish to die. She truly did not. There were so many things left undone. She had yet to find her child and confront those who had tormented her. Was there no one to rescue her? Was there no one? Chapter 32. All he wants is Sheng Qinzi today. Hua Hanqiao and Hua Jinyan were set to sign a contract with Haohua International at the port. After arranging matters for the company, they proceeded to a high-end glass conference room by the port to review documents while awaiting the arrival of Haohua's representatives. Hua Jinyan, unable to endure the monotony of staring at documents for more than half an hour, tossed the papers onto the table, tossed his hair back, and flashed a charming smile at Hua Hanqiao. "Uncle, don't you find this incessant reading of files terribly dull? I heard there are influencers outside taking bikini photos. Shall we go take a look?" Huajinyan playfully grabbed Huan Chao's hand. Grinning. Let go. Huan Chao furrowed his brow, his expression suggesting he might toss the young man into the sea at any moment. Sensing the impending threat, Huajinyan quickly withdrew his hand, maintaining a carefree demeanor. All right, if you're going to be all serious about that chubby girl, I won't drag you along, that I'll just go check it out myself with my binoculars. You focus on the documents. The cooperation depends on you. Huan Chao shot him a sidelong glance, his expression impassive as he muttered, Get lost. Hey, I'm off then, Huajinyan exclaimed, raising an eyebrow before dashing out with enthusiasm. Huan Chao, out of the corner of his eye, chose to ignore him. These influencers are quite audacious. If this continues, they might end up completely exposed. Aren't they afraid of being banned one day? On the scenic terrace behind the glass conference room, Huajinyan, binoculars in hand, wore a look of disdain that he was curious by nature but found the kind of gossip that relied on physical allure to be rather distasteful. Why not admire the scenery instead and scan those containers over there? He remarked, adjusting the focus of the binoculars before turning to observe the direction of the containers, that he thought to himself that if nothing intriguing presented itself, he would ensure not to strain his eyes and would return to accompany his uncle with the documents as promised. Once the angle was adjusted, he finally had a clear view of the containers. Between two containers, his gaze swept across the scene before halting abruptly. Adjusting the binoculars once more, he spotted two men dressed in security uniforms and masks, placing a plump woman onto the ground, even going so far as to kick her. Bloodstains trailed from the woman's left side, long and horrifying. Witnessing this, Huajinyan couldn't contain his outrage, exclaiming, Bastards! How can they treat a woman like this? As he fumed. He adjusted the binoculars once more and caught sight of the woman's face. Though her mouth was sealed with black tape, he instantly recognized the unfortunate woman lying there, harmed in no way. Huajinyan felt as if struck by lightning. Terrified, he dropped the binoculars and sprinted back, then he dashed towards the glass conference room, bursting through the door with a forceful kick just as Huan Chao was engaged in contract discussions with Hua's representatives. Without a moment's hesitation, Huajinyan seized his uncle's hand. Huan Chao's expression darkened at the sight of him, pulling his hand away, ready to unleash his frustration. However, Huajinyan grasped his hand once more, urgently tugging him outside while exclaiming, Uncle, you must come with me. Why? Huan Chao asked, confusion etched on his face. There is no time to explain. If you don't come with me, it could lead to a fatal outcome. Right now, work is more important. I understand work is important, but if you don't follow me, you'll regret it deeply. Huajinyan, desperate and unable to articulate his fears, dragged Huan Chao along. Typically unreliable, Huajinyan's behavior was out of character, prompting Huan Chao to suspect he had discovered something crucial. Though clarity eluded them, he followed Huajinyan as they rushed toward the containers. Before long, Huajinyan brought Huan Chao near the two containers. Huan Chao surveyed the surroundings, his expression icy as he coldly demanded, You better explain yourself right now. What on earth is this sudden outburst about? Huajinyan released his grip and approached the container he had seen earlier, saying without turning back, Uncle, prepare yourself. The chubby girl, upon hearing this, Huan Chao's complexion shifted dramatically, suddenly realizing the implication. Could it be that Sheng Qinzi was here? Uncle. Huajinyan gasped as he beheld the scene before him. Damn it, we're too late. She is gone. What greeted Huan Chao was a pool of blood and the outline of a container. A chilling wave of murderous intent washed over him, his gaze piercing through Huajinyan like a bloodthirsty blade. What do you want me to see? Huajinyan approached the blood-stained ground, panting with excitement as he turned back to say, Uncle, just now, two men dragged Sheng Qinzi here. This blood is hers, and I have no idea where she and the container have gone. Huan Chao commanded, Get the surveillance footage, immediately. Yes, I'll call them right now. Without a moment's delay, Huajinyan pulled out his phone to contact the monitoring room at the port, urging them to retrieve the footage from that location. In less than 5 minutes, the response came, and Huajinyan's face darkened as he struggled to inform Huan Chao, Uncle, that container had Sheng Qinzi in it, and it has already been pushed into the sea. Without hesitation, Huan Chao sprinted towards the water's edge. He observed the tracks in the sand, his mind blank, fists clenched tightly. Sheng Qinzi could not swim. She was afraid of the dark if the container sank. She was doomed. In that moment, all notions of calm rationality and composed wisdom evaporated. All he desired was Sheng Qinzi, safe and sound before him. Hua Hanqiao felt as though his heart might cease beating. He struggled to breathe, struggling to comprehend the reality around him. His vision turned crimson, and amidst Wu Jinyan and the staff shouts, he leapt into the sea. Search! I must find that container. I must rescue my chubby girl. Uncle! Wu Jinyan, nearly frantic at the sight of Hua Hanqiao diving in, rushed to the approaching staff, shouting, What are you all standing around for? Get in there and save her. By any means necessary, both the woman and the container must be retrieved. Wu Jinyan's uncle could not lose Sheng Chensi, and their family could not afford to lose him either. No one could afford to be harmed. No one could afford to die. Chapter 33. Am I about to die? As the container descended, Sheng Chensi's body lay against one side due to the pressure. Water seeped through the crevices, slowly engulfing her, causing her wounds to throb painfully. Gradually, she began to regain sensation in her hands and feet, enabling her to untie the ropes binding her. That I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die. As the fierce bullying engulfed Sheng Chensi's chest, her face was drenched, unsure whether it was seawater or tears. She had no time to weep. The water inside the container was rising, and the air was dwindling. She had to find a way to unlock the massive padlock on the container. Even though she couldn't swim, she had to fight with all her might. After Hua Hanqiao plunged into the water, he continued to dive deeper, finally spotting the small container that had been sinking. Without hesitation, he rushed towards it, grasping the round metal lock on the container's door and twisting it with all his strength. Inside, Sheng Chensi was also struggling, even pounding her fists against the steel door. Hearing the sounds from within fueled Hua Hanqiao's determination. The chubby girl was still alive. She was still alive. He had to save her. He must, with great effort. Hua Hanqiao managed to open the latch on the large lock. When a gap appeared in the container's door, Sheng Chensi's eyes widened, her heart racing exponentially. Was she about to be rescued? Then, a hand appeared, followed by the door swinging open completely. Sheng Chensi summoned all her strength to grasp that hand, and just as the seawater threatened to engulf her entirely, she caught sight of a face she would never forget. Hua Hanqiao. Sheng Chensi felt her heart nearly leap from her chest. Instinctively, she disregarded the resistance of the water and moved closer to Hua Hanqiao. Underwater, Hua Hanqiao gazed at her face and immediately leaned in, cradling her, their lips meeting as he breathed air into her. Sheng Chensi closed her eyes, accepting everything he offered. That moment, the port's professional divers had also jumped in, swiftly swimming to where Sheng Chensi and Hua Hanqiao were. And within moments, they brought them to the surface. Once on shore, Hua Hanqiao hurriedly performed CPR on Sheng Chensi as she coughed up water, finally regaining consciousness. Noticing blood seeping from her leg, Hua Hanqiao's expression grew grave. As cold as ice, as if he intended to obliterate the very world around him. Sheng Chensi coughed a couple of times and slowly opened her eyes that in her hazy vision. She saw Hua Hanqiao and weakly uttered, Hua Hanqiao, I don't want to die. You will not die. Hua Hanqiao's voice was hoarse. Without waiting for others to respond, he pulled Sheng Chensi's arm, lifting her effortlessly. The moment he lifted her, the pain in her leg intensified, causing her to furrow her brow and emit a soft hiss. The onlookers gasped, astonished at Hua Hanqiao carrying such a hefty woman. After scolding them, Wu Jinyan quickly followed with bodyguards in tow. In the hospital's emergency room, the nurses had already changed Sheng Chensi's wet clothes, leaving her lying on the operating table. That moment, she was pale as a ghost from excessive blood loss. Her breathing faint. The surgical lights were harsh against her eyes, and instinctively, she turned her head, spotting Hua Hanqiao beside her. Then, she felt her seemingly lifeless hand being held by Hua Hanqiao. His palm's warmth soothed her, making her world feel less frigid and her wounds less painful. However, upon glancing at the blood bag, she involuntarily frowned and addressed Hua Hanqiao's icy visage. Hua Hanqiao, I've lost a lot of blood. Please tell me honestly, am I dying? Hua Hanqiao's heart tightened, and his ice-like expression faltered slightly, his cold gaze reproaching yet reluctant to be harsh. With a tone both gentle and heavy, he replied, Nonsense, you will not die. But my leg is injured and continually bleeding, that I suspect it has hit an artery. She weakly continued, her words trailing off. Don't worry, the doctors will help you. He reassured. You are not a deity. What use is it to say you want to die? Sheng Chensi, blinking her tear-streaked eyes, spoke with a choked voice. They must all wish for my demise, that if I die, Sheng Tianjin and Shun Jinyi will have someone to sing atop the clouds. You will have to find a special nanny to care for Nian Nian and Zinua. I don't want to die. Huan Xiao, I have so much left to do. Huan Xiao's expression darkened, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his profound eyes, yet his tone remained unusually gentle. The clouds atop the world belong to you. No one can take them from you, I promise. How can you guarantee that? You are not the chairman of Jingshi, Shang Chenxi coughed, then quickly shifted the topic. Oh dear, in this state I want to be able to care for the little ones. Huan Xiao, will you deduct my salary? 1 million a month, and now taking half a month off, can I still get 500,000? Huan Xiao's expression oscillated between confusion and frustration. Such a critical moment. This girl was still fretting over her salary. How materialistic, consider it paid leave, with no salary deductions. Huan Xiao finally spoke, leaving her speechless. Shang Chenxi blinked. Really? You're not just trying to make me happy. Huan Xiao gazed at her. Do I need to deceive someone like you, a patient? Shang Chenxi smiled slightly. Then that is wonderful, with 1 million. I can accomplish many things that as her words fell. A long growl suddenly echoed in the ward. Following that, Shang Chenxi awkwardly bit her lip, her face slightly flushed as she turned her head away. Awkwardly saying, sorry, I didn't mean to be hungry at this time. Huan Xiao's lips curled into a smirk as he pinched her nose. You could be hungry. I'll have them prepare some food with that. He turned and exited, in less than 10 minutes. Wu Yong entered with the group, bringing the pre-prepared food. Huan Xiao carefully helped her sit up, pressing down on her shoulders. Be good. I'll feed you. Don't move. Shang Chenxi looked at him in surprise. Huan Xiao quickly set down the small table and slowly opened the exquisite lunchbox, revealing porridge and some light snacks before Shang Chenxi. Huan Xiao sat beside her, picked up a small bowl, and carefully scooped a spoonful of porridge, blowing on it before offering it to her, such a close distance. Shang Chenxi could clearly see the stubble forming on Huan Xiao's perfectly sculpted jaw. She bit her lip and instinctively reached out to touch it. The moment her cool fingers brushed against the skin, Huan Xiao's entire body tensed, staring at the girl in front of him. His gaze softening even more. Why are you touching me if you're not eating? Shang Chenxi furrowed her brow slightly, observing his weary appearance and the stubble on his chin, her voice dropping. After you saved me, did you not leave? Have you been watching over me all this time? She vaguely remembered him holding her hand in the operating room, as if he had said a lot. Once you were out of danger, I went to rest. Huan Xiao wouldn't tell her that after coming out of the operating room, he had listened to her pained murmurs, his heart aching, holding her hand tightly and not daring to close his eyes. Eat your food. You're a patient now. Not eating will only make you gain weight, Huan Xiao said, bringing the spoon to her lips. Shang Chenxi pursed her lips before finally opening her mouth to eat. It's really delicious, Huan Xiao. Thank you. Seeing her cooperate so well, Huan Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it's tasty. Eat more. Shang Chenxi nodded obediently, eating the porridge while unable to resist gazing at his face, slightly entranced. Huan Xiao was too kind to her, so much so that it felt unreal. She even thought to ask why he was being so good to her. Yet she hesitated, fearing that the answer might not align with her desires. Because Huan Xiao was continuously watching her, Shang Chenxi dared not overthink and simply focused on her food. After finishing her meal, the doctor came to check Shang Chenxi's wound, but Huan Xiao's phone suddenly rang. He set down what he was holding and glanced at the number. It was Mo Qingqing calling. Huan Xiao looked at Shang Chenxi, picked up the phone, and walked directly to the balcony, sliding to answer. Han Xiao, why didn't you answer my call last night? I wanted to see the babies, but when I called your villa, Zhang Ma wouldn't let me come. Last night, Huan Xiao's phone did ring once, but he didn't want her to disturb Shang Chenxi, so he had silenced it without answering. Hearing the complaint in Mo Qingqing's tone, Huan Xiao replied coldly, I have no obligation to answer your calls, and you should know what you've done to the children. Zhang Ma's refusal for you to see them is entirely reasonable. Han Xiao, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect I've harmed the babies? They're my children, flesh of my flesh. How could I possibly hurt them? Han Xiao, your attitude right now is truly heartbreaking. Mo Qingqing began to cry. Chapter 35. I am your exclusive backing. Han Xiao found Mo Qingqing's crying particularly vexing. At this moment, his voice had lost all warmth. Mo Qingqing, I'm busy and have no time to listen to your nonsense. I will personally clarify matters regarding the children next time. Are you coming to the Mo residence? Mo Qingqing's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. Is this about discussing our future? Hua Hanxiao offered no further explanation and abruptly hung up. Mo Qingqing listened to the dial tone, her once radiant face darkening. Her hand pressed against her chest, biting her lip in discontent. Hua Hanxiao, I will make you regret your indifference. After the doctor and nurses checked on Sheng Chenxi, confirming that her leg wound was healing as expected. She felt as if a weight had been lifted. That it was a miracle. Last night, a certain boss had declared that if Sheng Chenxi's leg did not recover, the entire hospital would pay the price. When Hua Hanxiao entered, he overheard Sheng Chenxi asking the doctor if there were any weight loss programs available during her hospital stay, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl, even in such a state, was still concerned about losing weight. But he approached her, noticing the nearly 10-centimeter scar on her leg, his expression darkening as he inquired of the doctor, "Can the scar be removed?" The doctor, sensing the gravity of his question, hurriedly replied, "Miss Sheng's physique is quite good. With the right cosmetic ointments in the later stages, the scar should fade. The wound was not shallow, and complete recovery would not be easy." Hua Hanxiao's gaze fixed on her porcelain-like skin, his brow furrowing as he coldly stated, "I don't care what methods you use. There must be no scars on her leg." The doctor felt the chilling aura emanating from him. Swallowing hard several times, nodding repeatedly yes, "Rest assured, we will do our utmost to assist her." Hua Hanxiao then cast a deep, meaningful glance at Sheng Chenxi's legs. "Bring in your best acupuncture and weight loss specialist." While she couldn't exercise to lose weight during her recovery, acupuncture could stimulate points for weight loss. That if this little girl wanted to slim down, how could he not assist her? After the doctor and nurses left, Sheng Chenxi quickly lifted her head to look at Hua Hanxiao. "Actually, my legs have never been exposed. There is no need to be so cautious that a scar or two wouldn't affect anything." Hua Hanxiao pulled up the blanket to cover her legs, then suddenly leaned in closer, his deep gaze intensely focused on her. "But I don't like you having scars." Sheng Chenxi's expression momentarily froze before she turned her head away. "I understand." Hua Hanxiao did not create distance. Instead, he leaned in even closer, continuing to gaze intently at her. "Moreover, it's not just them who have backing. You also have backing. I'm your exclusive backing. With me around, no one dares to bully you." Sheng Chenxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. From childhood to adulthood, he was the first to say he would be your backing. "But what if the person I need to contend with is your nephew? Would you still stand by me?" Sheng Chenxi's voice was somewhat ethereal. As soon as her words fell, Hua Hanxiao suddenly pressed down hard on her shoulders, his forehead touching hers. Sheng Chenxi felt a wave of warmth radiating from his forehead, flowing directly into her heart, causing her heartbeat to quicken. What of the nephew? Anyone who makes you unhappy deserves to die. For her, he was even willing to go against the entire world, let alone a mere nephew. Thump, thump. Sheng Chenxi felt her heart racing, as if it were about to leap from her chest, leaving her in a somewhat dizzy state. The atmosphere in the ward shifted palpably, the air thick with an ambiguous tension. Just then, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Young cousin Huijin's words were barely spoken before his eyes widened in shock. What was he witnessing? The young cousin and the plump girl had their foreheads touching. Were they about to kiss? Oh no, had he ruined the moment? "You all continue. I didn't see anything." With that, Huijin turned to leave. However, Hua Hanxiao's icy voice halted him. "Come back." Huijin slowly lowered his foot, turning back to face the two of them. This moment, Sheng Chenxi had already laid back on the hospital bed, her expression awkward as she turned her head away, unable to face Huijin. Although nothing had happened between her and Hua Hanxiao, she still felt a sense of embarrassment. Hua Hanxiao smiled slightly, a beguiling glint flashing in his deep eyes, then leaned in to adjust the blanket for her, carefully tucking in the corners, whispering in her ear with a voice both soothing and teasing. "Be a good girl and sleep. I'll be back shortly." Sheng Chenxi closed her eyes, nodding repeatedly. In the exclusive lounge adjacent to the VIP ward, Hua Hanxiao shot a cold glance at Huijin. "Did you find out who it was?" Huijin immediately raised his eyebrows in a manner seeking praise. "Absolutely. If I take the lead, even if he is hiding in the cracks of the earth, I can drag him out." "Who is it?" Hua Hanxiao's expression turned icy. "Shinjini." The two security guards said that Shinjini wanted to replace Xiao Chenxi as the lead singer atop the Cloud Summit. They planned to find a way to eliminate Xiao Chenxi, as they were paid to do so. Hua Hanxiao's expression darkened instantly, a look of ruthlessness crossing his face. Eliminate them all. Hua Jinyan rubbed his temples and spoke earnestly. Little uncle, while taking a life may seem easy, we are currently living in a society governed by law. If we were to brazenly eliminate 3 individuals, it would undoubtedly lead to an investigation. When the grandfather learns of this, how will you explain yourself? Your relationship with Xiao Chenxi is still uncertain. If they discover it early on, it would be detrimental to both of you at this moment. Hua Hanchao's gaze was lethal enough to kill. Did he fear being exposed? Nevertheless, Hua Jinyan's words carried weight. If the old man found out prematurely, it would not bode well for Xiao Chenxi. Thus, Hua Hanchao made a phone call. His tone as frigid as the winds on a glacial mountain. Cheng Jin, eliminate 3 people and ensure it is done cleanly. Hua Jinyan was taken aback, exclaiming, my goodness, he is even employing the Black Dragon Hall. Truly, this is love. Hua Hanchao commanded the Black Dragon Hall, a gathering of assassins comparable to deities, who seldom acted unless necessary. Once they did, it was impossible for anyone to catch them off guard. As for Xinjiani, she had truly brought about her own demise. That night, when Xiao Chenxi awoke, she found Hua Hanchao working beside her. Squinting, she asked, why aren't you resting? Hua Hanchao did not look up, replying, if I go back, who will take care of you? The nurses can, Xiao Chenxi suggested. Nurses cannot be relied upon, he countered. Hua Hanchao closed his laptop and slowly approached. Your character was compromised at the company. How can I trust you in the hospital? Xiao Chenxi frowned. Then what about you? There is only one bed here. How will you rest? Hua Hanchao pulled up a chair beside her bed, stating, I will be fine sitting. Xiao Chenxi felt a touch of warmth, but didn't he want him to spend the entire night just sitting for her sake? Biting her lip, she looked at him, then at the bed. And an idea struck her. How about you take the bed? It seems bigger than a hotel bed. We can both fit. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Hua Hanchao's eyes as he considered the space beside her, stirring ripples of emotion within him. Sharing a bed was not such a bad idea. Seeing his silence, Xiao Chenxi presumed he found her suggestion unappealing. If you dislike it, then forget it. Let us pretend I never mentioned it. Hua Hanchao's brow furrowed slightly. You do not understand the principle of irreversibility. Huh. Xiao Chenxi was momentarily taken aback. Before she could comprehend, Hua Hanchao had moved to the other side of the bed. Sitting on the edge, he leisurely removed his shoes and socks, lifted her half of the quilt, and laid down beside her. Realizing he had settled in, Xiao Chenxi refrained from being coy and shifted over, lying down comfortably. However, she had underestimated her own capacity. Despite knowing her 200-pound frame held no allure for a man like Hua Hanchao, his presence beside her was overwhelmingly impactful, especially when she closed her eyes. The scent of him enveloped her, causing her heart to race. Just as she was about to suggest he move closer to the edge, a long arm reached out and pulled her into his embrace. As if she were a giant plush toy, Xiao Chenxi's cheeks pressed against his shoulder, her forehead resting against his warm, steady breaths, while his large, heated hand rested on her waist. Oh my goodness, Hua Hanchao. What on earth are you doing? She silently screamed within. Attempting to shift her position to ascertain if he was asleep, she was met with the rhythm of his calm breathing. So, he was asleep. This was disastrous. What should she do? If she woke him, their current position would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation. But if she didn't wake him, she would be forced to remain his pillow. Xiao Chenxi felt herself on the verge of a breakdown. Sleep was utterly out of the question. She quietly observed his jawline for a second, then 1 minute, 2 minutes. After 5 minutes of deliberation, she surrendered. Fine, let him be. They would part ways in the morning, and she would feign nothing had occurred, avoiding any embarrassment. At that moment, the window of the hospital room was blown open by a night breeze, the white curtains dancing in the moonlight, dispelling the faint scent of medicine within. Hua Hanchao's unique aura enveloped Xiao Chenxi, and she felt her temperature rising, raising a hand to touch her forehead. She couldn't help but murmur, I can't possibly be getting a fever, right? But recalling the doctor's words that she was in good condition and free from infection, she dismissed that thought. It must be the result of having a handsome man beside her. Xiao Chenxi bit her lip, gazing intently at Hua Hanchao's face. Bathed in soft light, his exquisitely refined features were breathtaking. She couldn't help but lament the unfairness of creation. Why must some people be so exceptionally beautiful, so enchanting, As she gazed, her hand involuntarily reached out, her fingertips gently brushing against Hua Hanchao's lashes. Wow, his lashes were even more beautiful than a woman's. Truly, he is too mesmerizing, Sheng Chenxi whispered. After touching his lashes, her fingers continued their uncontrollable journey, gliding down his high nose bridge and resting on his thin, sensual lips, soft, yet not as cold as his demeanor suggested. The texture was so delightful, she couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to kiss him. Oh no. Realizing such thoughts had invaded her mind, Sheng Chenxi widened her eyes, pinching her chubby cheeks. What am I thinking? Hua Hanchao is not someone I can covet. Do you even know how terrifying he is? And besides, with your weight, who gives you the right to fantasize about him? Get a grip, Sheng Chenxi. Remember, he is Su Nanja's uncle. They say nephews resemble their uncles, yet Su Nanja bears no resemblance to him, which clearly indicates that scoundrels do not deserve to possess such stunning looks. Yes, Su Nanja was a piece of trash, and he was utterly blind. Sheng Chenxi quickly found a way to regain her composure by incessantly criticizing Su Nanja. Gradually, she found joy in her rants, even feeling uplifted enough to pull out her phone and scroll through Weibo. The news of Sheng Tianjin's contract termination still dominated the trending topics, garnering both mockery and sympathy. Many young actors who had previously collaborated with her stood up to speak on her behalf, as if they had all coordinated their support. Her fans, blind to reality, bombarded Weibo with messages expressing their pity for Sheng Tianjin, urging major brands to reconsider their decisions. What amused Sheng Chenxi the most was seeing Su Nanja initiate a crowdfunding campaign to help Sheng Tianjin reclaim endorsements. She couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. This was the level of the young master of the Su family. After browsing through the trending topics, she wandered around her Weibo homepage and soon noticed a new follower. The account was humorously named Hua Hanchao 123, with a profile picture resembling a stiff, lifeless zombie account. She couldn't help but laugh and glanced at the man beside her, wanting to say, Xiaohua, someone is impersonating you. You should wake up and see. However, seeing how he resembled a frozen statue while asleep, she swallowed her words. Just as she prepared to exit Weibo, her phone rang with an incoming call from Li Xingnan. Lowering her voice, she answered, Hello, Xingnan. Chenxi, where are you? I knocked on the door, but no one answered. Li Xingnan had just returned from a business trip, and, having not heard from Sheng Chenxi for over a day, decided to check on her at home. Ditto? Sheng Chenxi hesitated, quickly explaining, I forgot to tell you, I found a live-in nanny job and am not at home right now. She couldn't disclose her injury to Li Xingnan. Otherwise, with her personality, she would undoubtedly be brandishing a weapon to avenge her. What? A nanny job? Where? Who is your employer? Have you checked their background? Li Xingnan exclaimed. Chenxi, listen to me. Even if you're overweight, you are still an incredibly beautiful woman. You can't just accept any live-in job. What if the employer covets your beauty and does something reckless? Moreover, isn't Jin's scheduled to transfer money to you in 2 months. You don't have to push yourself so hard. If you're really short on cash, I can give you a living allowance. I want to allow you to put yourself in a compromising situation. Hearing Li Xingnan's words warmed Sheng Chenxi's heart, and she responded gratefully, I'm not putting myself in a difficult position. The employer is decent and offers a good salary, so don't worry about me. Really? Really? Sheng Chenxi nodded vigorously. Li Xingnan paused, suddenly widening her eyes, suspiciously asking, as a nanny, you should have your own private room, right? You shouldn't have to be so cautious when making calls at night. Huh. Sheng Chenxi was taken aback. What do you mean? Huh. Speak honestly. Li Xingnan transformed into a detective, her tone serious. This is all very odd. You wouldn't happen to have a man beside you, would you? Li Xingnan was filled with concern, fearing that her dear friend Sheng Chenxi might once again encounter a scoundrel. Glancing at the man beside her, Hua Hanchao, she slowly exhaled, softly explaining, It's nothing that I'm alone. The soundproofing in this room isn't very good, and I'm worried about disturbing the employer. Besides, Xingnan, consider this. With my figure, what man would be interested in me? Rest assured, there really is no man by my side. Sheng Chenxi, you are utterly oblivious to your own charm. Anyone not blind would see that you are a fine piece of unpolished jade. And once carved, you would undoubtedly become an irresistible treasure. Sheng Chenxi found herself both amused and exasperated by her friend's assessment. I could never be that alluring, so please don't worry about me. I truly am fine. Moreover, My greatest affection lies with you. For your sake, I will take good care of myself. That as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist, causing her to become flustered. Nearly letting out a gasp, Li Shengnan chuckled. All right, I believe you. By the way, I have a business trip abroad in 2 days. Would you like me to bring you back a bag as a gift? No need, I can't make use of it at the moment. Sheng Chenxi shook her head. Although Li Shengnan earned a high salary, she did not wish to spend money on herself every month. You may not need it now, but you will in the future. That you've entered the entertainment industry. Using a cheap bag will only invite ridicule. Regardless, I will buy you a genuine one abroad as my investment. When you achieve great success, you must give me a limited edition piece. Do you understand? Li Shengnan teased, deliberately trying to sound cunning. Sheng Chenxi felt deeply touched and chose not to decline further, simply replying, Understood. When I rise to prominence, I shall buy you a grand villa, a golden house to cherish you alone. Humph. I wouldn't want your pampering. By then, I'll be raising a young heartthrob. Love is gone. You are far too infatuated with beauty over friendship. Indeed, that's just who I am, Li Shengnan chuckled, glancing at the time before saying, All right, enough jesting. It's time for you to sleep. In a few days. Once I finish my work, we can discuss the matter of hiring a nanny. Okay. After hanging up, Sheng Chenxi succumbed to sleepiness, gently closing her eyes and naturally leaning against Hanxiao, gradually drifting off. Hanxiao sensed the stillness beside him, her breathing becoming light and shallow, indicating she had fallen asleep. Only then did he open his eyes, quietly observing her. He had overheard her conversation with Li Shengnan. Now, gazing at her serene face, her lips reminiscent of early March cherry blossoms, he could not help but lean in, tasting her sweetness like a fleeting whisper that Li Shengnan was correct. This girl was a gem awaiting refinement. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he yearned to keep this beauty by his side, to treasure her, ensuring her world contained only him. Yet, fate was unkind, just as he was prepared to confess his feelings. She had already become Su Nanja's fiancée. Those eyes, filled with the vastness of stars and oceans, would only sparkle for Su Nance. To spare her from distress, he feigned indifference, hiding his fervent love behind a mask of coldness and sarcasm. Sheng Chenxi, Hanxiao cradled the sleeping girl's face, gently stroking her cheek with his fingertip, letting out a barely audible sigh. This time, I will not let you look at anyone else. Your eyes will hold only me. You shall be my wife, my fate, my eternity. The next day, Sheng Chenxi was unaware of when Hanxiao had departed. When she awoke, Zhang Ma was already at her side, cradling 2 little treasures in the hospital. Though the little ones were small, they were remarkably understanding, aware that she was injured. They lay quietly on the bed, not demanding hugs. As she finished her medication, both little ones simultaneously raised their tiny hands, tugging at her clothes, urging her to lean down. What is it, my little darlings? Sheng Chenxi inclined her head toward them. The 2 little ones immediately leaned in, planting a kiss on her cheeks. Kiss, not painful. Not painful. After this affectionate gesture, the little ones explained in their sweet, tender voices, warming her heart. Sheng Chenxi could not resist pulling them into her embrace, kissing their small foreheads. Thank you, my darlings, with you here. Andy feels no pain at all. While Hanxiao's children were simply adorable, she wished to cherish them forever. Miss Sheng, would you like to take a stroll? At that moment, the girl who had been silent in the hospital room approached. This was Cheng Shui, the personal bodyguard Hanxiao had assigned to Sheng Chenxi. Sheng Chenxi glanced outside, noticing the sun was particularly bright, and nodded eagerly. That sounds lovely. Thank you for your efforts. Cheng Shui pushed Sheng Chenxi's wheelchair, while Zhang Ma and Sheng Chenxi each carried a little one, and they made their way to the hospital's back garden. However, after only a short while in the garden, Sheng Chenxi encountered a lively scene. There, by the hospital's ornamental fountain, Sheng Tianjin was dressed in a patient-esque gown, clinging like a koala to Su Nanja, while a dozen reporters surrounded them with microphones and cameras, fervently interviewing her. Tianjin, is it true that you were hospitalized due to the psychological pressure from being dropped as a spokesperson? Logically, a sudden termination of a contract is unlikely. Have you been in contact with the brands involved? Su Xiao, they claim your relationship with Tianjin is problematic, leading to the contract termination. How do you respond? Furthermore, there are allegations online suggesting Tianjin stole her sister's fiancé. How will you address this matter? Facing their inquiries, Sheng Tianjin's eyes were red, her face a portrait of grievance. as she tearfully replied, "Thank you all for your concern. I am in the hospital for an examination, indeed due to psychological stress. But I will be out soon, so please do not worry about me. As for my relationship with Nanja, as you can see, he has been by my side all along. The rumors of our relationship being in trouble are purely fabrications." "That's right," Su Nanja affirmed, tightening his embrace around Sheng Tianjin as he addressed the reporters. "The claim that I am her sister's fiancé is also the result of malicious fabrication by ill-intentioned individuals. Tianjin's sister is over 200 pounds, with a twisted personality and poor character. She has never been a candidate for our Su family's daughter-in-law. I'm not blind. I would never choose someone so unworthy from the outset." With that, Su Nanja's expression darkened, becoming serious. "Today, taking this opportunity, I wish to address those who spread these falsehoods. You better immediately come forward and apologize to Tianjin, or my lawyer will bring you to the brink of bankruptcy." Observing Su Nanja's fierce protection of his wife, Sheng Qinzi could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, like attracts like, and Su Nanja and Sheng Tianjin were a perfect match. Just as their interview was nearing its conclusion, Sheng Tianjin turned, her gaze inadvertently sweeping toward Sheng Qinzi. Chapter 38. Don't stand so close. Upon seeing Sheng Qinzi, Sheng Tianjin's body stiffened, her expression shifting slightly as a surge of anger flooded her mind. "Could it be Qinzi? Sheng Qinzi. She's here. Where is she?" Su Nanja, supporting Sheng Tianjin, quickly inquired. In that moment of eye contact with Sheng Tianjin, Sheng Qinzi furrowed her brow, instinctively tightening her hold on the little one in her arms. Then turned her head to avoid Sheng Tianjin's gaze. That moment, it was not convenient for her to confront Su Nanja and Sheng Tianjin, so she preferred to evade. As Sheng Qinzi prepared to tell Cheng Shui to turn away, a suit jacket suddenly draped over her shoulders. The jacket bore the faint scent of a man, sharp yet providing her with an unprecedented sense of security. Then, a pair of hands grasped the armrests of her wheelchair, swiftly turning it around and moving forward. The reporters, who had been watching Sheng Tianjin and Su Nanja, now turned to observe the new development as the two sought something with their eyes. "Hey, that silhouette looks like Huan Xiao," someone exclaimed, instantly recognizing him. No way. The great Huan Xiao. What is he doing here? Could he be here to visit Sheng Tianjin regarding her endorsement? Let us go, let us catch up and ask." The reporters, filled with excitement, quickly grabbed their cameras and microphones, rushing forward. However, just as they reached the fountain, they were blocked by a group of men in black. Hey, don't block the way. We're here to capture a major news story," one reporter exclaimed, rubbing his head in annoyance. The black-clad men's expressions grew stern, their hands resting on their waists, as if reaching for weapons. A few astute reporters quickly understood the situation, shaking their heads vigorously and retreating. "Bro, it's a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. We're leaving right now." Yes, we're going. Please don't take offense." As the journalists conversed, they keenly observed the bodyguards, noting the bulges at their waists, and speculated that the concealed weapons could certainly claim their lives. The bodyguards of Huan Xiao were all elite mercenaries, skilled in the art of killing, and not to be trifled with. Their objective today was to interview Sheng Tianjin, which was nearing completion. There was no need to tempt fate and invite trouble. After all, wasn't Tianjin waiting for them to wrap things up? Let's return and have another chat with Tianjin. Indeed, let us seek out Sheng Tianjin. The journalists, still somewhat reluctant to leave, glanced back at the direction of the men in black. They yearned to capture more news and catch another glimpse of Huan Xiao, yet these black-clad bodyguards, each towering over 6 feet, stood like impenetrable walls. Aside from Huan Xiao's head, they glimpsed nothing else than on the path devoid of reporters. Sheng Qinzi pushed aside her suit jacket, peered at the treasure in her arms, and then looked up at Huan Xiao, her mood somewhat perplexed. Did Huan Xiao truly wish to protect her? Cheng Shui, deduct a month's bonus. Huan Xiao's face darkened as he spoke, but he had instructed Cheng Shui to safeguard her. Yet she had allowed her to see Sheng Tianjin and Su Nanja. Why was Cheng Shui's bonus being deducted? She had done nothing wrong, had she? Sheng Qinzi wore a confused expression. Cheng Shui, devoid of emotion, silently screamed within. Indeed, she had done nothing wrong. Allowing you to see trash, that is the mistake. Huan Xiao spoke in a low voice. Sheng Qinzi blinked, contemplating his words, and suddenly understood his meaning. She quickly shook her head, asserting, "It is not Cheng Shui's fault. The trash sought her out. It is rather excessive to penalize her for this." "You think I am excessive?" Huan Xiao frowned. Was he wrong to consider her? Indeed, indiscriminately deducting bonuses, in my view, is indeed excessive. Sheng Chensi nodded. Hua Hanqiao did not respond immediately, merely gazing at her cherubic face. After a long silence, he spoke gravely. You do not wish for me to deduct her bonus? Yi Jinjin raised her head and replied. Yes, that shouldn't you think, Miss Sheng? Hua Hanqiao cast a glance at Cheng Shui, his voice as calm as a breeze from the heavens. Cheng Shui felt as though she had been granted a reprieve, her eyes shining with excitement as she looked at Sheng Chensi. Thank you, Miss Sheng. The bonus is saved. Miss Sheng is a golden thigh. Sheng Chensi remained stunned for a while, finally realizing that Hua Hanqiao had indeed listened to her and would not deduct Cheng Shui's bonus. She found it hard to believe that the aloof, proud, and imperious Hua Hanqiao would heed her words. Hua Hanqiao, why would you listen to my suggestion? Sheng Chensi inquired, her eyes filled with confusion. What do you think? Hua Hanqiao raised an eyebrow slightly, bending down, his perfectly sculpted jaw resting just above her plump shoulder, his warm breath mingling with his seductive voice, tantalizing her earlobe. Sheng Chensi covered her slightly flushed face with one hand and murmured, I am not you. How would I know? And do not stand so close. I want to return to the ward. Hua Hanqiao, ever observant of her reactions, stood up, pushed her wheelchair again, and let out a low, pleased chuckle. Very well. Let us return. Meanwhile, at Sheng Tianjin's side, the journalists, having failed to pursue Hua Hanqiao, returned. Sheng Tianjin was somewhat displeased, but, recalling her manager's advice that entertainment journalists should not be offended, she stifled her annoyance. Thank you all for your support here, but my examination is about to commence, and I cannot stay to chat. That if you don't mind, you may join my assistant for a buffet. That IT is a 5-star buffet newly opened by my family S. Nanja. So please do visit him and offer some feedback. Sheng Tianjin maintained an elegant demeanor, her attitude gracious. The journalists understood Sheng Tianjin's intent, exchanged glances, and after expressing their gratitude, followed her assistant outside, in the VIP ward. Sheng Tianjin rested her head against Su Nanja's embrace, her brow furrowed. Nanja, I think I just saw Chensi. But how could they say Uncle was also there? Uncle cannot possibly be with Chensi, can he? With Chensi's rather rotund appearance, she believed that anyone with sight would not find her appealing. Of course not. Uncle has M.O. Ching. Su Nanja's brow furrowed slightly, his expression somewhat dazed. Others may not be familiar with Hua Hanqiao, but he was different. He had clearly seen the figure in the white shirt, unmistakably Hua Hanqiao's. Yet, how could his regal and aloof uncle be at the hospital with Sheng Chensi? Moreover, at the family banquet, Uncle had been so indifferent toward M.O. Ching that he could hardly bear to watch. Yet he seemed to treat Sheng Chensi differently, that Su Nanja found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He simply did not want to see any other man treating Sheng Chensi well. Chapter 39. Has he developed feelings for me? Late at night, in the hospital room, Sheng Chensi had been watching a small video recommended by Li Shengnan and was preparing to voice call her, when several messages suddenly popped up on WeChat from Sheng Tianjin. Sheng Tianjin. Chensi, they say you are ill. Is it serious? Which hospital are you in? I would like to visit you. Is it convenient? Sheng Tianjin. Don't mind what Mom and Dad said. They love me too much, which is why they keep asking you to accommodate me. Sheng Tianjin. Chensi, I have an idea that allows you to sing above the clouds and helps me navigate this crisis. You can be my stand-in vocalist. Together, we can conquer the entertainment industry. What do you think of this idea? If you like it, I will have them prepare, and then we can discuss it face-to-face. Having read these messages, Sheng Chensi promptly sent a series of eye-rolling emojis in response and replied in a flat tone. Sheng Tianjin. The further you are from my thoughts, the better. To ask her to be her stand-in vocalist. What was she thinking? At that moment, Hua Hanqiao entered the room, seeing the man still there at this hour. Sheng Chensi couldn't help but inquire. Hui, why haven't you gone back to rest? Hua Hanqiao noticed her eagerness for him to leave, his brow slightly furrowing as he stepped forward, naturally approaching the bedside, just as he had the previous night, adeptly lifting the covers and lying beside her. Then, with a slight smile, he remarked, I promised Nian Yin and Zinua that I would watch over you. Sheng Chensi bit her lip, but I no longer require guarding, and it is quite dangerous for you to be here. Upon hearing this, Hua Hanqiao suddenly sat upright, his expression darkening, and then leaned close to her, hands resting on her shoulders, his deep gaze locking onto hers unwaveringly. After several seconds, his lips curled into a smirk, as if teasingly saying, indeed, it is I who is in danger. for you have ulterior motives toward me. Cough, cough, cough. Sheng Chenxi nearly choked on her own saliva, gazing at Huan Chao with a mix of indignation and disbelief. Who has ulterior motives toward you? Not convinced, Huan Chao pressed further. Then why do you hesitate to let me stay? I just think you might take advantage of me. Sheng Chenxi lowered her head, her voice growing fainter. Sheng Chenxi, do you not feel any embarrassment when you say that? Huan Chao's low voice carried a hint of playful mockery. Why should I be embarrassed? Sheng Chenxi quickly shifted her position, yet with each movement, the man drew closer, and soon their posture became rather intimate. Huan Chao's exquisite features were mere inches from Sheng Chenxi's face, his cold, deep-set eyes reflecting only her image. The man's presence enveloped her, and his alluring Adam's apple glimmered faintly. Sheng Chenxi could distinctly feel her heartbeat spiraling out of control. Huan Chao was truly enchanting. Sheng Chenxi, your heart is racing. Shall I call a doctor? Huan Chao's rough fingers gently traced her jawline, igniting a tingling sensation throughout her body. Sheng Chenxi was on the verge of collapse, her cheeks puffed in frustration as she decided to close her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind, perhaps this would suffice. Huan Chao observed her flushed complexion, noting her apparent annoyance, and chose to relent, gently rubbing her face and chuckling softly. Very well, I shall not tease you further. Sleep well. Sheng Chenxi bit her lip, remaining silent, yet inwardly cursing Huan Chao repeatedly. Enchanting, infuriatingly enchanting. Time passed, and after a while, Sheng Chenxi's breathing gradually grew shallow. Huan Chao finally opened his eyes, reclining on his side. One hand cradling his head while the other delicately traced the contours of the girl's face. Sheng Chenxi, your heart races so swiftly. Have you developed feelings for me? Sheng Chenxi was diligently receiving treatment at the hospital, also cooperating with the traditional Chinese medicine acupuncturist for acupuncture-based weight loss. Her physical condition was quite good, and her weight loss was progressing rapidly, filling her with determination for her treatment every day. This day, just after finishing her acupuncture session, Huan Chao arrived, noticing her slightly slimmer face. He reached out to pinch her cheek, commenting on her initial success in weight loss. Do not become complacent. Sheng Chenxi raised an eyebrow slightly, letting out a soft hum. Rest assured, I will continue to strive. Indeed, I look forward to it. The doctor said I could go home for recovery tomorrow, Sheng Chenxi added. However, Huan Chao frowned. Is that so? I believe you should be observed for a few more days. In fact, the doctor has also stated this, but Sheng Chenxi is eager to return early. Liu Shiyan has already regained his composure and has begun working on the harmony parts with Jojo and the others. If she continues to stay in the hospital, it will delay the album's progress, causing discontent within the team. Sheng Tianjin is watching closely. She does not wish to be ousted from her elevated position due to health issues. There is no need for observation. It's merely a minor injury, nothing serious, Sheng Chenxi remarked nonchalantly. However, Huan Chao's expression suddenly darkened. That a minor injury. You nearly lost your life. Sheng Chenxi shrugged. I almost died because they stuffed me into a container. Fortunately, you saved me. The surgery is complete, and I'm fine now. Huan Chao's piercing gaze remained fixed on her, his silence instilling a sense of fear in Sheng Chenxi. Just then his phone rang again. Upon checking, Huan Chao saw it was his grandfather. Not wanting to hang up, he answered in front of Sheng Chenxi, his tone neither warm nor cold. Father, is there something you need? His grandfather's voice was tinged with anger. Ching is looking for you. Why haven't you met her? Didn't you say you wanted to have a proper talk? It's been ages. Are you trying to fool me? Father, I have everything under control. Huan Chao pressed his temple, feeling quite helpless that Ching had evidently won over his grandparents, and now they, along with other family members, insisted on bringing them together. You have everything under control. Your so-called control is merely fooling me. His grandfather retorted angrily. I don't care where you are right now. Head to the Waltz Hotel immediately. Ching is there. Have a meal with her first. We can discuss the rest later. Father, I'm not in a position to do that right now. Huan Chao frowned. Not in a position. Fine, then I'll come to catch you myself. Huan Chao grimaced. He knew his grandfather's temper well. When he said catch, he meant it. Sheng Chenxi was still in the hospital, and he couldn't let his grandfather come over, or it would frighten her, making future explanations difficult. All right, I'll head over now. After hanging up, Huan Chao turned to Sheng Chenxi. There's a family matter I need to attend to. You stay here and be good, all right? Sheng Chensi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in response. Yes, you go ahead. I'm fine. While Han Xiao cast her a deep look, walked over to tuck the blanket around her before leaving. At the Waltz Hotel, in the box of first sight, Mo Qingqing sat by the window, incessantly touching up her makeup with a powder puff that his grandfather had just called to inform her that Han Xiao was on his way. And she intended to present herself in the best possible light to capture his heart. Chapter 40. I am Han Xiao's fiancé. Upon entering the hotel, Han Xiao was directly escorted by the manager to the box where Mo Qingqing was waiting. As she saw him enter, she immediately rose, subtly tugging at the corner of her clothing to expose her neckline further, wearing a somewhat insincere smile on her bright face, while Han Xiao's brows furrowed slightly as he approached. You summoned me. Is there something you need? Mo Qingqing's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness, diminishing her earlier joy, casting her entire demeanor into one of sorrow and melancholy. Yes, there is something, Mo Qingqing responded softly, slowly sitting down. Han Xiao, please sit. I haven't eaten yet. Will you join me for a meal? While Han Xiao's gaze darkened as he scrutinized her, his exquisitely cold features were marred by disdain as he replied coolly, I have no appetite. The sight of this woman extinguished any desire he had to eat. You have no appetite. Mo Qingqing was taken aback, a bittersweet feeling washing over her as she struggled to contain her grievance. Then let's skip the meal. We can just have coffee. I remember you like Blue Mountain, that I'm busy. While Han Xiao coldly interrupted, harboring a strong dislike for women who presumed too much, especially those who believed that bearing his child entitled them to become his wife. I don't wish to waste time on trivial coffee chats, understand? Mo Qingqing's lips curled into a bitter smile. She was accustomed to his treatment, which left her feeling embarrassed and uncomfortable. While Han Xiao, I underwent surgery, changed my appearance, and endured so much for you. How can you be so indifferent? She pleaded softly, her tone filled with desperation. Work is important, but the person you love is equally important. It is important, while Han Xiao replied with a smirk, imagining how he would rather spend every hour of the day with his chubby girl. Just the thought of her starry eyes, filled with dreams, brought a warmth to his cold demeanor. Han Xiao, Mo Qingqing bit her lip, her eyes brimming with sorrow as they fixated on Han Xiao. Instinctively, she felt he was thinking of another woman, that he has another woman. How can this be? Mo Qingqing was gripped by a strong sense of crisis. She didn't want to waste any more time. Have you decided on our wedding date? She asked, while Han Xiao's expression darkened as he looked at Mo Qingqing, his handsome face icy. Wedding date? Huh. When did I ever say I would marry you? His tone was neither warm nor cold as he stood up, glancing at his watch. Do you have any other matters? No, I shall take my leave. Han Xiao, Mo Qingqing exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him from behind. Her voice tinged with sadness. Don't go. Let us discuss the wedding first, please. Mo Qingqing's newly refined appearance was soft and gentle, capable of evoking pity from most men with just a word. However, while Han Xiao felt no sympathy, his expression remained impassive as he forcefully pried her hands off him, pushing her away. His face was frigid as he stated coldly, I will say this once more. I will never marry you in this lifetime. Do not harbor any illusions. With that, he turned and exited the box. The once vibrant atmosphere inside transformed into an icy silence, leaving Mo Qingqing feeling weak as she sank to the floor. She braced herself on the ground, her gaze fixed on the door, her teeth clenched in frustration. While Han Xiao, how could he be so ruthless, so cold? Unwilling to accept defeat, she resolved not to lose Han Xiao. She must marry him, must become his wife. Otherwise, all her efforts would be in vain. With this determination, Mo Qingqing suddenly stood up, wiping the tears from her eyes, her previously soft expression vanishing, replaced by a chilling resolve. She must uncover the truth behind Han Xiao's reluctance to marry her. The following morning, Sheng Chenxi's discharge plan was abruptly thwarted when Han Xiao declared that a blood test result was unsatisfactory. She would not be discharged until it met the required standards. Eager to return to work, Sheng Chenxi protested for a long time, but to no avail. She resigned herself to undergoing acupuncture for weight loss in the hospital. By midday, boredom overwhelmed her, prompting her to persuade Cheng Shui to wheel her outside for some sunlight. The hospital garden, radiating warmth, uplifted her spirits, and she found herself humming a nursery rhyme. However, just as she was lost in the moment, the pleasant atmosphere was disrupted by an unexpected visitor, Mo Qingqing. Having investigated Huan Xiao the previous night, Mo Qingqing discovered he had been practically living in the hospital, and through connections, she learned he was keeping watch over a chubby girl. Mo Qingqing could hardly contain her fury. "You over there. I have something to discuss with her," she ordered, her face dark with displeasure, directing her command at Sheng Shui. Sheng Shui tightened his grip on Sheng Qinzi's wheelchair handle and shook his head. "I am Miss Sheng's personal bodyguard. I must accompany her at all times, that I am Huan Xiao's fiancée. You must listen to me." Mo Qingqing raised her voice, her expression turning menacing. "Otherwise, my people will take you down right now." As her words fell, several burly men approached. Sheng Qinzi, wishing to avoid conflict in the hospital, smiled faintly. "Miss Mo, if you wish to talk, then let us do so with sincerity. Have your people step back. And my people will retreat as well. How does that sound?" "Good." Mo Qingqing signaled her men to step back, which they did immediately. Sheng Shui assessed the situation before retrieving his phone to contact Huan Xiao while stepping back. In a small flower bed nearby, Mo Qingqing's eyes glinted with malice as she glared at Sheng Qinzi, gritting her teeth. "You, the fat girl. What is your relationship with Huan Xiao?" "Just an employer-employee relationship," Sheng Qinzi replied with a smile. Unbothered by Mo Qingqing's intentions, she refused to allow herself to be insulted. "You're lying," Mo Qingqing exclaimed, her agitation evident as she pointed a trembling finger at Sheng Qinzi. "Hasn't he returned home for so many days because of you? How could you two merely be employer and employee? You fat girl. How dare you try to seduce him with that ugly face of yours? Don't you look in the mirror? A chubby girl like you doesn't he deserve his company?" Sheng Qinzi smirked, her smile growing more elegant. She truly found it amusing how Mo Qingqing clung to the belief that she was trying to lure Huan Xiao. What did she think of Huan Xiao? And what did she think of herself? She was far too self-aware to engage in such trivial pursuits. She is a 200-pound woman, and her ambition is to lose weight and punish those who wronged her, rather than to foolishly chase after men. "What? Are you left speechless?" As Mo Qingqing observed her silence, her anger intensified. Her eyes widened as she unleashed a torrent of insults, calling her a shameless vixen. Chapter 41. "You are merely my substitute." Mo Qingqing exhibited none of the grace one would expect of a refined lady. Her vehement tirade was filled with the most offensive language imaginable. At this moment, she truly loathed Sheng Qinzi, especially when she recalled that after undergoing cosmetic surgery and losing weight, Huan Xiao didn't even spare her a glance, but instead chose to accompany a woman far inferior to her in every aspect. This only fueled her fury further. How could Huan Xiao lack such discernment? How could he prefer a plump woman over a slender one, treating the latter with such tenderness and care? "Miss Mo, have you finished your tirade?" Sheng Qinzi smiled, unfazed by the outburst. The more enraged her adversary became, the calmer and more composed she felt. She casually pressed the recording button on her phone, that if Miss Mo wishes to continue her verbal assault, "I am more than willing to listen a while longer, for it is indeed rare to witness a lady such as yourself resorting to such foul language that I believe Huan Xiao and the Hu family would be particularly interested in seeing a different side of you." Upon noticing the light from Sheng Qinzi's phone, Mo Qingqing quickly realized she had been recorded. Her breath caught in her throat as she crossed her arms and lifted her chin defiantly, nostrils flaring as she coldly retorted, "Humph! A wretch like you is not worth my wasted words." With that, she retrieved a check from her small bag, presenting it with an air of condescension. "This is 5 million. Take it and depart from Huan Xiao's world. I can pretend you never existed and let bygones be bygones." Sheng Qinzi chuckled softly, a hint of derision evident in her gaze. Was this a scene from a melodrama unfolding before her? "Miss Mo, may I ask by what authority you present me with this check and demand my departure? While you may be the biological mother of Huan Xiao's child, to my knowledge, he has no intentions of marrying you. You presume to throw money at me when he has not even considered taking you as his wife. Do you not think you are being overly self-important?" "You!" Mo Qingqing's fury flared, her striking features contorting in rage as she glared at Sheng Qinzi. "My affairs with Huan Xiao are none of your concern, you insufferable fat woman. So I ask you directly, will you leave Huan Xiao or not? If you refuse, I will ensure your demise is most tragic. Do you believe me? Ha!" Sheng Qinzi chuckled lightly, unfazed by the threats. She had encountered plenty of such intimidation before. "Miss Mo, this is a nation governed by law, if you wish to act without consequence. You might want to consult the legalities first. Fuming, Mo Qingqing's face flushed crimson, her body trembling with indignation. Throughout her life, her threats had always yielded results, but today was the first time she had met with such resistance, especially from a woman of her size, which only added to her frustration. How utterly despicable. Miss Mo. Just as Mo Qingqing seemed poised for violence, Sheng Chenxi raised her gaze, her expression indifferent. Instead of seeking trouble with me, perhaps you should return and reflect on how to be a kind mother before attempting to win Huan Xiao's heart. You, who do not even love your own child, are in no position to deserve his affection. Who says I do not love my children? Stop trying to sow discord. Mo Qingqing shot back defensively. My children are very close to me. You cannot outmatch me. She placed her hands on her hips, suddenly filled with confidence at the thought of her two children. That was her trump card. As long as Huan Xiao remained unaware of the truth, their bond would remain unbroken. That's so. Sheng Chenxi replied coolly, of course. I can bear a pair of delightful children, something you cannot compete with. I see that a woman like you, a veritable behemoth, likely has a poor affinity with children. Perhaps you are not destined to have any in this lifetime. Mo Qingqing's expression darkened immediately. The topic of children was her Achilles' heel. Sheng Chenxi's mockery struck a nerve, and she resolved to return the discomfort to Mo Qingqing. Miss Mo, Sheng Chenxi smiled faintly. I had no intention of causing you distress, but since you were so insistent, I shall reveal the truth. What truth? Mo Qingqing's eyes widened. Huan Xiao has actually liked me from the very beginning, that he sought you merely to have children, viewing your corpulence as a mere substitute for me. Sheng Chenxi stated calmly, relishing the opportunity to wound her adversary. The Mo Qingqing seemed to grasp a sudden realization, her face paling at the implications. Huan Xiao had favored plump women in the past. How could that be? As Huan Xiao entered the room, Mo Qingqing's tears could no longer be contained. She covered her mouth, wailing, Han Xiao, come here quickly. Chapter 42. Mo Qingqing is pregnant. Did I tea this moment? Mo Qingqing wept profusely, each tear seemingly laden with a story. Shining as she looked up at Huan Xiao, he approached, his cold, piercing eyes devoid of compassion, standing expressionless as he said in a deep voice, who permitted you to come to the hospital to see her? Han Xiao, I beg you, please do not speak to me with such indifference. Mo Qingqing sat up abruptly, crying heartbreakingly, I cannot endure this. I truly cannot. She was unwilling to discuss Sheng Chenxi and her calculated schemes, refusing to accept that after all her efforts, she could not even secure the role of a mere substitute. Huan Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. The sight of her tears vexed him. That I have told you. I cannot offer you affection. Do you not understand? His voice was as cold as ice. Why must I understand? Huan Xiao, I have given you 2 children. Is it too much to ask for a title? She cried. Why will you not grant me that? Why must you be so cruel? Mo Qingqing became increasingly frantic. She was unwilling to concede defeat so easily from the moment she laid eyes on him. She had desired him, because you do not deserve the title of Mrs. Hua. Huan Xiao's tone was icy, each word laced with finality. He was extreme in his affections. Those he cherished he would defend fiercely against the world. But those he despised he would dismiss with the coldest of responses. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingqing let out a cryptic laugh, half derisive. I do not deserve it. What of that fat woman? Does she? Huan Xiao, have you forgotten your own status? You are the heir of the Hua family. The woman you marry should at least not be a hefty one, especially when your nephew is rejected. Are you not afraid they will mock you? With bright moons and pearls before him, he chooses not, yet desires refuse to take the likes of her. Huan Xiao, you are a fool. This is my affair. It does not concern you. Huan Xiao's expression grew dark, his gaze sharp as a blade. Mind your own business. Do not presume to provoke her. Does it not concern me? Huan Xiao, how can it not? I have borne you 2 children. How can you disregard my feelings? How can you hurt me so? Mo Qingqing cried out, that I do not love you. Why should I care about your feelings? Huan Xiao spoke with a chilling cruelty. Mo Qingqing, you are sprawled on the bed, clutching the cup tightly as you allow your emotions to unravel, weeping and wailing. You are truly heartless, utterly ruthless. A slight smirk curled upon Huan Xiao's thin lips. Ruthless? Indeed, she is not the one I love. Even the slightest pity I might show her would be a betrayal to that girl. Mo Qingqing, I have made myself clear. Take care of yourself and do not approach her again. before he could finish his sentence. The door to the hospital room was suddenly thrust open that a nurse in white walked in, followed closely by Mo Qingqing's parents, Mo Junfeng and Tang Jili, along with the elder of the Hua family. Upon seeing Mo Qingqing in such a pitiful state, the Mo couple's expressions changed dramatically as they rushed forward. "Darling, what is wrong? Why are you crying like this?" Tang Jili exclaimed, her heart aching as she supported Mo Qingqing. "Mama!" Mo Qingqing threw herself into Tang Jili's embrace, glancing around to ensure the desired elders had arrived, her cries growing even more sorrowful. While Tang Jili patted her shoulder in comfort, she directed a furious and hateful gaze at Hua Hanxiao. "What have you done to my daughter?" Hua Hanxiao stood there impassively, ignoring her. Meanwhile, the elder Hua's face darkened, as if he were about to explode in front of the Mo couple. He raised his hand and, with a resounding slap, struck Hua Hanxiao across the face, leaving a slight redness on his cheek. "Scoundrel! Qingqing bore your children. How could you not cherish and spoil her, allowing her to weep in despair?" The elder Hua thundered in rage. Hua Hanxiao furrowed his brow, lowering his head. "Father, I have made it clear to her that I will not marry her. You need not regard her as a future daughter-in-law." "What?" Tang Jili's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang to her feet, shooting a cold glare at Hua Hanxiao. "Try saying that again." Hua Hanxiao remained unperturbed, his tone icy. "I will not marry Mo Qingqing." "Ah, this is how your family bullies others," Tang Jili began, collapsing into a chair and weeping bitterly. "My poor daughter, pure and innocent, bore your family children, and now she is abandoned while carrying another child. Her fate is so cruel." Carrying a child? Hua Hanxiao's gaze darkened as he seized upon Tang Jili's words. "You don't know?" Tang Jili leapt up, snatching a test report from the nurse and flinging it at Hua Hanxiao. "Look for yourself." Hua Hanxiao raised an eyebrow, unfolded the report, and after a brief frown, a sardonic smile crept onto his lips. "This child has nothing to do with me. Ask her." With that, he turned and left the room without giving anyone a chance to respond, even as the elder Hua called out to him. Mo Qingqing was pregnant. When the test results landed in her hands, her eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her momentarily speechless. Tang Jili, believing her daughter was rendered speechless by Hua Hanxiao's earlier demeanor, attempted to console her while angrily addressing the elder Hua. "My Qingqing has always been well-behaved. Had it not been for your Hua Hanxiao, she would not have ended up like this. 2 years ago, she was pregnant before marriage, and you claimed ignorance, avoiding responsibility. I could endure that, but this time, you all have seen her interactions with Hua Hanxiao. Can you still deny this child?" Knowing that Mo Qingqing was pregnant again, the elder Hua was, of course, elated that on one hand, the Hua family would soon welcome new life, and on the other, it would bolster the collaboration between the Hua and Mo families, stabilizing their stock prices in the future. Thus, addressing the furious Tang Jili, he forced a smile, his tone exceptionally cordial. "How could we not acknowledge it? Qingqing is pure and kind. Our family adores her. Now that she carries Hua Hanxiao's child, we will ensure she is not wronged. Rest assured, the child will have a legitimate status." As Mo Qingqing heard the words "the child is Hua Hanxiao's," her gaze dimmed, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the quilt, struggling for several seconds before managing a smile to mask her true emotions. "Mama, I am happy to be having a child, but I do not wish for Hua Hanxiao to be put in a difficult position. You all saw it. He does not want to marry me." "Humph. He has no say in the matter. Matters of marriage are decided by the parents. You are a fortunate child, having continuously conceived for him. He must take responsibility," the elder Hua asserted firmly. "Then I can rest assured." Mo Junfeng interjected, smiling. "Qingqing is my only daughter. I cannot bear to see her wronged." The elder Hua, upon hearing this, smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. Rest easy. Our Hua family will ensure that Qingqing and her children are not wronged. I promise." Chapter 43. Truly overestimating oneself in the resting area adjacent to Shengchenxi's hospital room, Hua Hanxiao sat on the sofa, a cigarette in hand, his gaze icy and emanating a chill. Mo Qingqing was pregnant. The child, of course, was not his. Yet the reactions of the elder Hua and the Mo family clearly indicated that they regarded him as the child's father. If Mo Qingqing firmly asserted that the child was his, he would have to wait until a suitable time for an amniocentesis to prove his innocence. Navigating between the two families was not an issue for him, but the thought of Shengchenxi discovering this news and how she would react was troubling. They had only recently begun to share the same roof, with no substantial progress made thus far, that he lacked confidence that she would believe him. It seemed the only course of action was to keep this matter from her until he had resolved everything and could then reveal the truth. After coming to a decision, Han Xiao resolved to discharge Sheng Qinxi from the hospital. He stood up and headed toward the ward. "Didn't they say you needed to stay in the hospital a bit longer?" Sheng Qinxi asked, momentarily taken aback and perplexed by Han Xiao's announcement of her discharge. "The hospital is too chaotic. It is not as safe as home," Han Xiao replied calmly. Sheng Qinxi immediately thought of Mo Qingqing's face, pursing her lips before nodding. She also felt that the hospital was inconvenient. "By the way, when I return, can I go to the company tomorrow?" she asked with a smile. Han Xiao's expression turned cold as he narrowed his eyes. "Is your wound no longer painful? Do you think the company is safer than home?" Recalling that she had been kidnapped at the company, he held no fondness for Jinsha Entertainment. "Not really, but I need to earn money. Yunding Zhishang owes me 5 million in advance," Sheng Qinxi said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation at the mention of money. Han Xiao's expression darkened as he pinched her nose lightly. "What's this? Do you think I am giving you too little each month and want a raise?" Sheng Qinxi raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her fair face. "That no, I am a part-time worker. 1 million is already an exorbitant salary." Han Xiao chuckled, giving her chubby face a firm pinch. "That as long as you know." The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they exited the hospital room. That fate would have it, just as Han Xiao was wheeling her into the elevator, they collided with Mo Junfeng and Tang Jili. Seeing Han Xiao laughing and chatting with Sheng Qinxi, Tang Jili's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mix of shock. That it is said that Han Xiao is cold-hearted, never showing warmth to women, but look at him now. This chubby girl in the wheelchair has not only received his kindness, but also his attentive care. Han Xiao, what is the meaning of this?" Tang Jili questioned, her agitation palpable. Han Xiao remained expressionless, completely ignoring the couple. Tang Jili's anger intensified as she shot a fierce glare at Sheng Qinxi. "Do you even understand your own worth? How dare you compete for my daughter's fiancé, thinking you are worthy to stand beside Han Xiao?" Initially unaware of the couple's identity, Sheng Qinxi pieced together that they must be Mo Qingqing's family upon hearing Tang Jili's words. A wave of revulsion surged within her, and her expression turned cold as she shot back a frosty glare. "You wretched woman! Do you dare look at me with such disdain? Do you wish to die?" Tang Jili shouted in fury. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed dangerously, an icy aura enveloping him as his exquisitely handsome features darkened. He said nothing, yet his silence diminished Tang Jili's confidence, causing her to instinctively take a step back. "Dear," Tang Jili pointed at Sheng Qinxi, "look, Han Xiao is actually threatening me over this fat pig." Mo Junfeng's face turned ashen as he fixed his gaze on Sheng Qinxi, recalling her as the punchline of a past engagement with Su Nanja. "Get lost." Han Xiao uttered a single, low word. Instantly, the air thickened and the temperature plummeted. "Han Xiao, you are utterly arrogant. You are my daughter's fiancé, yet dare to threaten us for another woman," Mo Junfeng thundered. Han Xiao's expression darkened further, gripping the armrest of Sheng Qinxi's wheelchair tightly, a storm of fury brewing in his deep-set eyes. "That Mr. Mo, when did I ever get engaged to Mo Qingqing?" He struggled to maintain composure, unwilling to reveal his darker side before Sheng Qinxi, his voice cold as, "I see, do not speak of engagements. Your daughter is nothing more than a pile of refuse in my eyes. Unworthy even of being called trash." Tang Jili gasped sharply, shocked by Han Xiao's venomous words, while Mo Junfeng's rage surged, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "You insolent brat!" Having spoken, he clenched his fist and swung it towards Han Xiao. Mo Junfeng, having mingled with the Shira Hall in his youth, possessed exceptional skills. Although he had not fought in years, the strength behind his punches remained formidable. At this moment, he yearned to obliterate Han Xiao's head. However, Han Xiao effortlessly seized his wrist and twisted it with force that Mo Junfeng instantly gasped in pain, his face turning as red as liver, cursing vehemently, "You scoundrel!" Han Xiao sneered, pushing Mo Junfeng away with disdain. Did he really think he could harm him? Truly, he was overestimating himself. "Are you frightened?" Han Xiao lowered his gaze, his voice unusually gentle as he inquired of Sheng Qinxi. Sheng Qinxi was momentarily stunned, then shook her head with a smile. No, not at all. That it was merely her first time witnessing Hua Hanqiao in action, and she was somewhat taken aback. This side of Hua Hanqiao was indeed as terrifying as the rumors suggested, a veritable king of hell. Yet, seeing him act for her sake filled her with a sense of warmth. Hua Hanqiao, you have gone too far, daring to lay hands on Qingqing's father. Have you considered the implications for the two children? How will they face someone who would even strike their grandfather? Tang Jielie scolded, her anger palpable. Hua Hanqiao smiled, his expression turning icy as a hint of mockery played upon his lips. My children will not recognize trash as their grandfather. Tang Jielie's face darkened with rage at his words, and gritting her teeth, she ceased her tirade against Hua Hanqiao, redirecting her ire towards Sheng Qianxi. Wretched woman, I curse you to live your life as a mere sow. Forever barred from entering the Hua family. Sheng Qianxi's gaze turned frosty. She did not care whether she could enter the Hua family, but she could not tolerate being cursed to remain overweight. A sweet smile graced her lips, imbued with a hint of coldness. Madam, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. Please do not pollute the air with your filthy mouth, lest you be struck down and remade. No one will save you. After speaking, Sheng Qianxi gently tugged at Hua Hanqiao's sleeve. Utterly unfazed by Tang Jielie's already ashen face, that in a soft voice, she said, Xiao Yi, let us return, that my head is throbbing from the stench. Hua Hanqiao's lips curled into a tender smile. His girl was improving, and he found it delightful. Very well, I shall take you home. That he ushered Sheng Qianxi into the elevator, not even bothering to bid farewell to the coupled Junfeng, seething with rage. Gritted his teeth as he pointed at the closed elevator doors, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Hua Hanqiao, you think you can be with that kind of woman? Impossible. In the car, Sheng Qianxi fastened her seatbelt and smiled at Hua Hanqiao, saying, the family will likely not let you off easily as their son and law. Yes, that's so. Hua Hanqiao leaned closer, gripping Sheng Qianxi's chin with force as he coldly laughed. Then they shall find only hell awaiting them. He was never one to be trifled with. Those who sought to threaten or scheme against him would meet a grim fate. Sheng Qianxi smiled, quietly observing him without uttering a word. This side of Hua Hanqiao held a certain charm. Noticing her rapt attention, he smirked, his fingers gently tracing her lips as he hoarsely asked, Sheng Qianxi, do you think I am handsome? Cough, cough, cough. The sudden question caught Sheng Qianxi off guard, causing her to cough repeatedly. She immediately turned her head to look out the window, puffing her cheeks and saying nothing. Hua Hanqiao admired the rosy hue gracing her porcelain cheeks, feeling quite pleased as he leaned back in his seat. His gaze fixated on her. The news of Qingqing's pregnancy soon swept through the Hua family like wildfire. The elders were overjoyed, while others expressed lukewarm congratulations. But Hua Jinian found the news quite alarming. After reading the group chat, he lost interest in his little fling and rushed to Hua Hanqiao's villa. However, upon stepping out of the car, he spotted Hua Hanqiao carefully carrying Sheng Qianxi as they alighted. As Sheng Qianxi's foot touched the ground, she expected to stand firm, but a gust of wind blew sand in her eyes that as she rubbed her eyes, her balance faltered. Leaning precariously forward, Hua Hanqiao, who was retrieving her wheelchair, noticed her imminent fall and swiftly caught her waist. Instinctively, Sheng Qianxi wrapped her arms around Hua Hanqiao's neck, burying her head into the crook of his neck. Once she regained her footing, she suddenly looked up, only to find Hua Hanqiao leaning down. His cool lips brushed against her forehead at that moment, causing Sheng Qianxi's eyes to widen in surprise, her entire body tensing as she stared at him. Stammering, you. She repeated the word you several times, yet could not articulate a complete sentence. Hua Hanqiao lowered his gaze, captivated by the shimmering light in her eyes. Unable to resist, he leaned closer to AT that instant. Their lips were but an inch apart, their breaths entwined, that as he drew nearer. Sheng Qianxi snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she abruptly pushed him away. I can go in by myself. With that, she hopped on one leg, calling out to a nearby maid, Molly, please help me inside. Hua Hanqiao seemed still lost in the moment of intimacy, his alabaster fingers tracing his lower lip, standing there in a daze. After a while, he realized just how much he had wanted to kiss her. This girl was becoming increasingly irresistible. He truly did not know how long he could hold out. Suddenly, Hua Jinian's voice broke the tender atmosphere. Jarringly out of place. The night has gifted me with a pair of black eyes, yet I use them to gaze upon your sweetness. Oh, my eyes! I am blinded. Who will compensate me? He was well aware of Hua Hanchao's feelings for Shengqinzi, but was taken aback by how dazzlingly evident they were. Especially when he had witnessed Hua Hanchao's unguarded desire to kiss her. A man in love is indeed toxic. Did I ask there's something you need? Hua Hanchao turned, his exquisite features instantly shrouded in a frosty demeanor, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Hua Jinian swallowed hard, raising his hands defensively as he took several steps back, nervously saying, "Little uncle, I am here to check on you. Please do not look at me with such a terrifying gaze." "What do you want?" Hua Hanchao's coldness showed little sign of abating. Hua Jinian scratched the back of his head, peeking at Shengqinzi's retreating figure before clearing his throat, clenching his fist against his chin, and saying, "It's not convenient to speak here. Shall we go to your study?" Hua Hanchao frowned slightly, but did not refuse. "Very well." Upon entering the study, Hua Jinian adopted a grave demeanor, exclaiming, "Little uncle, what is the deal with Mo Qingqing's child? You do not even like her, so why is she having a child for you? The elders are all talking about this matter. Your marriage is inevitable." Hua Hanchao had yet to check the family group chat. But from Hua Jinian's words, he understood that Mo Qingqing had not explained the situation and had placed the burden of the child upon him. "The child is not mine," Hua Hanchao stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Hua Jinian let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. "Thank goodness. I knew my little uncle would not stoop to such levels with someone like her. But what shall we do now? The whole family believes the child is yours, and grandfather wants you two married within 3 months. How will you explain that?" 3 months prior, Mo Qingqing had stayed at Hua Hanchao's villa under the pretense of caring for the child for a week, leading everyone to believe that it was that night when his little uncle had been with her. The villa was a private space, and Hua Hanchao had not installed surveillance, making it difficult to clarify the situation now. Unless the child was born, it would not be easy to explain that if she wants to give birth. "Then let her," Hua Hanchao said expressionlessly. "The child is not mine, and the Hua family will not acknowledge it." Hua Jinian nodded thoughtfully. "So, little uncle's plan is to let her carry on until the child is born, and only then will she face the consequences. But what about the wedding that will be forced upon you in the meantime? You know grandfather's character. Negotiations won't be easy. I do not like her. Who can force me?" Hua Hanchao lifted his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. "That as for Mo Qingqing, she is merely courting death. And I can't facilitate that." Hua Jinian instinctively swallowed hard, silently lighting a candle for Mo Qingqing in his heart. The next day, at Jinsha Entertainment, Shengqinzi had finally persuaded Hua Hanchao to let her come to the company. As she entered the lobby on the first floor, Jojo hurried over. Having not seen her for nearly half a month, Jojo noticed a significant change in Shengqinzi and exclaimed, "Qinzi, have you lost a lot of weight? Your face looks smaller." Shengqinzi touched her face, smiling gently as she replied, "Yes, I've lost over 10 pounds. Over 10 pounds? That's impressive. At this rate, you'll soon become a stunning beauty with curves in all the right places." Jojo remarked with a raised eyebrow and a grin. Shengqinzi felt a bit embarrassed by her words, shaking her head with a smile. "It's not that exaggerated. How can it not be? I've seen many photos of chubby girls who successfully lost weight, and each one is more beautiful than the last. With your bone structure, once you slim down, you'll surely outshine everyone." As Jojo spoke, another girl hurried over, urging, "Stop chatting and get inside quickly. That witch Elizabeth is coming." Chapter 45. You are the future mistress of the company. The witch Elizabeth? Shengqinzi looked at Jojo in confusion. While assisting her with the wheelchair, Jojo sighed helplessly and explained, "That's supermodel Sha. Our boss Mr. He's girlfriend, the future mistress of the company. Her temper is atrocious. She takes pleasure in bullying everyone and has even established a rule that no one is allowed to linger in the lobby when she arrives. Moreover, there's now an additional requirement. No one more beautiful than her is allowed to appear, and certainly no one less attractive. Everyone must walk with their heads bowed in her presence." The girl chuckled at the thought. "She hasn't even married Mr. He yet, and she's already causing trouble. Sooner or later, she'll face consequences. Nan, stop talking. Be careful. Walls have ears." Jojo warned, casting a glance at the girl named Nan while reminding Shengqinzi. "You just signed with the company, so you need to be extra cautious. Elizabeth loves to bully newcomers. Make sure you don't talk back when you see her." After listening, Shengqinzi nodded and smiled. "All right, I understand." At that moment, several of Elizabeth's assistants were already standing outside the door, chattering incessantly that I told you not to prepare that light blue dress for Shasha, but you wouldn't listen. You messed up. Can you blame me? Who knew that dress was a high imitation? It's all the stylist's fault. Anyway, we all have to keep our heads down today. Shasha just had a public embarrassment and is in a terrible mood. Let's not provoke her. I know. I've been very careful that I just got this job, and I can't afford to mess up. The assistants grew increasingly agitated, noticing that Shengchensi and her companions were still in front of them. Knowing that Elizabeth disliked having anyone in her way, one of the female assistants crossed her arms and marched towards them menacingly. Hey, do you even understand the rules? Our Shasha is about to arrive. What are you doing standing here like pillars? Her voice was sharp and grating, making one uncomfortable. Another female assistant, arms crossed, snorted disdainfully. I think they're just asking for trouble, wanting Shasha to take her anger out on them. If that's the case, they should just stay here. As she spoke, the assistant positioned herself in front of Shengchensi and her friends, glaring at them and blocking their path. The other two assistants eyed Shengchensi's attire, their expressions turning icy. This fat girl is wearing the outfit that Elizabeth is going to wear today. What a death wish. The girl named Nan Nan's face turned pale instantly, and she kept bowing in apology. Sister Lulu, Sister Cece, please forgive us. Let us pass. I promise to treat you to milk tea, no dinner. I will definitely treat you. Nan Nan understood that these assistants were just as spoiled as Elizabeth, and she feared for her standing in the company. So she kept apologizing profusely. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Elizabeth strutted in, her high heels clicking ominously against the floor, her expression decidedly unfriendly. Dressed in a gray dress and holding an orange limited edition Hermes bag, she resembled a proud peacock, exuding an air of superiority with each step. Upon seeing her assistants surrounding the three girls, Elizabeth rolled her eyes and shouted sharply, "Hey, what are you all doing?" Shengchensi and Jojo turned to find the imposing figure of Elizabeth. Her gaze landed on Shengchensi, decidedly unfriendly that, oh no, Elizabeth is here. Nan Nan and the others are in for it. Fortunately, we've hidden away. Otherwise, we would be in trouble right now. Did you notice how Elizabeth's gaze keeps fixating on the chubby Chensi? A few young girls who had hidden under the front desk peeked out, whispering amongst themselves, but none dared to emerge, fearing the wrath of the future mistress of the company. Hey, what are you all wearing? Don't you know the reputation of Jinsher Entertainment is at stake? Elizabeth crossed her arms and coldly scoffed, directing her ire towards Nan Nan. Nan Nan trembled with fear, quickly bowing in apology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have worn this. Please don't be angry. Elizabeth looked at her in disdain, rolled her eyes, muttered a curse, and then stood before Shengchensi and Jojo. She raised her hand and slapped Jojo, barking, I know you're with Lu Shiyin, but don't you know my rules? You must bow when you see me. Jojo, feeling wrong yet too intimidated to retaliate, bit her lip and nervously bowed. I'm sorry. Miss Elizabeth, it was my mistake. Seeing Jojo being bullied like this, Shengchensi frowned. Elizabeth was too domineering. How could she treat people this way? Noticing that Shengchensi hadn't spoken a word and was wearing the outfit she least wanted to see, Elizabeth's expression darkened further. She approached and kicked Shengchensi's wheelchair, saying, Are you mute? Can't you speak? Before Shengchensi could respond, Sheng Tianjin, having heard the commotion and accompanied by assistants and newcomers, approached, upon seeing Elizabeth berating Shengchensi. A hint of amusement crossed her previously gentle face as she mockingly blinked. Sister Shasha, she's not mute. She thinks that since she got the album on Cloud 9, she is above you. Hearing this, Elizabeth glanced at her assistants and asked a few quiet questions before scrutinizing Shengchensi with a look of amusement. So, this is the oddball, fat as a pig, yet foolishly believing she can enter the entertainment industry as an idol. How laughable. Is the threshold for the entertainment industry really that low? Elizabeth's mocking words prompted Sheng Tianjin to exchange knowing glances with her assistants, who immediately joined in the ridicule. It's not that the threshold is low. It's that pigs overestimate their abilities, thinking they could become singers with just a few squeals. Truly laughable. If I were her, I'd have already knocked my head against the wall to end this humiliation. Sister Shasha, as the future mistress of the company, you must rid us of such pests that a pig like her has no place in the company. Her existence is a disgrace. Indeed, Sister Shasha must drive her away. Otherwise, Jinsher will lose all face. Elizabeth, already infuriated that Sheng Chensi was wearing the same light blue dress she had planned for today. Felt her anger ignite further with the assistant's fuel. She glared at Sheng Chensi and declared, "Indeed, Jinshi cannot be ruined by someone of such poor quality. I will teach her a lesson today." With that, Elizabeth shot a meaningful glance at the assistant who looked the most intimidating. The assistant immediately understood, stepped forward, and grabbed Sheng Chensi by the collar, sneering, "Dress like that? How dare you wear a dress? You read disgusting. Take it off, right now." Chapter 46. Compensation of 80 million. Sheng Chensi calmly regarded Elizabeth and her entourage, recognizing their intent to provoke her. Instead, she felt a sense of clarity and slightly curved her lips into a smile. Her expression was both elegant and gentle as she replied unhurriedly, "The employee handbook of Jinshi Entertainment does not stipulate any dress code. How I choose to dress is entirely my own decision. Even if you are the future mistress of the company, you have no right to dictate my actions or habits." She spoke with reason and was unafraid of Elizabeth's outburst upon hearing this. Elizabeth's face darkened instantly, and she snapped, "You sharp-tongued fatso. How can I not have that right? Once I marry Mr. He will grant me shares, and with shares, I'll become the owner of the company that if you disregard the company's image and cause it to lose face. You directly affect me and my earnings that don't think I won't have you stripped of your clothes today. I have every right to fire you." As Mr. He and Elizabeth were in the throes of romance, she wielded her promises like a weapon, ruling over Jinshi Entertainment with impunity, unafraid to suppress anyone. Sheng Chensi smiled faintly, realizing that Elizabeth must first marry Mr. He to become the owner of the company. Elizabeth's face turned an even deeper shade of fury as she transformed into a shrew, bellowing at the assistant who had not acted. "I told you to tear her clothes. Why are you so slow? Do you want me to fire you?" The assistant hesitated, feeling a bit wronged, wanting to point out that they had been talking. But seeing Elizabeth's furious demeanor, she said nothing and charged forward, though Sheng Chensi was in a wheelchair. She was not dull. She grasped the wrists of the two women. "Miss Elizabeth, personal attacks are illegal. Please stop. Get lost. You fatso have no right to say that to me. I'll make you pay." Elizabeth roared with indignation. When she was furious, she truly became reckless, even resorting to physical violence against Sheng Chensi. Observing Sheng Chensi's wheelchair under their control, with no avenue for escape, Jojo could no longer contain herself. She disregarded whether Elizabeth was easy to provoke and seized the assistant's wrist, pulling her forcefully outward. "Enough! You cannot bully us like this. After all, we are also under Director Lu's wing." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's assistant immediately released Sheng Chensi, raising her hand to shove Jojo violently, shouting, "Stop using Director Lu to pressure us. Our Elizabeth will always stand above Director Lu. Indeed, you are merely a dog kept by Director Lu. How dare you act so arrogantly? Step aside quickly and stop biting, lest you bring shame upon yourselves." Sheng Tianjin's manager called out with a laugh from the side. Upon hearing this, Sheng Chensi turned to shoot the woman a cold glare. Her voice icy as she remarked, "If you cannot speak like a human, you might as well return to the zoo." Having said that, she pushed past Elizabeth, intending to assist Jojo. However, before she could reach Jojo, an issue arose that as Elizabeth retreated, her body collided with Jojo, pinning her down. The small metallic adornments on Jojo's clothing accidentally grazed the surface of Elizabeth's beloved Hermes bag, leaving an immediate scratch on the otherwise pristine leather. This infuriated Elizabeth beyond measure. She sprang to her feet, scrutinizing the scratch on her bag, and upon confirming its irreparable state, glared at Sheng Chensi, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You little harlots dare to conspire to ruin my bag. Do you have any idea how expensive it is? This is a limited edition Hermes, worth more than just money." Sheng Tianjin, witnessing the damage to the bag, felt a shadow of malice flicker in her eyes as she stepped forward to fan the flames. Lamenting, "This bag is exorbitantly priced. They say it cannot even be ordered without the right status. There are fewer than 10 in the world, and now it's ruined. Such a pity. Even if repaired, it will never be as it once was." "Sister Shasha, I genuinely feel for you." Elizabeth had gone to great lengths for this bag, even kneeling before Mr. He and allowing herself to be the subject of ridicule. She believed the bag's worth transcended monetary value. Now, having been so carelessly damaged by Jojo, she was determined to ensure they faced dire consequences. Thus, Elizabeth planted her hands on her hips and, with fury, declared to Sheng Chensi, "You fat fool. You are doomed today. My bag is of such value that if you do not provide me with an explanation, I will see you imprisoned." Jojo, looking at the bag and recalling how Elizabeth had pinned her down earlier, felt a mix of grievance and defiance, retorting, "It's not like we broke the bag on purpose, and you threaten us with imprisonment over a bag. Is there no law here?" "Silence. Listen well here, I am the law. I am justice. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I will ensure you have no place to rest." Elizabeth shot Jojo a disdainful glare and signaled to Sheng Tianjin, who understood immediately. Stepping forward to take Elizabeth's bag. After inspecting it closely, she sighed dramatically. "Chensi, you have never encountered fine goods, so you wouldn't know that if this bag is damaged and cannot be compensated, imprisonment is a real possibility." "How troublesome. This bag has skyrocketed to nearly 80 million internationally. How can you afford such compensation?" Upon hearing the figure of 80 million, Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at Sheng Tianjin, then feigned benevolence, saying, "Fine, we are all from the same company. I cannot truly drive you to despair that I am feeling exceptionally benevolent today. You need only compensate me with 80 million and vacate Jinshi Entertainment, and I will spare you from imprisonment. This." Jojo's shoulders trembled with rage. Her fists clenched tightly, filled with indignation. "Is this what you call benevolence? This is nothing short of extermination. 80 million. How are we supposed to pay that? Why don't you just rob a bank?" In contrast to Jojo, Sheng Chensi remained remarkably calm as she scrutinized the bag held by Sheng Tianjin. They claimed it was worth 80 million, yet she felt otherwise. As a fashion editor, Li Xingnan had once shown her this bag's introduction. Indeed, it was globally limited to 10, but 5 had been donated to museums, and the remaining 5 had been purchased by private tycoons, none of whom resided domestically. Sheng Chensi doubted that the president of Jinshi Entertainment would splurge on such an authentic piece for someone like Elizabeth. At least not before marriage. Hence, before Elizabeth could utter another word, Sheng Chensi pondered aloud, "If this bag is counterfeit, then we need not compensate 80 million, correct?" Chapter 47. This fat one is quite cunning. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth was immediately incensed, her voice piercing through the air. "What are you saying? Do you dare to claim my bag is fake? You fat fool. Are your eyes blind? Would someone of my stature use a counterfeit? I see now that all fat people are inherently vile." Sheng Tianjin, witnessing Elizabeth's fury, let out a cold laugh, signaling to her nearby manager, who promptly chimed in, "Indeed, this fat one is quite cunning to avoid leaving Jinshi Entertainment. She resorts to slandering Xia with accusations of using counterfeit goods, truly shameless." After this, she feigned indifference, glancing at the group of young models she had brought along. One in a pink dress quickly chimed in. "Sheng Chensi, that fat one, is born to lie. With such a poor image, she resorts to despicable means to find balance. It's disgusting." The others quickly joined in the chorus of insults. Not just disgusting. She is unworthy of being human. She breaks things and refuses to compensate, yet has the audacity to defame others with accusations of using fakes. Why doesn't she just disappear? Indeed, while fat and ugly can be redeemed, being malicious and toxic cannot. Accusing Sister Xia of using counterfeits is a direct attack on her reputation. Her heart is truly vile. Disgusting fat one. Hurry up and leave Jinshi Entertainment. Don't pollute the air here. The young models chattered incessantly, hurling insults at Sheng Chensi, while Elizabeth and Sheng Tianjin's expressions grew increasingly triumphant, with Sheng Tianjin even displaying a hint of smugness. She no longer concealed her intentions, reveling in Sheng Chensi's misfortune. However, just then, the company president, He Zhiyun, appeared by the elevator, observing the scene without movement. Seeing He Zhiyun from a distance, Sheng Tianjin's eyes darted, and she quickly reined in her arrogance. She intended to feign kindness in front of He Zhiyun. Suddenly, she transformed, boldly stepping in front of Sheng Chensi to shield her from Elizabeth, sighing before turning to Sheng Chensi, her brow furrowed, and speaking in a notably kind tone. "Sister Xia, please do not be angry. It is Chensi's fault. Let this fall on me that I will gather the 80 million tonight and transfer it to you, all right?" At this, Sheng Tianjin's manager jumped up, grabbing her hand, indignantly protesting. "Tianjin, why are you paying for her? I know you are kind-hearted, but your kindness should not be wasted on such a vile fat one. Otherwise, she will never learn her lesson and continue her mischief." The other young models nodded in agreement. Yes, Tianjin, you are too kind. You are at a loss. Do you remember how she treated you when you were terminated? She did nothing to help you, occupying her position at the top. Though we share the same surname, the differences in character are astounding. Hey, Fat Xing Qinsi, could you please leave? What right do you have to ask Tianjin for help? Oh dear, everyone, please stop. I have mentioned before. She is my biological sister. Her current state is partially my fault for not taking good care of her, for not providing her with what she desires, leading her to this unruly behavior. If you still consider me a good friend, do not persuade me today. I wish to help her once more, as Xing Tianjin spoke. She turned to Xing Qinsi with tears glistening in her eyes. Her demeanor feigned tenderness, reminiscent of a delicate flower swaying in the rain. With a dramatic sob, she covered her mouth and, in a tone steeped in guilt, said, Qinsi, I am sorry for not teaching you how to recognize a genuine bag properly. Thus, you mistook Sister Shasha's bag for a fake. The IT is all my fault. Please do not upset Sister Shasha today. I will buy you an Hermes with next month's earnings, all right? Tianjin, do not mind her. How much have you done for her? Does she even understand gratitude? She knows nothing. She is just an ungrateful fat fool. The agent of Xing Tianjin grasped her hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern, and then turned to Elizabeth, saying, Sasha, you must not take Tianjin's money. These years have been incredibly challenging for her. She has been drained of all her savings by this sister. Do not speak like that. I willingly invest in Qinsi. After all, she is not as healthy as the rest of us. Xing Tianjin firmly clasped her agent's hand, her voice slightly stern. I am Qinsi's sister, and it is my duty to support her. Yet, you cannot always be at a disadvantage. The agent sighed softly, realizing that Xing Tianjin was merely acting, and immediately played along. Indeed, Tianjin, this matter does not concern you. I cannot allow you to suffer losses. Elizabeth patted Xing Tianjin's shoulder, observing her face full of grievance, and felt a twinge of sympathy. It is truly unfortunate for a sister to be treated like this. Xing Tianjin felt a surge of happiness within. Yet her face remained a mask of restraint and fragility. She gently shook her head, saying, Sasha, I am not the one to pity. That M.Y. Qinsi is the one deserving of sympathy. She has suffered from illness since childhood, and now weighs over 200 pounds, unable to lose it, enduring countless disdainful glances. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth cast a glance at Xing Qinsi, thinking to herself, she deserves it. Without a kind heart, she ought to become ugly and fat. No, that is not true. Qinsi is not like that. Xing Tianjin exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks like autumn leaves falling from the trees, incessantly cascading down. Enough, do not cry, that I will handle this matter for you. You are too innocent. I absolutely cannot allow you to be wronged any further. With that, Elizabeth turned around, glaring furiously at Xing Qinsi. You fatso, did you just claim my bag is fake? Let me tell you. My bag is 100% genuine, and I dare you to bring over an appraiser. Are you brave enough to confront the appraiser alongside me, and should it be confirmed that my bag is authentic? Pay up and scram. Xing Qinsi narrowed her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. As the sounds of mockery and jeers surrounded her, along with Jojo's pitiful cries, she quickly regained her composure, lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she nodded. I dare. However, I will contact the appraiser. I will seek out Queen's Fashion Appraiser at Li Xingnan's colleagues. All possess the luxury goods appraiser qualification, making their evaluations the most credible. Xing Qinsi believed that only such individuals could effectively counter Elizabeth's claims. Observing Xing Qinsi's confidence, the crowd exchanged glances, erupting into laughter. This is absurd. She speaks as if hiring an appraiser will instantaneously vindicate her. Who granted her such confidence? Leaving aside the source of her confidence. Could someone of her stature, a mere fat girl, actually engage Queen's appraiser? Such overestimation of her abilities. I am eagerly anticipating her humiliation. If she manages to enlist Queen's appraiser and prove Elizabeth's bag is fake, I will livestream myself eating dung. Chapter 48. Your fat girl is being bullied. Seeing the crowd's response, Elizabeth scoffed. Well, since she claims she can find Queen's appraiser, let her go ahead and try. Perhaps we won't even need to intervene. Queen's people will likely make her eat dung. Her words were harsh, for Elizabeth was certain that Xing Qinsi would be unable to find anyone from Queen, further affirming that her bag was not fake. Thus, giving Xing Qinsi this opportunity was merely a means to ensure her downfall. Qinsi, perhaps Jojo should hold your hand and gently shake her head. Maybe I should find Director Liu, and you ought not to seek out Queen's people. That it's fine. Trust me. Sheng Qinzi winked at Jojo, glanced at Elizabeth and the others, then retrieved her phone. I will make a call. Elizabeth and her companions did not stop Sheng Qinzi, while Jojo guided her to a quiet spot. Sheng Qinzi chose a secluded corner and called Li Xingnan. Xingnan, I need a professional appraiser to authenticate my bag. Can you please have your colleague come to my company right now? At that moment, Li Xingnan was at a gala, conveniently beside Hu Jinyan. However, unaware of their acquaintance, she did not hesitate to inquire about the situation. After listening, Li Xingnan's expression darkened, indignantly exclaiming, "Are these women insane? Using a fake bag and still daring to bully you, Qinzi, don't worry. I will call my colleagues now. They're all my good buddies and will certainly support you." Hu Jinyan, initially preoccupied with his phone, inadvertently overheard Li Xingnan's call and absorbed the entire account of events. That he set down his drink, casually slipped his hand into his pocket, and sauntered toward the garden. Dialing another number. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was as cold as the winter wind, sharp and cutting. "Hello, little uncle. Are you done with the meeting? I told you that you should have attended the gala with me." It is quite entertaining here that a sharp click sounded as the call was abruptly ended. What? Little uncle hung up that quickly. Hu Jinyan rubbed his temples, shaking his head in disbelief, then redialed as soon as the line connected. He began speaking rapidly. "Little uncle, you cannot treat me like this. We agreed on peace and harmony between uncles and nephews, didn't we? I hadn't even finished speaking before you hung up on me. You want to be on my blacklist?" The voice on the other end was icy, laced with a hint of menace, implying that further delays could provoke serious consequences. Hu Jinyan pouted, casting a glance back at the gala. Lamenting, "Oh dear, little uncle, I did not call for mere amusement, that I intended to inform you that the fat girl is being bullied. I hoped you would assist her. Yet not only did you ignore my plea, but you also spoke to me in such a tone." On the other end, Han Chao knitted his brows and promptly asked, "What is happening?" Hu Jinyan raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of pride in his own cleverness. "You see, it was indeed wise of me to attend today as fashion gala. It was at the gala that I encountered your fat girl as friend, and through her, I learned of the trouble she is facing." "Ha ha ha, I take pride in my astuteness." Han Chao, growing increasingly impatient, succinctly interrupted him. Hu Jinyan paused, reflecting on his little uncle's habits, and ultimately chose not to prolong the suspense, quickly recounting the events. He added that Elizabeth is riding on the coattails of the He family to act so arrogantly. Since she is not under our purview, it is not so easy to directly suppress her. My recommendation is to help the fat girl reclaim her dignity. A direct slap to her face would be more fitting. That a sharp click echoed once more as the call was cut off. Hu Jinyan could not help but grumble about his uncle's quick temper. Just then, an assistant approached inquiring, "They would like you to come in for a speech. Is that convenient for you? Tell them I have matters to attend to." Hu Jinyan waved his hand, turning to face the entrance, his brow raised. "I, the young master, am going to witness the grand spectacle of face-slapping." "Face-slapping spectacle?" The assistant was baffled. "Indeed, it will be utterly thrilling. Go tell them. And then be my driver. I will take you to enjoy the show." "Oh, haha, I will go right away." Hu Jinyan was always at the forefront of witnessing the drama, and following him guaranteed a front-row seat to the spectacle. A petite flower echoed in agreement, as Jojo was acutely aware that their actions were merely sowing discord. She cast a fleeting glance at them, opting for silence, regardless of whether it pertained to corporate matters or today's bag incident. The blame could not be placed upon Sheng Qinzi. It was these women who were at fault, deliberately seeking trouble. That as minutes ticked by, Sheng Qinzi remained engrossed in a phone call, yet to arrive. Elizabeth's face was clearly marked with impatience. Sheng Tianjin, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, took note of her reaction before glancing at the still absent Mr. He. She continued her facade of kindness, saying, "Sasha, why don't we all stop waiting? You never use fake bags. We all know that. And there's no need for Qinzi to find someone to verify it. I will find a way to gather the money for you. Let us approach this matter calmly and move past it." "Shall we?" "Absolutely not. I intend to pursue this matter today. We cannot allow that insufferable fatso, Sheng Qinzi, to bully us in the company." Elizabeth raised her voice as her words hung in the air. Sheng Tianjin's companions echoed her sentiments, some snorting in disdain, indignantly exclaiming, "Indeed, we cannot let this incompetent fatso cause chaos. Tianjin, do not be so benevolent. Do not support her. Previously, there had been rumors of many overweight individuals harboring twisted psyches, which she had dismissed. Now, observing Sheng Chensi, she was convinced that a person like her was not only twisted but utterly devoid of boundaries. Yes, we ought to ensure this trash suffers a miserable end. The cacophony of insults grew louder, and Jojo, seething with frustration, found herself overwhelmed by the sheer number of voices against her. Just as she wallowed in despair, Sheng Chensi approached and I have made the arrangements. They will arrive in 5 minutes. Though Sheng Chensi was indeed portly, her smile was captivating, particularly at this moment, her radiant face reminiscent of a sun rising in the morning, instilling a sense of hope. 5 minutes? That is an eternity. Are you not aware that time is money? We cannot afford to squander our time. I doubt anyone will arrive in 5 minutes. You are merely stalling. Let us not wait. Let us take action now and remove this fatso. The artists, emboldened by their own words, proceeded to summon security that a dozen guards, armed with walkie-talkies and electric batons, approached with an intimidating air, encircling Sheng Chensi and Jojo. Sheng Chensi stroked her chin, somewhat admiring their audacity in bullying others so brazenly. The guards, poised for action, glanced at Elizabeth, who smirked and coldly declared, "Indeed, time is money, and I do not wish to wait. They have damaged my bag, and according to protocol, we must take this to the police station. Do not hold back." Upon hearing Elizabeth's demand, the head of the security team nodded, turning to Sheng Chensi with a particularly hostile demeanor. "Did you hear that, fatso? Do not cause a scene in the company. Come with us to the police station. If you must go to jail, then so be it," as the guards prepared to apprehend her. Elizabeth's smugness intensified. The guards regarded Elizabeth as the future lady boss, thus exerting their utmost effort to appease her. While they threatened Sheng Chensi, 4 impeccably dressed men suddenly appeared at the entrance. Striding purposefully toward them, Elizabeth looked up, casting a cursory glance, only to widen her eyes in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping upon realizing who was leading the group. That my heavens! It is him, the true owner of Hermes. What brings him here so unexpectedly? Could he be seeking a spokesperson? It must be so. Their company had submitted resumes of female artists previously, and now he must be here to personally select one. If Hermes were to choose her, future fashion resources would be secure. With this thought, Elizabeth's face lit up with glee, and she hurriedly approached the man, bowing and scraping, "Tieli." However, as she uttered the name, the exquisite and elegant gentleman, accompanied by his entourage, did not spare her a glance, striding confidently toward Sheng Chensi and her companions. Elizabeth froze, bewildered. What could this mean? At that moment, Sheng Tianjin happened to be standing beside Sheng Chensi. As Tieli halted, his gaze swept over both her and Sheng Chensi. Amidst the perplexed stares of the onlookers, Tieli elegantly nodded and, in fluent Chinese, proclaimed, "Today, I am truly honored to be here and to meet the most esteemed Miss Sheng." To personally serve her, upon finishing his statement, Tieli gestured to several assistants, announcing, "Beautiful and esteemed Miss Sheng, we shall now present to you the highest-end Hermes bags for your selection." As Tieli's words resonated, a procession of impeccably dressed sales associates entered through the door, some pushing glass display cases, others cradling high-quality boxes, all methodically making their way toward them. The crowd exchanged glances between the newcomers and Sheng Tianjin. Soon, a young artist named Wu Rian approached, enviously gazing at Sheng Tianjin. "Ting, you are truly fortunate to receive the most professional service from Hermes." "Indeed, I am so envious. This must all have been arranged by young Master Su." She truly had encountered a man who adored her. Young Master Su had previously mentioned compensating Tianjin, and now it was clear how enviable that compensation was, faced with the covetous gazes of the crowd. Sheng Tianjin felt a swell of pride, responding with a gentle laugh. "Everyone, do not jump to conclusions. This is not merely about me, Miss Sheng. What if there is a misunderstanding?" Wu Rian linked her arm with Sheng Tianjin's, exclaiming, "Oh, how could there be any mistake? What did he just say? The most esteemed and beautiful Miss Sheng." While some might also bear the surname Sheng, they were as hefty as pigs, utterly devoid of any association with beauty or nobility. Exactly. The most beautiful here is undoubtedly Tianjin. It cannot be anyone else. Moreover, Tianjin's fiancé is young Master Su. Young Master Su's uncle is Huahan Xiao. They have the means to invite Hermes representatives. Indeed, it must be Tianjin. Do not be modest. Sheng Tianjin believed Tieli was indeed referring to her, as Sheng Chenzi was both unattractive and overweight, completely lacking in beauty. Furthermore, to her knowledge, all of Sheng Chenzi's friends were impoverished, unable to afford Hermes services. Meanwhile, Jojo wore a countenance of despair, lamenting that their issues remained unresolved while an Hermes representative appeared. "Chenzi, we are truly doomed." Sheng Chenzi sighed softly, patting Jojo's hand in a comforting manner. Though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Tieli was indeed present for a promotional event, yet he would not casually offer his services, regardless of the monetary incentive. How had Su Nanja managed to convince him to make such a grand appearance for Sheng Tianjin? Tieli's team swiftly arranged the bags, and the associates stood at attention, eagerly awaiting their most esteemed guest. The female artists were abuzz with excitement, their eyes sparkling with envy as they gazed at the bags. At this moment, the self-satisfied Sheng Tianjin caught sight of Elizabeth's ill-humored expression, her eyes darting about as a thought crossed her mind, her lips curling into a smile. Turning toward Sheng Chenzi, she spoke in a particularly gentle tone. "Chenzi, let me help you once more." Upon hearing this, Wu Ruiyun and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What could be the reason behind her sudden offer to assist Sheng Chenzi? However, Sheng Tianjin was known for her kindness, and it was likely related to the matter of Elizabeth's bag that Jojo cast a wary glance at Sheng Tianjin, whispering to Sheng Chenzi, "Chenzi, listen carefully. Let us see what this wolf in sheep's clothing has to say." Sheng Chenzi narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression indifferent as she regarded Sheng Tianjin's sisters. She could discern the ulterior motives behind Sheng Tianjin's seemingly benign intentions. Thus, Sheng Chenzi adjusted the direction of her wheelchair, drawing closer to Sheng Tianjin, and calmly lifted her head to meet her gaze. "What do you intend to do?" Wu Riyun and the others could not suppress their derisive laughter. The audacity of this fatso was astonishing. Daring to entangle herself with Tianjin, Sheng Tianjin smiled sweetly, pushing Sheng Chenzi's wheelchair, then addressing Elizabeth, "Sasha, since Hermes has come to deliver a bag for me, I must assist Chenzi this time. Therefore, why don't you take a look and see if there's anything you like here? You may choose one as a replacement for your damaged bag. If one is insufficient, feel free to take two. I will discuss it with Brother Nanja, that he will certainly support my decision, given our relationship." With that, Sheng Tianjin pulled out her phone, beaming as she sent Su Nanja a message of explanation and gratitude, then turned to Sheng Chenzi, saying, "Chenzi, I have already informed Brother Nanja. Rest assured as my sister. He will certainly look out for you." Sheng Chenzi offered a faint smile, saying nothing. She was acutely aware that Sheng Tianjin was merely attempting to convey how well Su Nanja cared for her, igniting a spark of jealousy while simultaneously allowing others to witness her benevolence, thus further establishing her image as a white lotus. That insufferable fatso truly knows how to take advantage. The gifts from Tianjin's fiancé were now being used as compensation for her. What a disgrace! Wu Rin shot Sheng Chenzi a venomous glare. Meanwhile, the other delicate flowers present began to whisper amongst themselves, pointing fingers at Sheng Chenzi. Their gazes were sharp as knives, seemingly intent on subjecting her to 1,000 cuts. Do you think that fatso will seize the opportunity to swindle Tianjin out of another bag? It's quite possible. Few good things come from that glutton. Greedy, arrogant, and repulsive, she will surely continue to exploit Tianjin. Alas! Poor Tianjin, so kind-hearted, yet utterly bullied. Elizabeth had already spotted He Jiyun in the distance. Receiving his gaze, she understood she could no longer cause a scene and decided to take a graceful exit, opting to claim 2 bags as compensation instead. Thus, she strolled around the bags, swiftly selecting 2, before approaching Sheng Tianjin and whispering a few words in her ear. Sheng Tianjin smiled and nodded graciously, immediately signaling to Tieli, saying, "The bags are beautiful. We adore them." Upon hearing this, Tieli's brow furrowed slightly, perplexed, as these bags were intended to please Miss Sheng Chenzi. Why then was this young lady speaking such odd remarks? Yet, Tieli paid no mind to Sheng Tianjin's words. His task was solely to deliver the bags and ensure Sheng Chenzi's delight. Everyone else was irrelevant. With this thought, Tieli promptly turned and approached the finest bag. Donning gloves and expertly retrieving it, he then walked toward Sheng Chenzi, declaring, "Beautiful Miss Sheng, this is an exclusive Hermes piece, the only one in the world, designed by our company's top-tier designer. Every detail is handcrafted, and the materials and colors are perfectly aligned with your exquisite temperament, that I implore you to accept this gift." The delicate flowers present were nearly envious to madness. Not only was it Hermes, But such a high-end bag, personally delivered by the CEO, was truly extraordinary. Oh my heavens, I am so envious of Tianjin. She is indeed fortunate. Look at that bag. It sparkles from every angle, radiating the brilliance of wealth and love. How deeply Su Nanja adores Tianjin. Many among the crowd were witnessing in Herm's high-end bag for the first time, and their excitement was palpable. The delicate flowers were agog, and Sheng Tianjin was equally exhilarated. Her eyes nearly glued to the approaching bag as it drew nearer. She could hardly restrain herself from leaping forward to embrace it, wishing never to part with it again. The more thrilled she became, the more triumphant her gaze toward Sheng Chensi grew, tinged with a palpable disdain. Do you see this? Fatso Sheng Chensi. This is Su Nanja's love for me, my glory. You shall never surpass me, forever destined to be a stepping stone. Oh dear, let me assist Tianjin in receiving this bag, to share in her joy. Sheng Tianjin's manager, eager to brush against luxury, approached with outstretched arms, attempting to catch the bag Tieli held. However, Tieli frowned, his expression darkening as he coldly stated, I apologize, but this is a custom piece. You cannot simply touch it. Witnessing the manager's rejection, her face flushed, Sheng Tianjin stepped forward gently, patting the manager's shoulder. It's all right. I'll take it. Tonight you can have a proper look at it. Will that suffice? The manager, feeling conflicted, managed a weak smile and retreated, allowing Sheng Tianjin to step forward. Next, Sheng Tianjin stood before Tieli, radiating her most gracious and elegant smile, slowly saying, Mr. Tieli, I accept this bag, but I would also like the orange Babylon and the pink Danube. Please package them for my friend, Miss Elizabeth, as she reached for the bag. However, Tieli's reaction astonished everyone present. The elegant gentleman Tieli's expression abruptly darkened, his voice cold as he addressed Sheng Tianjin. Miss, it seems you are mistaken. None of today's bags are intended for you. What? Sheng Tianjin's face paled in shock. How could this be? Did you not just say they were for the most beautiful and esteemed Miss Sheng? I am Sheng Tianjin. My fiancée is Su Nanja. Who else would you give these to if not me? Naturally to the lovely, esteemed, and gracious Miss Sheng Chensi, the Tieli's voice rang clear and firm. After speaking, he directly approached Sheng Chensi, disregarding the astonished glances from others, and bowed elegantly before her, saying, Miss Sheng Chensi, all the Herm's bags brought today are yours. Please accept them. Tieli's praise was not flattery, but a directive from those who had arranged for him to come at this moment. Not just Sheng Tianjin, but even Sheng Chensi and Jojo were left in a state of bewilderment. Tieli, lifting the bags, presented them to Sheng Chensi, causing the entire hall to descend into a profound silence. After about a minute, Wu Riyun's voice broke the stillness. How is this possible? The esteemed beauty is not Sheng Tianjin, but that fatso. Indeed, I cannot fathom how this overweight individual could be associated with elegance and beauty. It feels more like a cruel joke, an attempt to elevate her only for a disastrous fall. Yes, it could very well be a ploy to elevate her falsely, making the fall all the more spectacular. But I doubt someone like Tieli would engage in such antics. The crowd was astonished, discussing among themselves, unwilling to accept this outcome. After all, everyone present believed themselves to be more slender and 1,000 times more beautiful than Sheng Chensi. At that moment, someone in the crowd raised a hand and slowly spoke. Did everyone forget that Sheng Chensi had been on the phone for quite some time? Perhaps she was arranging for someone to come. Upon hearing this, some shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible. Sheng Chensi is dressed so poorly. She clearly lacks the means to hire Tieli. What on earth is happening? Why is Tieli delivering bags to Sheng Chensi? As the crowd continued to speculate, Melinda, the editor-in-chief of Queen, entered with several men in tow. Their presence commanding attention from all. That Mr. Tieli is here as well. Could we all be here for the same person? Melinda smiled elegantly upon seeing Tieli presenting a bag to Sheng Chensi. Tieli straightened, nodding gracefully to Melinda. I am here for Miss Sheng Chensi. What about you? Melinda raised her eyebrows, standing before Sheng Chensi, gently stating, Esteemed and beautiful Miss Sheng Chensi, I have been sent by Li Xingnan to assist you in verifying the bag. Moreover, to demonstrate to those who have bullied you that you are not without support. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, exchanging glances and animatedly discussing the implications that my goodness, that's Melinda from Queen, one of the wealthiest editors and a significant figure in the fashion industry. My manager reminds me daily to curry favor with her. What she means is that she is here to support Sheng Chensi. With Melinda backing her, it suddenly made sense why Tieli's gift was no longer surprising. That as the crowd spoke, their gazes shifted toward Sheng Tianjin and Elizabeth. With their presence, the authenticity of Elizabeth's bag was now in question. And as for Sheng Tianjin, she must be feeling utterly humiliated. She and Elizabeth had just picked out their bags, but what was the outcome? Heavens, did they wish for a hole to hide in? After Melinda's entrance, Sheng Tianjin stood frozen, her fingers tightly clenched, her sharp, pointed nails digging into her palm, nearly convinced she was hallucinating. Yet when she heard the mocking voices of the delicate flowers, reality crashed down upon her. She stiffly retreated like a marionette, pulling out her phone to check for messages. Indeed, Su Nanja had replied, "What Hermes bag? Tianjin, I did not prepare anything for you." Tears immediately brimmed in Sheng Tianjin's eyes, her shoulders trembling slightly, the anger within her seeking an outlet as she turned to glare fiercely at Wu Ying. "It's all because of that wretched woman. She was the one spreading rumors." Leading to this misunderstanding, receiving Sheng Tianjin's ire, Wu Ying stumbled back a couple of steps, her mouth agape in shock, unable to utter a single word. She had no idea it would come to this. How could she know that Su Nanja hadn't prepared so many gifts for Sheng Tianjin? At this very moment, the crowd retracted their mockery and cast peculiar glances towards Sheng Chensi. Observing her wheelchair, scrutinizing every accessory adorning her, and noting her robust physique, internally gasping, they realized that this was not mere ugliness. It was unmistakably a sign of affluence. That wheelchair of Sheng Chensi's was not an ordinary one. It resembled the pinnacle of robotic technology, each component exquisitely crafted. Moreover, her attire appeared to be far from commonplace. It seemed more akin to a creation by a master designer. I felt as though I had seen Sheng Chensi frequenting upscale villa districts. Thus, the question of weight mattered little. What was paramount was that there were those willing to cherish her, ready to elevate her to the highest echelons. Even if she weighed 2 tons, she would still radiate brilliance. Meanwhile, Tieli, having concluded his conversation with Melinda, once again presented a bag to Sheng Chensi, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he inquired, "Miss Sheng, do take a look. Do you like this bag?" Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Sheng Chensi could only accept the bag, nodding politely. "This is the most beautiful bag I have ever seen." "Thank you very much. To receive your praise is the bag's honor. Please, examine the remaining bags. Each one is for you. Shortly, we shall ensure they are exquisitely packaged and delivered to your residence," Tieli continued, clapping his hands, prompting the sales assistants to step forward and prepare for packing. The surrounding onlookers were utterly stunned, their jaws nearly dropping as they gazed at Sheng Chensi, envious to the point of tears. Sheng Chensi, however, paid no heed to their opinions. Instead, she cradled the bag and turned to Jojo, whose mouth was agape in astonishment. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Jojo, are you all right?" "Yes, absolutely splendid," Jojo exclaimed, exhaling sharply before grasping Sheng Chensi's hand with fervor akin to that of Director Liu. "Chensi, you truly are a marvel." Director Liu was right. "You will bring us surprises that my goodness. Is this not a tremendous surprise? So many bags, all yours. Haha, just look at who dares to mock you now." Sheng Chensi found Jojo's exuberance both amusing and exasperating. Indeed, Jojo glanced at Tieli, then at Melinda, and a sudden spark ignited in her mind. "Chensi, why don't you have them authenticate Elizabeth's bag? That's the matter at hand. We must ascertain whether her bag is genuine. If it is authentic, you can choose a bag of equal value to compensate her. However, if it proves to be counterfeit, then I'm afraid not a penny shall be refunded." Having overheard Jojo's words, a flustered Elizabeth approached, hands on hips, radiating an imposing demeanor as she declared, "My bag cannot possibly be fake. Do not think that just because Mr. Tieli is here to deliver bags, you can bully me and label my bag as counterfeit. No, my bag is unequivocally real." With that, Elizabeth shot a venomous glare at Sheng Chensi, thrusting the bag she had just scratched towards Tieli. "Mr. Tieli and Ms. Melinda, I do not care whether you are here to support Sheng Chensi. I implore you to swear on your professional integrity that you will authenticate my bag with the utmost impartiality and reveal to everyone whether it is genuine or not." Elizabeth's expression was grave as she raised the bag, her tone resolute. Tieli exchanged glances with Melinda, who then stepped forward, taking Elizabeth's bag without so much as a cursory inspection, and remarked with a smile, "I can swear on my professional career that this bag is indeed counterfeit." Upon finishing her statement, she glanced at Tieli, who nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we did not sell this bag to you. What? This cannot be." Elizabeth's face drained of color as she spun around, glaring furiously at Sheng Chensi, accusingly pointing her finger at her. "You wretched creature, tell the truth. Did you bribe them? Are they lying for you?" Chapter 52. The police have arrived, ha. Just because you are despicable does not mean others are like you. Melinda scoffed, patting Sheng Chensi's hand reassuringly, tilting her head with a smirk. "Little Chensi, do not fear. I promised Sheng Nan I would stand by you, and no one shall bully you," under Elizabeth's resentful gaze. Sheng Chensi nodded politely, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Elizabeth, witnessing their interaction, was further convinced that Sheng Chensi had colluded with Melinda to humiliate her. Clenching her teeth, she almost bit her lip in fury, shouting, "You have gone too far. I will file a complaint against you, expose you, and incite my fans to boycott Hermes." At this, Tilly chuckled. "You may file a complaint. Our sales records will vindicate us, whether it was sold to Xinghua. Our company is fully aware." Elizabeth clutched her chest, feeling increasingly suffocated. Tilly was correct. If it was sold to Xinghua, it would surely be reflected in Hermes' sales records. Yet she could not comprehend how this gift from He Jiyun could possibly be counterfeit. With reddened eyes, she surveyed her surroundings. Though the company personnel refrained from openly mocking her, their expressions unmistakably conveyed their amusement at her predicament. After being so haughty for so long, she found herself in this humiliating situation. And to make matters worse, it was at the hands of a woman she deemed inferior. Elizabeth felt a profound sense of injustice that, of course, even more disgruntled was Sheng Tianjin, who still could not grasp why Sheng Chensi was being so glorified. "Miss Sheng Chensi, this is our absolute black card from Hermes. With this card, you may indulge in the highest tier of Hermes services at any time," Tieli announced, disregarding Elizabeth and Sheng Tianjin, presenting a black card with golden edges reverently to Sheng Chensi. The gazes of those around them were now as fervent as flames, their envy palpable to the point of salivation. "This is incredible. Wow, this absolute black card. Hermes has only issued two, one to the Queen, and the other to you, Miss Sheng Chensi. I wonder if you would have time for an interaction with our Queen, so we might interview you." Melinda immediately extended the invitation. Sheng Chensi was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Melinda's suggestion of an interview. The Queen was currently the premier fashion platform, and countless individuals yearned for an opportunity to engage with her. How was it that she, having just begun her journey, suddenly found herself in such a position? Just as Sheng Chensi pondered her response, a new wave of individuals entered through the main door, all clad in suits, presenting themselves as elite professionals. Following closely behind were police officers and individuals in business uniforms, their expressions grave, exuding an air of authority that commanded the room from the moment they stepped inside. The elites parted to create a path as the crowd turned their attention to the officers and uniformed personnel. "Why are the police here?" One murmured, "Oh, I recall Elizabeth mentioning she would call the police earlier. It seems they have arrived now." Another voice speculated, "How will this play out if that bag is indeed counterfeit? Surely Sheng Chensi won't have to compensate her significantly." As the murmurs circulated, Elizabeth snapped back to reality, clenching her fists and drawing a deep breath. She shed her earlier despair, raising her head to glare at Sheng Chensi before approaching the foremost officer. Calmly, she stated, "Officer, yes, I am the one who reported the incident point one of my bags was damaged by those two women over there. They refused to compensate me, and I require your assistance in ensuring that they face legal consequences." With that, Elizabeth turned, pointing at Sheng Chensi and Jojo, wearing a self-satisfied expression. She was certain that the police would heed her call and ensure that Sheng Chensi and Jojo faced dire repercussions. The onlookers, who had previously envied Sheng Chensi, now exchanged worried glances, whispering among themselves, "What now? The police have arrived. It seems that Sheng Chensi and Jojo will have to make a trip to the police station." Just as she ascended to the heights, she is now plummeting into despair. The my envy for her has diminished significantly. In summary, one must tread carefully in the realm of gossip. Let us observe how Sheng Chensi navigates this predicament. Hearing the chatter, Elizabeth's spirits lifted somewhat. She adjusted her hair and smirked to herself. What does it matter if you possess an Hermes bag? The police are here. You will still have to face scrutiny. And I shall not let you escape compensation for my loss. Chinsi, the police have truly arrived, but do you think they will really imprison us over a counterfeit bag? Jojo's face was painted with concern. She was unfazed until the police's arrival, which instilled fear within her. However, Sheng Chensi, who had studied law, remained unperturbed. She raised her eyebrows slightly. This is a civil dispute. We shall not face imprisonment, for reasons unknown. Elizabeth's assistant, upon hearing this, began to feel a sense of trepidation as she observed Elizabeth's unwavering confidence. One of those standing behind Elizabeth instinctively took a couple of steps back, muttering under their breath. Isn't this just a civil dispute? They can simply compensate at market value. Has she lost her mind? She claims it's civil, so it must be. Is she a police officer? Stop listening to her nonsensical prattle. The police are here, which means they are here to arrest her. Elizabeth cast a fierce glare at the young assistant. Her teeth clenched as she spoke through gritted teeth. The assistant, caught in her penetrating gaze, instinctively shivered and quickly turned away, raising her hand in a futile attempt to confront Sheng Chensi. However, before she could utter a word, Sheng Chensi, seated across from her, shot her an icy glance that sent another tremor through her, prompting her to hastily retract her hand. Biting her lip in trepidation, the assistant retreated behind Elizabeth. Pathetic, are you afraid of a hapless, overweight fool? Elizabeth shoved the assistant aside and immediately turned her attention to the police. She tempered her previously brazen demeanor and implored, "Officer, please hurry and apprehend them. They are truly wicked." Yet the officers maintained their stern expressions, replying, "We are here to find Elizabeth and request her cooperation in our investigation." Elizabeth, who had anticipated the police would restore her sense of justice, was taken aback to hear that they wanted her to return for questioning, her face draining of color as panic set in. "Why must I return for an investigation? I haven't done anything wrong." Unfurling the arrest warrant in his hand, an officer spoke solemnly. "This is an arrest warrant that a victim has provided evidence linking you to a previous assault case." An assault case? How could our dear Elizabeth be connected to an assault case? One of her aides exclaimed. "Indeed, officer, are you certain you have the right person?" Chapter 53. Sheng Chensi, enough is enough. At that moment, Elizabeth's aides, now flustered, surrounded the officers, clamoring to understand the situation. The officer holding the warrant, visibly irritated by their incessant questioning, retorted, "Please do not obstruct the police in their duties, or you will all be detained." As his words echoed, the previously raucous crowd fell into a stunned silence. The assistant who had just been eager to defend Elizabeth recoiled in terror, shaking her head vigorously. "I won't say anything." Obstructing law enforcement is a serious offense, and they were not keen on facing the consequences. Elizabeth, observing the officer's serious expressions and her aides' near-tearful faces, turned to scan the vicinity, desperate to alert Mr. He. Meanwhile, He Jiyun, furrowing his brow and unwilling to invite trouble, swiftly slipped into the elevator, escorted by bodyguards. "Miss Elizabeth, please accompany us," one officer approached, brandishing a pair of silver handcuffs. "Please, I did not intentionally harm anyone. There must be some misunderstanding." Elizabeth shook her head fervently, tears streaming down her cheeks. After handcuffing her, the officers prepared to escort her away. Just as everyone assumed Elizabeth would depart in this manner, a voice from the business regulatory team interjected. "Please hold on." Elizabeth's expression shifted, a flicker of hope illuminating her eyes as if anticipating a miracle. However, the next moment, the official stated, "Miss Elizabeth, you own an online store, correct? We have received reports that your store is selling counterfeit bags. Please accompany your employees for questioning." "Ah!" Elizabeth screamed upon hearing this, her vision darkening as she fainted completely. The police prepared to take Elizabeth and her entourage away. Sheng Tianjin finally snapped out of her shock. She pursed her lips and, adopting an innocent demeanor, looked at Sheng Chensi. "Chensi, why didn't you speak up for our senior Elizabeth earlier? If we all chimed in, she wouldn't be in this predicament with the police." Sheng Chensi's lips curled in a barely perceptible smirk. "Tianjin, please refrain from being disingenuous. You're merely putting on an act." "What do you mean by that?" Sheng Tianjin asked, feigning ignorance as she pressed her lips together. Seeing her act so earnestly innocent, Sheng Chensi's expression remained unchanged, her smile shallow. "The police were quite clear. She is implicated in an assault case. You wanted me to speak on Elizabeth's behalf at that moment. Wouldn't that be obstructing the police? Tianjin, may I ask what your true intentions are?" Tianjin aimed to cast her in a negative light during such a critical moment, but she refused to wear that label. She aimed to articulate her thoughts clearly so everyone could understand. Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned their attention to Tianjin, questioning her motives. Without giving the crowd time to ponder, Sheng Chensi feigned enlightenment. Glancing at Tianjin's manager behind her, "Oh, I recall now. Tianjin, it seems your manager has previously sold counterfeit bags through Elizabeth's online store. Are you all nervous now because you're afraid of being implicated?" As soon as she finished speaking, gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd to Tianjin's manager. Nearly fainting from anger, placed her hands on her hips and shouted, "Sheng Chensi, stop slandering others. I know you received a gift from the head of Hermes today, and the editor-in-chief of Queen has invited you, which has gone to your head. But let me tell you, no matter how you dress it up, you will always be a nobody in this industry." Sheng Chensi, unfazed by the insult, turned back to Tianjin, mimicking her usual tone. "Sister, I only meant to help you. I was warning you that she is indeed selling counterfeit bags, using names you have used. If those bags were truly passed down from you, and you can't afford the real ones, I would gladly gift you a few authentic pieces." Chensi, since moving under the same roof as Sheng Chensi, Tianjin had never been mocked for using counterfeit bags. Gasping for breath, she nearly choked on her anger. What did she mean by stating that she couldn't afford real bags? This despicable, overweight girl had the audacity to offer her charity. "Tianjin, are you all right?" Her manager rushed to support her, shooting a glare at Sheng Chensi. "Sheng Chensi, enough already. Our Tianjin has never used counterfeit bags, and I dare say we can verify that. Please, Mr. Tieli, retrieve the sales records." Sheng Chensi immediately looked up, addressing Mr. Tieli to Mr. Tieli. "Would it be possible to access the records of Tianjin's purchases?" Before Mr. Tieli could respond, the still reeling Tianjin paled and said, "There's no need to retrieve the records. We don't need to escalate things to this level. Let's leave." Her manager, reluctant, protested. "Tianjin, what if Sheng Chensi continues to spread rumors after we leave?" Before she could finish, Tianjin shot her a fierce glare. "That I said we are leaving. Would she allow them to stay and risk Sheng Chensi investigating the purchase records? Many of her bags were not bought by Sunans. A mere inquiry would expose her double-dealing. She couldn't let anyone find out, especially not Sheng Chensi." Her manager, sensing the finality in Tianjin's tone, refrained from opposing her further, merely glaring at Sheng Chensi and gritting her teeth that "Don't get too complacent. Even if you have someone backing you, it won't matter. You're a big girl, and you'll never make it in this industry." With that, she shot a venomous look at the onlookers, urging the younger stars to join her in deriding Sheng Chensi. The surrounding young stars, bewildered by the unfolding drama, were still trying to comprehend how the situation had shifted so dramatically. Now, under the manager's piercing gaze, they gradually regained their senses and began to echo the sentiments. Indeed, how could someone so overweight ever succeed in the entertainment industry? One must have both talent and figure, like Tianjin, to go further. Honestly, I don't have faith in her. Even with Herm's backing, she remains too fat and unattractive. Hearing the insults, Tianjin felt a modicum of solace, casting a lingering glance at Sheng Chensi before striding away with her manager, not looking back. Behind them, Sheng Chensi smirked, her eyes growing cold as she observed Tianjin's retreating figure. She then redirected her wheelchair towards Mr. Tieli, prepared to inquire about who had summoned him. However, just as she was about to speak, Mr. Tieli bowed gracefully and announced, "The gifts have been delivered, and our business here is concluded. Miss Sheng, remember, you are Herm's most esteemed member." Before Sheng Chensi could process his words, he had already turned and left with his entourage, leaving behind a collection of bags and a dazed Sheng Chensi. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure and attempted to follow, but Jojo and Melinda blocked her path. "No, I must find out who invited him," Sheng Chensi insisted. Melinda chuckled knowingly. Why bother digging so deep? With a powerful ally behind you, just relish being pampered. Chapter 54. This is his chubby girl. Exactly. Why get caught up in the details? Jojo exclaimed, excitedly embracing Sheng Chensi, nearly making her dizzy. "That I'm so thrilled. Following you means I can see countless Herm's bags. Chensi, have you thought about how to store all these bags?" Sheng Chensi smiled softly. How to store them? So many items could only be temporarily placed in the cloakroom of the Hua family. The mere thought of Hua Hanchao's haughty and aloof visage made Sheng Chensi's heart flutter slightly. Could it be that among her acquaintances, the only one capable of having Tilly from Hermes personally deliver a bag to her, along with an exclusive black card, was none other than, before Xing Chensi could fully comprehend, Jojo interjected. Chensi, may I borrow your bag to take some photos for Weibo? I've never seen so many exquisite bags. After pondering for a moment, Xing Chensi replied with a smile. Of course. Jojo, filled with excitement, planted a kiss on Xing Chensi's cheek and exclaimed, Then I shall go take pictures. Having observed the commotion outside, Hu Jinyan did not immediately rush to find Xing Chensi. Instead, he energetically dashed to the president's office of Yinxiao Group, bouncing on his feet outside the door, forming a small heart with his hands. Dear little uncle, I'm back from my gossip escapade. I seek your praise and a pat on the back. Have you finished your work? Hu Hanqiao shot Hu Jinyan a cold glance, adopting the demeanor of a stern employer. Hu Jinyan immediately pouted, resembling a child deprived of candy, and slowly approached, dragging a chair to sit upon it. Little uncle, your indifference may cause you to miss out on significant gossip. Hu Hanqiao's gaze turned icy. What gossip? Hu Jinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, Of course, aside from you, someone else is supporting little Chensi. That individual even contacted the police. That was Li Shengnan reporting, Hu Hanqiao said, maintaining an air of composure. Li Shengnan contacted the business authorities to report Elizabeth for selling counterfeit bags, but another person is different. He contacted the police directly to issue an arrest warrant. Tio have such a warrant issued in such a short time to assist little Chensi in dealing with her adversaries. He must not be an ordinary person. Did I end this state of hidden danger? Little uncle, you are facing quite a crisis. Hu Hanqiao's expression grew increasingly frosty, transforming the once warm office into a refreshing chill. More effective than air conditioning. Have you discovered who it is? Hu Hanqiao inquired, his tone suggesting a desire for immediate retribution. Hu Jinyan cleared his throat. The reason I mention your crisis is that my contacts, utilizing all their connections, have been unable to uncover the identity of the benefactor, and we can only ascertain who he is when he next supports little Chensi. Upon hearing this, Hu Hanqiao's gaze turned lethal. Let him support Xing Chensi again? Huh, she is my precious girl. Hu Hanqiao's eyes darkened as he swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed a number, adopting a tone of respect. Uncle Yu, it's me. Hu Hanqiao, that I need your assistance in investigating a matter. After listening to Hu Hanqiao's conversation, Hu Jinyan was left speechless, taking a long moment to recover. Little uncle, are you really resorting to using your connection with Uncle Yu? Is it worth it? The person Hu Hanqiao contacted was someone standing at the pinnacle of the political sphere in Xing country. With his intervention, there was naturally no matter he could not uncover. However, they typically refrained from wielding the Yu family's influence casually, much less for a woman. Therefore, Hu Jinyan felt that Hu Hanqiao was somewhat overreaching in this instance. Honestly, you could just wait a bit. Given little Chensi's current state, she isn't likely to attract formidable rivals. There is no need for such anxiety. Hu Jinyan advised earnestly that if one day you encounter someone who could accompany you for a lifetime, you would understand that everything is worth it. After Hu Hanqiao finished speaking, he lit a cigarette, that a thin veil of disdain lingered around his exquisitely chiseled features, adding an air of mystery. At 6:30 in the evening, Xing Chensi concluded her work at Jinshe. She had contacted the butler of Hu Hanqiao's villa in advance, ensuring that those bags had already returned to the villa ahead of her. Although she had not practiced dance today, she had been singing continuously, which left her quite fatigued. After singing for such a prolonged period, she felt as though her throat might ignite. Thus, after parting ways with Jojo and the others, she maneuvered her wheelchair, nearly flying towards the parking lot. However, before she could reach the vehicle arranged by Hu Hanqiao, a black Porsche halted before her. As the tinted window descended, Jiyun smiled at her. Is that you? Xing Chensi, I'll give you a ride home. Da-da. Xing Chensi was momentarily taken aback. President He, why are you suddenly here to offer me a lift? Is it regarding Elizabeth? I'm sorry, but I have a car. Xing Chensi shook her head, controlling her wheelchair and attempting to move in another direction. Yet, Jiyun stepped out of the car, directly blocking her path, unwilling to let her leave. Xing Chensi, please do not refuse me. Xing Chensi furrowed her brow slightly. President He, if this is about Elizabeth, you may be disappointed. I cannot assist you with anything. The police and business authorities have made it very clear today. She has acted unlawfully on her own accord. And none of us have harmed her. Jiyun pressed his temples, somewhat bewildered by the cold demeanor exhibited by one of his company's artists. Xing Chensi, I am not here to discuss Elizabeth. I have another important matter to discuss with you. Please, come with me. At this moment, unbeknownst to both Sheng Chenxi and He Jiyun, a private investigator was capturing the scene with a high-definition camera. From the investigator's perspective, it appeared as though He Jiyun was leaning in to kiss Sheng Chenxi, that he snapped several photos in quick succession and promptly sent them to another individual. Beep, beep, beep. The car sent to collect Sheng Chenxi had arrived and began honking. Sheng Chenxi looked up to see the driver alight, offering a slight smile to He Jiyun. President He, my ride is here. I must take my leave. Without affording He Jiyun a chance to respond, she pushed her wheelchair towards the car. The driver responsible for picking up Sheng Chenxi acted swiftly, assisting her into the vehicle. Watching as Sheng Chenxi's car receded into the distance, He Jiyun's narrow eyes gleamed with an inscrutable light, his clenched fist tightening slightly. Sheng Chenxi, as long as you remain in Jinshe, you shall not escape. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqing, upon receiving the photographs from the private investigator, felt a surge of jealousy cross her striking features, her teeth grinding in a cold smile. That fat girl is quite adept at seducing others. Even He Jiyun treats her so well. Very well. I shall ensure your downfall. Taking a deep breath, Mo Qingqing retrieved a photo clearly showing Sheng Chenxi's face, coupled with the image of He Jiyun seemingly kissing her. Made some minor edits, and sent it to the group chat of the whole family she had just joined. After waiting for over a minute, she sent another message with an emoji, beginning her explanation. Oh no. I messed up. I can't retract it now, so everyone just pretend you didn't see anything, alright? Chapter 55. Han Chao is jealous the photo surfaced, and Madame Ho was the first to notice it. Upon seeing Sheng Chenxi, she couldn't help but frown and inquired in the group chat. Qingqing, how did you come by this photo of Sheng Chenxi? Mo Qingqing had been waiting for someone to ask. Madame Ho's response was just what she hoped for. She promptly replied, this was sent to me by one of my fans, who wanted to show me that the fat girl isn't without her merits. I had intended to share it with everyone to encourage others, but I mistakenly sent it to the wrong group. Madame Ho squinted her eyes, enlarging the photo for a closer look before responding. Indeed, this photo could indeed serve to encourage other plump girls. Speaking of which, this child, Sheng Chenxi, has quite an appealing bone structure. She looks like a little lucky star. It's a pity that she and our Nanja are destined to be apart. A good bone structure, a little lucky star? These words sent a wave of anxiety through Mo Qingqing, her fingers lingering on the screen for an extended period. The cosmetic surgeon had previously warned her that within affluent circles, physical appearance was not as valued as bone structure. While her post-surgery appearance was indeed attractive, her bone structure was not as commendable as before, which could lead to scrutiny. Now, with Madame Ho's remarks, it implied that she too valued bone structure, and moreover, had taken a liking to Sheng Chenxi. This could not be. Sheng Chenxi must not be esteemed by the elders of the Hua family. The Hua family should only have eyes for her. She should be the one to marry Han Chao. Mo Qingqing swallowed her grievances and used a particularly innocent tone to send an emoji. Then added, indeed, Chenxi is quite fortunate. After parting with Nanja, she can still find so many excellent men that I'm genuinely happy for her that I told my fans we should create a wish wall to bless Chenxi and her boyfriend in that photo. Madame Ho replied, oh my, Qingqing, you are truly kind-hearted, treating a stranger like Sheng Chenxi so well. You will surely be rewarded in the future. Then Mo Qingqing seized the opportunity to respond. In truth, I also feel sympathy for Chenxi. After her split from Nanja, she has faced many romantic misfortunes, encountering several scoundrels who left her empty-handed. This time, after enduring so many trials, she has finally found a good man. I sincerely hope she can find true happiness. She had inquired with the members of the Sheng family, and their response was that Sheng Chenxi was expelled because she had angered Sheng Hongyuan while seeking out a duck. She intended to divulge this information to the Hua family. Knowing that with the antiquated and rigid notions held by old Master Hua and Madame Hua, they would surely disapprove of Sheng Chenxi to that point. Even if Han Chao truly brought Sheng Chenxi back, she would inevitably be cast out, as expected. Upon seeing Mo Qingqing's message, Madame Hua's expression changed, and she responded delicately, Qingqing, I know you are a kind-hearted girl. However, your kindness should not be wasted on those unworthy of it, especially those whose lifestyles are questionable and who associate with unsavory professions. You must steer clear of them to avoid tarnishing your own fortune. Hua Furan joined the discussion, saying, indeed, Qingqing, you must distance yourself from Sheng Chenxi. You have no idea how unclean she is. On her 19th birthday, she mingled with ducks, leading our Nanja to encounter her. Otherwise, how could such a good boy as Nanja suddenly forsake her? Seeing Hua Furong expose Sheng Chensi, Mo Qingqing could hardly contain her delight, though she did not reveal it in the group chat. She chose to portray herself as the epitome of kindness and innocence. So with every remark from Hua Furong, she would offer words of advice while insisting that Sheng Chensi had changed. This led most of the elder members of the Hua family to view Mo Qingqing as incredibly naive, garnering their sympathy and prompting them to take greater care of her to this moment, as she observed the messages condemning Sheng Chensi in the group chat, along with the photos of He Jiyun and Sheng Chensi. Hua Jinyan, who was seated on the sofa in Hua Hanchao's villa, cautiously glanced at his cousin, who was engrossed in reading documents. He cleared his throat and asked, "Cousin, have you seen the family group chat?" Hua Hanchao did not lift his head, dismissively replying, "I blocked it, that it's tedious." The primary topic of that chat was the incessant urging for him to marry Mo Qingqing, which he found tiresome. "You might want to take another look. There are photos of Xiao Chensi," Hua Jinyan suggested, his voice gradually lowering. Upon hearing the name Sheng Chensi, Hua Hanchao immediately retrieved his phone and opened the group chat, but he soon laid eyes on the two photos. The once comfortable atmosphere of the living room turned frigid the instant Hua Hanchao saw the images. His exquisitely handsome features now bore a chilling severity, like those sculpted from millennia-old ice. And his voice, when he spoke, was so cold it sent shivers down one's spine. "She is dating He Jiyun." Hua Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, then rubbed his forehead, quickly clarifying, "That is impossible. He Jiyun's girlfriend is Elizabeth. Moreover, I showed you the photos not to provoke jealousy, but to inform you that the entire family disapproves of Sheng Chensi. They hold her in deep contempt. I like her, and that suffices. I do not care what they think." Hua Hanchao's expression darkened, yet his gaze remained fixated on the photos, the silhouette of He Jiyun proving to be particularly irksome. Observing Hua Hanchao's increasingly grim countenance, Hua Jinyan mused, "She is not even yours, yet you are jealous. If she were yours, would you not be consumed by envy throughout Longqing?" Just as Sheng Chensi's car arrived at the villa's entrance, she spotted two little bundles of joy, soft and adorable, waddling towards her vehicle. That it appeared they had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing her precious ones, her heart swelled with satisfaction as she opened her arms and moved slowly to embrace each of them. Inhaling the sweet scent of milk, Sheng Chensi planted kisses on both of their cheeks and gently inquired, "Did you two behave at home today?" The two little ones nodded in unison. "Well done," Sheng Chensi exclaimed, showering them with kisses once more. The children, obediently, reciprocated the affection on either side of her. But after Xinyuo had planted a kiss, he wriggled his tiny body and pointed to a toy car not far behind them. "Mama, let's play." Xinyuo's soft little hand grasped Sheng Chensi's, and upon meeting the twinkling light in the child's eyes, she found it impossible to refuse and nodded. "All right, Annie will play with you." Thus, Sheng Chensi settled back into her wheelchair and wheeled over to the small garden, joining the little ones in their play with a large toy car. Xinyuo had recently become enamored with using various little brushes to decorate the car's surface, prompting Sheng Chensi to take up a brush herself and join in the artistic endeavor. Nian Yin drew a small heart and turned to Sheng Chensi, exclaiming, "Mama, look." Sheng Chensi gazed at the heart, instantly understanding its significance, her heart softening. "Annie also loves you both very much." Until her own little ones were found, she would pour all her affection into these two little angels, for they were truly deserving. "Mama," suddenly, Xinyuo paused in her painting, tugging at Sheng Chensi's hand to touch the toy car's door. Upon seeing the drawings on the door, Sheng Chensi's eyes immediately welled with warmth. Chapter 56. It is you I adore. Xinyuo, only a year old, should have been incapable of producing much art, but her bold strokes and vibrant colors captured the essence of the figures depicted. Sheng Chensi instantly recognized that it was a portrayal of themselves. Her and Hua Hanchao. 4 figures, resembling a family, and intense emotions surged through her, leaving her heart utterly softened. Xinyuo tilted her head, gazing intently at Sheng Chensi, her expression somewhat anxious, as if worried that she might not like it. Sheng Chensi cupped the little one's face, planted a kiss on her cheek, and gently said, "Sweetheart, Annie loves it very much. This is the best drawing I have ever seen." Xinyuo, upon receiving the compliment, twinkled her obsidian-like eyes, her round face breaking into an adorable smile. leaning her small head against Shang Qinzi's embrace. Observing her brother's reaction, Nian Nian moved closer, nestling against Shang Qinzi while mumbling indistinctly. "Mama, kiss." Shang Qinzi looked at her and smiled. "Do you want a kiss?" Nian Nian nodded eagerly. Shang Qinzi leaned down and kissed Nian Nian's soft cheek. Overjoyed, Nian Nian tilted her head back to return the kiss to Shang Qinzi. Xinyuo, naturally, would not be left out in that heartwarming moment. As the three of them shared affection, Shang Qinzi suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning her head, she lifted her gaze to find Huan Xiao standing there. His demeanor icy, his gaze piercing through her like a chill, silent and forbidding. Shang Qinzi bit her lip, sensing the tension as his deep-set eyes glinted with frost. The once warm atmosphere turned frigid in an instant. Feeling a bit anxious under his scrutiny, she was about to speak when a clattering noise interrupted her, followed by the sight of Nian Nian's hands covered in paint. She quickly diverted her attention from Huan Xiao, scooping Nian Nian up and anxiously asking, "Oh no, is everything all right, my little Nian Nian?" Nian Nian clapped her tiny hands, bursting into giggles, her hands now smudged against Shang Qinzi's clothing. "Oh no, with this mess. We must go wash up," Shang Qinzi promptly informed Zhang Ma. Glancing at Huan Xiao, who nodded, she proceeded to have Nian Nian carried away. Soon after, the hesitant servants approached, either attending to Xinyuo or pushing Shang Qinzi's wheelchair. Like Shang Qinzi, none dared to meet Huan Xiao's gaze, which was as foreboding as that of a hellish demon. "Xinyuo, be a good girl and wait for Annie to change and wash up before coming to find you." Xinyuo nodded in agreement. As Shang Qinzi was wheeled away by the servants, Huan Xiao stood rooted in place, his eyes clouded with inscrutable emotion that he had to admit his mood was anything but pleasant. She could be intimate with someone like He Zhiyun and affectionate with his children, yet maintained an emotional distance from him. Upon returning to her room, Shang Qinzi first went to the dressing room to change. Standing before the full-length mirror, she noticed an unfortunate stain. Paint had splashed on her collarbone. Rubbing it would not suffice. She needed to wash it off. Thus, she hopped on one leg into the bathroom. Although her leg had healed, it was not fully recovered. She could not soak in the tub, only stand and take a shower. However, the high humidity and temperature of the bathroom soon became problematic. With a sudden gasp, she stumbled and fell to the wet bathroom floor. Frowning, she struggled to push herself up, but just as she was about to rise, the bathroom door creaked open. Huan Xiao, upon entering, was instantly taken aback, his hand frozen on the doorknob as he stared in astonishment at the girl on the floor. Shang Qinzi, caught in her awkward position, was unable to either lie down or stand up. After a few seconds of shock, she suddenly regained her senses. "Huan Xiao, please get out." Shang Qinzi's anxious hands shielded her upper body as she moved. Her body lost its balance and seemed to lurch forward. Huan Xiao immediately snapped back to reality, swiftly rushing over to catch her in his arms. Her body, glistening with droplets of water, pressed against his shirt, leaving it damp, as if there were no barriers between them. "Let go of me." Shang Qinzi heard her own heartbeat, her cheeks flushing, her voice soft like that of a kitten. Huan Xiao furrowed his brow, yet adjusted his hold, bending down to lift her effortlessly. With a sudden lightness, as she was lifted off the ground, Shang Qinzi exclaimed before quickly adding, "You must let me go. Otherwise Huan Xiao averted his gaze from her, a slight arch in his brow, his lips curling into a devilishly charming smile. "Are you sure you want me to put you down rather than hold you tighter, keeping yourself hidden?" Shang Qinzi blinked, glancing at him and then at herself, decisively wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her head in the crook of his shoulder to shield her vital areas from his view. "Huan Xiao, close your eyes. You are not allowed to look at my body," Shang Qinzi commanded in a muffled tone. Huan Xiao chuckled softly, teasing her. "Shang Qinzi, your figure holds no allure for me whatsoever." "Then you can't look," Shang Qinzi muttered under her breath, her spirit waning. Even if she were plump, she was still a girl. There were distinctions between men and women. Hearing her adorable voice, Huan Xiao deliberately slowed his pace, his gaze fixed intently on the droplets of water glistening on her porcelain skin. "Beautiful," he remarked. Sensing the girl in his arms grow slightly more tense with anger, Huan Xiao quickened his steps, placing her gently on the bed, then calmly wrapping a towel around her. His movements were fluid, as if he were merely engaging in a mundane task, devoid of any ulterior thoughts. However, Shang Qinzi's face was as red as a ripe tomato her lashes fluttering awkwardly as she hesitated to speak several times. "From now on, let Jasmine help you when you bathe," Hua Hanxiao said, picking up a hairdryer, standing before her, his long fingers gently combing through her hair as he dried it. Sheng Qinzi took a deep breath, gathering her composure before responding, "No need. I can manage myself. By the way, did you come to see me for something? The driver mentioned you were left alone by the boss at Jinshi. Is there a problem at work?" Hua Hanxiao asked casually. Sheng Qinzi hesitated, recalling her conversation with Yi Jiyun while the Hua family's driver was inquiring, realizing why Hua Hanxiao was aware of it, that it's not a problem. "He just has some matters to discuss with me," she replied, her brow slightly furrowing, feeling a twinge of melancholy regarding the situation. Judging by his tone, it seemed unrelated to romantic entanglements. Hua Hanxiao's eyes softened a fraction, yet he asked, "What does he want? Does he like you?" Chapter 57. "You are oblivious to your allure. How could that be? I'm so fat." Yi Jiyun isn't blind. Sheng Qinzi quickly shook her head. Hua Hanxiao halted his movements, suddenly bending down to bring his face closer. His distinctly defined fingers gently grasping Sheng Qinzi's chin, he leaned in abruptly, his deep eyes reflecting only her image, as if they could drown a person within. Sheng Qinzi's heart skipped a beat. "Sheng Qinzi, you are utterly unaware of your own charm," he said, his voice rich and magnetic, tantalizing her senses. "That I... Sheng Qinzi stammered, struggling to utter a complete sentence to "What's wrong?" Hua Hanxiao leaned in even closer, his warm breath teasing her lips. Sheng Qinzi's cheeks grew warmer, her curled lashes fluttering as she slowly closed her eyes, creating ripples in her gaze. Hua Hanxiao observed her, a smirk playing on his lips, but he withdrew suddenly, brushing his rough fingertip against her lips playfully. "I'll dry my hair. I'm heading to the study." That it wasn't until Hua Hanxiao's presence faded from the room that Sheng Qinzi dared to open her eyes. She touched her lips, breathing heavily. What had she been thinking just moments ago? Did she genuinely believe Hua Hanxiao would kiss her, causing her heart to race? No, Sheng Qinzi, wake up. Hua Hanxiao is Su Nanja's uncle. Su Nanja is the scoundrel who caused her separation from the children. She could never, absolutely never, harbor feelings for a member of Su Nanja's family. At the Sheng family villa. "Oh dear, Nanja is here. Work must be exhausting. Come in quickly. Annie has had your favorite snacks prepared." Bai Yuqin received a call, and, having heard that Su Nanja was coming, had arranged for some treats in advance. Seeing Bai Yuqin's eager demeanor, Su Nanja managed a warm smile. "Annie, there's no need to fuss. I came to see Is she home?" "Yes, she went upstairs to rest as soon as she returned. Just wait a moment. I'll go fetch her," Bai Yuqin said, turning eagerly to find her daughter. However, after taking a few steps, she encountered the little maid, Xiao Hong, who shook her head and said, "Madam, perhaps it's best if you don't go. Miss is currently not in a suitable state to receive visitors." As Yu Nanja turned to look at the maid, sensing something was amiss, and immediately approached to inquire, "What is wrong with her? Is she sick? She did seem unwell when she came back. Could it be that she truly is ill? We must go check on her. If something is wrong, we should take her to the hospital early," Bai Yuqin insisted, looking at Su Nanja. "Don't you think so?" Su Nanja nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us go see that moment." Xiao Hong spread her arms to block their path. Her expression troubled. "Madam, young Master Su, please don't go up. Miss said she doesn't want to see anyone." "Why doesn't she want to see anyone? Speak clearly. If you don't, I'll have you dismissed." Bai Yuqin's expression shifted dramatically, becoming stern. Xiao Hong appeared startled, retracting her neck and stepping back a few paces, speaking softly. "Madam, it's just that Miss has suffered a great deal of distress today." Upon hearing this, Su Nanja's expression darkened. "What? Who made her suffer? Speak clearly." Xiao Hong glanced toward the direction of the second-floor bedroom, letting out a sigh. "Miss said she didn't want to affect anyone, so she forbade me from saying anything. Speak up now. If you don't, you'll regret it." Bai Yuqin demanded sharply. "Madam, young Master Su, this matter is a bit complicated and I can't explain it well. But perhaps you should ask Mrs. Manager about what happened at the company," Xiao Hong suggested, lowering her head and stepping back as Yunanja furrowed his brow slightly, promptly pulling out his phone to call Sheng Tianjin's manager. The manager quickly relayed the details of the situation, and after listening, Su Nanja's expression darkened ominously. Xiao Hong, observing his change in demeanor, indignantly exclaimed, "After all, they are sisters. How could Miss Sheng be so cruel as to humiliate Miss Tianjin in front of so many people? At that moment, Miss Tianjin was nearly laughed at to death. She held back her tears, too afraid to speak to you, because she feared it would cause trouble for you. She has been so loyal to Miss Sheng. Yet how has Miss Sheng repaid her? With utter disregard. Alas, how pitiful is our Miss Tianjin. Is it true that kindness invites bullying? Before Xiao Hong could finish, a stern voice resounded from upstairs. Xiao Hong. Didn't I tell you not to speak? Xiao Hong quickly turned, giving Sheng Tianjin a glance, then bowed her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Miss, I'm sorry, but you've suffered and your family should know. Tianjin, it wasn't her. I found out myself through a call. You foolish girl. Why didn't you tell me when you were wronged? Su Nanja approached her, his gaze filled with concern as he took in her pale complexion. I had no idea you were enduring such distress when you messaged me. I should have been a better boyfriend. At the time, he had been in a meeting, completely oblivious to the situation. Had he known Sheng Tianjin was being ridiculed, he would have dropped everything to rush to her side for support. His girlfriend should never be bullied by anyone, regardless of their size. Sheng Tianjin leaned her head against Su Nanja's shoulder. Sobbing, we owe it to Chinsi. We must make it up to her. If I endure some hardships, maybe she won't resent you, that I can bear it. I care not for anything else. Only for you and your family. I just wish for your happiness, he reassured her. Bai Yuqin scoffed coldly. Family? That little wretch, Sheng Chensi, doesn't he deserve to be considered family? Look at her. She is ugly, has such a foul temper, and constantly bullies you. She doesn't deserve to be my daughter, nor to carry the Sheng surname. Sheng Tianjin wiped her tears away, pleading, Mom, don't say that. After all, she's your daughter. It's true that I and Brother Nanja have wronged her in the past. If she hates me, that's understandable. Just don't criticize her further. She has had such a hard life. Let us try to empathize, seeing her daughter as kindness. Bai Yuqin sighed. You foolish child. Even in this situation, you still speak up for her, that I'm the elder sister. It's my duty to care for my younger sister, Sheng Tianjin responded, glancing at Su Nanja. Brother Nanja, will you also help me take care of Chinsi and make it up to her? However, Su Nanja shook his head, declaring it impossible. How could she dare treat you that way? I will ensure she faces dire consequences. Rest assured, tomorrow I will seek out the finest resources for you, be it Hermes or Chanel. Moreover, I intend to see her utterly disgraced atop her cloud of arrogance. I possess Hijin's gun for that purpose. Listening to Su Nanja's fervent assurances, Sheng Chensi's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible malice. She knew that as long as she played her part well, Su Nanja would go to great lengths to deal with Sheng Chensi. What does it matter if she has Hermes? Sheng Chensi, I will relish the sight of you falling into disgrace. Chapter 58. Whom do you prefer? During dinner, Hu Jinyan joined them, sitting alongside Hu Hanqiao, indulging in exquisite, high-calorie dishes, while Sheng Chensi faced them, her table laden with diet-specific foods, boiled shrimp, broccoli, and lettuce. Observing her relish in these dishes, the two little ones raised their tiny hands, resembling lotus stems, pointing at her plate. Sheng Chensi's heart melted at their expressions. She quickly wiped her hands and leaned over to gently pinch their chubby cheeks. Little darlings, you are still too young for these. When you grow a bit more, Annie will eat with you. The two little ones nodded in unison, calling out, Mama, across the table. Hu Jinyan glanced at the two cherubic children before turning his gaze to the plump yet radiant Sheng Chensi. Feeling a peculiar illusion that they were mother and children, that he never imagined that the two little ones, who were so guarded around outsiders, could be so warm and harmonious with Sheng Chensi. It was worth noting that even Mo Qingqing could not reach such a level of intimacy. Noticing Hu Jinyan's gaze, Sheng Chensi abruptly lifted her head to meet his eyes. Hu Jinyan, is there something you wish to discuss? Hu Jinyan quickly cast a glance at his cousin, raised his wine glass, and with a playful arch of his brow, replied, Of course there is. Little Chensi, do tell me about the sensation of receiving so many designer bags today and how it felt to slap Elizabeth in the face. Sheng Chensi's expression darkened. Hu Jinyan, could you be any more nosy? This is rather dull. Hu Jinyan immediately set down his glass, raising an eyebrow in feigned surprise. Dull. How could it be? I delight in watching women clash, especially when the opponents are on such disparate levels. Sheng Chensi shot him an exasperated glare. That I'm sorry, but I have no comment. Hu Jinyan promptly stood up, dragging a chair to sit directly across from her, incessantly murmuring, Come on, we've known each other for so many years. We've shared numerous meals together. Surely some of that weight you carry bears my influence that I haven't asked you for a penny regarding your weight gain. Yet you're stingy with sharing gossip. Sheng Chensi thought, his influence on my weight? What kind of absurd logic is that? Seeing her silent, Huijinian clutched his heart dramatically. Sheng Chensi, you've truly forgotten the Huijinian by Daming Lake. You are so selfish, unwilling to share even a morsel of gossip with me. If that's the case, I shall draw a little circle and curse you to forever struggle with your weight. Sheng Chensi's lips twitched, but she interrupted him before the curse could escape his lips. All right. What do you want to know? Huijinian squinted at Huanshao, cupping his face with his hands, smiling mischievously. I knew you would come through for me. Now, tell me which moved you more, Tieli delivering the bags or seeing the police take Elizabeth away. Sheng Chensi sighed. Isn't it the same person? She had no doubt that it was the same individual. For among her acquaintances, few possessed such capability. Huijinian, upon hearing this, discreetly glanced back at the calm and aloof man, stroking his chin, shaking his head knowingly that, of course, it's not the same person. Tieli was summoned by a phone call from my little cousin. But the police have no connection to him. Hearing this, Sheng Chensi bit her lip, cautiously casting a glance at the man who remained proud and indifferent, as if he were an emperor from another realm. Was it indeed Huanshao who had invited Tieli? Though she had entertained doubts, she still found it hard to believe it was truly him. Observing the shift in Sheng Chensi's expression, Huijinian raised an eyebrow, reveling in his success. After basking in his triumph for a moment, Huijinian pressed on. You still haven't answered me. Who moved you more? Do you prefer the extravagant gesture that slapped you in the face, or the one that brought your rival to her knees? As Sheng Chensi recalled the image of Elizabeth being taken away, her expression shifted slightly. She was not a saint. Witnessing Elizabeth's arrest did not evoke sympathy within her. She simply could not fathom who had managed to gather evidence against Elizabeth so swiftly, enabling the police to apprehend her. Noticing Sheng Chensi lost in thought, Huijinian transformed from a mere inquisitor into a fervent gossip enthusiast, eagerly urging, please answer me. Which do you prefer? Sheng Chensi was at a loss for words. How could she respond? One of the involved parties was sitting right across from her, and expressing a preference for one over the other could easily lead to misunderstandings. Conversely, if she claimed disinterest, would it not feel as though she was dismissing a genuine goodwill? Little Chensi, for the sake of our long-standing familiarity, please share. Huijinian implored, sounding like a broken record. Sheng Chensi set down her cutlery and rose abruptly. No more questions. It's late, I'm full, and I need to prepare for rest. You should return to dining with Lord Xiao. Otherwise, he might get upset, and you'll have to watch your legs. Having said that, she turned to Huanshao, seeking his approval. Lord Xiao, I truly am tired. May I head upstairs to rest, and then accompany the little ones? Huanshao nodded. Go ahead, Sheng Chensi departed. Huijinian wore a forlorn expression, lamenting that he hadn't procured the answers he sought. Moreover, was it not his little cousin who wished to know the outcome? How could he let her go so quickly? It seemed that principles were mere wisps of cloud when faced with a man in love. An hour later, in the study, Huijinian, deprived of his gossip fix, resembled a forlorn dog, resting his chin on the desk, tail metaphorically wagging in melancholy. Little cousin, I was so close to finding out. Why did you let her leave? Don't you want to know about your rival? Huanshao set down his pen, his gaze shadowed with inscrutable emotions. She does not know who it is. The girl before him never concealed her feelings. If she truly knew, she would have revealed some sign. Her inability to choose meant she remained unaware and did not wish to offend him. As he pondered her distant demeanor, a flicker of annoyance surged within Huanshao. Plump girl, why can't you open your heart to me? Oh, if she was unaware, then like his little cousin, she too was merely an admirer. And thus, they stood on equal footing, neither having the upper hand. Huijinian leaned back lazily, crossing his legs. The advantage lies with me. Huanshao shot him a disdainful glance at his posture. Huijinian's lips twitched in annoyance, but had no retort. Indeed, the plump girl had taken residence here. Was it not he who held the advantage? Sheng Chensi did not dwell on Huijinian's inquiries for long, quickly dismissing them, and the next day began a week-long training regimen devised by Lu Shiyan. For that week, she did not attend the training room at Jinshu Entertainment, but instead underwent intensive vocal training at Lu Shiyan's music studio in the eastern part of the city. By the end of the week, her singing had improved significantly, and her weight dropped below 180 pounds, showing a marked difference from before. That afternoon at 6, after training concluded, Sheng Chensi received a call from Li Shengnan requesting a meeting. After informing Hua Hanxiao's driver, she stood by the roadside awaiting Li Shengnan. However, before Li Shengnan's car arrived, a sleek black Porsche pulled up beside her. Chapter 59. She is a fox spirit. The car door swung open, revealing Su Nanja in a tailored suit. Without even glancing at her, he inquired, "Sheng Chensi, shall we have a word?" Sheng Chensi frowned slightly. What could they possibly discuss? What was on his mind? "Sorry, I'm busy," she replied, sidestepping his car and making her way toward the nearby scenic area, entirely unwilling to confront a face that repulsed her. Su Nanja hastily caught up to her, disregarding her dismissal, and forcefully grasped her arm, compelling her to turn around. The moment his gaze met Sheng Chensi's face, he was momentarily taken aback. That it had been some time since they last met, and she had visibly lost weight. Her once round face had begun to slim, now nearly the size of his palm. Those clear almond-shaped eyes shimmered in the sunset, radiating ripples more beautiful than the brightest stars in the night sky. Moreover, her complexion had improved immensely, glowing and fair as if crafted from the finest mutton fat jade. Surprised that this fat girl had slimmed down a bit, he found her less repulsive. With these thoughts in mind, Su Nanja felt that his intentions were not entirely unattainable. Sheng Chensi could indeed be considered a beautiful plus-sized woman, capable of attracting some attention. With a mask of feigned politeness, Su Nanja smiled and said, "Sheng Chensi, please don't refuse me. This time, I genuinely wish to discuss your well-being in a calm manner." Sheng Chensi scoffed. "Calmly discuss my well-being? Master Su, do you not find your words laughable, given your actions? You are not worthy of my calm demeanor. The mere thought of him having someone extract her child and then discarding it is something I can never forgive him for." Su Nanja furrowed his brow, disliking the confrontational tone of Sheng Chensi. In a somewhat frigid voice, he replied, "Sheng Chensi, I understand that you still blame me for discarding those two illegitimate children, but I do not regret it. My actions were to preserve your dignity. Consider this. With those two children around, who would ever want you in the future?" A faint smile crossed Sheng Chensi's lips, her anger replaced by mockery. This man had spent too long with Sheng Tianjin, even adopting her innocent demeanor. Noticing her unwavering stance, Su Nanja's gaze darkened, and he tightened his grip on his wrist. He spoke in a low tone. "Very well, Sheng Chensi, since you care so much about those two children, let us discuss them. They were discarded by me, so I naturally know their whereabouts." Sheng Chensi's heart raced. Yes, Su Nanja should know where the children were. If he was willing to share, she could see them sooner. Not daring to delay further on the matter of the children, she bit her lip and nodded. "All right, let us discuss the children." 40 minutes later, at the private room of the Jinlin Hotel, Su Nanja casually ordered some dishes and then lightly tapped his phone screen before speaking. "Sheng Chensi, if I were to say that those two children have died, would you still seek them out? Alive, I wish to see them. Dead, I wish to see their bodies." Sheng Chensi's tone was icy as she continued sending her location to Li Shengnan. Su Nanja, unfazed, smiled faintly and slid a bank card across the table towards her. Sheng Chensi glanced at the card, her eyes growing cold. "What do you mean by this?" Su Nanja's tone turned harsh, tinged with an undeniable authority. "Accept the compensation and leave Sheng Tianjin's company from now on." Sheng Chensi pushed the bank card back, a smile that did not reach her eyes gracing her lips. "Su Nanja, weren't we supposed to discuss the whereabouts of the children? What does Sheng Tianjin have to do with this?" "I just told you. The children are dead. Do you not understand?" Su Nanja's voice grew suddenly intense. "I said alive, I wish to see them. Dead, I wish to see their bodies. Do you not comprehend?" Sheng Chensi crossed her arms defiantly. Her tone, even colder than his. Su Nanja, seemingly at his wit's end, stood abruptly and slammed his hand on the table. "Sheng Chensi, you must learn to accept the goodwill offered to you. Otherwise, you cannot predict the consequences." "Oh, the consequences that I cannot predict." Sheng Chensi laughed lightly. "What does Master Su intend to do? Is it the same as before, to have someone drain my blood, or perhaps fabricate a crime to imprison me?" Had it been a year ago, she might have engaged in a hysterical argument with him, but not now. This man was unworthy of any emotional turmoil from her. "You are simply beyond redemption," Su Nanja exclaimed before abruptly grabbing his phone. "I must take a call." You are not to leave until I return." With that, he exited. Sheng Qinzi stared at the closed door and then at the bank card on the table, her gaze turning frigid. She could not wait for Su Nanja to return, that if he was not sincere in discussing the children's whereabouts, she would not entertain another word from him. Meanwhile, in the adjoining private room, Su Nanja regarded another man, a smirk playing on his lips. "You may let them in. I assure you, your little darling will not be discovered. With Master Su handling things, I am naturally at ease. This maneuver to shift blame has solved my significant troubles." The man set down his wine glass, embracing the woman in his arms, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. The woman giggled playfully, pushing him away lightly. "You are so annoying." Sheng Qinzi had gathered her belongings and was preparing to leave when suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang that a strikingly beautiful woman stormed in, coldly laughing as she seized a cup from the table and splashed its contents onto Sheng Qinzi's face. The suddenness of the event left Sheng Qinzi no time to evade, and though she managed to turn aside, her clothes were not spared. "What do you think you are doing, madam?" she began, but hurried footsteps drew closer. Within half a minute, several reporters wielding cameras and microphones burst in, their devices aimed at her. The woman who had just attacked her, now filled with venomous hatred, lunged forward, raising her hand to strike. "I am here to cause trouble for you, vixen of vixen?" Sheng Qinzi's expression hardened as she grasped the woman's wrist, pushing her away. "Who are you calling a vixen?" The commotion drew the attention of other patrons from the nearby private rooms, who gathered outside to witness the spectacle. The woman glanced at the dishes on the table, then strode over to seize the bank card that Sheng Qinzi had not taken. "Who am I calling a vixen?" "Obviously you, little hussy. This private room is exclusively for my husband. The dishes are his favorites, and this bank card belongs solely to him. Who else would I seek out?" "What did you say?" Sheng Qinzi paused, her mind racing. The dishes, the bank card, and the private room all connected, revealing a trap set by Su Nanja, who had invited her here under false pretenses. What talk of her children? What promises to help her leave Sheng Tianjin? It was all a ruse. He had orchestrated this scheme against her. Chapter 60. This is retribution. As Sheng Qinzi pondered this, a sudden slap resounded, followed by a fiery sting across her face. "You shameless wretch! How dare you be so disgraceful? If you desire men, seek the unmarried. Why must you covet another's husband? This is the man I have nurtured and shared my life with for many years. Why must you so brazenly attempt to steal him away?" The woman screamed, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Sheng Qinzi as if she were a sworn enemy. Sheng Qinzi wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, fixing her gaze upon the enraged woman before her. "You are mistaken. I am not your husband's mistress. What kind of image do you think I have to be a mistress?" The woman said nothing, but the reporters behind her glared at Sheng Qinzi with equal disdain, their voices laced with scorn. "How could there be a mistake? Sister Luo Jing has received your scandalous photos. You shameless fat woman. I have never heard of a fat mistress until now. People have dignity, trees have bark. This fat woman has thrown away all semblance of shame. She no longer wishes to be human." The reporters who had come with Luo Jing did not bother to inquire about Sheng Qinzi, all firmly asserting that she was the mistress and viciously attacking her with their words. Sheng Qinzi had countless sharp retorts that could silence them, but seeing the crowd swell around her, she realized she could not afford to waste her breath on them. She simply cast a cold, piercing glance at the reporters. "You wretched woman! What is that look you have?" Luo Jing shouted in anger, ready to explode when suddenly an elegant woman emerged from the crowd. The reporters turned in unison, and upon recognizing her, they clamored, "It's Sheng Tianjin. Tianjin, what brings you here? What is your take on this scandal?" Luo Jing, recognizing Sheng Tianjin, immediately stepped forward, grasping her hand and feigning sorrow, "That I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. It's truly embarrassing." Sheng Tianjin glanced at Sheng Qinzi, then feigned a sigh of guilt. "Sister Luo Jing, I am truly sorry that it is I who failed to discipline Sheng Qinzi." Luo Jing looked at Sheng Tianjin in bewilderment. "What does this have to do with you?" "She is my sister," Sheng Qinzi explained. "Sheng Qinzi has gone through some unfortunate experiences, which is why she has become this way. It is all my fault. Had I discovered her issues sooner and clarified things with her, perhaps today would not have happened. Sister Luo Jing, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my sister." Sheng Tianjin's expression turned somber as she finished and bowed to Luo Jing. Luo Jing snorted derisively. Silly girl, why do you apologize for her? This is her own issue. She is the one being shameless, not you. With that, she turned to Sheng Qinzi and shouted, wretched girl, if I were you, I would find a wall to crash into. Though we share the same surname, look at how pure and noble your sister is, while you are so filthy and disgusting. No wonder you are so fat. This is your retribution. Sheng Qinzi shot a chilling glance at Sheng Tianjin. I have no connection with your husband. Please do not slander me. Upon hearing this, Sheng Tianjin approached Sheng Qinzi, trembling as she grasped her hand. Qinzi, please do not act this way. Apologize to Sister Luo Jing. 1Tu. You must understand that Sister Luo Jing is not someone who loses her temper easily. She must have evidence to bring so many people here. Evidence, a private room, a bank card. And they conclude I am a mistress? Sheng Qinzi scoffed that if I were a mistress, would you still have the chance to play the saint? Luo Jing stamped her foot in frustration. Stop being so sharp-tongued. I implore you, wretched being, to hasten and kneel before me in apology, returning the funds my husband has squandered on you, and sever all ties with him. While I may choose not to direct my ire towards you personally, heed my warning. Should you defy me, I shall ensure your complete erasure from the entertainment industry. A virtuous soul fears not the shadows that dance around them. I shall never confess to deeds I have not committed. With a dismissive scoff, Sheng Qinzi waved her hand and strode away from the crowd without a backward glance. Sheng Tianjin feigned an intent to follow, only to pivot back, casting a glance at the reporters and then at Luo Jing. Deeply bowing as she uttered, Sister Luo Jing, I sincerely apologize. I cannot fathom how my sister has descended into such behavior. Rest assured, I shall compel her to provide you with an explanation for her actions. Should she fail to return the money she has taken, I shall repay you on her behalf, for we are sisters, and it is my duty to rectify her transgressions. Luo Jing, seething with rage, thought to herself, vile seductress, insufferable mistress, you infuriate me beyond measure. Sister Luo Jing, please do not let your anger consume you. It is not worth jeopardizing your health. Qinzi is a figure within the entertainment realm. She would not dare to be so brazen, for a single disparaging comment from netizens could drown her in scorn, Sheng Tianjin said, feigning remorse. Her words were a subtle suggestion for Luo Jing to leverage the internet against Sheng Qinzi. As anticipated, Luo Jing's eyes glinted with a malevolent light as she nodded, declaring, since she refuses to apologize, she has chosen her own demise that I shall ensure she garners notoriety on the web. Sister Luo Jing. Please reconsider, Sheng Tianjin thought to herself, reveling in her hidden triumph, though her visage remained composed. Very well, Sheng Tianjin, this matter is between myself and your sister. Do not involve yourself further. I recognize your good nature and will not hold you accountable for the actions of the Sheng family. Sheng Tianjin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet Luo Jing placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, stating, Tianjin, you are far too kind. Your sister must face the repercussions of her misdeeds. Otherwise, my wrath shall remain unquenched. As Sheng Qinzi exited the hotel, a throng of onlookers continued to follow her. Fortunately, Li Xingnan's car had arrived. She swiftly entered the vehicle. After driving for a while, Li Xingnan glanced at Sheng Qinzi through the rearview mirror and inquired, Qinzi, what transpired? Your countenance appears rather grim. Has that scoundrel Su Nanja uttered something distressing? Sheng Qinzi shook her head, exhaling in exasperation as she replied, he orchestrated a deception, leading a woman named Luo Jing to believe I am a mistress, thereby ruining her marriage. That I was besieged by Luo Jing and reporters in the private room just now. You mentioned Luo Jing? Li Xingnan furrowed her brow. That deal, you know her? Sheng Qinzi hastily asked. Do you know her? Li Xingnan sighed. Luo Jing was once a model, holding a prominent position in the fashion and entertainment industries, and has invested in numerous film companies. She is indeed a formidable woman. Now that she believes you to be a mistress, you are in serious trouble. Sheng Qinzi frowned, astonished that it was the influential Luo Jing. But who in their right mind would believe I am a mistress? Even now, I weigh over 170 pounds, which is hardly in line with conventional male preferences that I in a typical scenario. Men tend to favor slender figures. Yet Luo Jing's husband, Lu Changyun, is rather peculiar. He has publicly stated that his ideal mistress would be a voluptuous beauty weighing over 160 pounds. Presently, You fit Lu Changyun's preferences perfectly, that if he colludes with Su Nanja to assert that you are the mistress, it may prove challenging for you to clear your name, that Li Xingnan's concern deepened. Recognizing that Luo Jing's extensive network could easily obliterate Sheng Chenxi's career in the entertainment industry, especially with Su Nanja and Sheng Tianjin scheming as well. Chenxi, do not fret. I shall never confess to actions I have not committed. Sheng Chenxi reassured her. But what if they forcefully malign you? Li Xingnan pressed. First, tell me, with whom are you currently working as a maid, and how old are you? Ensure you do not end up ensnared in Lu Changyun's household. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to explain your situation. Sheng Chenxi's expression turned contrite as she replied, Sheng Nan, I cannot disclose my employer's information just yet, but I assure you, it is certainly not Lu Changyun. I have never even laid eyes on that man. You must believe me. I would never take on the role of a mistress. I wholeheartedly believe you. Li Xingnan sighed, then continued, you should log on to Weibo and check for any trending topics related to you. Luo Jing's connections are vast, and if she enlists someone to manipulate the trending topics, you will have to endure a barrage of online vitriol until this matter is resolved. Sheng Chenxi furrowed her brow at the mention of trending topics, promptly accessing Weibo to scan the trending list. Her name had yet to surface, but the topic of Lu Changyun's infidelity was already making waves, ranking 37th, an evident sign of Luo Jing's machinations aimed at inciting the public against her. As she pondered the situation, Sheng Chenxi stroked her chin, realizing that while Luo Jing was publicly attacking her, Lu Changyun had remained silent. What role was he playing in this entire affair? Was he conspiring with Su Nanja to ensnare her? Or was the individual he was actually keeping company with in league with Su Nanja, intending to thrust her into the role of scapegoat? Meanwhile, in the Mo family villa, the elders of the Hua family expressed their desire to accept you as a daughter-in-law. However, Hua Hanxiao remains non-committal that if you wish to marry into the family, it will not be an easy endeavor. If this child proves unmanageable, it may be best to let go, for we would have no path of return. Mo Qingqing's aunt, Mo Huiyun, implored earnestly that Mo Qingqing, now more beautiful than ever, felt that finding a partner of superior status was far more feasible than before. She believed there was no need to remain tethered to Hua Hanxiao. Aunt, please cease your admonitions. I have made my choice. I recognize Hua Hanxiao. I do not wish to bear children for any other man. I cannot bear to part with those two little ones. She sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not cry. I understand your feelings for Hua Hanxiao. Mo Huiyun consoled, wiping Mo Qingqing's tears that my intentions are solely for your well-being. As a woman, time is not on our side. Aunt, I do not fear the passage of time, Mo Qingqing replied, her tears cascading like autumn leaves. She understood that she needed the support of her family to marry Hua Hanxiao. He was the most exceptional man in the Sheng family, the object of countless aspirations. She had orchestrated this plan for so long, and even if it required a lifetime of waiting for him, it would be worth it. With that, Mo Qingqing retrieved her phone. Glancing at the notifications, in a heartbeat, her tears ceased. She swiftly opened the topic, her gaze fixating on the name Sheng Chenxi, a glimmer of malevolence flashing in her eyes. She scrolled through her contacts, found a number, and dialed. Shasha, are you free tomorrow? Shall we go shopping and indulge in some treats? On the other end, Su Sha gazed at Lu Changyun's departing figure, her voice tinged with disappointment. That I can. But my heart feels so troubled. I asked about the Weibo incident. Mo Qingqing inquired with concern. Qingqing, that woman on Weibo has no connection to him. It was Su Nanja's doing that. A spark of inspiration ignited in Mo Qingqing's eyes. In that case, why are you troubled? If I were you, I would seize the opportunity to shift all the blame onto Sheng Chenxi. Not only would you safely remain with Lu Changyun, but you could also extort a sum from Su Nanja. I am but a powerless young woman. How would I know how to orchestrate such plans? Su Sha responded, then suddenly remembered something. Qingqing, you are the most intelligent. When we meet tomorrow, could you assist me in devising a strategy to ensure Sheng Chenxi bears the brunt of the blame more thoroughly? Absolutely. Let's meet tomorrow. When Sheng Chenxi arrived at Li Xingnan's residence, the topic of her being a mistress had already exploded across Weibo. Chenxi, you must check Weibo immediately, Melinda exclaimed, her expression alarmed as she had just received a message from Li Xingnan. Sheng Chenxi set aside her cushion and quickly pulled out her phone, only to find that the top trending topic on Weibo was obese woman Sheng Chenxi steals Luo Jing's husband. undescribable photos within. The post featured 6 photos with key areas obscured, showcasing a man who was unmistakably Lu Changyun alongside a woman who was Sheng Chenxi herself, from her previous 200-pound days. The comment section was abuzz with chaos. Good heavens, can this truly be happening? With that physique, how could she not fear crushing him? Luo Jing is such a goddess. How could he possibly be enamored with this grotesque creature? Though this hefty woman does have striking features. Her tastes are simply too extreme. Portal. This hefty woman is the newly signed singer from Jinsha Entertainment, the one slated to perform in the Above the Cloud series. Beneath this Weibo post lies a plethora of information about Sheng Chenxi, revealing scandalous details from her middle school days to her university years, all orchestrated by a so-called classmate. These individuals claim that although she has gained considerable weight, she remains perpetually restless, failing to appreciate her good fiancé, and even resorting to stealing others' boyfriends. While netizens lament the plethora of men with peculiar tastes, they incessantly berate Sheng Chenxi. Some even begin to seek out Lu Changyun, demanding an explanation from him. True to expectations, Lu Changyun emerges, posting a message. I must apologize to Luo Jing. My peculiar taste has caused her pain, that I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. And from this moment forth, I shall sever ties with my past and choose a more conventional path. This post, coupled with the indecent photos above, ruthlessly tramples upon Sheng Chenxi's reputation. Chapter 62. The fall is Lu Changyun out of his mind. What compels him to post such a message at this time? Sheng Chenxi is seething with anger, on the verge of uttering profanities, that Li Xingnan glances at the messages from Melinda with a furrowed brow, contemplating. Melinda is already in contact with Luo Jing, attempting to negotiate on our behalf. However, given the current circumstances, a meeting with Luo Jing seems unlikely. That I wonder if Lu Changyun can be of any assistance. He is a pivotal figure, that we must have him clarify the situation. Otherwise, any word spoken will be futile. That if Su Nanja has indeed offered Lu Changyun some advantage, persuading him will not be an easy task. Sheng Chenxi frowns at the mention of Su Nanja. I am infuriated. This is the first time I have encountered such a despicable scoundrel. Ugh, I hope I never see him again, or I will surely make him pay. After venting her frustrations, Li Xingnan suggests, very well. I shall visit Lu Changyun's company early tomorrow to extract some information. Even if he refuses to help clarify your name, I can still gather useful testimonies to vindicate you on Weibo. Sheng Chenxi nods, acknowledging that this time, she must rely on her friend's efforts. Remember, do not respond to any messages on Weibo, and avoid Jinsha Entertainment for now. That if the media catches wind of your situation, you will become their target for relentless attacks. Understood. After speaking with Li Xingnan, Sheng Chenxi hails a cab back to Huahanxiao's villa district. Unable to enter through the main gate, she trudges in with a heavy heart. Ding ding, notifications from Weibo flood her phone, and she promptly opens them. Predictably, they are all related to her. Calls resound for the hefty Sheng Chenxi to vanish from the entertainment industry. Otherwise, we will boycott all artists from Jinsha Entertainment. Yun Jianji Shang is a splendid album. Yet Sheng Chenxi is unworthy of it. That Lu Shurian, come to your senses. Do not ruin your illustrious reputation for this overweighing woman. Luo Jing is leagues ahead of Sheng Chenxi. Lu Changyun is indeed a profound fool. Cursed be Sheng Chenxi. May she remain perpetually obese and meet an untimely demise. Sheng Chenxi slows her pace, letting out a sigh. Li Xingnan is correct. The online commentary is overwhelmingly detrimental to her. Thankfully, she refrained from responding, or she could only imagine the vitriol that keyboard warriors would unleash upon her. The villa district where Huahanxiao resides is vast. Merely the distance from the entrance to his residence spans nearly 2 kilometers. As she walks, she becomes weary after traversing over a kilometer and can only lean against a lamppost to catch her breath. Just as she contemplates whether to sit down, a hand reaches out and tousles her hair. Why aren't you home? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sheng Chenxi looks up in surprise, meeting a pair of deep-set eyes. It's Huahanxiao. He is actually here. Under the dim light, his tall figure seems to be enveloped in a soft glow. His chiseled features softened, exuding a gentle charm. For a fleeting moment, Sheng Chenxi feels her heart plunge into a sea of warmth, utterly captivated. Were you waiting for me? She blurts out, only to regret it immediately. Covering her mouth and casting her gaze downward, unable to meet Huahanxiao's eyes. Sheng Chenxi, what are you thinking? He inquires why you are not home. and you counter with whether he was waiting for you. Who do you think you are? Why would Huahanxiao specially wait for you? Huahanxiao's voice carries a chill of the night, tinged with an inexplicable loneliness that I don't know. What does that even mean? He himself isn't sure if he was waiting for her. Sheng Qinzi feels the tranquil lake within her heart ripple violently, descending into chaos. Sheng Qinzi, if I hadn't come, would you have intended to hide here indefinitely? Huahanxiao's voice suddenly reverberates again, imbued with a hint of coldness. Huh. Sheng Qinzi is momentarily taken aback, not immediately grasping his meaning. You don't plan to offer me an explanation regarding Lu Changyan? Huahanxiao's large hand suddenly envelopes Sheng Qinzi's smaller one, guiding her as they walk. Sheng Qinzi presses her lips together, remaining silent for a few seconds before responding. I have no relation with Lu Changyan. It is Su. At that moment, her voice abruptly ceases. She possesses no evidence to substantiate that Su Nanja is to blame for her predicament. Even if she spoke up, Huahanxiao likely wouldn't believe her. Moreover, this feud lies solely between her and Su Nanja. She has no desire to entangle Huahanxiao in her troubles. Her reputation is already tarnished enough. Adding Huahanxiao into the mix would only provide Su Nanja with more ammunition to malign her. Huahanxiao's expression darkens slightly as he halts, turning to face her. His long fingers gently grasp Sheng Qinzi's chin, drawing closer to scrutinize her eyes. After several seconds of intense gaze, he suddenly retrieves his phone. Searching for Su Nanja's number, Sheng Qinzi's eyes widen as she swiftly presses down on his hand. What are you doing? I am calling Su Nanja to inquire about the situation. Inquire about Su Nanja? Sheng Qinzi's spine stiffens, alarm bells ringing. That scoundrel Su Nanja will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tarnish his name, painting her in a terrible light that do not call him. Sheng Qinzi blurts out in a panic. Huahanxiao remains calm and collected, slowly withdrawing his hand, clearly intent on proceeding with the call. Sheng Qinzi bites her lip, reaching out to snatch Huahanxiao's phone, but he raises his hand, preventing her from taking it. Growing increasingly anxious, she stands on her tiptoes, attempting to grab it. However, her clumsiness causes her foot to inadvertently step on Huahanxiao's instep. The man's brows furrow, and his expression darkens instantly. Noticing this, Sheng Qinzi refrains from apologizing outright. Instead, she seizes the moment to snatch the phone. Huahanxiao, enduring the discomfort, keeps his phone aloft, out of her reach. As Sheng Qinzi grows more frantic in her attempts, she ultimately resorts to bumping her head forcefully against Huahanxiao's chest. This unintentional collision sends him sprawling onto the ground, his face contorted in distress. Sheng Qinzi's singular thought is to prevent him from calling Su Nanja, disregarding everything else as she lunges to reclaim the phone. At that moment, Huahanxiao firmly grasps her wrist, pulling her towards him. Somehow, they find themselves in an unexpected position, their noses nearly touching, breaths intertwining. Sheng Qinzi blinks, her long lashes fluttering, her gaze filled with Huahanxiao's cold, yet beguiling demeanor. The atmosphere thickens with palpable tension. Unable to resist, Sheng Qinzi closes her eyes, yearning to absorb every breath he exhales. Just as their lips are on the brink of contact, a sudden click interrupts, flooding the scene with bright light. Chapter 63. Should I be compensated? Hey! Who dares cause a ruckus in my little uncle's villa district? Suddenly, they hear Huajinyan's exaggerated shout, brandishing a flashlight. No, it's not what you think. Sheng Qinzi hurriedly looks up, flustered and attempting to clarify. She tries to rise, but a large hand firmly grips her waist, preventing her from standing. The next moment, with a click, the flashlight's beam vanishes. Huajinyan swiftly turns away, pointing at the sky as if he has seen nothing, casually remarking, "Wow, the stars are beautiful tonight. I'm heading back to sleep." Sheng Qinzi, weren't you supposed to catch the scoundrel? Why are you leaving? Once Huajinyan is out of sight, Sheng Qinzi suddenly senses something amiss, narrowing her brows as she gazes at Huahanxiao. You carry a gun on you? Huahanxiao, with a stoic expression. Huahanxiao replies, No. Then what is poking me? Sheng Qinzi retorts, reaching into Huahanxiao's pocket to uncover the weapon. Driven by her determination to prove her point, she fails to notice the darkening expression on Huahanxiao's face. Akin to the night itself, after searching for a while without success, Sheng Qinzi bites her lip and decides to check another pocket. Unaware of the implications of her actions, she casts a cold glance at her. Releasing a deep sigh before seizing her wrist that do not touch indiscriminately, Sheng Chenxi's eyes widened in shock, hastily withdrawing her hand. Oh my! I was wrong. I truly was. As the dawn broke, Sheng Chenxi found herself on the verge of tears. Having leapt away from Hua Hanqiao as if struck by an electric shock, her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a boiled crab, caught in a state where neither fleeing nor remaining felt appropriate. Hua Hanqiao rose leisurely, elegantly adjusting his attire, and observed her with a raised brow as she hung her head in embarrassment. He stood slowly behind her, his lips brushing against her earlobe as he spoke in a husky tone. Sheng Chenxi, do you realize your mistake? Sheng Chenxi bit her lip, her ears burning with heat, feeling undeniably uncomfortable as she muttered softly, I know I was wrong. Then, what about compensating me? Hua Hanqiao's voice was even more tantalizing than before. At that moment, he resembled a captivating demon, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Sheng Chenxi felt her heart racing, nearly leaping from her throat, unable to meet Hua Hanqiao's gaze. How could he remain so composed while teasing her? Despite her rather plump figure, Hua Hanqiao, as if punishing her, lightly pressed his lips against her earlobe once more. This time, Sheng Chenxi felt utterly flustered, her breath quickening, stuttering as she replied, I didn't mean it. Why you can't bully me like this? Well, if you don't want me to bully you, then agree to one condition. Hua Hanqiao's hand rested on her waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. Sheng Chenxi's back stiffened immediately, her eyes widening in surprise, her heart racing with apprehension. What condition? Let me handle the matter concerning Lu Chongyun. Hua Hanqiao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Sheng Chenxi paused, processing his words, and then bit her lip, taking a deep breath, her expression turning solemn. Xiao Yi, the issue with Lu Chongyun is connected to Su Nanja, and I don't wish for you to get involved. Why? Hua Hanqiao's expression darkened, clearly displeased with her attempts to distance him. Seeing his determination to understand, Sheng Chenxi clenched her fists and decided to lay everything bare. Because I fear Su Nanja might mislead you, and that you might believe him over me, upon hearing this. Hua Hanqiao's gaze deepened, and he reached out to pinch her chubby cheek, saying, You're overthinking it. How could he possibly trust Su Nanja over her? Sheng Chenxi pushed his hand away, carefully choosing her words. You are family bound by blood. I cannot help but worry, moreover. Li Xingnan has already contacted someone to assist me with this. I wish to rely on her and her connections. She couldn't continuously owe Hua Hanqiao favors. He is Su Nanja's uncle. They lack the capability. Hua Hanqiao's voice carried a chill, clearly displeased that Sheng Chenxi preferred seeking help from Li Xingnan rather than him. How do you know they lack the capability? Please don't underestimate my friends. Sheng Chenxi pouted, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Hua Hanqiao fell silent, his gaze intensely fixed on her. The atmosphere shifted, the night breeze mirroring the man's mood, growing slightly chilly. After what felt like an eternity, Hua Hanqiao finally spoke. Perhaps your friends excel in their work, but Lu Chongyun and Luo Jing are not easily dealt with. Luo Jing's background is far more complex than you realize. This is not a situation that can be resolved with ordinary rules. Do you understand? Sheng Chenxi pressed her lips together, comprehending his warning. Luo Jing's ascendance to her current position was undoubtedly tied to the intricate web of connections supporting her. To confront Luo Jing alongside Li Xingnan would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Hua Hanqiao's words and deeds served as a reminder. Sheng Chenxi promptly altered her stance, gazing at him with a more compliant expression. I understand. We will first tackle Lu Chongyun's issue. If it proves to be insurmountable, then I will seek your assistance. Is that agreeable? Hua Hanqiao remained unsatisfied with her answer, his gaze still cold. Sheng Chenxi, like a child, wiggled her fingers and then looked up at him, puffing out her cheeks. Xiao Yi, please allow me to handle this on my own, all right? Her voice, already melodious, took on an even sweeter tone as she pleaded. Ultimately, Hua Hanqiao found himself unable to resist her charm, conceding with a reluctant nod. Very well, handle it yourself, but if there are any issues, you must come to me. Absolutely. Sheng Chenxi's eyes sparkled with joy. Although she did not fully grasp why Hua Hanqiao insisted on assisting her with this matter, she felt that acquiescing to him was the right course of action. Upon returning to the villa, Sheng Chenxi quickly freshened up and made her way to the children's room, where she accompanied the two little darlings to sleep, observing the peaceful slumber of her two little ones. Hua Hanqiao's normally frosty demeanor softened, resembling the gentleness of spring water. He couldn't help but lean in to plant a tender kiss on Sheng Chenxi's cheek before stepping out of the room. However, Just as he exited, he spotted Hu Jinyan waiting for him with crossed arms. Huan Chao's warm gaze abruptly turned icy as he approached. That I've uncovered the details. Lu Changyun has a mistress named Su Sha, who has been using Lu Changyun's card for expenditures. Luo Jing discovered this and has been investigating the mistress's identity. That Su Nanja is exploiting this opportunity to tarnish Shang Qinxi's reputation, turning her into a public enemy. First, have someone keep an eye on Luo Jing. As for Su Nanja's project in Beihai. If you desire it, feel free to take it. Oh, little uncle, you're the best. While others become foolish after falling in love, you grow even more astute and formidable. I'm utterly enamored with you. Hu Jinyan wagged his tail, showering flattery. Huan Chao, finding him bothersome, was about to turn away when the exuberant Hu Jinyan suddenly called out, "Little uncle, there's one more thing I must tell you about." Chapter 64. I help alleviate fatigue. The following morning, Shang Qinxi awoke to find her two treasures sitting quietly on either side of her. The little one, just over a year old, was engrossed in a picture book, studying it intently without making a sound. How remarkable it was that such young children could appreciate picture books. Their intelligence surpassed that of the average child. Nian Yin, Zinua, good morning. Shang Qinxi slowly sat up. Upon hearing her voice, the two little ones simultaneously set down their books, steadied themselves on her shoulders, and leaned in for a kiss. Mwah! The little treasures planted a kiss on her cheek and chorused, "Good morning." Their enunciation was clear and precise. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Shang Qinxi would never have believed that two toddlers could articulate so clearly, embracing her little treasures. She reciprocated their kisses and said, "Annie, doesn't T have to work today? I'll stay home to accompany you. Is that all right?" At the moment her words fell, the children's eyes sparkled, shining brighter than the most radiant stars. All of Shang Qinxi's prior frustrations melted away, and she couldn't resist showering them with more kisses. My darlings, having you is my greatest happiness. Hearing this, the little ones beamed even brighter, feeling equally fortunate to have their plump Annie. After washing up, Shang Qinxi went downstairs for breakfast, which consisted of a low-fat meal devoid of any oil. Having grown accustomed to it, she finished her meal and played with the children, building blocks together. Once digestion set in, she commenced her daily routine of weight loss. Starting with acupuncture, she then engaged in exercise. That today's fitness instructor introduced additional sit-up training. "Miss Sheng, this one do. Allow me to secure your ankles." The instructor observed Shang Qinxi's form faltering and crouched down to assist her. However, just as the instructor's hand approached Shang Qinxi's porcelain white ankle, footsteps echoed nearby. Both Shang Qinxi and the instructor turned toward the sound and were surprised to see Huan Chao. Dressed in a smoky gray loungewear, his hair casually tousled over his forehead, he lazily ran his long fingers through his hair, lifting it slightly. His deep-set eyes radiated an alluring charm. Having only seen him in tailored suits embodying the archetype of a domineering CEO, Shang Qinxi was taken aback by his casual, yet devilishly handsome appearance in loungewear, striking her with an impact that rendered her momentarily speechless. Huan Chao noted her reaction with a composed demeanor and approached, his voice low and rich. "What are you two doing?" The fitness instructor straightened up stiffly, standing at attention. "Sir, I'm helping Miss Sheng secure her ankles. She needs to complete 30 sit-ups today." Huan Chao nodded, stepping forward until he stood a mere centimeter from Shang Qinxi's toes. Unexpectedly, he knelt on one knee, grasping Shang Qinxi's ankle with both hands. The moment his rough, warm palms made contact with her skin. Shang Qinxi felt her cheeks flush involuntarily, instinctively turning her head away, stammering, "Xiao Yi, is it really appropriate for you to help me?" Huan Chao's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice. "What, do you think it's appropriate for other men to touch you?" Shang Qinxi felt an inexplicable ambiguity in Huan Chao's words. Huan Chao cast a fleeting glance at the fitness instructor nearby, who immediately grasped the unspoken command and retreated slowly, inch by inch, out of the training room. Shang Qinxi, lost in thought for a moment, eventually realized that the coach had departed, leaving her without anyone to count her repetitions for the next exercise. "Then am I not human?" Huan Chao's expression darkened, his voice turning even colder than before. Shang Qinxi paused, quickly recognizing her slip of the tongue. Covering her mouth, she laughed and said, "Of course you're not human. You are a divine being. How could I dare to have a god serve me?" "Never mind." Huan Chao regarded her with a profound gaze, as if this were not the first time. "Huh." Shang Qinxi looked at him in confusion. But Hua Hanqiao did not elaborate. Instead, he pinched her ankle and said in a deep voice, "No slacking off, 30 of them." All right, reminded of her weight loss goals, Sheng Qinzi immediately began to earnestly perform the sit-ups. While sit-ups are not particularly challenging for the average person, they proved exceedingly difficult for Sheng Qinzi. That by the time she completed 15, she was already struggling. Shaking her head, she exclaimed, "No more. I really can't do it." With such a lack of determination, Sheng Qinzi, revenge is entirely out of reach for you. Hua Hanqiao observed her with a heavy gaze. Sheng Qinzi lay there, breathing heavily. It was not a matter of willpower, but rather her physical stamina. She genuinely needed a break. Have you never heard of pushing through? Hua Hanqiao evidently disagreed with Sheng Qinzi's decision to give up at such a critical moment. Sheng Qinzi pressed her lips together. Yet there is no yet. Up you get. Continue. Hua Hanqiao's voice was firm, laced with an unyielding authority. Sheng Qinzi wiped the sweat from her forehead and murmured softly, "But I'm really tired and I can help alleviate your fatigue." Hua Hanqiao suddenly stood and walked towards her. Under the girl's skeptical gaze, he tugged at the collar of his loungewear, and in the next moment, leaned in abruptly, his lips, imbued with a masculine aura, landing squarely upon hers. Sheng Qinzi's eyes widened in shock. At that instant, her thoughts ceased entirely, and she felt as if she were spinning, floating like a feather. Subsequently, the man playfully bit her, jolting her back to reality. She pushed him away, covering her mouth with her hand. Staring at him in bewilderment, Hua Hanqiao smirked, gazing into her doe-like eyes that beckoned him to sin. He asked, "Do you enjoy this method of relieving fatigue? Shall I continue?" Sheng Qinzi's ears flushed crimson, and she shot him an indignant glare. "No, I will continue." Her reaction elicited a soft chuckle from Hua Hanqiao, his deep-set eyes rippling with amusement. Ultimately, he refrained from further teasing her, choosing instead to grip her ankle once more. "Come on, let us proceed." Sheng Qinzi bit her lip, daring not to meet Hua Hanqiao's gaze, and obediently resumed her sit-ups. Meanwhile, at the Jingyan Company, Lu Chongyun and Luo Jing were present, and Li Xingnan had greeted Melinda early in the morning and brought her colleagues. Waiting for Lu Chongyun under the pretense of an interview. The number of people denouncing Sheng Qinzi on Weibo was increasing, and she needed to obtain useful information from Lu Chongyun as soon as possible. However, upon arrival, she discovered that Lu Chongyun was in a meeting, and the receptionist informed her that he was unavailable for interviews that day. With no options left, Li Xingnan said, "Miss, I'm not here for an interview. I have some personal matters to discuss with General Lu. Rest assured, I will not cause any trouble. That if it's personal, General Lu cannot meet with you casually." The receptionist appraised Li Xingnan with skepticism. Chapter 65. The accusation against the cad. We see many women like you. With the current news surrounding General Lu, if you had any sense, you wouldn't approach him. The receptionist spoke rudely, clearly regarding Li Xingnan as one of Lu Chongyun's mistresses. Suppressing her anger, Li Xingnan attempted to explain, but the receptionist had already called security to escort them out. Left with no choice, Li Xingnan donned the uniform of a janitor and, with her colleagues, sneaked in through the back door. That by coincidence. As they made their way to the floor of the president's office, they serendipitously spotted Lu Chongyun in a compromising position with a secretary. Li Xingnan quickly snapped a photo and sent it to Melinda before confronting Lu Chongyun. "General Lu, hello, I wish to discuss some matters regarding Sheng Qinzi with you." Lu Chongyun, caught off guard, immediately darkened in countenance, his mood shifting ominously. Upon seeing Li Xingnan in her janitorial attire, he scowled. "If you have business, go to the janitorial department." "What do you want with me?" "General Lu, we are not employees of your company. I am a friend of Sheng Qinzi and wish to discuss her situation with you. At this, Lu Chongyun laughed coldly. "A friend of Sheng Qinzi? Here to extort me? Let me make it clear. I, Lu Chongyun, am not one to be intimidated." Li Xingnan clenched her teeth, taking a deep breath to maintain her composure. "General Lu, I believe you are mistaken, that we are not here to extort you. You have no financial ties to my friend Sheng Qinzi. Your recent Weibo post, along with your wife's defamatory photos, have caused her significant distress. That I hope you can clarify this with your wife and personally apologize on Weibo." Lu Chongyun looked Li Xingnan up and down, leisurely retorting, "Apologize? What makes you think you're worthy of that? That fat girl is lucky to even be mistaken for my mistress. Ask around, besides me, who would admit to being involved with such a deadweight?" Listening to Lu Chongyun's words, Li Xingnan's fist tightened, and she gritted her teeth. "General Lu, please mind your language." "Haha, mind my language? She is indeed a deadweight, a worthless creature no one would even touch. Am I wrong? Lu Changyan replied, visibly irritated. Get your group out of here. Don't disrupt me, or I'll call the police to have you arrested and make your fat friend's life a living hell. Li Xingnan, who had initially been patient, could no longer tolerate Lu Changyan's incessant insults toward Sheng Chensi, that he was insulting her closest friend, her most cherished confidant, and it was intolerable. General Lu, I will say this once more. Please watch your words. Li Xingnan's voice was grave. Seeing her reaction, Lu Changyun's expression soured, and he bellowed, Who do you think you were to talk back to me? Do you have any idea who I am? I could easily ruin you and Sheng Chensi to don't provoke me, or I'll ensure she becomes the most despised and pitiful fat girl in the country. Before Lu Changyun could finish his threat, Li Xingnan's fist had already struck his face. Caught off guard by the sudden blow, Lu Changyun was momentarily stunned, and by the time he regained his senses, Li Xingnan was preparing to deliver another punch. Furious now, Lu Changyun shielded his face and roared, Where are the security guards? Are they just standing around doing nothing? Hurry up! As the security personnel approached, Luo Jing, clad in a burgundy professional suit, emerged from the elevator. With a commanding presence, she noticed Li Xingnan's furious demeanor and her expression soured. Li Xingnan, what are you doing here? Darling, you're finally here. This madwoman is threatening and extorting me. When I refused, she assaulted me. Look at my face. Lu Changyun rushed over to Luo Jing, feigning innocence. Luo Jing was fiercely protective of Lu Changyun. Even if he had angered her, she would not stand idly by while he was bullied. Hearing Lu Changyun's claims and seeing the blood at the corner of his mouth, she immediately questioned Li Xingnan with a displeased expression. Li Xingnan, did you threaten my husband? Darling, don't listen to her. She'll never speak the truth. Let us take her to the police station. Anyone who lays a hand on me should be punished. Lu Changyun interjected, obstructing Luo Jing from engaging with Li Xingnan. Luo Jing narrowed her eyes dangerously and ordered the security personnel, Don't just stand there. Seize her and take her to the police station immediately. Li Xingnan furrowed her brow at the approaching security. Yet her attitude remained unyielding. Sister Jing, could you please clarify what your husband has done? I did not threaten him. He is the one spouting nonsense and slandering my friend. My friend has a strong moral compass and would never be a mistress. Yuvi met her. If she were capable of being a mistress, would she still be in her current state, overweight and with nothing? If Sheng Chensi knew how to use her charms to attract men, she would have already undergone liposuction and acquired everything she desired. Hearing Li Xingnan's words, Luo Jing felt a flicker of doubt arise within her. She turned to Lu Changyun. If you're financially supporting her, why hasn't she undergone surgery or bought more luxury items? Lu Changyun, without missing a beat, lied through his teeth. Because she believes I prefer her that way. She must maintain her appearance. Darling, let us take her to the police station. Having the police investigate will be much more persuasive than listening to this argument. This. Li Xingnan's expression darkened, and she retorted, Lu Changyun, stop spouting nonsense. Sheng Chensi is not at all like you described. And you just had enough. Luo Jing interrupted Li Xingnan, her fury palpable. He is right. Bringing in the police for an investigation is far more useful than listening to your quarrels. Upon concluding her words, without affording Li Xingnan an opportunity for explanation, Luo Jing commanded the security personnel to apprehend them and escort them to the police station. The guards, obeying the directive, provided no chance for Li Xingnan and her companion to resist. Swiftly seizing them, the grip on Li Xingnan's shoulder was painfully tight, and despite her attempts to speak, she was met with Luo Jing's icy glare, which fueled her indignation. She understood that in such a setting, normal communication was utterly futile. Since they were headed to the police station, she resolved to enlist the authorities to clarify the situation regarding Sheng Chensi. Meanwhile, Sheng Chensi, scrutinized by the overseer Hua Hanshao, had exceeded her training tasks but was left exhausted, sprawled on the training room floor, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. When she wished for a sip of water, her little darling, Xinyuo, approached her with her phone in hand. Taking small, unsteady steps, exclaiming, Mama, phone. Sheng Chensi gently pinched the child's cheek and hastily took the call. Upon noticing it was a landline, she hesitated briefly before answering. Hello? A deep, serious male voice resonated from the other end. Is this Miss Sheng Chensi? This is the Maolin District Police Station. Your friend Li Xingnan has been accused by Mr. Lu Changyun. Please assist her in procuring a lawyer. What accused? Sheng Qinzi furrowed her brow and quickly inquired. Why is Lu Chongyun accusing her? Miss Li Xingnan assaulted someone at Lu Chongyun's company, and they have already filed a report to charge her with intentional injury. That it would be prudent for you to find her a lawyer at your earliest convenience. Our police station is located at. After the officer concluded, he abruptly hung up. Clutching her phone, Sheng Qinzi immediately scooped up Xinyuo and, while walking, exclaimed that scoundrel Lu Chongyun should just perish. At that moment, Hu Jinyan, casually leaning against the doorframe and observing her with curiosity, asked Xia Kingxi, "What has you so upset? Who has incited your ire?" Sheng Qinzi shot him a glance before handing Xinyuo over to him. Lu Chongyun has accused Xingnan of intentional injury, and the police have asked me to help find her a lawyer. Find a lawyer? Hu Jinyan's eyes sparkled with interest, as if a large tail were wagging behind him, his face clearly conveying, "Choose me. Choose me." Sheng Qinzi pressed her temples. "Yes, I must find a lawyer. However, none of my acquaintances are lawyers, and I don't know who to approach on such short notice." Before she could finish her thought, Xinyuo raised her chubby little arm, pointing towards Huanxiao, her voice booming, "Fine daddy." Sheng Qinzi was momentarily taken aback, completely perplexed by her little darling's words. "Hu Jinyan, please hand Xinyuo over to Lord Xiao. I believe she wants her father." However, when Hu Jinyan attempted to carry Xinyuo away, the little one clung tightly to Sheng Qinzi's collar, adamantly refusing to let go, continuously chanting, "Baba, Baba." Sheng Qinzi, utterly bewildered, looked to Hu Jinyan for clarification. "What does Xinyuo mean?" Hu Jinyan, acting as a human translator, instantly grasped the child's intent. With a chuckle, he stroked his chin and said, "Xinyuo wants you to seek out my little cousin. The legal team at Yinxiao Group is undoubtedly top tier in the Sheng Nation. Any one of them could assist your friend Li Xingnan with her troubles that go on. Find my little cousin." Sheng Qinzi furrowed her brow, well aware of the prowess of Yinxiao Group's lawyers, yet she doubted whether Huanxiao would consent to assist with such a trivial matter. Noticing her hesitation, Hu Jinyan pressed on. "Do you not wish to help your best friend?" "I do," Sheng Qinzi affirmed with a nod. "Then go seek my cousin. Holding on to Xinyuo, you will undoubtedly succeed," Hu Jinyan insisted. Handing Xinyuo back to her, Sheng Qinzi glanced at Hu Jinyan, then turned to look at Huanxiao. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and approached Huanxiao. Huanxiao held his daughter in one arm while perusing documents with the other. His expression inscrutable, seemingly engrossed in the text before him. Yet only Nian Yin knew that her father had been fixated on the same document for nearly half an hour. Facing Huanxiao's icy demeanor, Sheng Qinzi bit her lip, lacking the courage to speak. She gently rubbed little Xinyuo's face before pivoting to leave. Catching her movement from the corner of his eye, Huanxiao frowned slightly and inquired in a low voice, "Is something the matter?" Sheng Qinzi halted, closing her eyes momentarily to muster her courage. She then addressed Huanxiao. "Lord Xiao, Li Xingnan has been taken to the police station by Lu Chongyun, who is accusing her of intentional injury. She requires a lawyer. Could you recommend one to me?" Huanxiao replied simply, "Reason." Sheng Qinzi bit her lip, her mind racing. What justification could she provide? Li Xingnan was her dear friend, and this incident had no connection to Huanxiao. He had no obligation to assist her. Noticing Sheng Qinzi's prolonged silence, Hu Jinyan raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "No one dislikes compliments that if you flatter my little cousin, he might just agree." Sheng Qinzi turned to Hu Jinyan, her face reflecting disbelief at the suggestion. Hu Jinyan nodded encouragingly. "Absolutely. I know my little cousin well. Go for it." "Zikakyu." Ultimately, Sheng Qinzi was persuaded by Hu Jinyan. She set Xinyuo down, donned an ingratiating smile, and said, "Because Lord Xiao is the most handsome, the best, and the most enthusiastic male deity." Huanxiao's lips curled slightly, yet he maintained his cool demeanor as he queried, "Whose male deity?" "Ah." Sheng Qinzi blinked innocently, and before she realized it, she blurted out, "My male deity." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Huanxiao's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he instructed, "Wait for me a few minutes." With that, he retrieved his phone and began dialing. Moments later, Sheng Qinzi heard Huanxiao's magnetic voice resonate in her ears. "Are you heading to the police station?" Yes. Sheng Qinzi nodded vigorously, just as she was about to turn to change her clothes. Xinyuo, Nian Yin, and Hu Jinyan, a group of 2 adults and 2 children, simultaneously chimed in. Hu Jinyan declared, "I want to go too." Xinyuo echoed, "Go." Nian Yin added, "Go." Sheng Qinzi frowned and quickly turned back to Huanxiao. "Look, they want to go as well." Hua Hanxiao cast a deep glance at the two children before finally conceding. Then let us all go together. The outcome was that Hua Hanxiao instructed the driver to prepare a business vehicle, and the three adults, accompanied by the two children, made their way to the police station. Once the lawyer completed the necessary paperwork, Sheng Qinzi anxiously awaited Li Shengnan at the entrance, not wanting Li Shengnan to learn about Hua Hanxiao's involvement. She refrained from letting the two children disembark. Upon spotting Li Shengnan, Sheng Qinzi rushed forward. "Shengnan, are you all right?" "I'm fine. That despicable man cannot harm me." Li Shengnan grasped Sheng Qinzi's hand, but her brow soon furrowed in distress. "Qingxi, what should we do? That scoundrel is the epitome of a white lotus and a dead green tea. Normal communication is futile." Just then, Li Shengnan's phone rang again. It was Melinda. She glanced at Sheng Qinzi and quickly swiped to answer. "What? How could Luo Jing and Lu Chongyun behave this way? Fine, I'll head back right now." After hanging up, Li Shengnan looked at Sheng Qinzi, her tone somewhat strained. "I have some issues to attend to. I can't assist you today." Immediately, Sheng Qinzi deduced that Lu Chongyun and Luo Jing had targeted Li Shengnan, perhaps pressuring Melinda to dismiss her. Li Shengnan lowered her head, remaining silent for a few seconds before lifting it with a smile. "No, it's not that an article I previously wrote relating to them has encountered issues, and I need to handle it." Sheng Qinzi regarded her keenly, fully aware that Li Shengnan was lying. Lu Chongyun and his associates were pressuring Queen. "I'm sorry, Qingxi. Shengnan, do not apologize to me. I am the one who has caused you trouble. I should be the one saying sorry. Please return to Queen and assess the situation. Do not concern yourself with Lu Chongyun's matters." "I have a plan." Though reluctant to seek Hua Hanxiao's assistance, she could no longer tolerate Lu Chongyun's blatant bullying of Li Shengnan. After seeing Li Shengnan off, she hurried back to the business vehicle, opened the door, and sat beside Hua Hanxiao, seizing his sleeve, exclaiming, "Male deity!" Hua Hanxiao's deep gaze flickered momentarily, his voice resonating in the car like a melodious cello. "How may I assist you?" Sheng Qinzi blinked, her chubby little face adorably blossoming with a rosy hue. "Could you help me?" Hua Hanxiao grasped her hand in response, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. "What do you wish for me to do?" After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Qinzi said earnestly, "I wish to conduct a live confrontation with Lu Chongyun, allowing everyone to witness that I have been framed. This would carry more weight than any other evidence. However, if I reach out to Lu Chongyun, he would undoubtedly refuse to meet with me. I will arrange for someone to make contact." Hua Hanxiao spoke directly, and after finishing his words, he exchanged a significant glance with Hua Jinyan. Hua Jinyan, taken aback for a moment, raised his hand to point at his own face. Upon receiving his uncle's piercing gaze, he helplessly took out his phone. He couldn't help but think, would his nose grow exceedingly long? His little uncle always compelled him to deceive others, making it increasingly difficult for him to be a good boy. After a brief internal struggle, Hua Jinyan wasted no time and, in front of Sheng Qinzi, dialed Lu Chongyun's private number. "Hello?" Lu Chongyun, who had just finished taking advantage of his young secretary, was initially breathless. Upon recognizing the familiar number, he promptly answered with a displeased tone. "Who is this calling at this hour?" "You're interrupting something important." "It's Hua Jinyan." "Hua Jinyan." Lu Chongyun quickly sat up, a smile spreading across his face. Although this young master lacked the status of Hua Hanxiao, he was not to be trifled with. A mere flick of his fingers could bring Lu's company crashing down. Thus, he had to muster all his spirits to ensure he appeased him. After all, Lu Chongyun, combined with Luo Jing, could hardly compare to a single toe of the Hua family. Lu Chongyun surmised that Hua Jinyan must be aware of the tasks assigned to him by Su Nanja, and he had performed admirably, perhaps seeking to extend a favor in return. He chuckled to himself, realizing that choosing to collaborate with Su Nanja had indeed been a wise decision. In the future, he could leverage the Hua family's connections to ascend the social ladder. As his thoughts spiraled, he envisioned himself surrounded by beauties, possessing wealth beyond measure. His demeanor towards Hua Jinyan brightened considerably, and even through the phone, one could sense his ingratiating attitude. "Young Master Jinyan, you sought me out. Is there something you require?" Hua Jinyan exchanged a glance with Sheng Qinzi before responding in a cool tone. "Do you have time in 2 hours?" "What?" Lu Chongyun was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded. "Of course. I have time. What does young Master Jinyan need?" "I can go to great lengths, whatever it may be." Hua Jinyan's lips twitched, suppressing an internal scoff at Lu's eagerness, and replied, "It's not that complicated. That Su Nanja mentioned you were quite capable, and I wish to offer you a helping hand. In 2 hours at the Yanis private room in Engel Hotel, I will be waiting with a few friends that as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Chongyun's expression broke into an uncontrollable grin. Nearly jumping for joy. Indeed, this was an opportunity. Hu Jinyan was going to introduce him to influential figures. The resources Hu Jinyan possessed were of the highest caliber. Merely grasping a fraction of them would yield immense benefits. How wonderful! To tarnish Sheng Chenxi's reputation and gain such rewards, I truly hit the jackpot. Lu Chongyun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Very well, young Master Jinyan, I will be there promptly. Excellent, we shall await your arrival. Hu Jinyan concluded the call. After finalizing the arrangement with Lu Chongyun, he relished the moment before recalling his date with Su Sha. He promptly dialed her number. Darling, I won't be able to accompany you for shopping later. Upon hearing this, Su Sha immediately grew anxious. Honey, why not? Didn't you promise to take me to see the baby section? Oh, I must meet Hu Jinyan, a top-tier rich second generation. You just stay at the villa. And if I succeed, I will take you to even more exclusive places, making you a high society lady. Lu Chongyun squinted his eyes, feeling quite pleased as he outlined their future to Su Sha. Su Sha, still skeptical, replied, Honey, are you really going to meet Hu Jinyan and not some other little vixen? What kind of talk is that? You don't trust your husband? No, I believe you, but yet, what business do women have in men's affairs? My sharing this much with you is already a stretch. You can either wait for me patiently or leave. Lu Chongyun's irritation flared. Upon sensing his anger, Su Sha quickly soothed him. Honey, I was wrong. Please don't be mad. I will wait for you, good. After hanging up, Su Sha stared at her phone, finally letting out a sigh before arranging a meeting with Mo Qingqing. Meanwhile, after Hu Jinyan finished his call, he immediately turned to Sheng Chenxi. I've arranged for the person. How do you plan to conduct the live broadcast? Sheng Chenxi glanced at Hu Hanxiao, considered for a moment, and replied, We can install a live streaming camera in the private room and broadcast it online. That won't do. The streaming room lacks a fan base. Not even 10 viewers may tune in within an hour, which wouldn't yield any effect, Hu Hanxiao stated coldly. Furrowing her brows, Sheng Chenxi inquired, Should I contact a television station? But I don't have any connections. The Yinxiao Group has an online streaming company, and Hu Jinyan has ties with Ninghai Television that we can stream simultaneously from both sides, Hu Hanxiao suggested, looking at Sheng Chenxi. Upon hearing this, Sheng Chenxi's eyes brightened. Is that possible? Won't it interfere with work? It won't. Hu Hanxiao shook his head, promptly calling the manager of the streaming company to make arrangements. Hu Jinyan, without needing prompting, took the initiative to assign tasks to his network director. An hour later, in the private room at Engel Hotel, all the live streaming equipment was set up and discreetly hidden away. Hu Hanxiao, still unconvinced about Sheng Chenxi's safety, chose to wait in the business vehicle with 2 of his companions. Sheng Chenxi, accompanied by Hu Hanxiao's assistant, descended from the vehicle to finalize preparations within the hotel. When Lu Chongyun arrived, he found himself half an hour early. Standing outside, he checked his appearance in the mirror for a considerable time before entering. Unbeknownst to Lu Chongyun, at that moment, Su Sha and Mo Qingqing were nearby in a car. Upon spotting Lu Chongyun, both women wore different expressions. Just as Mo Qingqing was about to speak, she noticed Sheng Chenxi entering the hotel with a bouquet of flowers. She promptly turned to Su Sha. Feigning concern, Sha, are you all right? Su Sha, bewildered, replied, I'm fine. What's wrong? Mo Qingqing pointed toward Sheng Chenxi's retreating figure and remarked, That is your husband's rumored love interest. They entered one after the other. Are you sure there's nothing to worry about? Initially, Su Sha had not given it much thought, but with Mo Qingqing's reminder, her eyes widened in realization. Qingqing, are you implying that Hu Jinyan did not invite my husband, but rather, he is on a date with Sheng Chenxi? Chapter 68. A fixed price of 80 million. Mo Qingqing furrowed her brows, covering her mouth in feigned distress. Sha, perhaps I am overthinking this. Just disregard what I've said. Qingqing, I'm about to lose my mind. You must clarify this, or I will start crying. Su Sha's emotions surged uncontrollably. All right, Sha, please don't cry that I cannot bear to see you in tears. Here is how I interpret it. Lu Chongyun often comments on your slenderness, suggesting he might prefer women with a bit more meat, right? Mo Qingqing grasped Su Sha's hand, tentatively probing. That Su Sha nodded yes. He always says that a woman should have some flesh on her bones. So, that fat woman just now, she fits his taste. The mere thought of it sent Su Sha spiraling into despair. Denim O Ching Ching, reveling in Su Sha's distress while maintaining a facade of sympathy, said Sha Sha. Perhaps you haven't seen Sheng Qinzi up close. Her figure may not be ideal, but her face is quite stunning. Even without makeup, if I were a man, I'd be captivated. What? Su Sha felt as though the sky was falling. In a panic, she exclaimed, Ching Ching, what should I do? If that fat woman truly is so appealing, Lu Chengyun might very well take it seriously. What will become of me? I will have nothing left. Calm down. This is all hypothetical. What if it turns out differently? Mo Qingqing attempted to console her. However, tears were already streaming down Su Sha's cheeks as she shook her head vehemently. Choked up, Qingqing, no. You don't understand, Lu Chengyun. Woe is me. Please help me come up with a plan. Otherwise, I might just perish. Don't cry. You have a good relationship with Luo Jing, right? Just call her and tell her you saw Sheng Qinzi with Lu Chengyun here. And let her handle it. That way, you won't need to intervene, and Sheng Qinzi will get what's coming to her, Mo Qingqing suggested. Instantly, Su Sha ceased her tears, nodding yes. I should call Luo Jing. With that, she wiped her tears and promptly retrieved her phone. Locating Luo Jing's number, she dialed, her tone ingratiating. Sister Luo Jing, it's Sha Sha. Are you free to talk right now? Yes, I have something to discuss regarding my brother-in-law. Please don't react too strongly at first. I just spotted him with Sheng Qinzi at Engel Hotel, and I believe you must know this. Oh, all right, let me find out which private room they are in, Luo Jing replied. Take your time. After hanging up, Su Sha clasped Mo Qingqing's hand, smiling. It's all set. Mo Qingqing blinked, a cold smile forming in her heart, thinking, Sheng Qinzi, let us see how you explain this. In the small lounge adjacent to the Yana's private room, Hua Hanxiao's team had already begun adjusting the live streaming equipment. They were curious but dared not gossip about their boss's affairs. However, when Sheng Qinzi entered, everyone suddenly fell silent. Isn't that the plump beauty? Sheng Qinzi, who is always at the center of attention. How could she possibly be here? Is it she whom Lord Xiao intends to assist? Assistant, and I must trouble you. Once I enter, I can begin the live broadcast. Sheng Qinzi nodded at its, oh, you really not want me to accompany you inside? What if Lu Chengyun decides to take action against you? And Siyue asked with concern, since Hua Hanxiao had suggested she stay with Sheng Qinzi. It was evidently out of fear that Lu Chengyun might act. However, Sheng Qinzi shook her head and smiled. There's nothing to fear. Besides, if he does make a move, it would be easier for me to handle him. If you accompany me, he'll be on guard. After pondering for a moment, and Siyue conceded that this reasoning made sense, but there is no but. I appreciate your efforts. Sheng Qinzi waved her hand, already stepping out of the lounge. Watching her depart, those responsible for the live broadcast exchanged curious glances, eager to uncover the truth. Assistant, what exactly is her relationship with Lord Xiao? And Siyue waved her hand dismissively. Please, no gossip. Did I haven't quite figured it out myself? Disappointed that they wouldn't be privy to any juicy secrets, the others begrudgingly focused on the screen, preparing their broadcasting equipment. Inside the private room, Lu Chengyun sat with a smug smile, reveling in his own satisfaction. Sheng Qinzi entered, cradling a bouquet of flowers, dressed in a light blue athletic dress. Under the illumination of the room, her complexion glowed like a full moon, radiant as the morning sun, with a hue reminiscent of lotus petals and skin as smooth as honey. Upon seeing her, Lu Chengyun was momentarily taken aback that Su Nanja had shown him photos of Sheng Qinzi, where she appeared considerably heavier, the angles unflattering, her complexion poor, and her features slightly disproportionate. Thus, he had always assumed that Sheng Qinzi was an unattractive and repulsive figure. Yet at this moment, he couldn't help but marvel at how much more beautiful she was in reality, that if she were to lose weight, he mused, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. No, even more than that. A true gem. The thought of what she might look like slimmed down sent a wave of anticipation through him, his imagination running wild with visions of her captivating allure. However, Lu Chengyun quickly regained his composure and furrowed his brow. Why are you here? You were supposed to meet with Wajin Yin. Sheng Qinzi's peripheral vision caught the glimmer of the live broadcast equipment, and her gaze flickered before she offered the flowers to Lu Chengyun. I brought you white chrysanthemums. Lu Chengyun, taken aback, immediately focused on the bouquet, his earlier thoughts about Sheng Qinzi now overshadowed by the realization that those were chrysanthemums. Humph. What do you mean by giving me chrysanthemums? Are you cursing me to death? Sheng Qinzi, you have quite the audacity. What grievances do we share? As he spoke, he shoved the white chrysanthemums into the trash bin. Sheng Qinzi tilted her head nonchalantly, laughing. Indeed, I too am curious about what grievances we harbor. Why did you destroy my reputation on Weibo, Mr. Liu? Do you have any idea how much harm you and your wife's posts have inflicted upon me? So many have branded me as the homewrecker in your marriage. They boycott my company and my upcoming album. My livelihood is being obliterated. Is it really that serious? Lu Changyan feigned ignorance. Of course. It's serious, Mr. Liu, that I won't beat around the bush, that I hope you will clarify on Weibo that we have no relationship. The photos shared by your wife are fabricated. We have never met, Sheng Qinzi stated calmly. Lu Changyun, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, waved his hand dismissively. You want me to post on Weibo? Fine, I'm a businessman. I speak in terms of money. Show me the cash, and I'll set the record straight. Sheng Qinzi blinked. Mr. Liu, how much do you desire? Lu Changyun extended his hand, making a gesture indicating 800 million. Pay me that amount, and I shall clear your name. Otherwise, you shall continue to bear the blame. Chapter 69. 20,000 for her maintenance. Upon hearing the figure of 800 million, Sheng Qinzi maintained her composure, glancing at the live broadcast equipment before raising an eyebrow. Mr. Liu, are you suggesting I purchase my innocence with money? Lu Changyun, concerned that Huijinian might encounter Sheng Qinzi, cut to the chase and nodded. Precisely, it's about buying your innocence. Sheng Qinzi, you've stated that reputation is crucial to you. So you should give me the money. The moment I see the cash, I'll assist you. Otherwise, you'll remain the third party in the eyes of the public. With her arms crossed, Sheng Qinzi scoffed. I never anticipated that Mr. Liu could be so despicable, willing to tarnish another's reputation for profit. Lu Changyan chuckled, his expression openly acknowledging his own unscrupulousness. Sheng Qinzi, can you actually provide the money? If not, then prepare to be berated. Don't stir things up. Sheng Qinzi touched her chin thoughtfully. Mr. Liu, aren't you afraid of me going live with this? At her words, Lu Changyun erupted into laughter, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. You a fat woman. Going live? Have you even looked in the mirror to see your own face? With your appearance, no one would even glance at you on the street. I've shown you mercy by letting you take the blame as a mistress, allowing you to experience having a man's attention. If it were anyone else, they would have slapped you so hard you wouldn't want to face the world again. Thus, you'd best remain quietly insulted, or I cannot guarantee you will survive until next year. While he acknowledged that Sheng Qinzi's face was decent and was curious to see her slim down, finding someone to bear the blame for the mistress role was his priority. He could not afford to show any mercy to her. Mr. Liu, you acknowledge that I have no ties to you. You simply wish to pin the blame on someone else to shield your mistress. Correct? If he dares to admit it, the audience in the live stream would surely grasp the truth. Lu Changyan laughed heartily. Indeed. I'm not blind. I wouldn't choose a fat woman like you to be my mistress. Even if you wanted to, you'd need to slim down first. Sheng Qinzi raised an eyebrow slightly, turning her head to glance at the live broadcast camera. Lu Changyun, growing impatient, flatly stated, Can you come up with 800 million? If not, then get lost. My time is incredibly valuable. Sheng Qinzi lowered her head, deliberately remaining silent. Observing her demeanor, Lu Changyun smugly assumed she was intimidated. As he pondered, a thought struck him. He stroked his chin, gazing at Sheng Qinzi with a lecherous expression. You know, you do have certain innate qualities. Perhaps you could endure this humiliation for now, and in a few days, I can arrange for you to undergo liposuction abroad. Once you slim down, I'll support you, providing you with 200,000 a month, allowing you to live comfortably as compensation. 200,000 for her maintenance. Sheng Qinzi, far from angry, laughed instead, finding Lu Changyun utterly contemptible. Just as she prepared to confront him, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. Without hesitation, the intruder stormed in, unleashing a barrage of insults. You shameless creature. Didn't you say you would change? How can you still be meeting with this vixen? Do you want me to kick both you and this vixen out of Shenghua? Initially, Sheng Qinzi thought it was Huan Xiao and the others. But to her surprise, it was Luo Jing who barged in. Seeing Luo Jing, Lu Changyun's expression shifted immediately. He rushed over, grasping her hand with a feigned air of grievance. Wife, it's not what you think. I am not here to have an affair. I just wanted to clarify things with her. But this fat woman demanded 800 million. She said if I didn't come up with it, she'd ruin us completely. Upon hearing this, Luo Jing fumed even more, turning to point an accusatory finger at Sheng Qinzi's face, roaring, You shameless vixen. How dare you extort 800 million? I'll call the police right now and have you repent in prison for the rest of your life. You trashy woman. Yes, she is nothing but a trashy woman. She deserves to be imprisoned. Lu Chongyun, devoid of any shame, continued to flatter Luo Jing. Wife, please don't be angry with me. I truly regret my past ways. I want to be your most cherished Xiao Yun. Luo Jing, who had a powerful background, was the foundation of Lu Chongyun's rise, so he never dared to be assertive in her presence. Always resorting to this almost shameless form of flattery, that as long as Luo Jing didn't withdraw her support, allowing him to continue climbing the social ladder, he would gladly play the role of her obedient servant. Wife, please don't call the police. I'll do it. I'll have this fat woman locked up right now. From now on, I'll never again have anything to do with such sordid matters. You re the only one in my heart. Calm down. Lu Chongyun soothed Luo Jing while casting a fierce glare at Sheng Chensi. You fat woman, I only felt a moment of pity for you. Don't mistake that for love. My wife is my true love, and your threats mean nothing to me. Prepare yourself for prison. The law will teach you what integrity and decency truly mean. At that moment, Sheng Chensi stood with her arms crossed, quietly observing Lu Chongyun. His brazen shamelessness was truly astonishing. The adage rang true. A man's words are nothing but deceit. She finally understood why Li Shengnan had referred to him as a green tea white lotus. His acting skills were no less impressive than those of Sheng Tianjin and the others. Yet, Sheng Chensi couldn't fathom how a woman like Luo Jing could still fall for Lu Chongyun's tricks. Luo Jing, observing Lu Chongyun's obsequious demeanor, found her anger somewhat dissipating. Yet her hatred for Sheng Chensi remained. She glared fiercely at Sheng Chensi. Vixen, what else have you taken from my husband? Speak honestly. Or I'll summon the police, and your punishment will be even harsher. Do you understand? Sheng Chensi curled her lips into a subtle smile, gradually settling onto the sofa across the room. She raised her hand, pointing at Luo Jing's phone. Sister Luo Jing, you should contact the police first. Let them determine how many years this individual might face. It will give you a clearer picture. Upon hearing this, Luo Jing was infuriated. And even Lu Chongyun wore a face of rage that he pointed an accusatory finger at Sheng Chensi, rebuking, You fat fool. What do you mean by that? Are you seeking death? Humph, indeed. You claim the police will punish my husband? Do you have any evidence? Without proof, you shall not leave this private room unscathed. Luo Jing crossed her arms, her gaze suddenly sharp. However, before she could finish her words, a cold, chilling voice emanated from the doorway. We have evidence. Immediately after, there was a loud thud as the door was kicked open once more. As Luo Jing's eyes widened in shock, a man strode in, clad in a black suit with long, elegant fingers gripping a silver laptop. His exquisitely chiseled features were shrouded in a faint frostiness, an air of arrogance palpable in the space between his brows, emanating a chilling demeanor that could instill fear with just a glance. In an instant, Lu Chongyun's eyes widened with disbelief, tugging at Luo Jing's sleeve. Wife, who is this? Chapter 70. How could one like a fatty? Lu Chongyun was rendered nearly speechless, having seen Hua Hanjiao before. A titan of the business world, a figure whom they all revered, almost yearning to cling to his coattails, but he never anticipated that this man, whom he could only admire from afar, would now stand before him. Exuding an aura of divine superiority with every gesture, in contrast to Lu Chongyun's astonishment, Luo Jing maintained a relative composure, blinking as she regarded Hua Hanjiao. They had crossed paths at an overseas banquet, where he had appeared aloof, as if no woman could ever capture his interest. Yet at that very moment, she noted his gaze fixated not on her, but on another woman. Luo Jing was taken aback, for she clearly observed that the once vacant depths of his icy eyes lit up upon seeing Sheng Chensi. Furrowing her brows, she stepped forward with a sense of surreal curiosity. Mr. Hua, what brings you here? What do you mean by evidence? Lu Chongyun quickly regained his composure, donning a smile and approaching like a sycophant. Yes, Mr. Hua, what brings you here? Surely, we must have misheard regarding the evidence. You came to meet with young Master Jin Yan, didn't you? However, before he could finish, Hua Hanjiao had already taken a swift step toward Sheng Chensi, tossing the laptop aside, his brows knitted in displeasure as he gently tapped Sheng Chensi's forehead with his long fingers. Weren't you supposed to have Siua accompany you? Why did you come in alone? Sheng Chensi rubbed the spot where he had tapped, puffing her cheeks playfully as she explained, "I was concerned Lu Changyun might be wary. Besides, how did you come to be here? What about the children?" "Jin Yin is taking care of them," Huan Zhao replied before pinching Sheng Chenxi's chubby cheek and leaning in to whisper, "I'm here to take care of you." In that instant, Sheng Chenxi's face flushed crimson. Witnessing this scene, Luo Jing was suddenly struck by a realization, while Lu Changyun stood dumbfounded, pointing between Sheng Chenxi and Huan Zhao. "Wife, what is going on? Do they know each other? How could someone like Huan Zhao, who is above all, be associated with a fatty like Sheng Chenxi?" As this bewildered couple exchanged perplexed glances, Huan Zhao retrieved the laptop, turning it toward Luo Jing. "I had someone record the previous live stream. You will understand upon viewing." "Live stream?" Lu Changyun's eyes widened in shock. "What live stream?" Luo Jing, equally puzzled, inquired, "Mr. Hua, what do you mean?" Huan Zhao's expression remained frosty, akin to a sculpted ice figure. As he coldly stated, "Everything they discussed before you entered is on this. That don't you want to see it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Changyun's face drained of color. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Huan Zhao. Did they say something before Luo Jing entered? Was the live stream broadcasted? Did he say everything? Panic set in as he realized the gravity of the situation. The truth, along with the damning remarks he had made, had been exposed to an audience. How could he even think of wanting to support her financially? Lu Changyun's mind raced as he recalled the identity behind the slander. Su Nanja, the nephew of Huan Zhao, holds a familial bond that surpasses any affection that Sheng Chenxi might receive. He nearly forgot about the ace in his hand. "Sheng Chenxi, I advise you to know when to retreat. Otherwise, should I reveal certain matters, you may come to regret it." Lu Changyun's demeanor shifted, and he began to threaten Sheng Chenxi instead. She shook her head and let out a cold laugh, deciding not to play his guessing game any longer. She stated directly, "What you wish to tell us is that it was Nanja who sought to harm me on Weibo. Is that correct?" Huan Zhao had assured her that he would trust her regarding this matter, which is why she felt unafraid of Lu Changyun's threats involving Nanja. Noticing that Sheng Chenxi was already aware, Lu Changyun's expression subtly changed, and he turned to Huan Zhao. That moment, Huan Zhao stood like an emotionless ice sculpture, shrouded in an ancient, unyielding frost, rendering him inscrutable. Lu Changyun's heart raced, yet he thought to himself that after all, Nanja was his nephew, and he could not disregard him. Thus, he cunningly approached Huan Zhao and said, "Mr. Hua, it was indeed young Master Su who instructed me to act this way. After all, young Master Su is your nephew, and surely he holds more importance than a mere woman. Does he not? If you spare me this time, it would be akin to protecting young Master Su." Upon finishing his words, he glanced back at Sheng Chenxi and deliberately added, "Sheng Chenxi, issuing an apology statement would be beneficial for everyone. Do not overreach, or else if young Master Su gets implicated, Mr. Hua will no longer desire you." In the world of the affluent, familial ties often outweigh the significance of women. Lu Changyun believed he had a clear understanding of this dynamic. Confident that as long as he leveraged the bond between Huan Zhao and Nanja, Sheng Chenxi would not be able to stir up much trouble. However, after Lu Changyun spoke, Huan Zhao, resembling an ice sculpture, suddenly stepped forward and embraced Sheng Chenxi. His gaze turned icy and piercing, akin to a bloodthirsty blade, as though he intended to dissect Lu Changyun piece by piece. What was Nanja compared to her? With a commanding tone, Huan Zhao's words struck Lu Changyun's heart like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly chilled. Huan Zhao actually cared for Sheng Chenxi, this plump girl, even more than for Nanja. At that moment, Luo Jing, who had finally regained her composure, erupted with fury. She was no longer concerned with Nanja or Huan Zhao. She simply wanted to know the identity of the true mistress, Lu Changyun. "Tell me the truth. Who is your woman? Who is it that you would disgrace yourself to malign others?" Luo Jing's voice grew hoarse. She felt like a fool, toyed with by Lu Changyun as if she were a mere plaything, even going so far as to drag a group of reporters into a private room to catch someone in the act. Yet after all that effort, an innocent girl was ensnared. Smack! Luo Jing slapped Lu Changyun hard and demanded, "Who is it? Are you still not going to tell me the truth? Darling, please don't be angry. I have already severed ties with her. We need not discuss her any longer, that I promise. I will love you always and will not take another." Lu Changyun grasped Luo Jing's arm, fully aware that he must stabilize her. Divorce was not an option, as the forces behind Luo Jing could destroy him. As for Su Sha, he would claim they had split, hoping to endure until the storm passed. Stop saying such things, just tell me. Who is that person? Luo Jing was unwilling to hear anything else. She simply wanted to uncover the identity of the woman. Lu Chongyun dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, Hua Hanxiao's voice, as frigid as a cavern of ice, declared, Su Sha, boom. Upon hearing this name, both Luo Jing and Lu Chongyun froze in place, their expressions turning grim. Lu Chongyun could not even bear to look at Luo Jing. A chill emanated from his core, nearly freezing him solid. Hua Hanxiao, true to his reputation, had even uncovered the identity of his mistress. Damn it, he was so foolish to provoke Sheng Chensi. When Sheng Chensi heard Su Sha's name, she was slightly taken aback, casting a glance at Hua Hanxiao, momentarily admiring him. Truly, he was a formidable man, capable of uncovering anything in Long City. That it's Su Sha. Lu Chongyun, the woman you sought, is actually Su Sha. At this moment, Luo Jing felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had never anticipated that the woman Lu Chongyun had entangled himself with was Su Sha, who had once been her assistant, the very one who had followed her around daily. Lu Chongyun, you must have been involved with her for quite some time, haven't you? You have betrayed me long ago. Luo Jing trembled with rage, viewing Lu Chongyun as her sworn enemy. Why did he choose to humiliate her this way? Why did he allow that woman to be so close, making her feel like a fool? She had lost to Su Sha, someone inferior to her, a mere assistant who would wag her tail for approval. I hate you. Luo Jing screamed, turning to grab a nearby chair, raising it high as she aimed to smash it towards Lu Chongyun. Lu Chongyun moved swiftly to evade, yet the chair spun in front of Sheng Chensi, startling her into instinctively stepping back. Just then, Hua Hanxiao caught her in his embrace, his gaze icy as he swept it over Luo Jing, speaking in a deep voice. You may strike him as you wish, but do not frighten my girl. Witnessing Hua Hanxiao's fierce protection of the plump girl, Sheng Chensi, Luo Jing suddenly felt a pang of desolation. She pressed her lips together and began to approach Sheng Chensi. Chapter 72. You are not my future husband. As Luo Jing approached, Sheng Chensi wore a puzzled expression, yet before she could voice her question, Luo Jing took a deep breath and bowed her head before her. In a tone laced with remorse, she said, Miss Sheng, I apologize. It is I who has wronged you. I misunderstood you, and I will make amends in my own way. Listening to her hoarse, sorrowful voice and witnessing her pitiful demeanor, Sheng Chensi felt a mixture of emotions and, for a moment, was reluctant to pursue the matter further. After all, she too was a pitiable individual. Was she not? You handle your man, and I hope the rumors about her being the mistress on Weibo disappear by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hua Hanxiao understood Sheng Chensi's sentiments, wrapping his arm around her waist. Guiding her away, Sheng Chensi bit her lip, exchanged a glance with him, then nodded and followed him out. Watching their retreating figures, Luo Jing felt an increased envy, but her hatred for Lu Chongyun deepened. Lu Chongyun, you post on Weibo first. We will settle our matters after that. Darling, please don't. Back in the car, Sheng Chensi's expression was grave, her mind replaying Luo Jing's despondent visage, and she could not help but feel genuine sympathy for her. She sighed softly, unable to restrain herself from expressing, what can love bring to a woman? Only pain. I vow never to seek love or marriage in this lifetime. Cough, cough, cough. Her words startled Hu Jinyin, who quickly exchanged a meaningful glance with Hua Hanxiao. Look, little uncle, your pursuit of her is going to be quite challenging. Sheng Chensi suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing there were others in the car. She quickly covered her forehead awkwardly, smiled, and clarified. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Not all love is bad. Hua Hanxiao gazed at her intently, extending his hand to gently pinch her cheek. From now on, your love shall not bring you harm. Sheng Chensi retorted. Just because you say so, does it make it true? You are not my future husband. Hua Hanxiao replied, I can assure you of that. Sheng Chensi pouted, I don't believe your assurances. You are not the matchmaker. I'm not a matchmaker, but I am Hua Hanxiao. He paused deliberately as the car started, and Sheng Chensi leaned forward slightly, unintentionally bumping into him, causing her cheeks to flush as she awkwardly turned to look at the little ones. Nian Nian, Zinua, are you bored? Shall we go home, and Andy can play with you? Zinua blinked, pointing excitedly out the window, exclaiming, Boo Nian Nian, seeing her brother shout too, followed suit, stretching her little hand and adding an extra word, debut. Understanding their intentions, Hua Hanxiao frowned. No, immediately, the two little ones puffed up their cheeks adorably. Looking toward Sheng Chenxi. Unable to resist, Sheng Chenxi said, "If the little ones want to play with Bu, then let's accompany them. I have no plans for the time being." After speaking, she recalled that Hua Hanxiao might have work to attend to, and quickly asked, "Xiao Yi, Hu Jinyan, are you two going back to work?" If they were busy, she would simply entertain the two little ones. Just as Hu Jinyan was about to blurt out that they would return to accompany the girl, Hua Hanxiao interjected, "No work, we will accompany you." Hearing their father's words, the two little ones instantly lit up with joy, clapping their little hands in unison. "Baba, Baba, wow, wow, bu, we can play with Baba and Fat Annie together. How wonderful!" In the bustling throngs of an ordinary supermarket, Hu Hengxiu felt a sense of unease and thus opted for a premier grocery store nestled within the luxury shopping district. The items within this establishment bore prestigious labels, with even a modest box of cookies priced at nearly 1,000. But this was Sheng Chenxi's inaugural visit to such an opulent locale, so she conferred with her two little treasures before commandeering a large shopping cart. Placing both children inside, she then glided about the store like a joyful, plump bird, pushing the cart with glee to as for Hu Hengxiu and Hu Jinyan. They deliberately maintained a respectful distance from her, aware that their striking appearances might cause Sheng Chenxi to feel discomfort. Hence, they quietly trailed behind. The supermarket featured a children's toy experience area, which caught Sheng Chenxi's eye from afar, causing her gaze to sparkle with delight akin to that of her little ones. "Nian Nian, Zinua, would you like to check out the toys over there?" Sheng Chenxi inquired with a warm smile. The two children eagerly nodded in agreement, expressing their enthusiastic willingness. Consequently, Sheng Chenxi pushed them toward the area. This experience zone boasted 3 professional sales associates, yet they were as haughty as those found at luxury counters, clearly judging based on appearances. Upon seeing Sheng Chenxi's ample figure, adorned in garments devoid of recognizable brands, they presumptuously dismissed her as a mere gold digger there to take photos. Ignoring Sheng Chenxi entirely, they flocked around a nearby woman clutching a Prada bag, fawning over her with exaggerated amiability. Undeterred, Sheng Chenxi continued to explore the toys with her little ones. Among the offerings, she soon discovered a set of technologically advanced transforming cars that captivated both children. "Da boo. How beautiful!" Zinua exclaimed, raising his tiny hand and pointing, his eyes twinkling with wonder. Nian Nian chimed in, I like it. Seeing their enthusiasm, Sheng Chenxi nodded with a smile, saying, "All right, let's go have a look." Okay. The excitement was palpable on Nian Nian and Zinua's faces. Sheng Chenxi approached the car Zinua fancied most, picked it up, and asked, "Is this the one?" The little boy nodded vigorously, yes. Her heart softened at his adorable demeanor, and she turned to the sales associate, inquiring, "Excuse me, how much is this? Where do I pay?" The associate glanced at her, but did not respond immediately. Sheng Chenxi furrowed her brow, inhaled deeply, and raised her voice slightly. "Could you please wrap this up for me?" Only then did the associate slowly turn back, her tone icy as she replied, "That one is 23,000. It cannot be purchased in installments and must be paid for with an official invoice from us, unlike the mall's policies." "Understood, that I will take it. Please assist me with the packaging and invoicing." That as she spoke, Sheng Chenxi retrieved a card that Hu Hengxiu had previously given her, waving it lightly, upon noticing that it was a high-tier debit card rather than a credit card. The sales associate's demeanor shifted, though she still didn't extend the same courtesy to Sheng Chenxi as she did to others. "Would you like the child to try it out first?" Just as Sheng Chenxi was about to consult her little ones, a woman suddenly approached, snatching the toy car from their vicinity. With an air of pretentious grandeur, she declared, "My child has set their sights on this. I'll take it." "Ah, Mrs. Hong, are you truly taking everything?" That rather plump lady over there seemed interested as well, the associate remarked, glancing at Sheng Chenxi while fawning over the woman. This woman happened to be the one with the Prada bag. Upon hearing this, she elongated her tone, feigning discontent, interested. "Has she even paid as a member of your store?" "She hasn't paid yet," the associate replied, shaking her head. "Then it's of no concern. Wrap everything up for me, and I will pay in one go," Mrs. Hong proclaimed with an air of extravagance. Upon hearing this, the associate's excitement was palpable as she beckoned her colleagues to assist in packaging the items. Zinua and Nian Nian, upon witnessing their beloved toy being taken away, pouted in dismay and simultaneously turned their pleading eyes toward Sheng Chensi, their expressions brimming with disappointment. The boo-boo, we want it. Feeling her heart ache at their forlorn expressions, Sheng Chensi disregarded her reservations and strode forward, seizing the toy car that had caught her children's fancy. This action incited Mrs. Hong's ire, hands on her hips. She adopted a somewhat shrewish demeanor. Hey, you fat lady, what do you think you're doing? Do you even know who I am? Sheng Chensi retorted with equal defiance. Who you are is of no concern to me. All I know is that my children adore this car, and we were the first to express interest in it. Ha! Mrs. Hong was seething with indignation but suddenly froze upon recognizing Sheng Chensi's face. Exclaiming in shock, Sheng Chensi, it was as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Immediately, she waved over to the man in the waiting area. Oh dear, darling, come quickly. This is your high school classmate, the 200-pound Sheng Chensi. I can't believe she dares to show her face in a place like this. What an absurd joke. Sheng Chensi was unloved by her parents. How could she? Hong Shizhong approached with a smile. But upon seeing Sheng Chensi's visage, he too was taken aback. The girl appeared to have slimmed down significantly, her eyes larger, and her face seemingly reduced to the size of his palm, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Although she still bore some weight, she no longer exuded the same unappealing aura as before. Instead, there was a certain elegance to her ample form. Indeed, while she had lost some weight, she remained plump. Her attire clung to her like a barrel, which was enough to induce laughter from Mrs. Hong, who covered her mouth and laughed heartily. Hong Shizhong scrutinized Sheng Chensi closely. While she was still undeniably plump, the nature of her fullness had transformed. This was now a beauty of voluptuousness that he could guarantee that if she were to truly slim down, she would surpass any beauty he had ever encountered. How is she managing with 2 children? He glanced at the 2 cherubic little ones in the cart, realizing that when she referred to them as her children, it was likely they were the result of someone else's dalliance. The Sheng family had cast her aside, presumably due to her chaotic personal life. Thus Yunanja's rejection of her had indeed been the correct choice. Had he been in the same position, he too would have found it impossible to be enamored by someone like her. Mrs. Hong incessantly regaled her husband with exaggerated tales of Sheng Chensi's expulsion from the Sheng family. It was then that Sheng Chensi recognized who they were. Was it Hong Shizhong? The woman was Zhao Yahe, a former classmate from her high school days. Having skipped 3 grades in elementary school, she found herself in the same class as Sheng Tianjin and others 3 to 4 years her senior during high school. Due to her weight and youthful appearance, Zhao Yahe and her friends often bullied her. After graduating, they attended different universities, and Sheng Chensi lost track of their lives. She never imagined encountering them while shopping with her children. These 2 seemed intent on resuming their old ways of tormenting her. Not wishing for her little ones to witness her engage in a verbal altercation, she handed the toy car to the sales associate. Instructing, please wrap this up for me. The associate, clearly looking down on Sheng Chensi, replied, that one do. Mr. and Mrs. Hong have their eyes on it. Furrowing her brow, Sheng Chensi turned to glance at her children, contemplating whether to abandon the purchase. However, seeing their unwavering gaze fixed on the toy car, she couldn't bear to walk away. Surely, there must be more in stock. I'll take whatever you have in reserve. Just wound up before the associate could respond. Hong Shizhong interjected with a smirk. Sheng Chensi, life seems tough for you. A plump woman living alone while raising 2 children. In light of our past as classmates, I'll generously gift you a set of toys. However, you must kneel and polish my shoes. As he spoke, Hong Shizhong lifted his foot, waggling it in front of Sheng Chensi. Her expression darkened, and she shot him a frosty glare. We don't need charity. The implication was clear. She would not demean herself in such a manner. Yet Zhao Yahe chuckled. Oh, Sheng Chensi, don't be so stubborn that I've seen many like you. Pitiful souls who, after being toyed with by men, lead miserable lives, that my husband pities you. You should graciously accept our kindness. Perhaps you should educate your daughter to avoid ending up like you, without a husband to protect her. Hong Shizhong shrugged dismissively. You are indeed unfortunate. Being overweight and without a husband, your life is destined to be filled with toil. Who says she doesn't have a husband? Just as Sheng Chensi was about to retort, a chilling voice cut through the air, freezing the atmosphere instantly. Hua Hanchao, with his exquisitely chiseled features, emanated a coldness reminiscent of a devil from the depths of hell. His frosty gaze swept over Zhao Yahe and Hong Shizhong. Laced with disdain, people like you dare to demand she kneel and polish shoes. He had just been on the phone when he turned around and saw Hua Jinyan reminding him that a dog was biting his girl. In an instant, his demeanor shifted, and he strode over purposefully, solely to support his girl. Hong Shizhong furrowed his brows, gazing at Hua Hanqiao, momentarily rendered speechless. This imposing man seemed strangely familiar, didn't he, Daddy? The two little treasures raised their tiny hands and waved enthusiastically at Hua Hanqiao upon his arrival. Hua Hanqiao first scooped up his son, then called out to Sheng Qinzi, "Mama, hold." Hearing her name, Sheng Qinzi turned around and lifted Nian Nian into her arms. Subsequently, the two adults and the two children stood together. And without needing any explanation, it was evident to all that they were a family. "They bullied you, didn't they?" Hua Hanqiao asked Sheng Qinzi, his previously frosty demeanor replaced by a gaze that was as gentle as flowing water, capable of drowning anyone in its depths. Sheng Qinzi glanced at them and nodded, saying, "They snatched toys from Yin Yin and even made me kneel to clean their shoes. Presumptuous." Hua Hanqiao replied coldly, "If they seek death, I shall oblige." Chapter 74. She is the woman your nephew does not want. Upon hearing this, Hong Shizhong's expression darkened, and he retorted, "I thought you had some standing, and I did not wish to quarrel with you. Yet here you are, provoking me. Do not blame me, do not blame you for what? You dare show such disrespect towards my little uncle. It seems you are tired of living at this moment." Hua Jinyan had approached. When he recognized Hua Jinyan, Hong Shizhong nearly choked on his own saliva. Hua Jinyan. He was the most prominent figure of the Hua family, frequently seen in interviews and television shows. Even if Hong Shizhong were blind, he could not possibly fail to recognize him. Rubbing his ears, he recalled Hua Jinyan's earlier words that he had mentioned accompanying Sheng Qinzi. But who was it? Hua Hanqiao. How could that be possible? What kind of person was Hua Hanqiao? How could he be with a woman like that? Not only Hong Shizhong, but Zhao Yahe also wore a look of shock. She had certainly heard of Hua Hanqiao's reputation and even harbored a secret crush on him for a while, despite never having met him. She never imagined that at this very moment, Hua Hanqiao was standing right in front of her, protecting the seemingly unworthy Sheng Qinzi. Zhao Yahe could hardly believe it and couldn't help but inquire, "Mr. Hua, are you truly?" She could not bring herself to utter the word married, as she believed Sheng Qinzi was unworthy of Hua Hanqiao. Meanwhile, Hong Shizhong, coming back to his senses, no longer wished to concern himself with the relationship between Hua Hanqiao and Sheng Qinzi, that he quickly donned a smile and extended his hand in greeting. "Ah, I did not expect to meet you here, Mr. Hua. It is truly a stroke of luck. I have been wanting to meet you for a long while to have a proper discussion." However, before he could finish his sentence, Hua Hanqiao interrupted coldly. "You bullied her, didn't you?" At these words, Hong Shizhong instinctively swallowed hard, nearly dropping to his knees. Bully Sheng Qinzi? He dared not do so any longer. His face paled as he hurriedly explained. "It was all a misunderstanding. I would never dare." Sheng Qinzi interjected. "It was not a misunderstanding. There are plenty of cameras here that can attest to how you all fought over toys and looked down upon us. This is just a joke. We were just joking with you, Qinzi, that we are classmates. After all, we used to play like this at school. Please help explain to Mr. Hua that we never intended to harm you." However, Sheng Qinzi blinked and replied, "Why should I explain? In high school, just as now, you did indeed harm me at that moment." Hong Shizhong was at a loss for words that he finally understood that one should never offend a woman. Sheng Qinzi was clearly in no mood to hear his excuses. Filled with regret, Hong Shizhong lamented their misfortune, having bullied Sheng Qinzi only to discover she had Hua Hanqiao backing her. Hua Hanqiao was associated with the Mo family's eldest daughter. So how could he be with Sheng Qinzi? Moreover, Sheng Qinzi was Su Nanja's former fiancée. His uncle was entangled with his nephew's past. Unable to comprehend, he had no time to ponder further as Hua Hanqiao stood before him, and he could not afford to offend him. Thus, with a self-pitying expression, he humbly said, "Sheng Qinzi, we were just joking with you that we were in the wrong. But please, for the sake of our acquaintance, let this matter go. We will buy all the toys you wanted and give them to you. How about that? Give them all to them. The treasures have seen plenty of toys before." Sheng Qinzi, not one to hold grudges unnecessarily, felt that Hong Shizhong and his wife's earlier remarks had insulted the children. She believed they must sincerely apologize to the kids. With a cold sneer, Sheng Qinzi said to Hong Shizhong, "They do not need your things. What they require is a heartfelt apology. Upon realizing Sheng Qinxi's intention to have the adults apologize to the two little ones, Hong Shizhong felt a twinge of discontent. I have already apologized. Do not be unreasonable. Sheng Qinxi, uninterested in quarreling with him, stated directly, apologize to the children, and this matter will be settled. Sheng Qinxi, I advise you not to go too far. Hong Shizhong's expression darkened as he glanced at Zhao Yahe. Zhao Yahe immediately grasped her husband's intent, crossing her arms and threateningly saying, Sheng Qinxi, I doubt Mr. Hua is aware of your past at school, that if we were to reveal those matters to Mr. Hua, do you think he would still cherish you? In school, Sheng Qinxi's greatest scandal was her infatuation with Su Nanja. Zhao Yahe believed that if they exaggerated this matter, Hua Hanqiao would certainly take offense. Observing the sinister expressions of Hong Shizhong and his wife, Hua Hanqiao remained expressionless, casually sending out a few messages that in less than a minute. Hong Shizhong's phone rang, that he pulled it out to see it was from the company's finance department. Without a second thought, he swiped to answer, Hello. What is going on? What? You were saying we need to repay the loan to Xinglin Bank early. 300 million. We what? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Hua Hanqiao, and he turned pale with horror. That a wave of chilling dread surged from his feet, rendering his face ghostly white as blood drained from my teeth. I asked Hua Hanqiao, how could he wield such power to manipulate my company in such a short time? Indeed, the Hua family of Longqing was no ordinary clan, and Hua Hanqiao was no average man. If he desired to ruin someone, it would take mere minutes. Sheng Qinxi was equally astonished by Hong Shizhong's reaction. Had Hua Hanqiao really done something? Could he make Hong Shizhong go bankrupt so swiftly? Hong Shizhong could no longer bear to listen to the conversation, realizing that continuing to act foolishly would lead to Hua Hanqiao's total annihilation of them. He hastily hung up the phone and turned to Sheng Qinxi, saying, I will apologize however you want. I truly yield. Please let Master Hua spare me. He bowed repeatedly to Nian Yin and Zi Nua, completely devoid of the arrogance he once held. Young lady, young master, please do not hold our earlier words against us. We apologize. Indeed, we were wrong. You little ones should not stoop to our level. Please do not hold this against us. Even Zhao Yahe was frantically apologizing. Sheng Qinxi assessed the situation and felt it was sufficient, turning her gaze toward Hua Hanqiao. However, Hua Hanqiao's expression remained icy as he said, from this moment on, leave Longqing. Sheng Qinxi's eyes widened in surprise, and she felt compelled to commend Hua Hanqiao. He was truly ruthless. Yet, she could not deny that it felt gratifying to release pent-up frustrations. Hong Shizhong hesitated for a moment, ultimately not daring to voice any grievances, gritting his teeth and nodding. Fine, we will leave Longqing. Zhao Yahe stared at Hua Hanqiao, suddenly exclaiming, Mr. Hua, she's the woman your nephew does not want. Do you not feel like a joke for pampering her so? Chapter 75. Indeed, a man living off a woman. Hua Hanqiao's eyes glimmered with a chilling light at her words, his gaze radiating a potent aggression that seemed capable of obliterating Hong Shizhong and his wife. He coldly replied, she is Sheng Qinxi, and that is all that matters. His statement instantly evoked an indescribable bitterness in Zhao Yahe, mingled with an element of envy. What merit did a woman like Sheng Qinxi possess to be so cherished by Hua Hanqiao? Cherished to the extent that he disregarded her height, weight, and past romantic entanglements. Sheng Qinxi was equally taken aback by Hua Hanqiao's declaration, staring at the man beside her, momentarily unsure of how to articulate her feelings. If she understood correctly, did his words imply he held some affection for her? But what did she possess that warranted his affection? Before the girl could fully comprehend, Hua Hanqiao's arm had already encircled her waist as he glanced at Hua Jinyan, who was staring in astonishment, and said in a deep voice, let us go. As they prepared to leave, Zhao Yahe took a deep breath and called out, Hua Hanqiao, I dare say that one day you will regret this. Hua Hanqiao turned his head, casting a glance at the woman who was desperately trying to sow discord between him and Sheng Qinxi. His voice was icy and devoid of warmth, laced with an undercurrent of menace. The first to regret will be you. After exiting the supermarket, Sheng Qinxi's mood remained somewhat tumultuous. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired of Hua Hanqiao, what did you mean by those words earlier? Lord Hua, what do you wish for me to interpret them as? Hua Hanqiao lowered his gaze, the depths of his eyes shimmering with captivating ripples. Just a single glance sent Sheng Qinxi's heart racing, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her conflicted demeanor, Hua Hanchao ultimately decided to spare her, letting out a low chuckle as he gently tousled her hair, then added, "There's no need for excessive gratitude. I merely intervened to assist you." At his explanation, Sheng Qinzi exhaled a sigh of relief. "You frightened me. I thought you had feelings for me. Is it truly such a frightful thing to express my affection?" Hua Hanchao casually posed the question. Sheng Qinzi chuckled. "Of course, I am utterly lacking in merit. What could you possibly find appealing about me?" Hua Hanchao replied, "Perhaps it is simply because you are Sheng Qinzi." Sheng Qinzi was momentarily taken aback, her heart stuttering several beats. Meanwhile, in the parking area, within a sleek black Porsche, Mo Qingqing stared at the seemingly intimate interaction between Sheng Qinzi and Hua Hanchao, her eyes ablaze with envy. She was consumed by a frenzied jealousy. Hua Hanchao, he truly holds a special fondness for Sheng Qinzi. Mo Qingqing's heart ached as she gripped the steering wheel, weeping upon it. She had toiled immensely to feign being Hua Hanchao as child's mother, and now, with marriage on the horizon, a certain Sheng Qinzi, who was nothing compared to her, had appeared. She could bask in Hua Hanchao as affection and favoritism. Mo Qingqing deemed this utterly unjust, profoundly so. Sheng Qinzi had achieved everything effortlessly, while she herself had endured so much hardship without reaping any rewards. Unwilling to accept such an outcome, she resolved to marry Hua Hanchao. She simply must. Otherwise, all her sacrifices, her arduous weight loss surgeries, would have been in vain. Suddenly, Mo Qingqing lifted her head, wiped her tears, grasped the steering wheel, and drove off determinedly. She could not afford to give up. Upon returning to the villa, Sheng Qinzi opened her phone to check the latest news on Weibo. Luo Jing had posted a message, one that had evidently garnered attention. Sheng Qinzi clicked on it, revealing Luo Jing's apology. "First and foremost, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to Sheng Qinzi, that I am truly sorry. I was misled and blind to the truth, mistakenly believing you to be the mistress. For this, I humbly apologize and hope for your forgiveness. As for my husband's mistress, I have already uncovered her identity. It is my former assistant, Su Sha. I will be filing for divorce promptly, and he shall leave with nothing. Su Sha, if you think you can sustain a man who relies on others, then go ahead, that I will not miss him." The post was inherently sensational, augmented by Luo Jing's purchase of trending status. Within an hour, it soared to the top of the trending list. The comment section exploded. "My goodness, what a twist! I was just criticizing Sheng Qinzi, and now it turns out she isn't the mistress at all. To the person upstairs, you're clearly out of the loop." I watched the live stream before the gossip began. Lu Chongyun, that scoundrel, was targeting Miss Sheng Qinzi, demanding 80 million for a clarification fee. Haha, he truly is a freeloader, utterly despicable. Luo Jing handled this splendidly. Such trash should have been discarded long ago. And that Su Sha. How disgusting. Luo Jing treated her with kindness, yet she sought to steal her husband. She thought she had grasped a golden opportunity, but in reality, she is merely clinging to a leech. Even worse is the one who instigated Lu Chongyun to frame Sheng Qinzi. What a disgrace. He deserves to be publicly shamed for days on end. While netizens were lambasting Lu Chongyun, many also flocked to follow Sheng Qinzi's Weibo account. Her previously modest follower count swelled by over 200,000. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Sheng Qinzi couldn't help but smile. Had she truly turned misfortune into fortune? Previously, Lu Shiyan had remarked that without a buzz, releasing an album would be futile. Now, it seemed she had gained something substantial after all. Feeling elated, Hua Hanchao approached her, holding a cup of weight loss tea, and quietly asked, "Are you happy?" Sheng Qinzi tilted her head back, beaming brightly as she replied, "Indeed, I have salvaged my reputation and gained some followers, so how could I not be delighted? Are you truly content with just 200,000? If it increases to even more, will you become proud?" Hua Hanchao inquired. Sheng Qinzi pondered, resting her chin in her hand, and found herself envisioning the possibility. Well, if that day were to come, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. Just as they were conversing, Hua Hanchao's phone rang, that he glanced down to see it was Mo Qingqing calling. The warmth in his eyes vanished instantly. However, he did not shy away from Sheng Qinzi's presence and answered. "Is there something you need?" "Hanchao, I'm outside your villa. I must see you." Hua Hanchao's voice turned particularly cold and unyielding. "I have already made my stance clear. I see no necessity for us to meet."